Link, having traversed into the world of Pokémon in the Hoenn region, has unexpectedly acquired a system that seems to have been mistakenly assigned to him. This summer, you participated in a summer camp with your classmates, Takuya Hashikawa and Minori Hinata, only to find yourselves ensnared in a sea of otherworldly flowers, attacked by a peculiar creature known as the Beast God. In the face of despair, a professor sacrificed himself to grant the students a chance to escape, and in your panic, you fled into the mist. However, tranquility was fleeting as the mysterious creature launched another assault. By a stroke of fortune, you stumbled upon a vaguely familiar, mysterious device, awakening a part of your soul. The violent impact and blinding light plunged you into unconsciousness, and when you awoke, you found yourself in another world. Indeed, I have appeared in another world, but this is the realm of Pokémon. What use is this holy plan to me? Regardless whether or not he possesses a system, Link resolves to adapt to his surroundings and endeavors to claim his starter Pokémon, embarking on a journey to collect badges. Before that, however, he must first devise a way to escape safely from the cruise ship hijacked by the Oceanic team. Soon enough, he discovers that his system possesses the capability to simulate the future of this alternate world in order to gain rewards. Although my ambition is to become a trainer, dabbling as a beast tamer is not without its merits. Chapter 1. Pokémon. Struggle for survival. Coldness. Trembling. When Link regained consciousness, he found himself tightly bound alongside a group of unfamiliar individuals with hair of varied hues, confined in a dim and narrow room. The floor swayed slightly with the sound of waves, and the damp, musty air mingled with the scent of the sea, indicating that he was likely on the water. Was this a case of telecom fraud? Yet, he distinctly remembered that he should have been at home, engaged in competitive gaming. Had the chaotic situation in northern Myanmar escalated to forcibly abducting passersby? A sharp pain throbbed at the back of his head as flashes of memories surged through his mind. The last image was of himself, living on the 6th floor, being violently struck by a large truck while in the restroom. Was this a nightmare? Yet, one cannot dream of things that are beyond their comprehension. The vividness of the experience led Link to realize he had likely encountered some form of supernatural phenomenon. He quickly composed himself and attentively listened to the words of the other captives around him. Is the Oceanic team insane? Do they not fear retribution from the League for their brazen robbery? Wah, they took my love disc. Are we going to sink? No, I refuse to be fish food for Sharpedo. Help us. The legendary hero, Dolphin Man. Quiet down. Can I have a moment of peace before we meet our doom? Curse it, if the power slumbering in my left hand were not sealed. The Oceanic team? The League? Love disc? Dolphin Man. Familiar terms echoed in Link's ears, illuminating the gravity of his circumstance. She was a passenger aboard a cruise ship hijacked by the Oceanic team, currently adrift in the waters of Hoenn or its vicinity. He was uncertain of the current timeline and the world line he inhabited, but it seemed the Oceanic team had yet to awaken the Whalemare. As long as there was an opportunity to negotiate with them, Link still held a glimmer of hope for salvation. At that moment, a hauntingly beautiful melody of piano and violin resonated in his mind, followed by a mysterious mechanical voice. Digimon survive. Is this a system or merely an illusion? In dire straits, the professor sacrificed himself to provide the students a chance to flee, and you, in blind panic, fled into the mist. Hey, system, take a look at what you're saying. This has no relation to what I'm experiencing. Soon enough, the mysterious creature launched another attack, and by a twist of fate, you picked up a vaguely familiar device, awakening a part of your soul. The violent impact and blinding light plunged you into unconsciousness, and when you awoke, you found yourself in another world. Within a mere half-minute, Link found himself too exhausted to voice his grievances. He noticed that, alongside the system's introduction, a small, solid object had materialized in his pocket. Instinctively, he shifted his body to reach for it, initially believing it might be a miraculous tool to aid his escape. However, he was momentarily breathless upon contact with the object. The texture, shape, size, and that familiar sensation. A Digivice from the original series? Good news. 18-year-old Link has finally become one of the chosen children. Bad news. He has crossed into the wrong world. Nevertheless, Link understood that this system represented his final recourse before resorting to the unwise option of negotiating with the Oceanic team, prompting him to commence his investigation. Moments later, he discerned the system's complete functionalities. One restart. Utilize the power of the butterfly to simulate the future and achieve a scenario of survival for all. To read. Simulate from the interrupted memories. Gray status 3 settings. Adjust difficulty, skip dialogues, and skip battles, among other settings. Gray status 4 language analysis. You can fluently listen, speak, read, and write in the language of this world. Activated. Link pondered deeply, grasping the essence of the system's capabilities, allowing him to simulate the future of his newfound reality in order to attain a so-called survival for all outcome. Though he was uncertain of who this all referred to, Link unhesitatingly selected the restart option, seeking strategies to confront the oceanic team and survive. As a wave of distractions swept over him, the scene before his eyes began to shift. Upon awakening, you find yourself outside an abandoned school building, where a yellow, round, fluffy creature with a tuft of white fur at the end of its tail appears before you, introducing itself as Pokémon. Hey, which world's future are you simulating? I am currently bound aboard a ship. You instantly hit it off with Pokémon, pondering that the beast god the professor spoke of might indeed be a digital monster. Half an hour later, Takuya Hashikawa, Minori Hinata, and Senior Aoi Shibuya also arrive outside the school building, accompanied by various creatures who introduce themselves as Agumon, Falconmon, and Labramon. Having been attacked by a Rockmon, they were saved by these creatures, and now reunited with you. A sense of security washes over them. However, they soon took note of your lingering outside the school building, for the structure, originally intended for the summer camp, appeared decrepit as if decades had passed. This is rather peculiar. You had only left the school for half a day. Why has such a drastic change occurred in this building? Moreover, Takuya's phone and Minori's compass malfunction, and suddenly, there is no satellite signal in the vicinity. As dusk approaches, although anxiety looms, Labramon has sustained injuries while protecting Aoi, necessitating immediate action to find tools within the school to treat its wounds. The interior of the school is as dilapidated as one might imagine. The group successfully locates a pristine first aid kit in the infirmary to urgently bandage Labramon's injuries. Meanwhile, a piercing scream from Senior Fumiyoshi resonated from the second floor. In a moment of urgency, Hinata Minoru gallantly dashed towards the upper level, closely followed by Takuma and Senior Aoi. As you observe the stark contrast between the pristine condition of the first aid kit and the dilapidated surroundings of the abandoned school, you momentarily lost your focus. Upon regaining your senses, you realized you had become separated from Pock Beast. Just as you contemplated ascending to the second floor to join your companions in their rescue efforts, you fortuitously encountered the hostile Bada Beast. Regrettably, you were unable to elicit the full potential of Bada Beast, and you and Pock Beast perished beneath the onslaught of its air cannon. Simulation concluded you received 0 gold coins, 0 bits, and a Band-Aid. Band-Aid provides swift medical aid adorned with a penguin motif. It remains a mystery as to who left it here. What? Did I just meet my demise at the hands of Bada Beast? Is he in such a pitiful state in this alternate realm? Pock Beast evolve into Fox Beast and save the day. In just a few fleeting minutes, Link concluded the simulation. His expression was decidedly peculiar, as he harbored a lingering suspicion about the reliability of this system. Chapter 2. The Bada Beast achieved a double kill. The initial simulation concluded swiftly, and the system presented new options after a few interactions. 5. Cultivation. Enhance the strength of the beast tamer and the monsters through items. 6. Backpack. Items in possession. 7. Companions. A quantification of the bond between you and your companions. Takuma Hayashi, 10. Minoru Hinata, 10. Aoi Shibuya, 5. Ryo Tamanaga, 0. Shoji Kiyama, 0. Saki Kimijima, 0. Kaido Fuyun, 0. Miyu Fuyun, 0. New faces have emerged. Lin Ku, who initially believed he could gain an advantage in future intelligence through the simulator, remained silent for a long while. The absurdity of the deaths and the incomprehensible system weighed heavily on him. Surely, the system must have malfunctioned? Could it be that his counterpart in another world had obtained a Pokémon system? The silence was deafening. He surveyed his surroundings and noted that the situation appeared stable. The ocean team was unlikely to make a move just yet, prompting him to start anew. Although you are curious about the incongruity between the first aid kit and the school building, it is wiser to stay with the group in this unfamiliar environment to avoid becoming the first target of a killer. The group ascended to the second floor, where they encountered the reclusive, acerbic, and unpleasant senior, Ryo Tamanaga. As expected, he too had been ensnared by a mysterious beast. According to Agumon, the insect-like digital monster accompanying him was called Gunnaman, who bore no ill intent and merely wished to play with the senior. However, Ryo harbored no fondness for these monsters, which had once attacked them, displaying vehement rejection of the notion of companionship with such creatures. He even lashed out at his junior colleagues who regarded them rationally. The group, perplexed by his fear and nagging demeanor, Learn from Rio about the existence of other monsters and even ghosts within the abandoned school building. Are the ghosts the same as those you are familiar with? Just as the group felt uneasy about this revelation, a multitude of sticky spider webs suddenly materialized in the classroom. Rio let out a shriek, as if he had seen an aberration. Before they could inquire further, they heard the calm, yet gentle voice of Aoi Sr. also exclaim in surprise. Labradori hurriedly glanced toward Aoi's direction. She had vanished. Upon reaching this point, Linku instinctively scoffed, questioning how this group of chosen children could turn a grand adventure into a horror story. Furthermore, the simulator could not indefinitely replicate the circumstances of another world. Could the items from that realm truly affect the beings of this world? Rio claimed that Aoi had been captured by a remarkably swift creature, plunging the group into panic. Labradori suggested they split up to search for Aoi. Takuma and Minoru concurred, departing the classroom under Rio's frenzied gaze. Splitting up? Was that not akin to offering one's head on a platter? Yu exchanged a momentary glance with Liang, feeling an inexplicable sense of helplessness and fatigue. However, the prowess of the Labra beast and Senior Aki was indispensable in this realm. Thus, you departed the classroom with the Poco beast, leaving Liang shivering alone in the corner. Amidst your exploration, a wild Bada beast materialized. Link inwardly lamented the situation, realizing he had to start anew. When foes meet, animosity ignites. You maneuvered alongside the Poco beast, executing your ultimate move, the killing stone against the Bada beast. Perhaps there was hope? Yet, prior to your traversal, you were merely an utterly diminished university student. Even though you had regained a youthful physique, you were swiftly pierced through the abdomen by the Bada beast's air cannon. In the face of life and death, your frail yet valiant figure inspired the Poco beast, prompting its evolution into the Fox beast. During its growth phase, the Fox beast exhibited considerable stature paired with agility. Representing an exceptional combat form, it charged forth, employing the Fox Flash Strike to shred the Bada beast into fragments. However, your abdomen and internal organs lay in ruins from the Bada beast's onslaught, rendering you powerless to recover. Even though you triumphed over your adversary, it was of no consequence, as you gradually faded into luminous particles beneath the resplendent moonlight. Simultaneously, the Fox beast too disintegrated into data fragments, following you into oblivion. The simulation concluded, yielding 10 gold coins, 10 bits, and 1 learning crystal. The learning crystal enhances the subject's capacity to acquire knowledge. Markings emerged from the beautiful stone, resembling inscriptions on a slate. Moderate simulation stimulates the mind, while excessive simulation harms the body. The permissible number of simulations each day is 2, perception 10, and one must restore their state before continuing. Both simulations ended abruptly, yielding little of value to your current predicament, yet leaving Link in a state of profound exhaustion. Moreover, Link sensed an unusual aura surrounding this group of chosen children. The Poco beast seemed to be acting out its own role. Yet, why did the Fox beast perish upon the Bada beast's onslaught? Was the fate of the otherworldly version of himself intertwined with that of his digital beast? Link shook his head, recognizing that this was not the moment to delve into the mysteries of the simulator. It was prudent to first investigate the effects of gold coins and bits. With this latest simulation, the system presented new interactive options. 8 shop, for purchasing supplies. 9 free battle, to recreate previously experienced scenes, enemies, battles, or to periodically earn gold coins and bits. Before long, Link comprehended the utility of these 2 forms of system currency. Bits could be utilized in the training interface to enhance his and his digital beast capabilities. Digital beasts could gain experience points by investing bits, thereby improving their fundamental abilities. Individuals could also invest bits to augment their strength, agility, constitution, intelligence, perception, and charm, along with a variety of exclusive skills for beast tamers. As a side note, Link's 6 dimensions are all at 10, and the bits required for upgrades amount to 1,000. One must repeatedly defeat 100 Bada beasts to earn a single point, with nothing else to occupy his time. Link decided to equip the already evolvable Pokémon with learning crystals in the cultivation interface, opting to utilize the system's inherent idle function to accumulate money and experience without progressing the storyline. Although the efficiency is modest, 10 coins and bits fluctuating every 2 minutes, this method allows the battling Pokémon to level up, presumably enhancing overall efficiency significantly. During this period, Link perused the system shop in search of immediately useful items. Unfortunately, the results were disheartening. He discovered that most of the items were exclusively usable by digital monsters, and he currently lacked even a sprite to verify their effectiveness in this world. Additionally, the majority of the items were exorbitantly priced, with some requiring the completion of specific side quests or a substantial expenditure of bits for purchase. Left with no other option, he resigned himself to grinding for now, hoping to restore his state in anticipation of tomorrow's simulation. He wished that the ocean team would not plunge the kidnapped individuals into the depths of the Hoenn Sea tonight. The surrounding environment was far from pleasant, but the melody of the ocean lulled him to sleep. Regrettably, this peace was short-lived. That night, members of the ocean team opened the cabin, threatening everyone with their Pokémon and ordering them onto the deck. Chapter 3. Just escaped the wolf's den, only to enter the tiger's lair. The timing was not on Link's side, denying him enough time to use the simulator for grinding. Under the moonlight and amidst the sound of crashing waves, he couldn't help but ponder which timeline he was in as he was escorted onto the deck by the ocean team's members. Was it the origin and starting point of all derivations, the only one with ultimate interpretative authority, the most authoritative game worldview? Was it the chaotic animation universe akin to that of a deadpan elementary school student, where time flows eternally? Or was it a world reminiscent of the Warring States period, filled with figures like Masayuki, Takeda, and Nobunaga, where even the latter was accompanied by a series of derivative works featuring the black sky? Perhaps it had devolved into a state of irredeemable chaos, where both power and setting had crumbled, leading to a series of fan works led by the likes of Pikachu's Transmission and its special episodes. Ultimately, it could not be a world where mere monetary investment guarantees strength, or where nonsensical phrases or ubiquitous energy blocks could elevate one to celestial heights. Although Link had always criticized Ash for being a mere cash cow, he found himself wishing he could truly traverse into the animated universe. With this thought in mind, he glanced at the ocean team members, accompanied by their packs of dingo-like Pokémon, clad in modified uniforms resembling marine soul shirts. This criminal organization, under the guise of protecting the ocean, rampaged through the vast waters of Hoenn, seeking to further expand the already excessive marine area of the region, an excessively radical and extremist environmental protection group. While water is undoubtedly the source of life, Link could not comprehend how humanity and terrestrial Pokémon would survive if all land on this planet were submerged beneath the ocean. A group of deluded individuals, believing themselves capable of mastering the formidable forces of nature, orchestrated a chaotic scene. In a fleeting moment, all the kidnapped passengers were forcibly ushered onto the deck. There stood a tall, dark-skinned woman clad in a marine team uniform, accompanied by a formidable guard dog, her demeanor betraying a smile as she surveyed the crowd. Behind her, a middle-aged man, bruised and battered, was restrained by 4 members of the marine team, his attire suggesting he was a crew member aboard the vessel. "Greetings, passengers." She introduced herself with a hint of mockery. "I am she of the marine team. It is with regret that I inform you that this cruise ship has been commandeered by us." Before her words could fully settle, a business elite within the crowd, brimming with indignation, shouted, "How can you do this? Do you have any idea the fortune my company stands to lose with even a minute's delay in reaching port?" There are always fools who cannot grasp the gravity of their situation and attempt to reason with madness. Upon hearing his words, she signaled to her team with a glance. One of the members, his expression darkening, stepped forward towards the enraged businessman. "What do you intend to do? This is illegal," the man stammered, but before he could finish, the marine team member delivered a swift punch to his abdomen, causing him to collapse to the ground, retching and silenced. Simultaneously, the imposing guard dog behind, she let out a commanding bark, sending shivers through the crowd, instilling a palpable fear. "Ah, you see, the ocean is merciless. Are you truly prepared to confront its depths?" As the passengers finally recognized their status as mere commodities, she continued, "However, the marine team is not an evil criminal organization, but rather a righteous entity dedicated to preserving the beauty of the ocean from the likes of the glorious Violet Holdings, which recklessly pollutes our waters. Thus, we kindly request that you disembark at the next port, where the Alliance will address any subsequent issues you may encounter." With that, she provocatively cast a flirtatious glance at the captain. Of course, the captain and crew must remain aboard. The captain glared at the marine team, yet found himself powerless due to his restraints. Ignoring the scuffle between the marine team and the crew, the passengers, who had initially feared for their lives, felt a wave of relief wash over them upon learning they would be allowed to disembark at the next stop, Mukshui Town. After all, surviving was indeed a blessing. Amidst the tumult, Link refrained from succumbing to immediate elation. Instead, he stood rooted in astonishment, as if struck by lightning. This was due to his sudden comprehension of the guard dog's intimidating bark. A group of fools, unaware that they had boarded a pirate ship destined for labor exploitation. Though he could not decipher the canine's words, he inexplicably grasped its underlying sentiment. Link pondered. Could it be that he was a rare prodigy endowed with the gift of the conduit? Yet, he quickly came to the disheartening realization that his ability to perceive the emotions embedded in the creature's utterances was a mere function of the system. Language analysis. You possess the ability to communicate fluently in the languages of this world, enabled. The language analysis feature included Elven tongues, granting him an unprecedented degree of understanding and communication. Realizing this, he began to harbor a nuanced perspective towards the Ocean Squad, a group of frenzied individuals who, while prone to madness, also struck against piracy, a chaotic pack of dogs fighting amongst themselves. Indeed, the Ocean Squad aimed to preserve the sanctity of the sea, viewing both industrial pollution and acts of piracy as defilements of the ocean's purity. Link pondered that the worldview he had traversed into was most likely one derived from animated narratives. However, calamity soon ensued. Ha ha ha. Do you think you insignificant wretches can capture me? A resounding voice boomed from the pool area above, proclaiming, the sea, the enslaved, commodities, and the bounties of your ocean squad, all belong to me. Startled, she and the ocean squad members instinctively glanced upward. A figure, identical to the captain bound beside her, was mockingly reveling under the moonlight. This is bad. It's a trap. As she realized the impending danger, the captain beside her began to exude a menacing aura. The creature, having shed its disguise, revealed itself to be a decoy crafted from a mixture of ice and water. Then, in an instant, a flash of blue light erupted, followed by a thunderous explosion, as the decoy formed by the sprite's technique detonated into a frigid wave of energy. It was an attack from a decoy. The 4 ocean squad members, along with she and their sprites, were caught in the onslaught, encased in crystalline ice sculptures. The passengers in the front rows, taken by surprise and assailed by the sprites, cried out in terror, their only prior encounters with sprite battles being through the screen of a television. The dramatic turn of events left the passengers in a state of confusion and turmoil. Was the captain unharmed? What did his earlier words truly signify? Link furrowed his brow upon witnessing the chaos. He swiftly severed the ropes that had nearly restrained him with the sharp edge of a learning crystal. And amidst the smoke and confusion caused by the explosion, he plunged into the ship's cabin. The conflict between pirates and the ocean squad was merely a case of dogs biting dogs. He had no intention of entrusting his life to either faction. As expected, shortly after he had distanced himself from the crowd, an unknown sprite unleashed water play and snowfall, raining down upon the passengers who had failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. 90% of them were rendered oblivious, encased in ice. Meanwhile, Link seized the opportunity, navigating through the nearly deserted passageways of the cruise ship, seeking a location where the ocean squad might have secured the sprites they had stolen from the passengers, or perhaps a place to hide after alerting the authorities. In a reality that could not be simulated, Link resolved to strive for a flawless escape. Chapter 4, Sprite Eggs. Rock Badge and Knowledge Badge. Link was at a loss. Despite the underdeveloped surveillance in this world, how could there not be members of both the pirates and the ocean squad in the passageway at this moment? As the skirmish reignited, forces from both sides began to converge from various corners of the cabin, initiating a new round of conflict. Link struggled to remain hidden, narrowly avoiding detection by the minions and members of both factions multiple times. Fortunately, the pirates and the ocean team were both quite anxious, their attentiveness to their surroundings lacking, which allowed him to escape numerous times by sheer luck. The only peril lay in the keen sense of smell possessed by the hyena dog, combined with his complete unfamiliarity with the structure of the cruise ship. After all, he had been abducted upon his arrival. How could he possibly have had the opportunity to memorize the layout? In a moment of quick thinking, Link glanced at the reward records for free combat and realized that his points had accumulated to over 1,000 due to the efficiency boost from the Pock Beast. Without hesitation, he invested them into enhancing his perception. With heightened senses, he could hear hurried footsteps even from a distance of 10 meters. He felt compelled to apologize to the system in his mind. It indeed had its merits. With his improved perception, Link became adept at detecting and evading threats in advance. Suddenly, while searching for a warehouse or a similar location, he overheard a conversation from a room adjacent to the corridor. What is happening again? Received, received, received. I'm heading to the deck right now. Link pondered, quickly using his acute hearing to ascertain the source of the sound, and promptly concealed himself away from the deck in the opposite direction of the room. Just as he took position, the door swung open inward, revealing a flustered member of the ocean team clad in team attire, a bandana covering his head, and a red and white pockball at his waist, evidently rushing out to assist his comrades on the deck. Link's gamble had paid off. In the next instant, a solid blow from the divine plan came crashing down on the back of the criminal's head, staggering him. Link gasped internally, relieved that the blow had not been fatal, and swiftly followed up with another strike, finally granting the ocean team member a childlike slumber. Fortunately, the people of this world possessed resilient physiques. Such blows would not cause lasting harm, or he might have had to worry about being accused of excessive self-defense. Before he could relish his success, a furious bark erupted from within the room, the hyena dog enraged at the ambush of its trainer. It must be noted that even the criminals in this world forge strong bonds with their Pokémon, a bond that is not merely for sale. Link had no desire to confront the ocean team's hyena dog head-on. The moment he spotted the Pockball affixed to the opponent's belt, he had contemplated his subsequent safety. He swiftly reached for the red and white ball magnetically attached to the belt. The hyena dog lunged at him, ready to bite, but was struck by a beam of red light, its spirit subdued before it could even retaliate. Its expression one of reluctant defeat as it was drawn back into its Pockball. Not taking a moment to revel in his successful ambush, he quickly glanced down the corridor, ensuring no one had noticed him, and dragged the unconscious ocean team member into the room. Bad news. This room was not suitable. It was not a warehouse. Good news. The room contained a plethora of supplies, as well as a Pock egg nestled within a transparent cylindrical container. Predominantly gold and white, with vivid red patterns. A newly hatched Pokémon could indeed battle, but could it stand against the Ocean Team's hyena dog? Link weighed the Pock ball in his hand, silently acknowledging that he was not the kind of individual to boldly flaunt his advantages like the notorious Gold. Wait, perhaps he was? However, the essence of a simulator lies predominantly in the advantage of intelligence, and he could only rely on grinding to reveal his prowess in the later stages. It was utterly absurd for Link, a hero destined for the late game, to find himself in such a predicament, leading him to suspect the malice of some entity with cosmic influence. With a sigh, Link nudged the unconscious member of the Ocean Team on the ground. Though I cannot ascertain if this Pokémon egg belongs to you, I must prioritize my safety, so do not hold it against me. He then realized that this individual bore a physique strikingly similar to his own. After a moment's contemplation, he rummaged through the room and unearthed a freshly laundered team uniform meant for replacement. Without further hesitation, he donned the new attire. It was utterly unappealing. The water-based styling was devoid of any aesthetic sensibility. Nevertheless, survival took precedence, and wearing the team uniform would likely lessen the chances of being targeted by the Ocean Team members. Subsequently, Link searched the fallen teammate's belongings and deftly bound him with a bed sheet. The spoils of his conquest were as follows: for 396 Pock dollars, a waist pouch, a mysterious key, a walkie-talkie, 10 Pock balls, a potion, 3 chew sticks, a dimmed rock badge, and a modest supply of food and water. The rock badge from Canas City? Link chuckled softly, bemused by the audacity of a trainer who had been swayed by water's ill-informed rhetoric stepping out from a gym renowned for its knowledge. Suddenly, as he touched the badge, he felt a surge of warmth and vibration emanating from his pouch. Curious, he opened the waist pouch to discover that the divine plan had begun to emanate light. Did possessing another's badge count? Was it because I inherently qualified to hold a badge? Yet, this badge was not the same as that one, was it? Ignoring the grumbling of the original holder, the resonance between the rock badge and the divine plan intensified with a brilliant glow, heat, and vibration. Link's consciousness faintly connected with it, as if a latent power was yearning to emerge, beckoning a harmonious resonance between them. Moments later, the dim rock badge belonging to the Ocean Team member shattered explosively. A shimmering, sky-blue concentric circle akin to an opal's illusory knowledge badge materialized in midair, accelerating into the divine plan with remarkable speed. Thus, Link mused, setting aside other considerations, he undoubtedly possessed the qualification to acquire a knowledge badge. The divine plan, having absorbed the badge, showed no signs of ceasing. Its radiant blue glow dazzled as it began to resonate further with the golden-white Pokémon egg in the incubator. Link felt utterly lost, as everything unfolding before him surpassed his expectations. He pondered the potential ramifications of the badge and the Pokémon egg. Would it pose a threat to the newborn? If so, he would have to discard the divine plan or vacate this place. Yet, the influence of the badge was swifter than he had anticipated. In an instant, the Pokémon egg, which had been peacefully slumbering in the incubator, began to pulse with the rhythm of life. Radiant, exothermic, dazzling, and vibrant golden light intertwined with the divine azure glow of a sacred plan. The yearning for birth, the desire to behold you, and the longing to run beneath the warm sun surged forth. Intense emotions overflowed from the Pokémon egg, and the fervent will even cause the nutrient solution within the incubator to boil. The light began to warp, swirling in a vortex that drew itself into the egg. A crack resounded. The eggshell was riddled with fissures, from which emerged flames of golden and white hues. That was the fire of life's struggle. Link squinted, eager to witness this momentous birth. In the next instant, the eggshell and incubator, overwhelmed, shattered explosively. A figure of a canine Pokémon, less than half a meter tall, adorned with golden fur, a face as pure as jade, and ears tipped with fiery red fluff, materialized before Link. Chapter 5, Firefox. Fufu. The Firefox, a fox Pokémon. With an easily excitable demeanor, it becomes invigorated after consuming small twigs, brimming with courage to confront formidable foes. Its body temperature can rise rapidly, prompting it to use its ears to release heat and cool down. A later generation penned a haiku praising it. Firefox gazes, amidst the twigs' flames, visions of the future. Link recognized this distinctive beginner Pokémon from the Kalos region, yet he found himself in the Hoenn region. How could these mere minions of the Ocean Team possibly acquire such a rare Pokémon egg in Hoenn? Could it be that this band of pirates was not only involved in human trafficking, but also smuggling? He pondered, but now was not the time for such distractions. He would consider it a mere preference of the Ocean training team for canine-type Pokémon. Firefox, I am Link, a traveling trainer. The current situation is precarious for both of us, and I hope you can temporarily join me in this endeavor. We can leave the rest to Junsha or Joy later. Link thought, realizing that this Firefox's egg might belong to one of the passengers on the ship. Fufu. The Firefox tilted its head in confusion, struggling to comprehend Link's words. Link chuckled softly. Even though the system had a translation function, It could not facilitate communication with a newly born Pokémon that had yet to form its worldview. Fufu. Just then, a rumble emanated from the Fire Fox's belly. It was hungry. Link shook his head, dismissing the trivial concerns unrelated to the present circumstances, and rummaged through the room for the provisions he had prepared earlier, mixing them with fresh milk from a well-known brand. The Fire Fox immediately began to feast eagerly, savoring its very first meal. During this time, he instinctively glanced at the breeding section. The information of the Fire Fox did not appear there, which was expected. In the brief moment that followed, the newborn pup finished its meal and curled up, peacefully drifting into slumber under the watchful gaze of the bipedal creature. Ah, the simple joys of eating and sleeping. Unfortunately, before Link could express his thoughts, the ship's rocking and the frequent sounds of battle from outside stirred the pup awake, prompting it to cast a pleading glance at him. Are you becoming too familiar too quickly? Having spent an extensive duration within the confines of the egg, it is perhaps time to emerge and stretch one's limbs. The little fox, with its drowsy eyes, began to nod off repeatedly. If this continues, it might very well become a portly magical girl. However, considering the gender ratio of fire foxes stands at 71 males to females, it is likely that this charming creature is a delightful young boy. The offspring, vaguely sensing the thoughts of the bipedal being, exhibited a change in expression, mustering the energy to rise, albeit still somewhat sleepy. Link suddenly had a revelation and rummaged through the supplies he had scavenged, producing a teething stick, tearing open a package, and offering it to the drowsy fire fox. Waving it enticingly, this action roused the creature, which energetically leaped to snatch the teething stick from Link's hand, clutching it tightly as it began to gnaw, scattering fragments across the floor without swallowing a single morsel. The fire fox possesses an inherently excitable disposition. Consuming small twigs invigorates it. Before long, having devoured the entire teething stick, the fire fox indeed became as animated as Link had anticipated. Why is that? Link pondered aloud. As he tentatively patted the fox's head, time was of the essence. It was time to showcase your abilities, whether it be scratching, breathing fire, hypnotizing, or telekinesis, anything that could enhance our chances of survival. Upon hearing this, the fire fox proudly raised its head. Combat is an innate instinct for these creatures. With intense focus, it opened its mouth towards the wall, unleashing several beams of vivid red light, leaving scorched marks in their wake. Fire, the fundamental attack of a fire-type special attacker. Impressive indeed. Link applauded the young creature, encouraging it further. Is there more? The fire fox eagerly nodded, its gem-like crimson eyes sparkling with a brilliant azure gleam. To Link's astonishment, the enormous double bed in the room levitated into the air under the fox's gaze, even bearing the weight of an unconscious adult. Is that telekinesis? Can the fire fox learn telekinesis? Is it possible for a newly born creature to wield such power? The proud little fox reveled in Link's astonished silence, maneuvering the bed in midair for a moment before gently returning it to the ground. It seems you are indeed a prodigy, little fox. Most fire foxes at birth are likely unable to perform abilities of such caliber. Do you possess any other skills? Before the question could fully leave his lips, Link felt a wave of lethargy wash over him, his eyelids growing heavy, threatening to succumb to slumber. Inherited move, hypnosis. But he could not afford to sleep now. Stop. Stop. Our situation is perilous. It is not the time for rest. Moments later, the overwhelming drowsiness abruptly dissipated, sparing him from becoming a test subject for the fox's abilities. It appeared that the fire fox truly had exhausted its repertoire of moves. Claw and tail whip are theoretically moves it should have mastered at birth. But whether they can indeed be classified as true moves remains a matter of debate. By the way, the fire fox possesses formidable powers, though its explosive potential is somewhat lacking. Its specialty lies in precision, effortlessly wielding its abilities to extract the learning crystal from a collection of similarly sized objects, or gently plucking a specific hair from Link's head with consistent force. It can even manipulate Link's Pokeball switch from a distance, pilfering items as diminutive as a hair. Consequently, Link reasonably suspects that this fire fox embodies the traits of a magician. However, it may simply be an exceptionally gifted psychic with high special attack stats. With no time to delve into the intricacies of its abilities, he promptly devised numerous strategies based on the fire fox's psychic range limit of merely 15 meters, enabling it to exploit mechanisms for ambushes and surprise attacks against various foes. For instance, it could stealthily seize an opponent's Pokeball to reclaim its Pokémon, utilize hypnosis to assault unsuspecting trainers, or, after an opponent throws a Pokeball, employ telekinesis to lock the switch, preventing the release of their Pokémon. Although the newborn's absolute strength is not particularly high, its reliance on psychic attributes in the game proves to be remarkably effective in reality. Upon hearing the commotion, even the fire fox, having just devoured a teething stick, began to buzz with exhaustion, as if under the influence of hypnosis, and succumbed to drowsiness once more. Observing this, Link found himself at a loss, pondering that perhaps it was best to let the fire fox take a brief nap, as there was no need to burden an infant. Unfortunately, fate was not in his favor. A rhythmic knocking suddenly resonated from outside the room. Someone had arrived, yet Link had never anticipated engaging in real combat. Chapter 6. This world still harbors more good people than bad. The ruffian, previously struck unconscious by Link's sacred plan, had received instructions via intercom to head to the deck, and their prolonged absence made it plausible for someone to seek them out. Yet, he had not expected such a rare occurrence to manifest amidst the chaos. The ominous knocking soon faded into silence, only to be replaced by the sound of a key card being swiped across the sensor. Instinctively, Link sensed something amiss. This room did not appear to accommodate 2 occupants, and he had placed the original room card securely at the entrance. How could someone unlock the door from the outside? The situation felt peculiar, yet he was unsure whether his common sense still applied in this world. Cursing his misfortune, he carefully lifted the firefox and stealthily approached the door, concealing himself in a blind spot near the entrance, while also utilizing its psychic abilities to drag the incapacitated member of the ocean team beside him. Moments later, the door swung open. Upon entering, the newcomer noticed the shattered eggshells, incubator, and remnants of food on the floor, uttering a soft exclamation, before 2 distinct sets of footsteps, one light and one heavy, entered the room. Link was exceedingly tense. This was his first direct confrontation with members of a criminal organization, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. As time ticked away, the footsteps drew nearer to the interior of the room. Suddenly, the footsteps suddenly grew heavier, and a figure clad in a brown trench coat rolled into the room. Skillfully, he sprang to his feet, pivoted, and suspended in midair, aimed his dual firearms at Link, who had been lurking in the shadows. The Ocean Squad's illegal possession of firearms was rather excessive. Don't move, police. Meanwhile, a nearly 1-meter-tall blue humanoid toad swiftly followed, perfectly timing its advance as Link's attention was momentarily captivated by the figure and guns, extending its venomous fingers towards him with a speed that left only an afterimage. The square-faced man in the trench coat and the nefarious frog? In this perilous moment, Link's mind raced, recalling the identity of a similar duo from his memories. Detecting the imminent threat, the fiery fox sprang into action. Unable to locate the previously emphasized spherical object on Link's person, it unleashed its supernatural abilities, hurling the body of an incapacitated Ocean Squad member towards the oncoming enemy. The nefarious frog sneered, striking the human figure away with its toxic hand, continuing its relentless charge. Link yearned to make a move, yet the gun pointed at him rendered him nearly incapable of distraction. Therefore, he called out, "Hey, handsome. Give me a song's worth of time to explain that I am Link, one of the kidnapped passengers who just escaped into the corridor amidst the chaos caused by the pirates' ambush on the Ocean Squad. If you don't believe me, you can awaken the incapacitated one and ask him if I'm his teammate." Wait, nefarious frog. The square-faced man promptly instructed his partner to halt. To be honest, he had not comprehended the latter half of Link's rapid-fire explanation clearly, but his exceptional memory as an international policeman allowed him to recall this face. Indeed, it belonged to one of the passengers detained for an entire day. He had disguised himself as a gentleman to board this vessel, having received prior intelligence regarding the smuggling of goods from the Carlos region by pirates. Not long ago, when Link was confined in a room, he had been lurking, waiting for the opportune moment to act. It was only when the battle between the pirates and the Ocean Squad erupted again in an unexpected manner that he began to take advantage of the chaos to rescue the goods originating from the Carlos region. The square-faced man, with a righteous expression, gazed at the fiery fox nestled in Link's arms, feeling a twinge of confusion. How had it hatched? Observing the situation, the fiery fox bared its teeth at the man, unable to process the complexities of the moment, instinctively sensing that anyone exhibiting hostility towards Link and itself must be a villain. "Why do you call me handsome? Should I call you pretty boy instead?" Link replied with a knowing smile. In such circumstances, it would hardly be appropriate to address him as smelly beggar or stinky. "No, it's perfectly fine. Just call me handsome," the handsome man stated, his tone serious yet subtly nuanced, yet his firearm remained steadfastly aimed. "Now, Mr. Link, I wish to pose a second question. Your name does not appear on the passenger list of this vessel. Who exactly are you, and why are you here?" Unbeknownst to me, the moment I opened my eyes, I discovered that I had been kidnapped, and to this day, I remain perplexed by the circumstances surrounding my abduction. The reasoning behind it is absurd and utterly unconvincing, a justification so flimsy that merely voicing it would evoke a sense of dismissal. Yet, the handsome stranger has been meticulously observing the subtle nuances of my captor's facial expressions, leading him to deduce that I am either the victim of pirates or human traffickers. Under immense psychological strain, one's memories can become muddled. Link appears to be merely 15 or 16 years of age, and it is indeed lamentable that he finds himself ensnared in such perilous circumstances, where a single misstep could result in grave injury or death. "Let us change your clothes back," the stranger suggested. "My colleagues have already begun evacuating the passengers amidst the chaos. The route you took here is secure. You need only remain with them and await the arrival of the lifeboats to head to Twilight Town." With the stranger preoccupied with his own mission, he cannot personally escort Link, thus placing his trust in the youth's remarkable resourcefulness. His gaze then fell upon the fire fox nestled in Link's embrace, noting their evident camaraderie, indicating that the creature is relatively trustworthy, and he chose not to mention its status as contraband for the time being. Overjoyed at the stranger's assistance, Link swiftly donned the oversized Snorlax pajamas and slippers he had worn at home, standing out conspicuously among the tourists, making him memorable to the handsome stranger. He then departed with the fire fox, following the path indicated by the stranger, and soon found himself among the Mrs. Junsha, who were organizing the rescue of passengers on one side of the cruise ship. Are there still passengers left? Miss Junsha exclaimed upon spotting the pajama-clad youth. Come here quickly. I will ensure your safe departure. Link approached her with a mixture of emotions, observing the other rescued passengers and the lifeboats stationed at the ship's side. Reflecting on the situation, he mused that had he not wandered aimlessly, he might have already been rescued. Without the intervention of the handsome stranger, he could very well have remained aboard, embroiled in a futile struggle for survival. However, reality does not unfold like a simulator, rich with hypotheticals. Even if given the chance to make different choices, he glanced at the fire fox, which seemed a tad shy amidst the throng of unfamiliar faces, nestled tightly in his arms, and he couldn't help but smile knowingly. Even with the prospect of choosing anew, even if the fire fox would inevitably be rescued by the handsome stranger, he would still embark on his own small adventure, witnessing the moment of the spirit's birth. Moonlight danced across the water's surface, resembling a silvery carpet welcoming foreign friends from another realm. Before long, Link, the fire fox, and the other passengers boarded the lifeboat under the protection of Miss Junsha, setting off for the cruise ship's intended next destination, Twilight Town. Upon landing, he promptly sought out Miss Junsha to explain his situation, clarifying that the fire fox was not his companion, but rather a smuggled item belonging to the pirates. Thus began the tale of a refugee from another world and Carlos, the human trafficker. Chapter 7. The determined boy from another world sets forth on his quest to gather allies. Name: Link. Age: male, 18. In the police station of Mosui Town. Miss Junsha, perplexed, scrutinized the unfortunate youth, Link, who had been abducted by pirates. He appeared to be no more than 15 or 16 years of age. In truth, Link sensed that his physique had greatly improved since his arrival in this new world. Though he had once been a completely degenerated university student, he had now regained a youthful body, only to be swiftly pierced through the abdomen by an air cannon from a bada beast. Reflecting on the system's previous hints, he suspected that his body had reverted to the pinnacle of his high school years. Well, I cannot recall the specifics. Just fill in a rough estimate, he suggested. Junsha nodded and recorded the age of 16 on her computer. As for his birthplace, he was uncertain. Thus, she noted Mosui Town. Before long, a trainer card for the Hoenn region was freshly minted. The front displayed Link's name, gender, age, origin, and residence, while the back listed his honors thus far. The Hoenn region did not possess identification cards. The household registration system was rather lax. This trainer card, akin to a driver's license or student ID, represented Link's officially recognized citizenship by the Hoenn League. Initially, Link had feared that his status as an undocumented resident would pose significant challenges. Yet he was pleasantly surprised when Miss Junsha promptly provided considerable assistance after confirming his claims. This left him with a sense of gratitude, realizing that, indeed, there were many good people in this world. The firefox perched upon his shoulder sniffed the ink on the trainer card and disdainfully sneezed. Well, now you can enjoy the privileges of citizenship within the Hoenn League, Junsha remarked with a smile, genuinely pleased for the duo who had shared such trials. The League and the police station proved to be more accommodating than he had anticipated. Although Link voluntarily revealed the identity of the firefox and expressed his desire for it to return to its original owner, investigations revealed that this batch of Pokémon eggs had been smuggled, with both origin and owner completely obscured. Moreover, since the firefox had grown quite fond of Link, Miss Junsha generously decided to designate it to him as the beginner Pokémon that every citizen could apply for at the age of 10. She even personally contributed 50,000 Poké dollars as a reward for aiding the police in combating criminals. Despite a few minor mishaps at the outset, Link, having received such kindness from this world, felt compelled to strive for integration into this new phase of life. That morning, now a legally recognized trainer with his trainer card in hand, he strolled through the streets of Mosui Town alongside his firefox, marveling at the entire world around him. The streets were alive not only with humans, but also with terrestrial Pokémon common to the Hoenn region, such as Snorlax and Houndoom. He even caught glimpses of rare Pokémon like Bagon and Tropius. At the street vendors selling takoyaki, the weight resting upon the pickled vegetable jar is not a stone, but a delicate, bubble-blowing sun coral. Inside the shop's aquarium, a seahorse floats gracefully at the water's surface, basking in the sunlight while emitting a mist-like spray of water. Occasionally, a guppy leaps from the surface, gasping for air, splashing vibrant droplets in the sunlight, only to be snatched mid-air by a swooping seagull. However, some unfortunate seagulls find themselves caught by predatory fish during their hunt, struggling as they are dragged beneath the waves. A fisherman, weary from a night of waiting, finally reels in a shimmering golden king carp, but before he can secure it, he is met with a sharp slap across the face. An elder stands upon a piece of driftwood, gazing solemnly at Route 131, muttering incomprehensible phrases about the absence of clouds today. This harmonious tableau of humans, spirits, and nature coexisting and intertwining captivates Link, who hails from a bustling metropolis. The enchanting world around him leaves him utterly entranced. Yet, where are the guardians of the wild? He glances at the firefox beside him, who, having only seen one night of life, shares his curiosity about this new world. He resolves within himself, Firefox, I believe that every encounter between souls holds significance. We were both born into this world on the same day. Shall we journey together and explore the wonders that await us? The firefox tilts its head in confusion, struggling to grasp the weight of his words. However, it soon comprehends the essence of his invitation and nuzzles close to Link, eager to embark on this adventure together as lifelong companions. A life without a particular aim can indeed be fascinating, but that is a concern for later years. For now, while they are still young, they shall strive to become trainers, earn 8 badges, and participate in the Pokémon League to chase the title of champion. Previously, Link aspired to be an 8-badge trainer, but with the aid of the Firefox and the simulator system, he now believes he possesses ample opportunity to achieve this goal. As for the Firefox, it is still young, yet to form its own worldview. Link intends to guide it through this journey, helping it to better understand the world, cultivate its interests, and discover its life's aspirations. The lives of both humans and spirits stretch long ahead. Thus, they shall continue onward, constantly revising their destination. With 54,396 Poké in hand and uncertainty about where his next meal will come from or where he will sleep tonight, Link is filled with confidence. Though he may be a late-blooming hero thanks to the simulator, he cherishes his time in this world and does not intend to meander aimlessly. Instead, he will meticulously select his team from the outset and strive to recruit all members as soon as possible. Even during a brief stroll, Link has already contemplated names for the offspring of his future team members. His goal is crystal clear: Team Sunny Day. With the fire-type Pokémon, the fiery red fox, serving as the team's catalyst, he intends to harness its versatile psychic abilities to execute tactical maneuvers involving space, terrain, and item exchanges. Using the fiery and malevolent blazing roar tiger as a disruptive force within the team, I shall employ tactics such as intimidate, threatening remarks, loud roars, and rapid retreats to deplete the opponent's resources and establish a unified defense. The core offensive powerhouse will be the fire rock type, Arcanine, whose sheer strength is unadorned yet formidable. It can master both Flare Blitz and Double Edge, allowing it to unleash devastation with the support of its comrades. Charizard, the fire-flying type, will serve as the weather manipulator and special attacker. Despite lacking championship accolades, this fiery maestro remains steadfastly reliable. However, a full fire-type team is overly aggressive, even within a sunny squad, as it bears 3 glaring weaknesses to water, ground, and rock types, all of which are prevalent threats. Therefore, the inclusion of a grass-type Pokémon for defensive synergy is imperative. While Shroomish presents a trustworthy silhouette, it faces real-world challenges, such as being swept away by errant gusts, washed away by torrents, incinerated by flames, or buried by the earth, thus failing to replicate its former glory in a turn-based format. It is now time for Jirachi, Conkeldurr, and the whimsical parish song Meowth to take the stage. However, given that the former is a mythical Pokémon and the latter two require transcontinental travel, the eerie Porygon Z, possessing both fire and grass types and hailing from the Sinnoh region, emerges as the prime candidate. As for the final slot, I have yet to determine a suitable replacement, but for now, it shall be tentatively filled by the Moonlight Bear. With my objectives clearly delineated, our forthcoming journey will proceed sequentially with Charmander, Shiny Cacturne, Fire Meowth, Porygon Z, and Moonlight Bear. Chapter 8. The system's items are ineffective against Pokémon, but impactful for trainers, a turn of events that defies logic. Strolling through the streets of Mauville Town, it wasn't long before a fine mist of rain began to descend from the sky, delicate as gossamer. After all, this is the rainy region of Hoenn. Remarkably, despite being a fire type, the firefox does not harbor any disdain for the gentle drizzle. As its fur becomes dampened by the rain, it astonishingly exudes an impressive energy that evenly distributes its fiery essence across its surface, effortlessly vaporizing the moisture. Thus, amidst the rain, the firefox radiates an aura akin to a glowing ember, continuously emitting white wisps of steam. Could this fox truly be a prodigy? Remarkable. Indeed, maintain that momentum. Link mused that this development could evolve into techniques akin to Will-O-Wisp, Protect, Magical Guard, and Reflect, noting in his mind that this method of energy control was a splendid idea. With one human and one fox continuing their leisurely stroll, they eventually located the Mauville Pokémon Center before noon. From a distance, the grand, iconic red roof and Pokeball insignia immediately confirmed their destination. As they approached the expansive center, rivaling the size of a shopping mall, in stark contrast to its vast exterior, The interior of the Malville Pokémon Center felt relatively serene. Given the modest population of this small island town, many of the able-bodied residents had already embarked on ships for work or ventured onto the mainland in search of opportunities, resulting in a higher ratio of fishermen than trainers. Thanks to the ancient sky pillar that has stood resolutely along Route 131, Malville Town has, for centuries, been spared from tempestuous tsunamis and fierce storms. Today's light rain is merely a triviality. For reasons unknown, the formidable elves exhibit a reluctance to approach waterway number 131 in the town of Twilight Water, resulting in a diminished demand for martial prowess in the latter. The trainers on the island are primarily individuals who, after witnessing the breathtaking performances of Macaulay on television, impulsively bring their water-type Pokémon to the Pokémon Center for registration. As a consequence, Twilight Water has recently secured a splendid venue for grand competitions from the league, thus increasing the proportion of coordinators relative to traditional trainers. The scarcity of trainers has its advantages. At least Link need not worry about pre-booking accommodations. Were this his hometown, the Pokémon Center in such a minuscule locale would undoubtedly be teeming with people. Upon his arrival, he sought out Nurse Joy, candidly expressing his status as a novice trainer lacking knowledge of the field, and inquired about the functions of the Pokémon Center. Ah, a newcomer to Twilight Water. How rare. After registering for lodging using his young trainer card, Joy dutifully elucidated. Trainers can enjoy complimentary accommodations, healing, health checkups, and purchase everyday necessities at cost price. They are also able to borrow instructional books published by the league, rent training spaces and equipment, and register for job opportunities. Link was astounded by what he perceived as a utopian welfare system. But what responsibilities must trainers fulfill? What is the cost? Joy tilted her head. The cost? Well, it is simply to abide by the law, study diligently, and strive for improvement each day. The Pokémon Center functions as a welfare institution, designed to assist trainers, those pioneers navigating the symbiotic frontier between human society and Pokémon. The services provided are fundamentally endorsed by the league. Moreover, the competitive arena of Pokémon battles has catalyzed the economic development of the entire league, generating unimaginable employment opportunities and profits. In a sense, the treatment trainers receive is akin to a salary. Link, who had applied to the university for the mathematics department and possessed little knowledge of economics, found it difficult to discern any deeper implications, merely sensing that the league's actions were perhaps an encouragement of the rule of law. Thank you, Nurse Joy. This Firefox was born on the ship last night. Could you assist in conducting a comprehensive health examination for it? Joy nodded. What a darling. Leave it to me. The Firefox, initially perplexed by the presence of strangers, received an encouraging glance from Link. However, perhaps due to the warm aura exuded by Joy and her assistant, the Firefox soon became enveloped in a cocoon of gentleness. While the Firefox underwent its examination, Link borrowed several instructional books provided by the Center for Trainers, Hoenn and Pokémon, Trainer Code, Trainer Biographies, Tips for Quadrupedal Pokémon, Guidelines for Raising Land Pokémon, An Introduction to Psychic Powers and Meditation, The Secrets of Flame, An Introduction to Pokémon Breeding, and Comedic Anthology by Professor Oak. All these volumes appeared quite new, seemingly untouched by other borrowers, raising questions of whether they were common knowledge or simply disregarded. Nevertheless, Link understood that he must engage in learning. Not long ago, he conducted a test and discovered that the items produced by the system had no effect on the Firefox. The cultivation section remained unchanged after he captured the Firefox. This indicated that his external enhancement could provide no assistance to the Pokémon, only bringing improvements to him as a trainer. In this world, there are no digital monsters, thus, only attribute points, system items, and beast-taming skills hold value. While attribute points sound impressive, Link realized that his physical condition was entirely different from that of the people in this world. If his initial 3 attributes, strength, agility, and constitution, were at 10, the average for individuals in this world would likely hover around 15, with a higher constitution and lower strength. The latter 3 attributes, intelligence, perception, charisma, currently showed no discernible difference. Link pondered that, as a healthy individual at the peak of adolescence, he would likely be on par with a frail youth in this world. To elevate his physical attributes to match the average of the inhabitants would require a considerable amount of points and time, and even achieving that would not set him apart from an ordinary trainer. Thus, Link was convinced he needed to identify his advantageous range, focusing on boosting his perception and mental attributes first. If he couldn't enhance his Pokémon, he would enhance himself as a trainer. Noticing that his bit count had risen to 1450 through the continuous battles with the Pock Beast, he decided to allocate another 1,000 points to his perception, raising it to 12. With that slight shiver, Link experienced an enhancement in his perception, insight, and comprehension, as if the clarity of the entire world had sharpened. He soon realized that the cost to further increase his perception had escalated from 1,000 to 10,000 bits. If every 2 attribute points required an additional increment, then raising his perception to 20 would demand a staggering 2 million bits. Currently, his efficiency in gathering bits was approximately 200 points per hour, meaning it would take him 12 years to reach that target solely by enhancing perception. Quite absurd. Nevertheless, Link believed that as his simulation progress advanced and the strength of the Pock Beast increased, he could engage in more challenging battles, significantly enhancing his bit acquisition efficiency. Defeating a single mid-stage Bada Beast would yield 10 bits and coins. Thus, vanquishing an ultimate Form 0 victory beast should reward him with at least 100,000 bits. In any case, he would simulate first and learn later. Chapter 9. The Healthy Fire Fox. With some time left before the health check concluded, Link opened a book and idly gazed in the central hall, initiating today's simulation. Restart. Knowing full well that Senior Tamayoshi had mentioned monsters and ghosts lurking within the school building, and yet, they still chose to act separately. What an undisciplined bunch. Thus, you immediately called for everyone to suggest that they act together. The issue arose with the current disappearance of Senior Aoi, raising the possibility of unforeseen dangers at any moment. The school building was too vast, and while acting together ensured safety, it was exceedingly awkward. After carefully weighing your proposal, Takuma believed that splitting into pairs would be more effective. Takuma would team with Rin, while you would pair with the Labrato Beast. As you chuckled with a crooked smile, this esteemed senior, you surely do not wish to find yourself isolated, only to be abruptly invaded by a monstrous creature. Meeting a grim fate, Takanori Yasunori has joined the ranks. Although the Gunny Beast possesses rather peculiar combat capabilities, with the assistance of the Labramon, upon teaming up with Yasunori, you have embraced the righteous strategy of overwhelming the foe with numbers, prevailing effortlessly against the wandering monsters. The synergy of the data-type Fox Beast, the virus-type Gunny Beast, and the vaccine-type Labramon rendered you invincible, even against adversaries of equal or greater numbers. Regrettably, your extensive search within the school premises yielded no fruitful results. Fortunately, upon rendezvousing with Takuma and Minoru at the appointed time, you learned that they had encountered a ghost lingering within the school's music room, who informed them about the spider beast lurking in the gymnasium, as well as the underground passage leading to the gym from the cafeteria. Upon hearing this, the Labramon was immediately eager to rescue Shibuya Aoi, and you all concurred that further delay would be perilous. The spider beast must be defeated tonight. Together, the group made their way to the cafeteria, yet a feeling of unease gnawed at you. Could 5 juvenile forms triumph over one matured being? Moreover, the spider beast had numerous minions at its disposal. The combat prowess of the Gunny Beast was negligible, and while the Fox Beast was formidable, it was at a disadvantage against the spider beast, relegated to clearing out lesser foes on the periphery. The numerical superiority of Agumon, Hawkmon, and Labramon was evident. Yet this slight edge was insufficient to bridge the chasm between the two sides. Although you were keen on formulating a strategy, your thoughts were muddled, leaving you no option but to charge ahead. Link pondered, I understand too well. This must be the evolution tactic during battle, right? Hayabusa Takuma, swiftly unveil your divine plan. Moments later, the group traversed the dark passage excavated by the monsters within the cafeteria, arriving at the gymnasium, now ensnared in spider webs. You discovered the unconscious Shibuya Aoi trapped within the web behind the spider beast. The Labramon, consumed by fervor, ignited the battle. The towering spider beast instilled dread among the crowd, flanked by 3 additional normal-sized spider beasts as its minions. Yet Takuma summoned his courage and took the lead, charging headfirst. Could 5 juvenile forms truly contend with 4 matured entities? The Labramon, in its reckless haste, was struck down by the leader, the spider beast, through its piercing venom needle. Dissolving into data, an unforeseen transformation ensued. With the Labramon's demise, Aoi Senpai also vanished in a burst of light. This sudden turn of events left the students bewildered, as their escape route was sealed by the spider beast. The disheartened group fell one by one, unable to muster the will to fight. While despite your intentions to slay the enemy, the Fox Beast was simply no match for the spider beast. Regrettably, you could not compel the spider beast to unleash its full might, leading to your team's annihilation. Simulation concluded. You earned 200 gold, 200 bits, and 1 Guardian Crystal. Guardian Crystal enhances the defensive capabilities of the target. The hexagonal pattern resembles a shield, while the defensive capabilities undergo alterations. Observing the results of the simulation, Link felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. 5 creatures in their growth phase faced off against 4 in their maturity phase, with the contribution of the Gunny Beast among his teammates being negligible, while the eager Labramon was prone to impulsiveness, without relying on sheer level superiority. This was a daunting challenge. The sole silver lining was the apparent defeat of some wandering Digimon during the process, yielding a handful of resources. Link retrieved the Guardian Crystal from his system backpack, and upon holding it, he sensed a peculiar inertial field enveloping his form, which should enhance his defense. This crystal proved ineffective for the Fire Fox, and carrying it around was cumbersome. Fortunately, within the cultivation section, both he and the Pokémon had 3 equipment slots available. After equipping the Guardian Crystal to the Pokémon, Link continued to adorn himself with the learning crystal. When the latter was equipped, the character interface displayed the specific effect, Intelligence 2 Enhancement. As long as he wore it, his mind became remarkably sharp. He had just calculated that reaching full perception would require 12 years of passive gameplay, all thanks to this boon. Additionally, Bit had reached 700 during this process. And after simulating twice more, he could accumulate the necessary 1,000 for Intelligence 1. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Link was not significantly brighter than the average individual. With an Intelligence 2 enhancement, he should find it easier to comprehend the wealth of knowledge contained within those extensive reference books. Moreover, likely due to the presence of other teammates, the free battles section now allowed for the deployment of companion Digimon for more expansive combat engagements. However, Link could not enhance his ally strength. The Digimon like Agumon were merely snapshots from the last simulation. He switched the enemy to Spider Beast and deployed 5 of his strongest, earning 100 bits in 10 minutes, equivalent to 600 bits per hour. Yet, the inconsistency in victory rates posed a risk of failure. Passive operations were far less efficient than manual control, yielding only about 300 bits per hour. Nonetheless, this was still a marked improvement. Once he managed to progress the simulation to gather 8 children, he should achieve optimal passive efficiency. Just as Link prepared to continue simulating, amassing 1,000 bits to enhance his intelligence, logical reasoning, and calculation speed, he heard a voice. Trainer Kobayashi, your Firefox's health examination is complete. Kobayashi? It took Link half a minute to realize they were referring to him. He promptly set aside his book and approached the front desk, retrieving his somewhat bored and sleepy Firefox. Congratulations. This is a very healthy and vibrant Firefox, Joy beamed sincerely. Although we do not have the data from its newborn stage, its overall qualities are already approaching those of the most gifted fire chickens, particularly in terms of intelligence and responsiveness, which far exceed those of novice Pokémon at 1 year old. However, its stamina may be lacking. Nevertheless, with such exceptional talent, this Firefox holds great potential in both battles and coordination. Indeed, as long as it remains healthy, I shall be quite content. The results from the Firefox's examination did not exceed his expectations. After receiving the sleepy bug, Link gently rubbed its shiny black nose with his finger, saying, "Wake up. Let's have a meal first." In an instant, the Firefox was infused with vitality, as if it had consumed a small twig. Chapter 10. Introduction to Pokémon Breeding. Health Report. Species. Firefox. Name. Trainer. Link. Gender. Female. Type. Fire. Level. 1 ability. Blaze. Health. Perhaps insufficient. Attack power. Perhaps insufficient. Defense. Average. Special attack. Exceptional. Special defense. Remarkable. Speed. Very good. Moves. Fire Psychic. Hypnosis. Mysterious Guard. Mimic. Deceit. Link was somewhat surprised as the machine in the corner printed out the health report for the Firefox. He had not anticipated that its ability would be Blaze, nor that it would possess the moves Mimic, Deceit, and the non-egg move Mysterious Guard at birth. There was a vague sense that the Firefox harbored powers within, even it itself was unaware of them. Thanks to the instrument's examination, despite not fully understanding the underlying principles, he was enlightened. After purchasing 2 cans of Pokémon food suitable for newborns at the friendly shop, Link also acquired various daily necessities such as a backpack and brushes, as well as 2 sets of spare clothing for replacing Snorlax's pajamas. In just a single afternoon, his savings had dwindled to below 50,000, proving that raising children and pets indeed incurs significant expenses. With a mind to contribute to household expenses, he browsed the job listings provided by the Pokémon Center, discovering that most were part-time positions requiring Pokémon assistance. Tasks such as watering, tilling, fishing, igniting, transporting, and battling were not beyond Link's capabilities, but the workload designated for Pokémon was far too demanding for a frail youth like him. And the newly born Firefox was ill-equipped to handle the vast majority of these tasks. After careful consideration and calculations, it became evident that he would need to tighten his belt for a time and swiftly train the Firefox to a level where it could stand on its own. At that point, it would be better suited for work, battles, or dazzling competitions. With this thought in mind, Link patted the Firefox on the head, saying, "This household relies entirely on you." Though it did not comprehend, the Firefox eagerly responded, "Leave it to me." With a smile, he took the little fox back to his room. Due to the small population in Mushy Town, most of the center's accommodations were single or double rooms rather than conventional 4-person dormitories. Link was assigned a single room that not only had a private bathroom, but also a television. Upon reaching his temporary abode, he spent some time adjusting the television to find a suitable channel, and after cautioning the Firefox not to use fire-type moves in the house while he was away, he finally dared to take a shower. During this period, the fiery fox gazed curiously at the splendid competitions showcased on the Hoenn channel, its eyes shimmering like brilliant stars at the sight of beautiful and novel moves in battle. It found the spectacle captivating, yearning for more. Although it could not comprehend the intricacies of the performances or the commentary of the host, it delighted in the atmosphere, envisioning a future where it too could execute such dazzling techniques. However, as it continued to watch, the fiery fox began to sense that something was amiss with the moves being demonstrated. Were they counterintuitive, inefficient, superficial? Though it lacked the understanding of several techniques, its innate instincts and keen intellect made it realize that such applications of moves were incorrect. Lying on the floor in contemplation, the fox's ruby-red eyes sparkled with a blue gleam as it attempted to mimic the techniques displayed by the Pokémon on the screen using its psychic abilities. Yet, the unpracticed imitation quickly led to failure, leaving the little fox perplexed. Scratching its ears in deep in thought, it focused intently on the extravagant battles on the television, even channeling its psychic energy to concentrate, unconsciously emitting subtle waves. Suddenly, its eyes radiated a faint, iridescent glow, and it felt the world around it transform dramatically. The alterations and flows of light, air, electricity, and energy, the workings of its own body, the inner workings of the television, and even Link in the bathroom, all unfolded before the fiery fox's gaze. The Eye of Miracles, akin to the mind's eye, is a technique that approaches mastery through observation of energy flow, allowing one to discern an enemy's true form and enabling psychic moves to penetrate the defenses of malevolent-type Pokémon. Everything was reflected in its eyes, save for the techniques employed by the creatures on the television. The screen merely displayed light and shadow. How could it possibly convey the workings and flow of those intangible energies? The fiery fox could not fathom this, feeling perplexed by the little box before it. Before long, as it had not yet fully grasped the technique, it began to feel fatigue in its eyes, ceasing its intense focus and returning to its normal state. "I've finished washing up. I'll boil some water for you to wash next," Link said, emerging from the bathroom dressed anew. Noticing the fiery fox with its eyes closed before the television, he suspected it might be feeling a bit weary that day. After all, newborns need to eat, make noise, and sleep well to thrive. However, his role as a trainer required diligent study. After expending 1,000 bits to enhance his intelligence, supplemented by a learning crystal to elevate it to 13, Link began to devote himself to the study of reference materials borrowed from the Pokémon Center. According to the concepts outlined in Introduction to Pokémon Breeding, the essence of a Pokémon's move lies in its manipulation of energy. Physical moves primarily harness energy for the user's benefit, while special moves release it outward. Transformative moves involve alterations in form and nature, often proving more complex and requiring specific analysis based on the situation. The process of a Pokémon's enhancement is intrinsically linked to the augmentation of its physical capabilities and mastery over energy manipulation techniques. To learn a particular move, a Pokémon must first acquire the requisite skills. Generally speaking, more than 50% of the energy within a Pokémon corresponds to its primary type. For instance, a Charmander predominantly embodies the fire type. The remaining energy is influenced by various factors such as its type, egg group, lineage, and ancestry, often resulting in a laying of energies that manifests as the normal type. However, there are exceptions, such as certain Charmanders that exhibit a higher proportion of Dragon-type attributes, thereby displaying a secondary type. Executing moves of one's inherent type is the most straightforward endeavor, yet employing moves of other types necessitates a transformation of attributes and properties. This capability is fundamentally rooted in the Pokémon's intellect and willpower, which explains why many special attackers possess a more extensive repertoire of techniques. Additionally, some energy types serve as dual-purpose cards, such as normal and dragon types, allowing these Pokémon to learn a wider array of moves. In essence, a Pokémon's skill set varies from individual to individual. It is not merely the case that physical attackers have a limited selection of moves. The existence of trainers is pivotal, as they provide the necessary pressure of choice that nature alone cannot offer, tailoring their teaching methods to the unique personalities of their Pokémon, enabling them to master moves and techniques they would not otherwise learn. The foundation for achieving this lies in comprehending one's Pokémon's attributes, abilities, species traits, individual values, awakening levels, awakening attributes, and character, as well as the focal points for gathering and transforming energy. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is the mutual commitment to progress and the unbreakable bond shared between trainer and Pokémon. A Pokémon's innate talent holds little significance for the trainer unless they can help the Pokémon transcend its limitations, which is the true essence of nurturing. How audacious! Who is the author? Link mused, flipping to the back of the book Introduction to Pokémon Breeding, where he recognized a familiar name, Professor Oak. However, it begs the question, if trainers can only help Pokémon reach the levels attainable through natural means, what purpose do trainers serve? Chapter 11. I apologize for not allowing you to unleash your full potential. Perhaps due to the intellectual insights gained, Link found these reference books remarkably straightforward. Thanks to the accumulated wisdom of predecessors, he discovered a minor flaw in his Firefox's stamina. Stamina affects not only the amount of damage a Pokémon can withstand, but also its overall durability. The energy required for a Pokémon to execute moves is derived from its stamina. Thus, Pokémon with weak stamina face the drawback of insufficient endurance. Consider Pikachu, a quintessential example. Pikachu possesses average speed, while its attack, and special defense are rather feeble, with virtually no stamina or physical defense. Even though an exceptional trainer can enhance Pikachu's astounding speed and explosive power through rigorous training, it soon becomes evident that such a Pokémon, after exerting itself to the fullest, succumbs to fatigue, failing to maintain an average performance in the latter stages of battle, ultimately being easily eliminated due to a severe decline in condition. Even a Pikachu of championship caliber can merely mask this flaw, failing to eliminate the underlying issue entirely. This predicament is dictated by the Pokémon's innate attributes and personality. With inherent deficiencies, greater effort is required for training, alongside tactical adjustments from the trainer. In simpler terms, it is a matter of biding time while exerting effort, employing frequent substitutions, and acting only when the opportunity arises, utilizing varied techniques to disrupt, employing minor skills to block movements, and seizing the slightest opening to secure victory is essential. One must ponder deeply, avoid impulsiveness, and never engage in unfavorable matchups unless absolutely necessary. If a sacrifice must be made, let it not bolster the opponent. Whether in singles or doubles, the outcome of a battle ultimately hinges on which side still has standing Pokémon on the field. It is effortless and pleasurable to enhance one's skills and attributes to maximum levels with external aids. And modifying a Pokémon's moves to exceed 1,000 in power brings delight. Unfortunately, the system items generated by Link only benefit him, rendering them inferior compared to those of a friend. Even if one were to train themselves to become a humanoid Pokémon, the trainer cannot enter the arena. However, if one were to wield the Sword of the Unification, the feasibility of a trainer jumping into the battlefield remains in question. Nevertheless, the training that occurs outside the arena significantly influences the battle outcome. Having spent an entire afternoon engrossed in a portion of Introduction to Pokémon Breeding, Link felt he had attained enlightenment. He considered himself a prodigious trainer and breeder of super high school caliber. "Awaken, little fox, it's time for a snack," he declared, presenting a chew stick before the Pokémon, who eagerly engaged with it, crunching enthusiastically. After a duration equivalent to that of one chew stick, the Firefox transitioned from slumber to an exuberant state. Yet, one must admit, the texture of this artificial chew stick is lacking compared to genuine twigs. Devoid of the succulent juices and fragrant woodiness, it quickly becomes monotonous. Tomorrow, we can venture to the fruit grove for some harvesting and gather branches to gnaw on. These manufactured chew sticks have a long shelf life, so they can serve as emergency provisions. Alas, in the diminutive town of Mushy, there are scant fruit plantations. Once the Firefox had calmed, Link guided it to the training grounds of the Pokémon Center. Initially, there was no need for rigorous exertion. Instead, they would engage in a game. "This game is called badminton," he explained, retrieving a tub of shuttlecocks and a racket he had purchased during their outing. "The objective is to strike the shuttlecock over to the opponent's side, ensuring it does not touch the ground on your own." With that, he unwrapped a shuttlecock and tossed it into the air. The Firefox instinctively gazed upward, tracking the shuttlecock with its keen sight, driven by its canine instincts. As the shuttlecock descended, Link struck it back into the air. "Is it clear now, or should I find someone to demonstrate for you?" Upon hearing this, the Firefox shook its head. It comprehended fully, but how could it play without a racket? Link chuckled with a hint of mischief. "It's quite simple. You merely need to become the racket. During the game, you must convert the energy within you into a projectile, indirectly controlling the shuttlecock with your own energy blasts." Phew! Enlightenment dawned upon her. However, this technique is significantly more challenging than wielding a racket. It demands exceptional dynamic vision, mastery over energy, precision in launching, and an acute understanding of angles, all while ensuring the shuttlecock remains intact, a feat nearly impossible for a newborn Firefox. Yet, this seemingly attainable yet immensely challenging endeavor serves as a means of training. As the sprite grasped the rules of the game, the duo, one human and one fox, arrived at a modest battleground. Link served first, executing a standard forehand serve that sent the shuttlecock soaring to the edge of the opponent's court. The Firefox, anticipating the shuttlecock's descent, dashed forward and unleashed a fiery projectile towards it. In an instant, the shuttlecock ignited. A once promising educational tool reduced to ashes without even a single effective strike. Phew! It appeared that the fire attribute could not be employed. Energy of a normal or psychic nature was required. No matter, there were plenty of shuttlecocks in the tube. Onward they went. With that, Link served once more, maintaining the shuttlecock's trajectory towards the edge of the opponent's half. For a university student, regression is also a form of evolution. At present, he was in peak physical and mental condition, while the little fox seemed amusingly carefree, effortlessly engaging in the game. Observing this, the Firefox focused intently and released a moderately powered normal energy blast that accurately struck the shuttlecock. Its initial strike demonstrated commendable control over force and angle. As the shuttlecock landed just before the non-existent net, Link quickly stepped forward and, with a gentle yet precise stroke, directed the shuttlecock towards the front half of the opponent's court. At that moment, the Firefox positioned itself at the edge of the playing area, unable to reach in time. However, it need not run about. It swiftly unleashed an accelerated energy blast that crossed the court in the blink of an eye, striking the shuttlecock before it touched down. The hasty reception resulted in a less-than-perfect angle of attack, causing the shuttlecock to ascend at a 70-degree angle. Seizing the opportunity, Link's serious demeanor kicked in. He would not underestimate anyone, regardless of age or gender, and would exert his utmost even against infants, women, or dogs. This was the moment for a powerful smash. He leaped from the ground. This ultimate strike was as if everyone had been liberated. The Fire Fox, sensing the trainer's intent, acted before Link could swing his racket, launching a high-speed star-shaped energy blast into the air. In the next instant, Link, channeling the force of a meteor, executed his smash with all his might. Yet, just as the shuttlecock entered the opponent's court, the speeding energy blast arrived just in time, sending the shuttlecock back. What? Link's mind went blank, his eyes glazed over. How could the Fire Fox have anticipated the shuttlecock's trajectory before he struck? Moreover, while he was still ascending from his jump, the shuttlecock had already landed. 150 foo-foo. What a surprise. The accuracy of the fox is quite impressive. In response, Link remarked, "Shut it down. It's pointless." Chapter 12, Psychic Powers, an initial exploration of meditation. I can't take it anymore. I feel as though I am on the brink of death. By the end, the fox, having mastered only a rudimentary version of High-Speed Star, was amusing itself by playing ball with itself. The midday bath was utterly in vain. As soon as Link returned to his room, he collapsed in exhaustion. Engaging in a match against a psychic Pokémon capable of effortlessly perceiving the entire court was truly an exercise in futility. Notably, the Fire Fox, which seemed not to be a psychic Pokémon, further evidenced its exceptional prowess in its secondary attributes and special attack talents. Even a casually hatched Fire Fox exhibits such remarkable qualities. Link couldn't help but question whether the issue lay with his own luck or the radiant knowledge badge acquired during its hatching. The essence of the badge is a manifestation of the mind's power, which should be effective for the inhabitants of this world, right? After taking another shower, heating water, and cleaning the little fox's body and grooming its fur, the newly born creature soon succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep. Seizing this opportunity, Link instinctively retrieved the Psychic Attribute Pokémon Cultivation Guide provided by the Pokémon Center, Psychic Powers, an initial exploration of meditation. The synergy between trainers and Pokémon necessitates that the former learn and strive diligently. As a trainer, he recognized his numerous shortcomings and realized he must invest several times the effort to catch up. He could not afford to let his talent go to waste. Psychic powers involve altering the material world through self-awareness, harnessing mental strength developed through contemplation and calculation, a capability accessible to both humans and Pokémon. Upon opening the guide, the opening words prompted Link to ponder whether, with the aid of a simulator enhancing his intelligence, he too could master psychic abilities. The vast majority of Pokémon possess the potential to learn psychic moves. Some do so through contemplation, while others rely on instinct, particularly those of psychic attributes, who can exert an influence magnitudes greater than ordinary Pokémon. Similarly, humans, through rigorous training, can achieve comparable feats. However, lacking innate talent, they are theoretically limited to bending spoons at best. In reality, figures like Nessa, a supermodel of sorts, can casually transform individuals into dolls. Her psychic abilities might rival those of a demigod. Can Mutwo transform people into dolls? Perhaps not, as this creature ranks among the weakest of the first-tier deities, perpetually facing setbacks and still struggling for a comeback after more than 20 years. Upon reaching this point, Link was filled with anticipation, eager to immediately attempt the so-called meditation to acquire psychic abilities that would aid in his training and battles with Pokémon. Turning the page, he discovered that, due to the systematic meditation methods having been lost to time, trainers are encouraged to explore their intrinsic mental gifts independently. Further elaboration is omitted here. What the heck? Frustrated, Link tossed the book onto the bed as if it were something filthy, confronted by an author who stirs the emotions only to douse them with cold water. The protagonist's mood mirrors that of a valiant military strategist whose aspirations remain unfulfilled, evoking tears of frustration akin to those of a hero doomed to lament his fate. Oh, have I disturbed your slumber? Fear not, continue your rest. We shall venture out to play this afternoon. Having calmed his ire, the adult Link retrieved his book once more. Turning the page, he pondered that without meditation techniques, the key to unearthing one's psychic talents lies in perception. Theoretically, every individual possesses latent superpowers, albeit in a dormant state, unlike the innate abilities of psychic beings that are honed through training. Thus, one may attempt to empty the mind, to resonate with the inner self and the cosmos, constructing logical and orderly images in the mind, striving to learn from the psychic beings. Link mused to himself, I understand, this is simply visualization. As the essence of fantastical Pokémon narratives surged through him, in pursuit of self-improvement, he reluctantly held his breath and endeavored to clear his mind, seeking to forget the world around him while conjuring the distinctly recognizable form of the psychic creature, Galade. Unfortunately, After an hour of practice, he was on the verge of slumber, yielding no tangible results. Meanwhile, far across the ocean in the crown tundra of the Galar region, the forgotten crown temple lay amidst towering, frigid peaks, where a mysterious entity, long shrouded in silence for 3 millennia, began to awaken. This was a legendary king who had once wielded power against the encroaching darkness, only to lose his strength and vanish. His existence obscured by the passage of time and the Galar royal family's efforts to erase all traces of him. Once celebrated throughout Galar, this king now surveyed his surroundings. Disheartened by the desolation, mourning the absence of his beloved steed, once a savior of the Galarian people, he now found himself bereft of the strength to save even himself. In solitude and despair, he yearned not to fade into oblivion, for he had yet to witness the world of his dreams, still desiring to ride alongside his friends. Why had no one remembered the legendary hero, leading to the collective amnesia regarding the king's legacy? Why, of all times, did he awaken now? At that moment, he sensed a fervent intention emanating from the distant east. This emotion was not one of faith, yet it was equally sincere. It was an extraordinary sentiment he had never before experienced. A powerful will intertwined with threads of faith rekindled his consciousness, allowing him to feel warmth akin to sunlight amidst the icy landscape. Alas, it was still insufficient to restore his ability to act. I wished to cultivate my powers to aid the fiery fox. Yet, caught between his own salvation and the hopes of others, the legendary king chose to respond to the desires of those around him. The psychic energies born of vast forests traversed mountains, tundras, and oceans, reaching out to the one in need. Suddenly, Link opened his eyes in astonishment, sensing within his spirit the awakening of a fiery essence. In simpler terms, he has begun to perceive the faint energies within himself. Like a sudden revelation, Link has inexplicably acquired the awareness, knowledge, and skill to harness and utilize his newfound psychic abilities. Though this energy is currently insufficient to even stir the hairs of the fire fox, with diligent practice, it may one day aid the spirit in its training and battles. Fufu. The fire fox has also awakened, gazing with bleary eyes towards the distant west. In a far-off place where the sun sets, someone is calling out for help, desperately seeking assistance. It turns to Link, its eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. What is happening? Such a wondrous coincidence. I ponder. Perhaps I understand the reason behind it. After the initial joy, Link, in contemplation, has deduced the origins of this knowledge and power. It belongs to the legendary king of the crown, the ruler of ancient Chaldeum. Since I have arrived, I shall assist in restoring its vitality ahead of time. Fufu, our travel plans have changed. As soon as we acquire the ability to protect ourselves, we shall head directly to the crown snowfield in the Chaldeum Galar region. Since we are bound for Galar, perhaps it is time to reconsider our anticipated lineup. Without the constraints of skill slots, should we not seek out a formidable combination among the likes of the hairy troll, Brimwin, the overzealous attendant, or the aluminium steel dragon to form a sunny team? A demigod? Merely a mediocre being reliant on racial value distribution to inflict damage within a 4-skill turn-based system. Chapter 13. The Flames of Magic. The cultivation of psychic abilities is a lengthy endeavor, yielding little reward in the short term. Perhaps in the future, as he enhances his attributes, his talents will flourish, but for now, he must focus on the growth akin to that of an infant. Link continues to delve into reference books, gaining insight into various common psychic abilities and the training methods for standard moves. Preparing to impart knowledge to the fire fox once it acclimatizes to training, he then diligently studies the secrets of fire, ensuring he does not neglect the innate talents of the fire fox. Regrettably, this book lacks the reliability of Professor Oak's materials. Its descriptions of fire-type moves are alarmingly simplistic. Fire simply denotes the release of fire energy. Flame burst refers to heating and pressurizing, while inferno signifies continued heating and refinement. Flame charge entails wrapping fire energy around oneself, and flame blitz involves a direct and forceful attack. Techniques? It is worth noting that fire-type moves consist solely of Sunny Day, Will-O-Wisp, and Flame Guard, with the rest merely variations of burning the opponent. There is little finesse involved. Even if there were, it would only pertain to burning more intensely or achieving higher explosive power. An unyielding blaze is the remedy for all defiance. After perusing the secrets of fire, Link felt as if he had merely wasted an hour of his time, akin to finishing the secrets of fire itself. It is hardly surprising that these books garner little attention. Seeking specialized textbooks on the nascent and unstructured field of Pokémon research is akin to sifting for gold in excrement. Having been disillusioned by the detritus of academia, he resolved to refresh his mind, turning instead to the coordinating Hoenn channel alongside his awakened Fennekin. It wasn't long before he recognized the innate talent of his Fennekin in the realm of coordination. You mean to say you can perceive the flow of energy and believe that the methods employed by the Pokémon on television are incorrect? Link scratched his head, contemplating that not all domains necessitate maximizing efficiency. For instance, visual effects require lavish expenditure to achieve their desired impact. After all, beauty is the hallmark of grand contests. Nevertheless, He was determined not to dampen the spirits of his Pokémon. So, how do you propose to execute the moves? Fennekin found itself at a loss. It sensed that the Pokémon on television were not performing correctly, yet it could not articulate what constituted the proper execution. It was clear that it should not waste energy like those Pokémon from the coordinators, engaging in numerous actions devoid of any substantive meaning beyond aesthetics. After pondering deeply, Fennekin suddenly had a moment of inspiration and expelled a burst of fire towards Link. The manifestation of fire did not result in direct harm. Instead, once released, it was immediately enveloped by Fennekin's psychic abilities, swirling around Link's body to form a wave-like ring of flames. One must admit, it was quite a sight. You truly are a genius, little fox, Link applauded as a trainer, before continuing, but this does not differ significantly from the methods employed by the Pokémon on television. I surmise they could perform similar feats as well. Mastery of energy and the form of moves is fundamental for every coordinator. Fennekin shook its head. Its technique was not as simplistic as it appeared. Fufu. It was well known that Pokémon's moves were executed through energy converted from physical stamina and special attack moves. Once released, are challenging to manipulate without mental control. Given this, leveraging psychic abilities to manage released moves offers a distinct advantage. What if it could siphon the energy from an opponent's special attack and convert it into its own flames for an offensive strike? Link scratched his head, bemused by the musings of the green-skinned Fennekin, which had begun to ponder aloud. However, in light of its assertions, Link recalled a move that the Fennekin family could master. Once considered exclusive, Magical Flame. Magical Flame. It releases an exceptionally intense fire from its mouth to attack, diminishing the opponent's special attack. Yet, in the animated portrayal, it resembled more a magical circle from which a fire-based energy beam was unleashed. Though each individual may have their own unique style of executing moves, the disparity between the two interpretations seemed excessively vast. Link was uncertain if the technique Fennekin envisioned was indeed Magical Flame, but intuitively, he sensed that its concept would be challenging to realize. Rather than converting the energy of an opponent's moves, perhaps it would be more feasible to harness the energy present in nature itself. After a prolonged contemplation, he proposed, firstly, harness your own energy to draw upon the energies of the natural world, unleashing flames capable of ensnaring our opponent, thereby diminishing the potency of their subsequent special moves. F. The Firefox appeared pensive, sensing that this notion was indeed plausible. The natural world undeniably harbors elemental energies. For instance, there exists a move known as Nature's Blessing, which all Pokémon can learn. Its effect is to invoke the power of the berries they carry to launch an attack, with its strength varying according to the type of berry used. This particular move has illuminated the diverse energies contained within different berries, allowing people to categorize them as sustenance for various elemental Pokémon. Berries such as Cherry, Hoenn, Waken, and Citrus contain natural energy aligned with the fire element, while others like Lum, Raz, Lepa, and Starf possess psychic energy. Non-breeders need not concern themselves with preparation, as they can simply purchase the appropriate elemental food. However, Link pondered that pre-made products often neglect flavor, and after finishing introduction to Pokémon breeding yesterday, he had longed for an opportunity to cook for himself. Now, he found inspiration for the Firefox's innovation. F. The Firefox, lost in thought, seemed to grasp a profound understanding, despite being merely a day-old infant. It exhibited the wisdom of a learned sage. Not wanting to intrude upon its contemplation, Link opened the window, allowing it to practice its moves freely over the sea. Meanwhile, feeling relaxed, he resumed his studies, retrieving Professor Oak's comedy anthology, only to realize he had mistakenly chosen the wrong book and started anew. Subsequently, he turned to Trainer Chronicles. As a time-traveling individual with an advantage in information, Link deemed it essential to ascertain the era in which he resided. What he knew was as follows. 1. The timelines of Fire Red and Leaf Green are closely aligned with that of the Diamond and Pearl series. 2. 3 years after the events of Fire Red and Leaf Green, the Gold and Silver saga unfolds. 3. The Diamond and Pearl storyline occurs slightly later than Gold and Silver. 4. The Black and White events transpire 10 years post-Diamond and Pearl, with Black and White 2 occurring 2 years thereafter, existing within the same time frame. 5. Sun and Moon take place approximately 2 years after Black and White 2. Contemplating this, he felt a wave of nostalgia. In the Platinum era, Professor Juniper would be 28 years old, having traversed the journeys from Black and White, through Black and White 2, Sun and Moon, and eventually to Sword and Shield, amounting to nearly 15 or 16 years. By the time she reached her 40s, it was no wonder she wished to retire after completing the championship. At this moment, Alice, a 10-year-old from the Black and White era, and Uli, a mere 14 during the Zero's Secret Treasure saga, along with the 15-year-old Zimu, were not even born yet. While champion Karuna from Kalos was still a little girl. Some truths are better left unexamined, yet upon closer inspection, he realized he no longer possessed the youth he once had, evoking a sense of loss for what once was. How long could his passion for Pokémon and battling endure? Resolute not to regret in the future, Link decided to strive for excellence in every endeavor from the very beginning, returning to the present moment. Based on the introduction of Satoshi, the gym leader of the Kanto region, in Trainer's Character Chronicles, Link realized that he was still situated in a time frame prior to the events of Fire Red and Leaf Green. There remained an abundance of opportunities to effect change. By confirming the ages of Daigo, Mikuri, Professor Okido, or Haruka and Mei, he could ascertain the precise era in which he found himself. However, if this world line were one where Satoshi had led everyone in a journey of cultivation, resulting in a 20-year stasis, it would complicate matters. Chapter 14, The Familiar Enthusiast. Despite his verbal protestations, Link was genuinely eager to witness Satoshi and his Pokémon, Pikachu, a form of idolization in its own right. Yet, more than an offline meeting, he yearned for an encounter with Satoshi on the battlefield, to engage in the most straightforward form of communication through direct competition. Regardless, he was determined to seize an opportunity to visit Masera town. Mastering new techniques was not a simple endeavor. After an entire afternoon of effort, Link and his Fire Fox had yet to perfect the move Magical Flame. Fortunately, their proficiency with the fire type had improved, allowing them to unleash 3 flames at once. Aware of the importance of balancing work and rest, he refrained from overexerting his newly hatched Pokémon. Noticing that the rain had ceased outside, he took the Fire Fox along to the grand competition venue in Mizuho Town. Even outside of competition periods, a myriad of coordinators gathered daily to exchange insights on nurturing Pokémon or to collaborate on crafting Pokémon blocks. These Pokémon blocks, made from grinding and mixing various berries, served as convenient and efficient nourishment for trainers, liberating their hands for other tasks. For coordinators, the emphasis lay in further researching flavors and nutrition to enhance their Pokémon's various states. While the attributes of handsomeness, beauty, cuteness, intelligence, and strength were the criteria for judging Pokémon in the grand competitions, Link believed there was a shared understanding between trainers and coordinators. Upon arriving at the venue, he was greeted by the rich aroma of freshly mixed berries and the whirring sound of berry mixers. The Fire Fox twitched its nose, instinctively eager for a taste, finding even the previous milk, rations, and Pokémon blocks less appealing in comparison. Despite all being Pokémon blocks, why did the differences in flavor and aroma seem so pronounced? After all, commercial products had to contend with issues of transportation, storage, and preservation, meaning the blocks one consumed were likely further processed versions. However, considering production factors, industrial processing and synthesis were perhaps more feasible. The Fire Fox looked up at Link, its eyes expressing a desire for fresh food. Rest assured, we shall pick berries and branches from the orchard tomorrow, but today, our primary purpose is to observe and learn. With that, he wandered the hall with the Fire Fox, sampling the techniques employed by coordinators with their Pokémon and berry mixers. After exploring a portion of the venue, Link quickly discerned a phenomenon. Even among Pokémon of the same species, there existed notable differences. Thanks to the lazy dog, subsequent generations have fundamentally lost the gender differences and individual variations such as the shimmering spots among the same species of Pokémon. However, the creatures in this world are vibrant beings. No two leaves are identical. While the physical disparities among different individuals can be set aside, the focus on honing specific skills will inevitably manifest in various body parts. Differences in dietary structures lead to diverse fur colors, muscle tones, and physiques, while the contrasting personalities of trainers and Pokémon also yield distinct mentalities. Even among the same species of Marl, some are robust and plump, others light on their feet. Some have dull coats, while others exude vitality and exuberance. The influence of humans on Pokémon is far greater than one might imagine. Hey there, have you not yet found someone to mix those berries with? As Link pondered this profound thought and was about to observe the coordinators within the venue, a gentleman dressed elegantly approached him enthusiastically. Would you care to join me? Upon turning towards the voice, Link noticed the gentleman was accompanied by a herdier, also a fire-type canine, whose nutritional needs should indeed be quite similar. I didn't bring any berries today. I'll come back tomorrow after harvesting from the orchard. Link replied, not to worry, I have some berries left. You can use mine. The gentleman's immediate friendliness was somewhat disarming, making it difficult for Link to refuse such goodwill. Without hesitation, Link engaged in casual conversation with the gentleman as they made their way to the berry mixer. It turned out that the gentleman was the brother of the president of the Pokémon Enthusiast Club, often scouting for potential trainers and Pokémon at events like this. When he first laid eyes on the Vulpix, it nearly melted his heart. Could there truly be such an adorable Pokémon in this world? Vulpix instinctively evaded the gentleman's outstretched hand. Having just been born, it was still unaccustomed to such close proximity from strangers. The gentleman pondered, it has only just hatched. It would be inappropriate to feed it berry puffs, as overly spicy food could excessively irritate a young one's mouth and stomach. Furthermore, even the most specialized Pokémon food cannot suit every newborn. Feeding them via culinary methods is the most nutritious and healthiest approach. One could say that he truly embodied the spirit of a Pokémon enthusiast. Once the topic of Pokémon arose, his words flowed effortlessly. After all, Pokémon food is not alchemy or potion making. All ingredients stem from berries, without undergoing any particular chemical reactions. How could it possibly yield effects beyond the limits of the berries? Its greatest attributes are speed, convenience, and the ability to be produced in a foolproof, industrial manner. Ordinary individuals can prepare a week's worth of food in just half an hour, and using the mixer according to the recipe seldom leads to errors. Nonetheless, the reality is that meals prepared by hand are the easiest to tailor to the nutritional needs of Pokémon. Regrettably, those who possess such knowledge are exceedingly rare. Moreover, what is of utmost importance is the heartfelt intention and emotion imbued in the meticulously prepared meals, which are the essential elements that Pokémon truly require. Even experts who have dedicated years to the study of nutrition would hesitate to claim they can satisfy the dietary needs of all Pokémon. Nevertheless, Pokémon are wondrous beings that transcend biological limits, embodying boundless possibilities. Material fulfillment pales in comparison to the spiritual nourishment and self-actualization that holds greater value. Are you implying that the extraordinarily delicious cookies are no longer available? I see. Link, deeply in agreement, nodded and couldn't help but pat his head, chiding himself for forgetting such a significant matter. Can any amount of Poké Blocks make Pikachu unleash a staggering 1440 volts of Thunderbolt? Even if one were to excessively feed it bizarre sweets, it would be impossible to elevate a mere roadside Pokémon to the level of a first or third-tier deity. Come, let us head to the market, and allow me to showcase the culinary skills honed over 20 years of solitude with local fruits and ingredients. With that, Link turned and strode away, eager to leave the grand contest venue behind. The fiery fox, though perplexed, felt a flicker of anticipation. Chapter 15, The Skill Machine of Gratitude. It is said that one thrives off the resources of their surroundings. Thus, the market of Mushy Town boasts an abundance of aquatic products. The seafood, sourced from the turbulent waters of Route 132, is rich in muscle and provides a substantial amount of high-quality protein. The merchant vessels from distant lands passing through this trading hub, a stopover in the Hoenn waterways, leave behind a plethora of exotic goods. Rice cakes from Kanto, local senbei from Hoenn, sparkling crystals from the Lantern region, resonant stones from the Iron region, cream from Galar, and sacred salts from Paldea. The currents and waterways connect every corner of the world, yet the natural dangers posed by the open seas and high altitudes render transoceanic transport exceedingly difficult, resulting in the rarity of specialties from far-off regions and a lack of comprehensive variety. Link initially pondered whether he could purchase some Crystalblocks to test the Firefox's crystalline attributes. Theoretically, it should be fire, yet he had an inkling it might be psychic. Would the crystallization process in this world fundamentally alter a Pokémon's attributes? However, if the opportunity arose in the future, he would likely reserve the chance for either his speedy dog or his enigmatic companion. Not wishing to dwell on distant matters, Link spent a modest sum of Poké dollars to procure enough ingredients and fruits for two. Just as he stepped out of the market, he suddenly realized he was not at home. The Pokémon Center's provided accommodations lacked a kitchen. What should he do? Is something troubling you regarding the kitchen? The elusive gentleman reappeared. I see you must be a trainer from elsewhere. At this hour, the cooking facilities at the Pokémon Center are likely occupied. Why not visit the Mushy Town branch of the Pokémon Enthusiast Club instead? Feeling somewhat shy, Link followed the gentleman, half reluctantly, to the club located on the western side of the town. Upon entering the room, the first sight that greeted him was a Snorlax plush occupying the center, sprawling over an expanse of at least 10 square meters, accompanied by an array of various Pokémon toys. Each member of the club bore at least 3 to 5 pieces of Pokémon merchandise, demonstrating an inseparable bond with these creatures. Originally, Link believed his affection for Pokémon was rather profound, yet he soon realized that the inhabitants of this world possessed an even greater passion. However, one must ponder, how does such an obsession with emblazoning Pokémon on clothing, keychains, toys, portraits, furniture, and even bedding appear through the eyes of the Pokémon themselves? He resolved to inquire about his little fox's thoughts upon returning home. President, you're back so early today? Mr. Sumizuka had just departed, mentioning he was heading to Kana City to serve as a judge. A new member? What an adorable fire fox. Within mere moments, the attention of the club's children, homemakers, and youthful individuals converged upon the fire fox. Its petite form, exquisite fur, and lively gaze destined it to be the center of adoration. Even the gentleman who had been cheerfully waving and greeting was suddenly overshadowed. Phew! The fire fox, having never experienced such an atmosphere, gracefully leaped onto Link's shoulder with the aid of its psychic powers. Although it sensed no malice from these individuals, their overwhelming enthusiasm left Fu feeling perplexed. Yet, it wasn't long before the fire fox assimilated into the environment, lost in the comforts of affectionate massages and delightful snacks. Hee, they always behave like this. Little Link, would you care to join the club? I might not have much time. Once the fire fox settles in, I need to head to Orange City. Upon hearing this, the gentleman appeared contemplative, likely surmising that Link intended to challenge the Orange Gym, truly a diligent trainer. It seems a pity to engage such a small Pokémon in battles. By By the way, little Link, come with me to the kitchen. With that, the two made their way to the club's kitchen, which, thanks to the members gathering here daily to prepare snacks and meals, was almost fully equipped, albeit barely sufficient for personal household needs. Thus, Link rolled up his sleeves and began to showcase the culinary skills honed during his bachelor days. Oh, so you also use soy sauce? Perfect. Let's prepare a dish of braised cod today. He first thawed the naturally light cod, rinsed it, and dried it with paper to remove impurities and moisture, then briefly marinated it with salt and cooking wine. Heating oil in the pan, he fried the cod pieces until golden brown and set them aside. After discarding most of the oil, leaving just a thin layer at the bottom of the pan, he added diced scallions, ginger, and garlic, stirring them until fragrant. He then poured in soy sauce, vinegar, salt, and cooking wine, adding an appropriate amount of water before bringing it to a boil and lowering the heat to simmer the fried cod. While waiting for the sauce to reduce, Link held a cacao fruit and a pomelo fruit in hand, pondering, have I ever used tree fruits in cooking before? If memory served him correctly, the fruit of the cacao tree is notably firm and piquant. Consuming it raw may feel akin to being scorched. However, when subjected to heat, its sweetness intensifies, revealing a rich and robust flavor. It appears to be exceptionally suitable as an ingredient for curry. In contrast, the pomelo is devoid of spiciness, offering a balanced taste of astringency, sweetness, bitterness, and acidity, making it accessible for all ages. Additionally, the fruit's properties assist in restoring vitality, showcasing its versatility across various culinary methods. After much contemplation, Link resolved to experiment with the tree fruit as a side dish. He skillfully washed and chopped the vegetables into thumb-sized pieces, noting that tree fruits cook more rapidly than meats. Thus, they should be added to the pot just as the meat nears completion or the sauce begins to reduce. Fish is also renowned for its quick cooking nature. During the time Link prepared the tree fruit, the fish in the pot had already taken on an enticing hue. After adding the cacao fruit and allowing it to simmer, he introduced the pomelo, raising the heat to reduce the sauce. In no time, a comforting dish of braised cod was ready, served lavishly over the leftover rice from the club's lunch. The president found himself wandering into the kitchen every couple of minutes, ultimately settling beside Link, drawn in by the rich aroma of fruit and sauce. He was astonished to discover that fish could be prepared in such a manner. Hearing this, Link was somewhat perplexed. Don't you have soy sauce? How else would you eat it? Steamed. Indeed, steamed cod possesses its own unique charm. Perhaps he would prepare that for the Firefox next time. The president shook his head, responding with an air of certainty. Of course, it should be enjoyed raw with soy sauce and other accompaniments. Only then can one truly savor the essence of the ingredients. The tender flesh of the cod, with its subtle flavor, is exquisite. To cook it in various ways would be a disservice to the ingredient itself. Yet, despite his words, the president's stomach audibly protested, betraying his hunger. Well, on the other hand, thorough cooking does have its merits. To silence his belly, and as a token of gratitude for the newfound recipe, the president gifted Link the club's signature repayment skill. Chapter 16. The Swift Pikachu. Seasoning is a monumental invention that has shaped human history. Having only ever tasted milk, rations, and the juvenile Pokémon blocks, the Firefox quickly became enamored with the firm, bouncy cod seasoned with soy sauce and spices, as well as the distinctly layered flavor of the tree fruit paired with the sauce. If given the choice among these dishes, the braised cod would undoubtedly dominate its future culinary experiences. After all, who would settle for ordinary rations when there is such delectable fare? However, this dish of braised cod has yet to meet my expectations. After dinner, Link, having consumed 2 substantial bowls, still felt unsatisfied. The numerous trace elements within the fruits of the trees deteriorate upon heating, and the extent of nutrient loss during cooking remains an enigma. Furthermore, the intake of oils, salts, and spices may also impact the Pokémon. Achieving a perfect balance between flavor and nutrition necessitates extensive research. Do not overthink it, Link, the president remarked. Holding a different perspective, Pokémon are extraordinary beings. Their bodies are far more resilient than ours. As long as they maintain adequate exercise and a healthy mindset, they will thrive. Perhaps sensing that his brief remarks lacked persuasive power, the president continued to share his observations of various Pokémon over the years and the insights he gained from watching grand competitions. The well-being of a Pokémon largely depends on its relationship with its trainer. No matter how exquisite their diet or how exceptional their innate abilities, a Pokémon raised by a trainer indifferent to its needs will never compare in strength or appearance to one nurtured in an environment filled with affection and a healthy disposition. How can mere material wealth surpass boundless love? Link pondered this, realizing that as a human who could easily be bested by a single punch from a Pokémon, he was concerned about the potential health implications of oil and smoke on their diet. One must trust in the metabolic and self-regulating abilities of the Firefox, he mused. I understand now, President. You truly are a master of Pokémon training. Not at all, the president humbly replied. I simply have a passion for Pokémon, which has led me to observe them quietly over the years. During his time dining at the club, Link had indeed gained much knowledge. When it came to Pokémon characteristics, moves, types, counters, and tactical coordination, his theoretical prowess would rival that of anyone in this world. However, in the minutiae of daily life, he found himself woefully uninformed. The members of the Pokémon Enthusiast Club were his finest teachers. After dinner, Link sought to learn even more from everyone. As night fell, he bid farewell to the president and the others, returning to the Pokémon Center with the Fire Fox. How about we treat our meals as proper nourishment every day, whenever we can? Of course, we still need to consider the Pokémon food as nutrition. You'll just have to exercise more to burn off the excess energy. With the Fire Fox appearing equally eager, Link added to his pressing to-do list the exploration of culinary delights and Pokémon cuisine in this world. He then placed the Payback Move Tutor disc into the playback device in his room, and a professional instructional video appeared on the television. As long as the Pokémon watched attentively and possessed the requisite talent, they could master the moves recorded in the tutor disc with a bit of practice. The guide in the disc was a Pikachu, and while the decor of the background closely resembled that of the Pokémon Enthusiast Club, the distant scenery differed, perhaps suggesting a branch from another location. The Pikachu on the screen began to demonstrate the payback move, using its dazzling tail to cleave through a stone as tall as a person. The fiery fox inhaled sharply, astonished by Pikachu's remarkable prowess. Subsequently, Pikachu began to elucidate the nuances of the technique known as requital. Thanks to the translation capabilities of the simulator system, Link was fortunate enough to grasp the essence of Pikachu's teachings. The might of Pokémon is exceedingly formidable. Once their energy and the potency of their moves reach a certain threshold, any further augmentation could inflict harm upon their own bodies, even leading to self-destruction. In such instances, the instinct for survival acts as a constraint, preventing Pokémon from unleashing power beyond their capacity to endure. Traits such as Blaze, Torrent, and Overgrow enable Pokémon to tap into a primal survival instinct at the brink of death, allowing them to unleash a desperate surge of power that exceeds their usual control. Conversely, Pokémon lacking these Blaze traits may employ the Requital move to achieve similar or even greater results. Requital entails reflecting on the cherished moments shared with their trainer, using the love for their trainer to transcend biological limitations, thus amplifying the power of their moves to unprecedented heights. This method, which teeters on the edge of life and death, appears to be a double-edged sword. Yet, through the repeated breaking of limits, both the body and spirit of the Pokémon are fortified, enabling them to grow ever stronger, reaching heights previously unattainable, even crossing the boundaries of species. Link pondered. It seems that Pikachu's explanation indicates that Requital is not merely a move but a technique that drives the execution of moves. For instance, by channeling love to influence the magnetic field, one could unleash a volt tackle that surpasses an astounding 990,000 volts, transcending the realm of self-destruction. Admittedly, this approach, which closely resembles excessive recovery, possesses a scientific foundation, utilizing love to shatter limits, absorbing the resultant backlash, and harnessing the Pokémon's immense vitality for self-healing allows for the enhancement of one's physical limits. Although this path promises strength through diligence, the accompanying pain is likely unbearable for ordinary individuals. What sheer purity of love and determination must one possess to endure such suffering repeatedly? The mere thought that the fiery fox might suffer grievous injuries or even face death due to its devotion stirred a profound sense of compassion within Link. At that moment, the teachings of the seemingly simple Requital began to draw to a close, and Pikachu prepared for one final demonstration of its full strength. Its expression turned serious, body tense, center of gravity lowered, and limbs firmly planted on the ground. In an instant, Pikachu vanished without leaving even an afterimage, disappearing from the frame and unleashing a thunderous explosion and tempest. Where did it go? Meanwhile, a deafening roar echoed from afar. As the camera shifted, Link and the fiery fox, positioned about 100 meters away, beheld the recently vanished Pikachu alongside the colossal boulder that had been obliterated. This was Quick Attack. How could it be? Was this a technique that any Pikachu could master? Hold on, let me rewind a moment. Link rewound the footage with the remote control and activated slow motion. This time, as the camera panned, he beheld a figure he had never seen before, yet one that felt inexplicably familiar. A boy with black hair, donning a small red cap and appearing somewhat taciturn, alongside an imposing Charizard. Chapter 17, Tai arrives early. Red? Gazing at the intriguing silhouette on the screen, Link couldn't help but recall the figure standing atop the Silver Mountain. Although he could not ascertain whether the individual in the footage was indeed Red, after all, they had never met in reality. Such distinctive features left no room for doubt. On the screen, Pikachu and Charizard accompanied the boy, who appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, akin to Red during his early journey. How long had it been since they set out? Pikachu had already mastered Quick Attack? Link wished this was merely a misjudgment on his part, and that the move displayed by Pikachu was simply a reinforced version of Thunderbolt. Otherwise, the chasm between him and Red was indeed dishearteningly vast. Never mind. He would simply inquire about the origin of the move at the club tomorrow. Fu. Although uncertain of the trainer's reasoning, the Fire Fox nodded in agreement. It quite enjoyed the company of the people and Pokémon at the club. I suspect you are more fond of the treats there, Link mused. Tomorrow, I shall attempt to make some myself, so we can have snacks while traveling. Fufu. With that, Link handed the remote to the Fire Fox, allowing it to balance work and leisure. As for himself, he had the simulator. Wasn't he the perfect tool to bridge the gap between trainers? Everything remained the same. No matter how many people lay ahead, Link simply needed to be himself. In his mind, Link activated the simulator interface. After an afternoon of idle play, his experience points had surpassed 2,000. Investing another 1,000 points into intelligence, he felt his thoughts becoming significantly clearer. Thus, under the influence of the learning crystal, his intelligence reached 14,122, surpassing the average person in logic and calculation. Observing that the points allocated to intelligence had also reached 10,000, Link pondered thoughtfully, hesitating whether to focus on one attribute or distribute his points evenly. He glanced at the system's description of the 6 attributes: strength, basic physical power, and athletic ability; agility, physical flexibility, reflexes, balance, and stability; constitution, health, endurance, and vitality; intelligence, learning, mental acuity, recall of information, and analytical ability; perception, willpower, judgment, vigilance, intuition, and insight; charisma, personal charm, attractiveness, leadership, and appearance. In his previous self, Link would have immediately maxed out charisma upon seeing this. However, now he had to consider it from the perspective of a trainer. Perception and intelligence, without a doubt, will remain paramount attributes in the long term. Strength, agility, and constitution are areas in which he has significantly lagged behind the inhabitants of this world. Investing points into them would only serve to help him catch up over an extended period. As for charisma, it appears to hinge more on personal allure than mere physical appearance. While personal charm is undeniably important, can such an attribute truly be enhanced through point allocation? Link harbored deep skepticism regarding this notion. In summary, he resolved to primarily augment perception, intelligence, and constitution, allocating any surplus points thereafter. As for strength and agility, he decided to forego their enhancement. Having ventured into this world, he deemed it essential to manage his health diligently, aspiring to prolong his life by an additional 2 or 3 decades. With his strategy firmly established, Link promptly directed his final 1,000 points into constitution. He patiently attuned himself to his body, yet observed no remarkable changes, no sudden bodily reactions, no pangs of hunger, nor any palpable shift in vitality. The allocation of points felt as though it had made no impact whatsoever. After pondering for a moment, he surmised that the subtlety of change, particularly regarding physical attributes, likely leaned towards a gradual rather than immediate influence. Regardless, he uttered, "Butterfly, activate. Restart." The group was acutely aware of the necessity to rescue senior sister Koei without delay. Yet, in such circumstances, attempting to advance would be utterly futile. The transition from growth to maturity posed considerable challenges, and their fate would likely be to face annihilation at the hands of 4 spider beasts. To mitigate potential risks, it would be prudent to first understand the abilities and specialties of the Pock beasts, so as to effectively utilize them in combat against the spider beasts. Your suggestion was met with sardonic remarks from senior brother Liang, yet Ren countered with wit, and Taku intervened to prevent the escalating argument between the two. In matters of rescue, even the fervently eager Labramon had to acquiesce to a pre-battle discussion. Agumon was versatile in both offense and defense, excelling in melee and ranged combat. The power and range of its mini flame were commendable, while its resistance to both water and wind fire was noteworthy. You couldn't help but think that if Tai were here, he would have dispatched them swiftly. Hawkmon exhibited remarkable mobility, and its ultimate move, Gale Strike, was even more effective than Agumon's, though it specialized solely in close combat, showing resistance to fire against wind. Gunamon possessed commendable attack power, but its short limbs rendered it unable to reach its foes, and it lacked the ability to speak. Its signature move, Electric Threads, had a range of less than 5 meters, yet was potent enough to incapacitate, with resistance to fire against earth. Labramon also balanced offense and defense, with its ultimate move Healing Whine providing long-range healing, while Round Dog Bark inflicted remote damage, exhibiting resistance to dark against earth and light. As for Volpamon, it showcased good mobility. Both Fox Strike and Fox Leaf Wedge were adaptable to various ranges, displaying excellent resistance yet possessing rather delicate defense. After a brief discussion, you finally grasped the strengths and specialties of everyone, stifling the urge to critique Labramon's reckless charge into danger last week. After all, it did possess long-range moves. Thus, you deduced the subsequent strategy based on the characteristics of the Digimon. The group once again ventured to the stadium, ensnared in a circle surrounded by 3 spider Digimon and 1 ultra-giant spider Digimon. This time, the agile Vulpine Digimon skillfully restrained the leader spider Digimon, while the Falcon Digimon penetrated the enemy lines, drawing the attention of 2 spider Digimon, neither seeking glory, but rather striving to buy time for their comrades. Agumon, As the vanguard confronted the spider Digimon on the periphery, though he suffered greatly, he was fortunate to have Labramon providing healing, preventing him from succumbing. Seizing this opportunity, Gunnyman stealthily maneuvered from the shadows, unleashing electric threads from the rear of the spider Digimon, incapacitating it. Capitalizing on the chance created by his teammates, Agumon and Labramon. Both vaccine types relentlessly pursued, executing their ultimate moves to obliterate the spider Digimon into mere remnants. At this moment, Link finally allowed himself a sigh of relief. As long as they maintained their steady assault, victory was within reach. Yet, before they could bask in their triumph, the Falcon Digimon, tasked with restraining the two spider Digimon, succumbed to exhaustion and was ensnared by one of them, subsequently being overwhelmed and slain by piercing poison needle. With the demise of the Falcon Digimon, Hinata Minoru also dissipated into light. The group, now engulfed in fear, revealed their vulnerabilities, and one after another, Gunnyman, Labramon, and Vulpine Digimon fell victim. In the depths of despair, Takuya's survival instinct ignited, and Agumon evolved into a powerful horned beast, yet it remained uncertain whether he could secure victory. Simulation concluded. Link, Chapter 18, Pokémon Dream World. Link's tactics were insufficient to overcome the disparity in strength between the two sides Digimon. Nevertheless, his mindset remained commendable, at least this time. He glimpsed a flicker of hope for victory. Since the previous failure was attributed to Minoru's Falcon Digimon's lack of stamina and missteps in positioning, he resolved to switch its role with the Vulpine Digimon next time. Consequently, he clicked on Restart. Fortunately, this time the Falcon Digimon did not falter in its position despite facing two opponents. Unfortunately, the Falcon Digimon was swiftly obliterated by the leader Spider Digimon. Observing this, Link found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by frustration. The reality was undeniable. They were truly outmatched. Perhaps it was not merely a tactical issue. Link analyzed the situation seriously and recognized the crux of the problem. Battling against mature Digimon during their growth phase was undoubtedly a formidable challenge, but evolution could remedy this predicament. At the end of the previous cycle, in a moment of desperation, Takuya had awakened Agumon's potential, transforming him into a formidable horned beast. This indicated that the focus could not solely rest on the Digimon. The human partners also warranted attention. In this worldview, the strength of a Digimon is contingent upon the quality of its data. A steadfast belief, pure emotions, and resolute willpower possess data of unimaginable capacity. When human emotions are infused into their Digimon companions, phenomena such as evolution and enhancement occur. In essence, whether in despair or in the bloom of virtue. As long as the emotional fluctuations are sufficiently intense, they can amplify the strength of the Digimon. At present, the chosen child finds himself in an insurmountable predicament. Isolated and devoid of assistance, his spirit in a state of unrest. Based on the intelligence he has garnered from 5 simulations, Takuma Hayabusa is brimming with passion and possesses no significant flaws. Minoru Hinata yearns to be a hero, yet his timidity breeds a lack of confidence. Aoi Shibuya is gentle and kind-hearted, exuding maternal warmth, but has fallen victim to kidnapping. Yoshitaka Tominaga is timid, reclusive, caustic, despondent, and plagued by overwhelming pressure, exhibiting virtually no redeeming qualities, currently existing in a state of emotional numbness akin to a living corpse. Link himself perceives no issues within, nor does he comprehend the circumstances of his counterpart. Among his 4 teammates, aside from Takuma, the others are beset by psychological challenges, raising the question of how one might survive in such dire straits with this motley crew. It seems utterly hopeless. He pondered deeply and resolved to focus first on Takuma, who has already displayed the potential for evolution into maturity. If he could inspire Takuma to evolve his Agumon, it would suffice to vanquish this swarm of Spidermon, thus buying precious time to soothe the spirits of the other 3. Regrettably, the 3 simulations for the day had concluded, and the hour was already past 9. With the Firefox beginning to doze off. Alas, some matters cannot be rushed. Good night, little Firefox, Link murmured as he extinguished the lights and the television. Cradling the Firefox to bed, he practiced the mental fortitude exercises bestowed by the royal crown and soon drifted into slumber. Just before succumbing to sleep, he cast a glance at the Firefox, reaffirming that his experiences were not mere fabrications. In truth, Link harbored an inkling that his mental state was precarious. He feared that the events of the past few days might be but a fleeting dream. After all, it seemed absurd to be catapulted from the 6th floor by a truck. Were they truly so desperate for results? Moreover, this world was astonishingly beautiful, which filled him with trepidation at the thought of awakening to the mundane and lonely existence he once knew. Thus, throughout the day, Link had immersed himself in fervent study, compelling himself to cast aside the fears that haunted him. He must strive with all his might to live each day to the fullest, to acquire knowledge that would aid the Firefox's growth, and to become stronger, lest he become a weakness to his own Pokémon. Link lamented the insufficiency of time. How he wished he could utilize even the hours spent in sleep and dreams. Upon awakening once more, he discovered a transformation in the ceiling above, now unfamiliar and strange. Rising in bewilderment, he found the Firefox absent and realized he was in a whimsical, fairy tale-like chamber. The room was adorned with a bed, a splendid treasure chest, a bookshelf, and a massive crimson tome, all exuding a sense of childlike wonder. Through the window, he beheld a crystal-clear pond, and not far off, a small field cultivated with starfruit. It was a dream, Link swiftly deduced, as he rose from the bed and approached the treasure chest and bookshelf. The enormous crimson book, adorned with the title Friend's Palette, opened to reveal what resembled a child's artistic diary, featuring a cartoonish Firefox. Below the illustration, there were no further entries. He closed the book and returned it to its place. Then, with a spark of curiosity, opened a treasure chest within the room, only to find it empty. Upon exiting the room, he was greeted by a scene of even greater wonder. The decor of the room exuded a fairy tale charm, and the very structure of the house appeared as fantastical as a fruit abode. To the right of the room lay a field divided into 2 rows, each hosting 3 starfruit trees, their ripe fruits emitting a complex and peculiar fragrance that wafted through the gentle breeze, enveloping the entire island. Instinctively, Link plucked one of the fruits but hesitated to taste it, opting instead to carry it with him. He took a few steps to the edge of the island, where he beheld an endless expanse of azure sky. It dawned upon him that he stood upon a floating island. Below him lay an unfathomable abyss, devoid of any land or reference points. Not wishing to test the existence of an air wall, he instinctively stepped back, surveying his surroundings. He noticed that the sky was not entirely empty. A semi-transparent rainbow arched from his floating island, stretching toward a colossal aerial landmass. What an inexplicable dream this was. Link felt a vague recollection stirring within him, though it remained unformed. Cautiously, he reached out to touch the rainbow, discovering, as he had anticipated, that it possessed a tangible solidity, appearing quite robust. With little else to occupy his time on the island, and seizing the rare opportunity of a lucid dream, Link set forth upon the Rainbow Bridge, journeying toward the distant giant island that resembled a continent. Time and space seemed to warp, and he arrived at the main island far quicker than he had imagined. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by a treehouse that radiated a natural essence. A wooden clock perched atop the treehouse displayed the current time, while the vicinity was adorned with dining tables, chairs, picnic blankets, and shelves. A diverse array of Pokémon, including Squirtle, Galarian Ponyta, Alolan Exeggutor, and mischievous pandas, congregated harmoniously before the treehouse, indulging in delightful pastries and beverages, creating a lively atmosphere. Among the guests, Link even spotted the legendary Pokémon Lugia. Instinctively, he glanced at the sign in front of the treehouse, which bore the words he recognized, Pokémon CAF. An Eevee, donned with a hat and scarf, busily flitted from table to table, serving pancakes that resembled its own form. At this moment, Link fully grasped the extraordinary transformation he had undergone. This was no ordinary dream. It was a dreamscape crafted by the Pokémon world, inhabited by countless Pokémon. Welcome. A human boy has arrived. Chapter 19, Dreamland Showdown. As Link curiously stepped into the CAF, a whimsical creature known as Mew appeared, utilizing its psychic abilities to encircle the menu, ingredients, and dishes around it like a celestial belt, warmly welcoming the arrival of a guest. A human. It had been ages since a human graced this place. Hadn't they forgotten about this locale? Mew appeared to possess attributes of both fighting and psychic types. Or perhaps psychic and water types. Do humans possess attributes as well? How novel. I have even witnessed humans unleash shockwaves before. The fairies were whispering amongst themselves. And to Link's astonishment, he could comprehend their words as if they had been translated into his native tongue. What an extraordinary place. Is this a characteristic of dreams? Greetings. I am Link. I inadvertently stumbled into this realm while sleeping. Might you enlighten me as to where I am? Link inquired, gazing hopefully at Mew for answers. However, Mew merely chuckled and replied, I am Mew Xiaolin, and you stand in the realm of dreams. No one can mistakenly wander here. Only those who are aware of this place, possess a certain level of mental fortitude, and harbor a strong desire before slumber may arrive and remain for an hour. In essence, this realm serves as a sanctuary composed of the dreams of countless individuals and fairies, a place where inspiration is gleaned and wishes can be realized. Link was certainly aware of this. The Dream World was an online virtual realm officially released during the 5th generation of Pokémon, allowing players to manage their own islands, explore the tiny forest, the vast skies, the benevolent ocean, and the Pokémon CAF, engaging with various fairies, making friends, and ultimately, at the Dream Tree at the world's end, bringing Pokémon into the real world. All Pokémon transported from this dream realm to reality would acquire the new hidden abilities introduced in the 5th generation, giving rise to the term Dream Traits. During its operation, 16 events were held, providing players with Pokémon such as the Eevee family and starters from various generations. Among these Pokémon was even the level 100 Arceus with multi-type abilities, which remains the sole legitimate means of acquiring a Dream Ball Arceus to date. Regrettably, the Pokémon Dream World ceased operations in 2014, and Link had only logged in a handful of times. However, this dream world was undoubtedly different from the one he knew. It was far more vibrant here. Ah, I see, Link mused. What an astonishing coincidence. Had any one condition been lacking, I would not have entered. Mew chuckled, clearly intrigued by the long-absent human. Yet, now serving as a CAF attendant. It refrained from further conversation and presented a menu. I shall order the Snorlax gigantic hamburger rice, please. It's the kind of portion suitable for humans, Link remarked. By the way, are these dishes truly shaped like Pokémon? Is that acceptable? He was not entirely sure. But it was akin to a five-star chef serving meals adorned with the oversized faces of celebrities, an unsettling thought. Of course, it is quite adorable. However, Dream does not share the same sentiment, as there exists a distinct predator-prey relationship and ecological chain among the fairies, despite its vegetarian nature. Nonetheless, the realm of dreams is a tranquil and warm haven, where all forms of violence are strictly prohibited. Link scratched his head, unsure of how to express his thoughts. By the way, I might be short on funds. Is the currency in this world still the Pock dollar? It's complimentary, and the food you consume isn't tangible. So there is no worry about gaining weight. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Having to earn money in a dream would be utterly absurd. Yet, he ultimately enjoyed the service and felt compelled to show his gratitude. Thus, he retrieved a starfruit he had just plucked from a tree and offered it to Dream. Let this be a gift for you. Please convey my thanks to the chef. Dream accepted the starfruit and placed it among the small asteroid belt that surrounded it. The starfruit boasts 5 distinct flavors, and each tasting randomly combines to create new tastes and textures. The thrill of never knowing what the next bite will bring is a sensation that never grows tiresome. Even after years, watching Dream depart with its graceful flight, Link sensed that it appeared quite pleased. However, it must be noted that only those with a fervent desire just before slumber can reach this place. But what exactly had he yearned for? His thoughts at that moment had been too convoluted, and he found it somewhat difficult to recall. Thus, he opted to observe his surroundings while waiting for his meal, curiously listening to the fairies' chatter. Lalura's lamented its hopeless aspiration to evolve into an Eluratus due to its gender. Stunky complained about being shunned by everyone in reality. Lugia grumbled about its child running amok all day. Litten discussed its dissatisfaction with its trainer, who, despite being a special attacker, incessantly engaged in close combat training, ultimately releasing it. Zoroa voiced its grievances about its trainer bringing home other dogs and little foxes. Shirilon expressed its discontent with having to sleep on the left side, and then the right. It truly held no meaning. Tadpole boasted about having single-handedly defeated Zekrom using hypnosis, brute force, and ice beam, only to subsequently endure a crossfire from Reshiram, managing to bring it to its knees with brute force, before ultimately being taken down by freeze-dry, narrowly losing to the Unova trio. Snorlax felt drowsy and simply laid down to sleep. Even in the realm of dreams, Snorlax remained in slumber. Alolan Steelix proudly declared having recently bested a Tyranitar. Late bloomers indeed have their moments. It seems the daily lives of Pokémon are quite vibrant and colorful, Link mused. Before long, Dream delivered the Snorlax Big Satisfaction burger rice that he had ordered, and the portion was indeed substantial, though for someone of his age, it was not excessive. Xiaolin, you must have a wish that brought you to the Dream Realm, correct? The unexpectedly delightful dream unveiled the secrets of this world. As long as one departs from the Rainbow Bridge on the main island, with a destination in mind, the rainbow shall guide them to their desired place. Such a convenient trait. Thank you, Mew. I shall seek you out for another adventure next time. Mew nodded. You must hurry. One can only remain here for an hour, and you are surely nearing the moment of awakening. Realizing the urgency of time, Link instinctively glanced at the clock in the CAF, only to discover he had unwittingly lingered for nearly 20 minutes. He hastily finished his meal, bid farewell to Mew, and retraced his steps to ascend the Rainbow Bridge. After a brief moment, the rainbow transported Link to a misty and solid terrain, reminiscent of a vast battlefield. At that instant, a mysterious voice echoed, "Welcome to the realm of dream sky battles, a place where one can enhance their strength at an astonishing rate within the confines of slumber. Here, you shall encounter a myriad of Pokémon and engage in intense battles, earning rewards based on your victories. Let the dream battle commence." No sooner had the words been spoken than the mist coalesced into a towering, 3-meter-tall, fearsome Scyther. Link instinctively reached for his waist, only to find no Pokeballs. Wait. Am I supposed to battle Scyther? Is this for real? Link took off running. Chapter 20. My apologies for not allowing Scyther to fight at full strength. Am I truly expected to battle Scyther? Is this genuine? Scyther, the mantis Pokémon. It protects itself with hard rocks and wields a rugged axe to fell great trees. Its temperament is volatile and irritable. Encountering it in the wild, fleeing would be the only option. For someone with Link's physical capabilities, akin to a frail youth in this world, to duel with Scyther is a challenge comparable to asking the likes of Binboer to defeat Tang Sung and his disciples. To remain would be to court death. Yet fleeing proves futile. Seeing its prey escape, Scyther immediately accelerated with quick attack, followed by a devastating Fury Cutter. When Link regained his senses, he found himself cleaved in half, sprawled upon the ground of an indeterminate composition, while even Scyther had ceased its movements. I apologize for not allowing Scyther to fight at full strength. Link wished to continue engaging, but the ensuing agony was overwhelming. Fortunately, in the dream world, the sensations of pain from attacks and injuries were somewhat dulled, preventing him from reaching a state of excruciating despair or unconsciousness. Nevertheless, was it not excessively difficult to engage in a one-on-one battle with a Pokémon? Indeed, the enigmatic voice from the heavens appeared to share this sentiment. Yet did you not still possess life? Just as Link was about to retort, he found his body had unknowingly reassembled, restoring his ability to move and sense. Moreover, he discovered that a radiant light, shaped like the celestial arm of Arceus, emanated from his waist. This treasure, designed to restore the sanity of frenzied Pokémon, was primarily employed by striking the berserk creatures relentlessly until they regained their composure. However, this item was reserved for those of extraordinary prowess, a distinction that Link did not possess. Perhaps he ought to test its effects? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the previously dormant Scyther let out a fierce roar. As it prepared to launch another attack, Link's expression hardened with determination. He fixed his gaze upon the Scyther and, with resolve, hurled the luminous treasure at it. The treasure, formed of light, bore no weight, and even the resistance of the air could not hinder its movement. It soared forth like a shooting star, traveling nearly 100 meters before gradually dissipating. Clearly, Link had missed his target. In the next moment, a gust of wind descended, and once again, the Scyther cleaved him in two from the waist. A jolt of excruciating pain surged to his brain, and despite his preparedness, he could not suppress a cry. Perhaps the agony led his body to mistakenly perceive an imminent threat, or perhaps his time in this realm was simply at an end. Link awoke with a start, immediately meeting the concerned gaze of the fiery fox perched upon his chest. It seemed he had been tossing and turning as if pursued by nightmares. Do not fret. I merely experienced a troubling dream. He gently tapped the little fox on the nose with his finger. Let us turn in early. Tomorrow we shall venture to the orchard for some fruit. The fire fox nodded and returned to the corner of the bed, settling onto its prepared mat. Before long, it was fast asleep. Link, however, found it difficult to find rest. The harrowing imagery of being chased by the Scyther lingered vividly in his mind, as if faced with some monstrous beast that caused his heart to race uncontrollably. Typically, a Scyther stands around 1.8 meters tall, yet the one he had encountered loomed at least 3 meters high, unmistakably the Forest King Scyther of the Obsidian Wilds. And this Forest King was but an appetizer. The subsequent foes, the Mountain Queen, the Island King, the Cave King, and the Snowfield King, were the true heavyweights. Link struggled to comprehend how the illustrious Minga or Xiao Zhao from the ancient era of the Emerald could have vanquished such titans with mere human strength. Was there truly such a disparity in physical capability between Earthlings and the denizens of the Pokémon world? Perhaps humanity in this realm was indeed a form of Pokémon. Sighing, he reflected on the dream world, a realm where one could accept the invitation of Arceus and engage in continuous challenges against formidable Pokémon. The variety of challengers was vast, ranging from Piku to unknown totems, from ice machines to the legendary Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, culminating in the ultimate challenge against the revered Arceus after achieving 50 consecutive victories. The prowess of these sprites is unparalleled. The initial opponents in single combat begin at level 80, while in double battles, where 2 face 1, opponents start at level 60. Ultimately, the adversary, Arceus, reaches an astonishing level of 100. In other words, the Scyther Link encountered was likely at level 80, which explains his swift demise. As for the enigmatic voice from the heavens, there is no need for speculation. According to the inscriptions on the reverse of the legendary tablet, it observes Pokémon and humans across the cosmos. As a traveler, Link's arrival in this realm would undoubtedly be acknowledged by the Llama. Moreover, the Llama is not a malevolent deity. Under certain unique circumstances, it may bestow special protection upon trainers, enabling them and their Pokémon companions to master techniques known as divine skills. It is worth noting that the Llama grants such protection through a thunderous strike from above, referred to in ancient texts as being illuminated by the light of the great Arceus. Ancient Text 3. Without claws or fangs, humanity stands vulnerable before Pokémon. One day, lightning descended from the heavens, striking 10 Pokémon. The struck Pokémon subsequently became the allies of fragile humanity. One wonders if that lightning was the mercy of the great Arceus bestowed upon humankind. It seems that a certain Pikachu, having just stepped outside, managed to obliterate dozens of Spearows, perhaps having undergone a similar experience. Link is uncertain if he is overthinking it, especially since that was during the era of the original series, which had no established concept of Arceus, as it was still a discarded idea involving the deities of light and darkness. It would be presumptuous to suggest that the initial conception of the Pokémon world's mythology was already in place at that time. Regardless, Link is resolved not to squander this rare opportunity. as the mysterious voice indicated. The Dream Sky Arena is a place where one can enhance their abilities at a pace akin to cheating while in slumber. Such high-stakes combat offers invaluable experiences for both him and his Pokémon, as encountering creatures stronger than the champions is a rarity indeed. Thus, Link must invest in both strength and agility, even if only marginally, to ensure he can keep pace with his Pokémon's movements and accurately toss the items without error. Out of 6 attributes, 5 are in urgent need of enhancement. Bits are indeed scarcer than time itself. Consequently, he must exert every effort to resolve the situation on that front, aiming to return with the ultimate forms of others to engage in a vigorous training session and accumulate bits for attribute enhancement. Chapter 21. The Exquisite Baffin That Ignites the Ears. On the following morning, Link, who had ultimately succumbed to slumber, awoke early to freshen up. He proceeded to the kitchen provided by the Pokémon Center to prepare Starfruit Baffin for his Firefox as breakfast. The Starfruit, a mythical fruit discarded at the world's end due to its extraordinary potency, is said to contain primal force, with a flavor that is beyond description. While this may sound somewhat exaggerated, it is indeed the background description provided within the game's text. Consuming the Starfruit significantly enhances one of the Pokémon's abilities, and when utilized through nature's blessing, it unleashes a powerful psychic move with a potency of up to 80. Overall, it is a rare fruit worth anticipating. Such a remarkable object could hardly be found in the bustling marketplace. Shortly after awakening from his slumber, Link noticed it resting in his hand, prompting memories of the Starfruit he had previously plucked. Indeed, the Pokémon Dream World possesses the extraordinary ability to not only bring dreamlike creatures into reality, but also to summon the fruits from the trees in the field adjacent to his home. However, he had believed he had gifted this item to Mew, thus relegating it to the realm of dreams. Firefox, awaken. Come and savor the treasure I have crafted. Just as Link stepped into the room, the drowsy Firefox twitched its nose and abruptly opened its eyes. It had caught a whiff of an enchanting aroma. Upon seeing the colorful platter of petite cakes held by its trainer, it was filled with curiosity. This is a delicacy from the Sinnoh region. Inspired by the culinary traditions of Galar, I have attempted to recreate it from memory, though I am uncertain of its taste. Without hesitation, Firefox used its psychic abilities to levitate one of the cakes closer. The fragrant essence of wheat mingled with the sweetness of the fruit, invigorating its senses as if influenced by the abilities of Sweet Veil and Flower Gift. Eagerly, it took a bite, experiencing a harmonious blend of 5 distinct textures within the cake, each contributing to an entirely new flavor that harmonized beautifully without any discord. Upon taking another bite, it was astonished to find the taste transformed. The balance of spicy, bitter, sweet, sour, and savory flavors varied with each ingredient, resulting in a diverse taste experience even within the same cake. Each morsel was a delightful revelation. Firefox could not fathom how Link had managed to craft such an exquisite creation without any competing flavors rendering it unpleasant. If asked to rate this dish known as Pock Muffin, it would undoubtedly receive a perfect score. Seeing Firefox relish the treat so joyfully, Link breathed a sigh of relief and finally tasted his own creation. To be honest, he had lacked confidence in his ability to successfully replicate the Pock Muffin before Firefox's enthusiastic response. But living alone and receiving an abundance of complimentary eggs from his membership every week compelled him to experiment with various desserts in his oven. The original muffin was indeed one of the cakes he had mastered. The choice to make a Pock Muffin rather than a standard muffin stemmed from the former's portability. Now, with a better understanding of the recipe, he could enjoy snacks while traveling. The unique flavor was indeed a novelty. It was no wonder the taste of Starfruit was described as indescribable. Suddenly, Link noticed the rising temperature in the room, drawing his attention back to the scene before him. He saw the excited Firefox, its ears ablaze. Columns of fire erupted outward, striking the walls of the Pokémon Center, quickly turning them a fiery red. Calm down. Firefox, please, remain composed. Realizing that he had caused trouble, the fiery fox was suddenly startled and turned to look at Link, who had spoken. However, Link quickly retrieved the excited fiery fox into its Pokeball, preventing a potential disaster and ensuring that the house remained unscorched. He glanced at the charred marks left by flames on the walls, and an ancient adage inexplicably came to mind. Those who play with fire will surely burn themselves. This near catastrophe made Link acutely aware of the perilous nature of fire-type Pokémon, as well as Ash's remarkable resilience. While Ash could recover from a jolt of 100,000 volts after a brief pause, a mere burn from the fiery fox could have dire consequences. It was imperative that he fortify his defenses. Realizing the latent danger posed by fire-type Pokémon, Link hastily purchased a Fire Guardian Crystal from the system's marketplace with his coins. Fire Guardian Crystal increases fire-type resistance. The shield emblazoned with flames suggests a protection against fire. This should suffice, he thought. Subsequently, Link released the fiery fox once more, and in the short interval, it had calmed down, its tail drooping, and its gaze directed at the ground in humility. Excellent. At least the fiery fox possesses the most fundamental sense of right and wrong. Fear not, Fiery Fox. What transpired earlier is not your fault. You are merely a fledgling, having been born just over a day ago, and it is natural to struggle with your instincts. Link reassured. If we must assign blame, it should fall upon me for allowing you to emerge from your Pokeball in such a confined space, as you are not accustomed to indoor life. However, you must also strive to learn to control your instincts in the future. Come, let us first seek out Joy to offer our apologies. The Fiery Fox nodded and, with a dejected demeanor, followed Link closely. Together, they diligently ensured that no embers remained in the room before heading to the central hall to explain the incident to Joy. To Link's surprise, Joy was not angry. Instead, her curiosity was piqued by the Pock Puff he had fed to the Fiery Fox. May I take a look at that Pock Puff? She inquired. Link, somewhat puzzled, presented the item and replied, Is now truly the time to focus on that? Joy shook her head. Little Link. The rooms provided by the Pokémon Center for trainers are reinforced for durability and based on yesterday's examination. The Fiery Fox itself does not possess the capability to ignite a room with fire. The scorching and charring of the walls must be attributed to other factors. She then furrowed her brow as she examined the Pock Puff, feeding it to the nearby Happiny. The latter instinctively displayed a joyful expression, savoring it for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement to Joy. It seems my suspicions were correct. The berry used as an ingredient for the Pock Puff was not sufficiently blended, resulting in the Fiery Fox's heightened special attack due to the residual components of the berry. Joy concluded thoughtfully. Link mused, so, it appears the fault lies indeed with the Pock Puff. Yet, the mere presence of a single ingredient should not have caused such a significant issue. Was the problem with the Fiery Fox or the berry? Joy pondered aloud, unable to arrive at any definitive conclusion. After all, few trainers can procure the mythical fruit discarded at the world's end due to its astonishing power. The starfruit, as its name suggests, is exceedingly rare, only attainable through arduous feats across generations, such as conquering the entire battle frontier, achieving a remarkable 203 consecutive victories in the battle subway, or securing 200 consecutive wins in the battle tree. The fact that Link managed to retrieve it was merely a serendipitous occurrence. Chapter 22, the Pokeball Management System and the Significance of the Twig. An incident involving a fire fox that nearly sparked a blaze due to consuming remnants of a berry was swiftly resolved. The Pokémon Center, accustomed to such occurrences, promptly completed the necessary repairs. However, an education for Link and the Fire Fox was inevitable. Caution was paramount within the premises. Joy was conversing with Link when Junsha, resembling the visage of a twilight town, approached him. Is the Pokémon Center reporting incidents that swiftly? Link expressed surprise at Junsha's promptness. What? Junsha paused momentarily before clarifying her purpose. Shaolin. We were preoccupied with the cruise ship hijacking case the day before yesterday, and didn't have the chance to inform you. Did you acquire your Pokeballs from the Oceanic team? Link nodded, recalling that he had uncovered 10 red and white balls among the possessions of an Oceanic team member. Naturally, newly emerged Pokemon cannot inherit the Pokeball type of their progenitors. Thus the Firefox utilized the Pokeball he had serendipitously found. Incidentally, he had also retained the Oceanic team's uniform and pouch, as he contemplated their potential utility during future endeavors in Hoenn. Indeed, it is no wonder Joy mentioned that your Pokeballs could not retrieve information, Link remarked, somewhat perplexed. Can Pokeballs actually read information? Currently, all Pokeballs on the market are equipped with built-in chips, enabling them to transmit and receive information in networked areas, interacting in real time with the computers of Pokémon centers, the League, and law enforcement, including data on Pokémon status, trainer information, and the location of the Pokeballs. This system is designed to ascertain a trainer's whereabouts, thereby preventing smuggling and criminal activities, as well as assessing a trainer's circumstances to provide necessary assistance in crises. In essence, if a Pokeball detects that a trainer's Pokemon is in a state of near death while the trainer is outdoors, local League personnel, police officers, or gym trainers will provide aid. Should there be a significant discrepancy between the physical location of the trainer and that of the Pokeball, law enforcement will conclude that the Pokeball has been lost or stolen. Additionally, the functionality of reading the internal state of Pokemon within the Pokeballs is also applied in formal battles to prevent trainers from using rotation tactics to administer healing items illicitly, thus cheating. It indeed seems to be a convenient feature, offering considerable peace of mind. Link was astonished that the League had developed such technology at this stage. It was no wonder that bounty hunters and criminal organizations refrained from storing captured Pokemon in Pokeballs, as they were likely concerned with the tracking capabilities. However, due to the existence of the Pokeball management system, once a trainer's Pokeball is locked by the system, akin to the depths of Zone 0 in Juzi, they find themselves in a state where they are unable to release their Pokemon. This situation presents both advantages and disadvantages. If exploited by criminals, it could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, some leagues have been infiltrated by nefarious organizations, rendering the environment perilous for trainers. Indeed, the Pokeball management system is designed to serve trainers, which is why individuals such as pirates and members of the Ocean Team utilize outdated Pokeballs, along with some illicitly crafted Pokeballs, or employ specialized devices to disrupt the embedded chips. As the saying goes, where there are policies, there are countermeasures. According to Junsha, the Pokeballs Link retrieved from the Ocean team were versions that had their chips tampered with using such devices. Today, she visited to reclaim these Pokeballs. Since Link had done nothing wrong, he naturally complied with Junsha's request. After surrendering all the Pokeballs, he received 10 standard red and white balls and 1 commemorative ball. The Firefox chose a red and white ball that appealed to it and moved into its new abode. However, it soon returned outside, finding little to occupy itself within the Pokeball, preferring instead to breathe in the fresh air. Noticing that the outdoor weather was quite pleasant, the duo bid farewell to Junsha and ventured towards the orchard, gathering an abundance of berries and branches. The Firefox had a peculiar habit of carrying small branches as snacks, and upon consuming them, it would become invigorated, exhaling over 200-degree heat from its large ears to intimidate its foes. Link couldn't help but wish that the Firefox possessed the intimidate ability. Alas, this intimidation was not the same as the ability in question, rendering it of little practical use. As their foraging drew to a close near midday, Link planned to visit the Pokémon Enthusiast Club. While en route, the Firefox began to yearn for the branches that Link had cleaned and set aside for drying. Eagerly, Link offered a branch to the Firefox, which promptly devoured it with delight. Intrigued by this peculiar behavior, Link inquired about its feelings regarding the branches. The Firefox, after much contemplation, could not articulate a definitive reason. It was neither for dental care, digestive improvement, nor nutritional supplementation. Simply chewing on the small branches brought it joy, as if the act held significant importance to it. It seemed to stem from an instinctual need. Observing that the little fox itself was uncertain, Link instinctively recalled the Pokédex information regarding its evolutionary form, which he had memorized due to his fondness for fire-type Pokémon. Long-tailed Firefox, the fox Pokémon. It has a branch embedded in its tail, and when pulled out, it ignites due to friction, allowing it to unleash powerful moves fueled by this flame. The fiery red fox, a Pokémon of the fox lineage, possesses the extraordinary ability to manipulate flames reaching temperatures of 3,000 degrees Celsius into swirling vortexes, reducing its adversaries to ashes. By focusing intently on the flames dancing at the tip of its wooden staff, it can glimpse into the future. According to the Pokédex, the family of firefoxes resembles sorcerers. The staff serves both as a conduit for their abilities and as a means to foresee forthcoming events. While it is unlikely that these creatures wield true magic, though the world of the narrative does indeed encompass elements of sorcery and alchemy, the relentless pressures of natural selection would not favor traits that do not contribute to reproduction or survival. The fact that all firefoxes utilize branches implies that those who could not master this skill were gradually eliminated throughout the extensive course of evolution. For the firefox, the branch holds significance akin to that of a loved one for a cub one, serving as an essential tool. But what accounts for the profound importance of this branch? Why does it wield such substantial influence? As Link journeyed towards the Enthusiast Club, he pondered deeply, ultimately arriving at a hypothesis. The primary combat strategy of the evolved Firefox hinges on employing psychic power to manipulate flames in various forms for attack. However, simultaneously executing two techniques demands considerable stamina and mental focus, leading to prolonged casting times. This compelled the Firefox to develop the skill of preemptively conjuring flames as a medium for its abilities, likely facilitating a more effortless harnessing of fiery energy from itself or its surroundings, thereby enhancing the potency of its moves while reducing the complexity and duration of utilizing psychic power to control flames, thus manifesting combat prowess far beyond its inherent capabilities. Consequently, the Firefox ingrained the branch, a foreign object, into its very genetics. Chapter 23. Crimson and Verdant Leaves, the original triad. The Pokédex claims the ability to manipulate flames through psychic power, yet in the game, this psychic power cannot be learned. This is, in fact, quite normal. Even Arceus cannot learn Tackle, Growl, or Tail Whip in game. Is it truly incapable? The limitations of game data cannot encompass every detail, and furthermore, should psychic power be included in the fiery red fox's skill set, would anyone utilize it? After all, the Firefox can acquire the advanced skill Illusion Beam at just level 17, which is not entirely a multifunctional upgrade over the former. On the path to the club, Link shared his conjecture regarding the Firefox's affinity for branches. The other pondered thoughtfully, absorbing the trainer's words, and requested several branches for experimentation. Perhaps the Firefox's initial dependence on branches merely stemmed from the need for a tangible medium, and with further evolution into the fiery red fox, they could wield their powers without a staff. However, such minor details that do not impact reproduction are unlikely to be recorded in genetic information, leading the Firefox to ultimately retain this tool. Before long, the duo arrived at the club. As noon approached, the president coincidentally returned for lunch and, upon seeing Link, who had come to enjoy the day, a thought crossed his mind. Shaolin, you might as well join the club. Even if you do not stay long in the town of Mushui, you can find numerous Pokémon enthusiast clubs in other towns and regions, not to mention other areas. The clubs in Kanto, Hoenn, and surrounding islands are interconnected. As a club member, you would also receive timely information regarding Pokémon-related activities across various locations. Link, feeling no aversion to such an amateur club, readily agreed. Then please, allow me to join. After ensuring that his Firefox was in a safe place to practice controlling flames with telekinesis, Link returned the payback TM he had received from the president the previous night and registered as a member of the club. To his surprise, the emblem of the Hoenn Pokémon Enthusiast Club was none other than the Pikachu from Kanto. Shouldn't the badge of Hoenn feature the electric mouse Pokémon? Plusle and Minun? The president explained while registering him. The club originated in the Kanto region, hence we chose Pikachu as our mascot. With so many beloved Pokémon in the world, if we were to categorize badges by region, we would have to consider towns, gender, age, and myriad other factors. Pikachu is a fine choice. This Pokémon is adored globally. Link shrugged. Truthfully, as a gamer, his feelings towards Pikachu were rather lukewarm. However, he could not deny that Ash's relentless promotion over the past 2 decades had been remarkably successful. When discussing the world's most recognized Pokémon, one might not know about the likes of Ursaluna or Galarian Darmanitan, but they undoubtedly recognized Pikachu, and there was a high probability they were familiar with Charizard, who had never claimed a championship, and Mewtwo, who, despite being the weakest of the legendary Pokémon for over 20 years, remained iconic. In Link's view, the allure of the game transcended mere statistics. As long as there is passion, players are willing to construct strategies and teams around their favorite Pokémon. Under equal competitive conditions, even a diminutive tadpole Pokémon could defeat Zekrom, bringing the majestic Reshiram to its knees. Even a starter Pokémon like a Sprigatito could triumph over a fully evolved Pokémon like Inteleon through sheer skill. Link mused about the absurdity of how a Caterpie, once regarded as prey by a Pidgey, could claim a victory against a powerful legendary like Rayquaza using Electro-Web. This was far more compelling than a Pikachu, who had traveled through 4 regions only to be outmatched by a level 5 Snivy, or a Greninja, who, despite its advantages, was overwhelmed by a water-type Charizard, or an overpowered Decidueye benefiting from a dual item setup, while 7 underleveled Pokémon assisted a single champion in a match riddled with illogical outcomes. In comparison, the well-crafted and logically sound world of Horizon was simply far superior. Just as Link was lost in these contemplations, the president had already completed his registration. As the numbered Pikachu badges were distributed as tokens of proof, a curious inquiry arose. Although I can sense the strong bond among you, has the Firefox already mastered the technique of repayment so swiftly? This move is rather unique, leaning more towards theory than technique. Thus it can be returned once observed. The club president, who had little understanding of battles, found himself impressed despite his ignorance and accepted the skill machine. Very well. I shall assist you in finding a useful skill machine shortly. However, Link was far more intrigued by the figure accompanied by the Charizard. President, that Pikachu in the video is truly remarkable. Is its trainer the boy standing alongside the Charizard? Upon hearing this, the president nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is a newcomer trainer named Red from the Kanto region, who, during his travels last month through Leaf Green City, rescued numerous Pokémon from the Pokémon Enthusiast Club headquarters and conveniently recorded a skill machine. Link, validating his suspicions, couldn't help but gasp. Did he really train his Charmander into a Charizard upon arriving in Leaf Green City? The Leaf Green Gym is only the 3rd gym to develop Pikachu's quick attack while simultaneously leveling up Charmander to level 36? Red, how did you accomplish this? Is it truly possible to gain experience by defeating wild Pokémon? It dawned on Link just how feeble he was as a novice trainer. Unaware of Link's near breakdown, the president chuckled and nodded, failing to grasp the absurdity of an 11-year-old rookie trainer evolving his starter Pokémon into its final form in such a brief time from Pallet Town to Leaf Green City. After retrieving the repayment skill machine, he produced 2 additional skill machines that had been sent earlier. One was demonstrated by a girl with a Bulbasaur, showcasing the move's nature power and secret power, which utilized natural energy to produce varying effects across different terrains. The other featured a brash boy with a Blastoise, demonstrating Weather Ball, which harnesses natural energy to counter grass-type Pokémon on sunny days. After watching the demonstrations of the moves at the club, Link felt overwhelmed. These 3 skill machines had arrived at the Pokémon Enthusiast Club headquarters in Kanazawa City from the Kanto region a month prior, and were later brought back by the president's brother, Sujimura. This indicated that Red, Blue, and Leaf, the original trio, had likely advanced to Celadon City or even Goldenrod City. If he did not act quickly, he would miss the opportunity to spectate the legendary battles at the Indigo Plateau. Moreover, this also signified that soon the Hoenn region would brace itself for the ancient war of land and sea. Link needed to expedite his training, otherwise, he faced a significant risk of falling victim to the aftermath of the battles involving the Whale Mare and the non-flying opponents. Chapter 24, The Whale Mare and the Poplio. Thanks to the translation capabilities afforded by the simulator, Link swiftly grasped the techniques imparted by Bulbasaur and Blastoise within the club, promptly returning all the TMs to the president. Whether it be Nature Power, Secret Power, or Weather Ball, not to mention the previously mentioned natural gift. The underlying principle hinges on the utilization of external energy rather than one's own. Hence, their effects vary according to different environments, weather conditions, and berries. By harnessing the forces of nature, even a fire-type Pokémon can unleash water-type moves. What the Firefox needs to do is listen, feel, and contemplate. I have already secured my ticket to Canaz City, departing in the evening. Until then, I shall focus on honing Psychic. After bidding farewell to the club president, I immediately ventured outdoors with the Firefox, directing it to execute moves against the undulating sea beneath the floating platforms. With unwavering concentration, the Firefox summoned a radiant blue glow on the surface of the turbulent sea, manifesting into perfectly spherical water orbs that floated into the air. However, the spheres varied in size, and as their quantity and weight increased, their edges began to tremble slightly. After surpassing 10 1-cubic-meter water orbs, the Firefox could no longer maintain their structural integrity, resulting in intense fluctuations, ultimately causing the Psychic to falter, sending all the water crashing back into the sea. The newly born Firefox, with limited stamina and special attack, quickly succumbed to fatigue under the strain of concentration. Remarkable, Firefox. The Psychic attribute proves truly effective in reality. Let us first train endurance and control rather than maximum output. Link then instructed the Firefox to maintain just a single 1-cubic-meter water orb, continuously battling against tension and gravity above the ocean's surface, thereby honing the Firefox's focus. Simultaneously, he endeavored to employ the minuscule psychic ability he had developed the previous day to manipulate a remote control. After much exertion, he could only manage to elevate a water droplet, less than 1 cubic decimeter, to a height of barely a decimeter before it burst into a spray. The disparity between ordinary humans and Pokémon was indeed vast. Nevertheless, Link felt immensely grateful for the remote instruction provided by King Lei, which afforded him the opportunity to train, progress, and assist his Pokémon. Although he currently lacked the means to venture to Galar, he pondered if there might be other ways to assist it. Lost in thought, Link recalled the myriad Pokémon from all corners of the world within the Dream Realm. He could certainly disseminate the exploits of King Lei among those Pokémon, while also seeking out Galarian Pokémon, imploring them to visit the Whispering Woods and enlist the aid of Sangxiang and Zangmarin to assist King Lei in the Crown Tundra. He was thankful for Dr. Xinjuan's discovery of the Pokémon Dream World a decade later, which enabled cross-spatial communication between humans and Pokémon. Finally, after 1 minute and 20 seconds, the Firefox could no longer sustain its Psychic, causing the water orb to plummet into the sea. Quite impressive, far beyond my capabilities, Link mused, gently ruffling the little fox's head. Now, let us take a break and enjoy some snacks. In the morning, a considerable amount of Baofin remained. The Firefox relished its lunch, consciously controlling its ears to refrain from overheating this time. With its remarkable intellect, it adeptly learned from its previous failures. The delightful taste and energy replenishment of the Star Peach Fruit Baofin made the exercise seem less tedious. Is it truly boring? Link pondered, realizing that training a juvenile sprite could be somewhat torturous. Perhaps a more engaging method of training could be employed. For instance, one could attempt to divide a single water sphere into dozens of smaller ones, then reintegrate them, or manipulate the water sphere in midair to create elegant shapes. Alternatively, the segmented water spheres could be used as projectiles to attack weak fish like Magikarp, or perhaps to ensnare water-type sprites within the water spheres. Upon hearing the various dubious tactics conceived by its trainer, the Firefox contemplated and recognized that it could indeed control the water for more intriguing purposes. I have a splendid idea, it exclaimed, using its telekinesis to shatter a palm-sized Baofin into hundreds of fragments, evenly scattering them across the surface of the fish-filled sea. Instantly, numerous weak fish, Magikarp, Phoeba, Shiny Magikarp, and Poplio surfaced, eagerly competing for the morsels. Yet, in the next moment, they were all seized by the Firefox with its telekinesis and lifted into the air. Noticing this, Link furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing something amiss, and swiftly reached for the Pokeball. By the way, how had the Firefox's telekinesis suddenly become so potent after consuming the Baofin? Fufu. The Firefox, exhilarated by its achievement, proudly gazed at its trainer, only to discover that Link had grabbed his bag and was preparing to flee. Before it could comprehend the situation, a dense surge of water-type energy surged from the ocean's direction. Dozens of water guns were directed at the Firefox, but in an instant, a beam of red light enveloped it, drawing it back into its ball. The water guns missed their target, yet many water-type sprites were determined not to let them go, pursuing them relentlessly. Wild sprites, startled, would instinctively defend themselves. It was best to avoid unnecessary chaos. Link released the little fox once more, his expression serious as he lectured it, as if he had not just suggested the idea of using water spheres to catch fish. The Firefox wholeheartedly agreed, diligently resuming its training, its state having returned to normal. Observing this, Link pondered, was it truly the effect of the Star Peach fruit within the Baofin? Did this substance indeed possess primal power as suggested in the game's text? If so, Why was it sold for a mere 80 in the market? Was it merely a game mechanic? To confirm his suspicions, he resolved to inquire at the CAF tonight, questioning Dream about why the berry he had given it had appeared in his hand upon waking. Once again, the training session concluded, extending to a duration of 1 minute and 30 seconds. The Firefox's growth rate was rapid. It would not be long before it transcended its juvenile stage. Due to the perilous environment of the wilderness, the time it takes for most Pokémon to evolve from birth to a state of combat readiness can range from a mere minute to an entire week. However, it is only upon evolution, applicable to certain species, that one can consider childhood to be concluded. Given that most Pokémon undergo personality transformations before and after evolution, becoming more mature, composed, reliable, or even wild, Link has consistently pondered the necessity of providing the Firefox with a joyful childhood. A life spent in incessant battles would undoubtedly be rather dreary. Much like a question from his previous life, did your Pokémon truly desire to consume a particular item? In the realm of gaming, one might assert, it is not for you to decide. Yet in reality, Link believed that the Firefox should have the autonomy to make certain choices. Having learned from past experiences, Link was determined not to let it suffer regret after the fact. Just as he was about to broach the subject of growth with the little fox, a jet of water shot directly towards him. The Pop Dolphin, which had just been raised to the surface by the Firefox, finally located them. Chapter 25. The Water Wave Dolphin and its Origins. The wild Pop Dolphin made its appearance. Just as Link braced for the sudden water gun attack, the Firefox activated Psychic to halt the onslaught. However, the Pop Dolphin bore no hostility. It merely aimed a water gun to attract attention before beginning to emit a series of melodic sounds. The vocal range of the Pop Dolphin is impressively broad, capable of producing over 10 distinct calls. Upon opening its mouth, it immediately delved into the realm of the second dimension. The translation function enabled Link to comprehend its sentiments. Hungry, hungry, food, food. Did you wish to indulge in the earlier delicacy? The Pop Dolphin nodded in an exceedingly anthropomorphic manner, its expression reminiscent of a smile. Fine, the Firefox acquiesced. Link mused that since he had ample supplies remaining, sharing some with the wild Pokémon would not be a detriment. It provided an excellent opportunity to observe the effects of the star fruit-infused pastry on the Pop Dolphin. After conducting the experiment, Link noted that the Pop Dolphin's move power saw negligible enhancement post-consumption, suggesting that the Firefox's significant power increase was largely due to its youthful nature. The Pokémon's power rose by a mere 0.5, while the Firefox's surged 5-fold. Realizing this, Link felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped that he had unlocked a means for Pokémon to grow stronger simply by indulging in sweets. He intended to express his gratitude to the Pop Dolphin for yielding new experimental data, but soon discovered that the creature seemed reluctant to depart. Although the pastry did not possess miraculous qualities, its delectable taste and texture were undeniably delightful, captivating the Pop Dolphin, which continued to cling to Link, expressing desires akin to "Brother, I want more." Observing this, the Firefox had a sudden epiphany. Why don't we take it along to challenge the Rock Gym in Nas City? Link contemplated that indeed, in the time ahead, it would be essential to engage in activities within the water-rich Hoenn region, and a water-type Pokémon like the Pop Dolphin would be invaluable. Yet he felt a twinge of uncertainty. Would the Pop Dolphin also require level 38 for evolution in reality? By the time it evolved, the opportunity might have already passed. Moreover, is it not absurd to believe that every single Pop Dolphin in reality can evolve into the omnipotent form known as Dolphin Hero, boasting an astounding base stat of 650? Such a notion seems utterly ludicrous. The forms of the weakling fish and the awakened ancient gene of Dolphin Hero, which merely serve as narrative embellishments within the game, would likely prove insurmountable obstacles in the real world. After all, a single Hoo-Hoo whale consumes a ton of weakling fish daily, while the mighty Hoo-Whale King can devour an entire school of them in one gulp. If transformation into a school of fish were truly so effortless, would they indulge in such extravagant appetites? Link found himself in a quandary. It was indeed challenging for the Pop Dolphin to evolve. The Pop Dolphin gazed at him with eager anticipation, contemplating the possibility of securing a long-term sustenance arrangement. This creature, endowed with remarkable intelligence and a penchant for human companionship, not only rescues drowning humans during maritime disasters, but also assists fishermen in corralling fish into their nets when they set out to sea. This degree of affection towards humans bears a resemblance to that of a golden retriever in the ocean, making it quite popular among people. In summary, would it be too much to ask for a clear answer? Although this was not part of his initial plan, Link, amused yet exasperated, produced a Pokeball and said, "Very well, Pop Dolphin, do you wish to accompany me on my journey through the Hoenn region?" The Pop Dolphin nodded enthusiastically, executing a magnificent leap out of the water, tapping its nose against the Pokeball before diving into it. Fish leap, Pop Dolphin. Yet, Link couldn't shake the feeling that rather than having captured the dolphin, it was the dolphin that had ensnared him. Nevertheless, it mattered not. He would take care of it. Once he earned enough money, Link envisioned purchasing a house far removed from the clamor, facing the sea and basking in the warm spring sun, where he could keep the pop dolphin in the ocean. Let us go, Fire Fox. We should start with a health check for the pop dolphin. Lacking a Pock Dex, Link made his way to the Pokémon Center, where, with Nurse Joy's assistance, he conducted a comprehensive examination of the pop dolphin. Species, pop dolphin. Nickname, water wave dolphin. Trainer, Link. Gender, male. Type, water. Level, 27 to 29. Ability, water veil. Health, average. Attack power, perhaps lacking. Defense, average. Special attack, perhaps lacking. Special defense, average. Speed, average. Moves, water gun. Hydro pump, sonic boom. Encore, charm, absorb, play nice, acrobatics, dark mist. It appeared quite promising, possessing a commendable array of supportive moves. Utilizing Encore and Sonic Boom to enhance its performance followed by a series of absorb attacks would be an effective strategy. Observing Link as he focused solely on the Pop Dolphin's moves to devise tactics, Nurse Joy felt relieved that he wasn't overly concerned with individual capabilities. It appears that Link is not the type of trainer who seeks to capture and release countless Pokémon in pursuit of the most suitable one. This strategy is quite remarkable, leaving opponents in a state of disarray. Joy must concede that such a tactic is somewhat challenging to counter. In this era, with the league having been established for less than a century, Pokémon battles are just beginning to gain global popularity. The majority of trainers remain at a stage where they wield 4 moves of their primary type and 4 moves that reflect their personal affinity. Familiarity with enhancements is merely an introductory step, while an understanding of the value of variable moves qualifies one to call themselves a professional. Regardless of the future, Link currently possesses a vision and strategy that transcend the times, thriving in the competitive arena beneath the elite ranks. However, one must ponder how the Pokémon Center assesses Pokémon levels, as it seems to operate within a range. Link suddenly realizes that in the real world, can people truly ascertain a Pokémon's level? Relying on data, the league possesses extensive records of various Pokémon species. Experts typically define the average level of the 10 strongest known individuals of a species as level 50, while the average level of newly born Pokémon of the same type is designated as level 1. This framework thus provides a spectrum of capabilities ranging from 1 to 100. Link struggles to comprehend this methodology. It seems rather imprecise to regard the utmost limits attainable by humans as level 50. This could result in trainers practicing diligently only to find their Pokémon dropping levels upon subsequent evaluations at the Pokémon Center. Joy shares this sentiment. Yet, who can truly know the capability range of a particular Pokémon at any given level? If one were to artificially establish an unachieved limit through calculation, how could its accuracy be verified? The level data produced by the Pokémon Center's instruments serves merely as a reference, not to be taken too seriously. At least for now, until significant breakthroughs in technology occur, this system of level calculation suffices as a standard for ordinary trainers like Link, who lack any extraordinary traits. Chapter 26, Double Battles, the Mainstream of Hoenn. After completing a health check, Link spent an afternoon training with his Fennekin and Dewpider. Winning battles requires more than just the prowess of a single Pokémon. Fostering teamwork and collaboration among them is equally essential. After all, the predominant battle format in the Hoenn region is the double battle, where 1 or 2 trainers deploy 2 Pokémon simultaneously against another pair, with the defeat of all Pokémon on one side resulting in loss. The formats of 2 versus 2, 4 versus 4, and even 64 versus 64 are standard in official competitions and commonly seen in gym battles. Currently, Link possesses only 2 Pokémon that cannot form a cohesive system. To achieve victory, they must develop an understanding of one another, cultivating an exceptional rapport and enduring friendship. And the outcome? The sight of Dewpider carrying Fennekin across the sea, gliding through the water, with the latter using telekinesis to assist its partner in soaring through the air, is truly enchanting. In a fleeting afternoon, the 2 young ones had already grown quite familiar with one another, bonding seamlessly. The gentle and amiable water-dwelling dolphin was naturally adept at integrating into any group. As evening approached, Link relinquished his accommodations and textbooks at the Pokémon Center and boarded the Wind Rider, destined for the vibrant city of Canaz in the Hoenn region. Initially, he intended to study in his room until nightfall and then simulate some training before resting. However, upon discovering that the Wind Rider also offered a battle area for passengers, along with evening double battles, he swiftly altered his plans, opting to provide his Pokémon with an opportunity for combat and synergy before arriving in Canaz. The battle arena aboard the Wind Rider was located near the upper deck's swimming pool area. Due to the nature of being on a ship, moves that could potentially damage the vessel, such as earthquake, were prohibited. The small battle area provided for passengers measured 20 by 30 feet, featuring a central pool with a diameter of 10 meters, creating an ideal environment for water-type Pokémon. After registering, Link and his companion, the fiery fox perched on his shoulder, observed the battles from the sidelines for quite some time, concluding that the participants were largely inexperienced. Among the tourists, it seemed that there were few serious trainers, Most simply send out their Pokémon to unleash their elemental moves, with only the occasional command to evade or to exploit type advantages. Before his journey, Link had harbored the belief that individuals in this world were highly proficient in battles, questioning how anyone could coexist with a Pokémon for over a decade without understanding its moves and traits. Yet, upon his arrival, he realized that the profession of Pokémon Trainer was not woven into the very fabric of this world's logic as one might expect in fantastical tales of beast tamers. Despite the popularity of Pokémon battles, the role of a trainer was not elevated above other professions. Not everyone possessed an understanding of combat strategies. To illustrate, consider Earth. While the globally celebrated World Cup captivates millions, how many individuals would choose to become players or indulge in a casual match after work? Concepts such as strategic moves and defensive rotations are complex, yet who truly comprehends them? For Link, the thrill of watching intense physical confrontations and spectacular displays of power between different Pokémon was what captivated him. The intricacies of status changes and tactical maneuvers seemed less appealing, lacking the essence of a true trainer's spirit. This perspective might appear absurd, yet it resonates with the sentiments of the majority of spectators. While connoisseurs appreciate the subtleties, the vast majority of onlookers merely seek entertainment. The prevalence of singles battles, alongside the prominence of gym leaders, champions, and elite trainers, has amplified the notion of individual heroism to an extraordinary extent. It is not inconceivable that there would be instances where trainers were pressured to throw matches for the audience's enjoyment. After all, the champion of the Galar region, Master, retired after refusing the league president's invitation to engage in match fixing. The influence of capital may have, to some degree, swayed the inclinations of trainers. However, for Link, none of this mattered. To him, the greatest respect lay in ensuring that his opponents were unable to engage in battle. The realm of Pokémon battles is undeniably brutal, where only one side can emerge victorious. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Kobayashi from Mizushio Town and Mr. YK from the Black Gold City, please prepare in the trainer's area. Upon hearing the announcement from the arena, Link felt an inexplicable sense of being singled out. Why was he referred to as Kobayashi, while others were addressed with their full names, such as YK? Firefox, let us proceed and engage in a low-intensity battle, he declared. Before the battle commenced, Link had already provided guidance to Firefox and Waterwave Dolphin, believing that this would be a memorable first battle for them. Upon arriving at the trainer's area, he noticed that his opponent bore the appearance of a rugged mountain man, which caused a pang of concern within him. The gym in Black Gold City was a rock-type gym, and the local inhabitants were likely more adept at utilizing rock-type Pokémon, presenting a challenge for Firefox. As anticipated, when the referee from the Wind Rider announced the start of the match, the opposing Pokémon proved to be a disadvantage for Link. Go! Coaltruck and Beavertail. Mr. YK summoned two Pokémon, one resembling a four-legged mineral truck with a head that appeared to be glowing red-hot coal, and the other a somewhat dim-witted creature resembling a beaver, complete with oversized incisors and a tail nearly as large as its body. The former was of the rock-fire type, while the latter was a normal water type. This team lacked synergy. Firefox and Waterwave Dolphin, prepare for battle. Firefox was positioned near the edge of Link's side of the arena, while Waterwave Dolphin was placed in the central pool. With the referee's signal, the battle officially commenced. Beavertail initiated Sword's Dance, while Coaltruck unleashed Origin Pulse upon Firefox. Upon hearing the commands from the opposing trainer, Link immediately recognized that this Beavertail must possess the ability Simple, which doubles the effects of stat changes. Although he was unaware of the exact mechanics of this ability in the real world, he could not allow his opponent to strengthen themselves. Thus, the choice of moves became evident. Let Beavertail use Sword's Dance once more, he ordered, while Firefox maintained telekinesis and leapt into the water. The pronunciation of Waterwave Dolphin's two names took longer than one might expect. Therefore, Link had advised prior to the battle that any command not explicitly naming the Pokémon, but pertaining to Waterwave Dolphin's capabilities would serve as instructions. Consequently, upon receiving the trainer's command, Waterwave Dolphin beamed with joy as it unleashed an uplifting psychic wave to bolster its ally. The already simple-minded Beavertail was immediately affected, swinging its tail in a daze as it performed Sword's Dance. Meanwhile, a relentless barrage of coal projectiles coalesced atop Coaltruck's head and was launched towards Firefox. However, with the acceleration provided by telekinesis, Firefox executed an evasive maneuver that defied the limitations of inertia, surpassing Coaltruck's expectations and diving into the water, where Waterwave Dolphin awaited. Fox-Dolphin Fusion. In a battle where a single hit could render Firefox incapable of continuing, utilizing a teammate as a shield was indeed a prudent strategy. Chapter 27. How could such a clean skill exist in the form of Black Mist? The combination of the Waterwave Dolphin and the Firefox is hardly a rational pairing. Even allowing the latter to ride atop the former merely transforms the Waterwave Dolphin into a target for the Firefox's attack, as it cannot plunge beneath the surface to evade the onslaught. Link remains uncertain about the specific traits of the opponent's Colossus, making it unwise to hastily unleash the Waterwave Dolphin's water-type moves. which are quadruple effective against it. The flame body ability of the Colossus causes burn damage to any opponent it touches, while the steam engine ability bestows a remarkable increase in speed upon receiving water or fire-type attacks. Given that the opponent has chosen a water-type Dreadnought as a partner, it is likely that the steam engine trait is in play, suggesting a strategy where the Colossus supports the Dreadnought to maximize offensive potential before the latter offers protection to enhance the former's speed. In an instant, Link arrives at a conclusion. As he ponders, the Tyranitar device nestled in his bag radiates with the glow of knowledge badges, seemingly inspiring both the Firefox and Waterwave Dolphin. Colossus, unleash your ancient power. Yusuker continues to bask in the enhancements of ancient power, simultaneously creating a barrage of firepower to provide the Dreadnought with a moment of clarity amidst the chaos. Yet Link is not one to allow his adversary to persist with such a straightforward tactic, one that is already scripted for victory. Diving beneath the surface, he commands the Colossus to utilize Charming Voice, while the Firefox prepares to hold its breath. Upon hearing this, the Waterwave Dolphin instinctively glances at its clearly rock-fire-type opponent, wondering if a water-type move would not be more appropriate. However, its amiable and familial nature leads it to forego hesitation, promptly obeying its trainer's command. The Waterwave Dolphin swiftly carries the Firefox to the depths of the pool, evading the barrage of ancient power. There, the underwater Charming Voice reverberates, launching a mental assault across layers of stone projectiles and nearly half the arena's expanse, striking at the Colossus as consciousness. The latter's mental state falters slightly, yet its remarkable endurance and special defense allow it to withstand the blow. Meanwhile, the Firefox, as they submerged, employs telekinesis to create a bubble of air above its head. Though the sensation of being drenched is uncomfortable, it need not worry about breathing or moving underwater for a brief period. Nevertheless, this situation inadvertently favors Yusuker. The Colossus continues to bombard the pool with ancient power, simultaneously waiting for the Dreadnought to free itself from the interference of Try Again. During this time, the Colossus, having triggered its ancient power multiple times, has fortuitously enhanced all its abilities without the need for teammate assistance. The energy of rock-type origin forms increasingly dense projectiles, their impact beneath the water still potent enough to reach the bottom, were it not for the restricted visibility above and below the water, which rendered the large coal truck unable to aim accurately. The water-dwelling dolphin, utilizing its sonar capabilities, could easily identify objects. The mere exertion of its primitive power would have sufficed to conclude the battle. However, unbeknownst to the opponent, their strategy of suppressing firepower to buy time was entirely anticipated by Link. Beneath the black mist, all beings were rendered equal, as any amplification or diminishment of abilities was entirely negated by the interference. In but a moment, the inky vapors rising from the swimming pool enveloped the entire arena, obscuring visibility both inside and out. The large coal truck, unable to strike its target, persisted in exerting primitive power for suppression, while the large-tailed raccoon, having barely recovered from Try Again, surveyed its surroundings with confusion. Where was everyone? The sudden onset of visual obstruction left Yusuker momentarily at a loss for a solution, while Link, well prepared, ignited the signal for counterattack. The Firefox, employing psychic power, formed a seamless defense with the dolphin, retreating into the pool to seek an opportunity. Under the cover of black mist, the Firefox utilized psychic power to launch itself from the pool. This straightforward tactic, requiring little more than on-the-spot adaptation, did not necessitate prior instruction. The Firefox, having waited underwater for some time, acted autonomously. Although visibility was equally compromised, guided by the water-dwelling dolphin, it discerned the weak points in the enemy's fire coverage, using psychic power to leave the pool. Oblivious to this maneuver, the large coal truck continued to unleash primitive power upon the pool. However, the sounds of rocks crashing against the water's surface and the battleground indicated that the immense amplification of abilities was exacting a severe toll. The large coal truck, having incessantly repeated primitive power since the onset of the battle, was gradually succumbing to fatigue and in need of respite. The energy drain inflicted by primitive power on the spirit's stamina far exceeded that of most rock-type moves. Spirits, after all, are living beings capable of fatigue, and Link seized this opportunity. It was time to resolve the large coal truck with a water gun. The presence of the black mist allowed Link to disregard the characteristics of the steam engine. The water-dwelling dolphin, already poised for action, immediately unleashed a remarkably effective water gun. Yet, even a single strike with quadruple effectiveness failed to incapacitate the large coal truck. This was partly due to the exceptional stamina and resilience of the large coal truck, and partly because the water-dwelling dolphin, aside from its stamina and speed, exhibited considerable deficiencies in overall capabilities. Large coal truck? Yusuker inquired tentatively, receiving a response from his spirit, which prompted him to seize the opportunity for counterattack, executing flame vortex and water jet in the direction of the incoming attack and sound. The searing flame vortex penetrated the black mist, dispersing much of the fog while ensnaring objects within its grasp. finally presented with an opportunity to strike. The large-tailed raccoon unleashed a torrent of water from its tail, propelling itself across a significant portion of the arena with astonishing speed. However, upon reaching the vortex's edge, it discovered nothing but emptiness. The firefox had already utilized psychic power to relocate the water-dwelling dolphin from its original position. As the two Pokémon failed to counterattack, the latter, having fallen back into the pool, seized the opportunity to unleash a water gun at the charcoal Pokémon. Despite its abilities far surpassing those of the wave dolphin, the charcoal Pokémon ultimately succumbed to the dual onslaught of quadruple effective attacks, its prowess nullified by the black mist, leading to its defeat. Without a moment's sorrow for the loss of its companion, Ugia swiftly commanded the Tail Digger to engage in close combat with Water Jet. The Tail Digger's capabilities similarly eclipsed those of the wave dolphin, and it was prudent not to afford any chances in close quarters. Telekinesis halted its advance, while Sonic Boom disrupted its concentration. Just as the Tail Digger was about to plunge into the pool, its momentum abruptly faltered mid-air, as it was unexpectedly ambushed by the Firefox, which had stealthily descended from the wave dolphin's side. However, this maneuver proved futile. The surrounding water energy enveloping the Tail Digger dissipated the stability of the psychic attack in less than a second. Regrettably, before it could retaliate, the wave dolphin unleashed a concentrated sonic boom. The unique sound waves ensnared the Tail Digger in confusion, causing its previously maintained water jet to veer off course, resulting in a dizzying crash against the battlefield. Charming voice, hypnosis. Just as the dazed Tail Digger prepared to strike again, the subsequent psychic assault and hypnotic suggestion lulled it into slumber. Chapter 28. Is it really so unusual for a firefox that specializes in spray to learn rainmaking techniques? The initial collaboration between his Pokémon proved fruitful, and throughout the battle, they still possessed the vigor for another round. The Firefox and Wave Dolphin performed admirably. However, Link did not hasten to initiate another match. Instead, he returned to his room with his Pokémon. One need not encounter failure to recognize one's shortcomings. Through the recent battle, he had discerned significant flaws in this combination and potential remedies. The foremost issue was that the Wave Dolphin, being a water-type Pokémon, struggled to maneuver on land, as not every battle would provide a pool, and its power diminished by at least half once it reached dry ground. The Firefox, having only recently hatched, lacked the basic prowess to rival a fully matured Pokémon, and its skill set was somewhat limited. Should it face an opponent beyond its capabilities, it would be left with only Hypnosis and Mimic as available moves. Even if it fully supported the Wave Dolphin, it could merely utilize telekinesis to liberate the latter from the constraints of water. In reality, one could resist status-altering moves through sheer willpower, mental resilience, or regenerative abilities. Yet, even if the Firefox executed Hypnosis with pinpoint accuracy, its relatively modest special attack made success unlikely. As for using telekinesis to exert control, that was even less feasible. Experienced opponents would bolster their energy upon being ensnared by psychic forces, unleashing their own attributes to destabilize the psychic hold, thereby allowing them to act freely against such moves. To effectively employ psychic abilities to restrain an opponent, one must maintain focus and stability amidst significant disruption, transforming the endeavor into a mere test of numerical superiority. Link has always believed that even a trainer and Pokémon weaker than himself could win with minimal effort, hence he only regards those stronger than him as imaginary adversaries. The training of natural power and Weather Ball must be prioritized, and it would be advantageous for the Firefox to learn disruptive moves such as Encore and Ultrasound from the Water Dolphin, allowing the latter to focus on dealing damage. Indeed, Link has designated the current role of his Firefox within the team as a shield, support, and disruptor. Learning the Fire-type move Will-O-Wisp would suffice, ideally. He hopes the Firefox can quickly master Rain Dance. Me? Learn Rain Dance. The Firefox expressed doubt, as it is a fire type. Upon returning to his room, Link was pleasantly surprised to find an aquarium provided for water-type Pokémon, where the Water Dolphin could rest. If all goes as planned, they should reach Canas City by tomorrow evening, where a challenge against the Rock-type gym awaits. The mere thought of facing Rock-type Pokémon, akin to the formidable Coalossal, gave the Firefox a headache. The air currents generated by those ancient power projectiles nearly drained its fighting spirit. It wasn't a matter of humility. The Water Dolphin should handle that gym. Indeed, it will be the Water Dolphin's domain, but you shall have your chance to shine at the next fighting-type gym. Link refrained from instilling false confidence in his Pokémon, instead explaining the fundamental relationships of type advantages so that both the Firefox and Water Dolphin could comprehend their strengths and weaknesses. He was not an expert in countering type mismatches. Initially, it was essential to focus on favorable matchups. After imparting knowledge about types to his Pokémon, he instructed the Firefox to learn Encore from the Water Dolphin within the room. This move is simple yet effective, proving beneficial in most battles, making it imperative for the Firefox to master it. Meanwhile, Link did not slack off. He began today a simulation during his Pokémon's learning session. However, within less than 10 minutes, he faced total defeat 3 times, concluding the simulation for the day. He found himself at a loss, unable to evolve his Agumon. That night, he once again ventured into the Pokémon dream world. The room appeared identical to the previous day, but the friend's sketchpad had added a new page, featuring the water dolphin. Outside, the scene remained unchanged, with 2 rows of starfruit trees growing slowly, self-pollinating and bearing fruit despite the lack of care. Link used tools by the pond to water the fruit trees and picked 2 fruits. Subsequently, he crossed the Rainbow Bridge to the CAF on the enormous Sky Island. Wow, it's a human. A human? I thought it was a throwing monkey that looked remarkably human. Why is it that humans can also venture into the realm of dreams? Be cautious, lest he mercilessly apprehends your entire family. Today, a new batch of sprites has graced this place, including many unfamiliar species, likely from regions that existed prior to his journey across dimensions. The vastness of this world is astonishing, with the majority of sprites remaining unknown and uncharted. Fortunately, Dream is present today. Welcome, Xiaolin. What would you like to indulge in today? Good evening, Mew. A cup of Eevee latte, please. Noticing Dream's unusually cheerful demeanor, he inquired curiously, yesterday, upon awakening, I discovered that the starfruit I gifted you had mysteriously returned to my possession. Is this also a characteristic of dreams? Dream nodded, affirming. Indeed, the starfruit that Link bestowed upon me is, in fact, a replica created within the realm of dreams. The entities here do not truly deplete, and it is only upon returning to reality that the starfruit is genuinely materialized. What an extraordinary place this is. Indeed, the dream world possesses myriad functionalities. You are bound to be astonished on numerous occasions henceforth. What more could possibly surprise me? Perhaps a level 100 Dream Ball Llama might suddenly appear? Dream did not linger, swiftly attending to other matters. During this time, Link diligently observed the sprites frequenting the CF, searching for those likely hailing from the Galar region. However, until Dream returned, levitating the Eevee latte, he had yet to spot any iconic Galar sprites. Are you in search of something? Mew inquired, setting down the latte. I am on the lookout for Galar sprites, hoping to enlist their aid in restoring the status of the King of Berries. The King of Berries? Dream, who had spent an indeterminate amount of time in the CAF, had never heard of such a sprite. Noticing the curiosity in Dream's eyes, Link thoughtfully began recounting the tale of the bountiful king from the Galar region, 3 millennia past. This should aid in restoring some of its strength. Time swiftly passed, and soon the moment of awakening approached. When Link realized this, prompted by Dream's reminder, even the latte in his cup had grown cold. Is the flow of time somewhat off? He pondered, considering he had not spoken for long. Dream, with a playful smile, provided the answer. The duration one can remain here is contingent upon mental fortitude. Xiaolin, you must continue to train. Very well, before I depart, may I pose a few more questions? Upon Dream's nod of approval, Link decisively presented the query that had preoccupied his thoughts prior to slumber. Mew, do you know how to enable the Fire Fox to master Rain Dance? Rain Dance. That's quite simple. Just follow this method, and likewise for sunny day and other weather phenomena. What about magical space, trick space, wonder space, lucky spell, teleportation, psychic terrain, and swap terrain? Even simpler, just have any psychic type sprite practice in this manner, and they will surely grasp it. In the realm of S, the inquiries regarding meditation, magic reflection, mental noise, area combat power, magic shine, future prediction, and wishing arise. The first 5 can be practiced casually, while the latter 2 require a modicum of talent and adherence to specific methodologies. What of impersonation, trait exchange, and deception? Surely in reality, one cannot simply acquire the traits of an opponent or exploit their physical prowess. Kobayashi, you have yet to grasp the essence of these 3 techniques. They operate on a distinct principle. As for recycling, it appears unattainable, for reality does not conjure matter from nothing as the dream realm does. Why is that not feasible? Reality, too, can manipulate the state of affairs and materialize changes. How, then, can the water wave dolphin evolve into Dolphin Knight? Awakening ancient genes suffices. There are myriad methods, and once sufficient strength is attained, perhaps you might stimulate it with some star peach fruit? I see. So with just the technique of sealing, can Mio render all other spirits powerless? It depends. Sealing possesses numerous applications. Even humans can use it to bind certain entities, as evidenced by the ancient Hoenn people who sealed Regi Rock and its kin. In those fleeting moments before awakening, Link derived immense benefit, bolstered by a surge of mental clarity as he absorbed Mio's explanations of these techniques and their underlying principles. Time itself seemed to stretch. Alas, he could not linger indefinitely. Before fully mastering the principles and practice of these techniques, he felt his consciousness ebbing away. Reluctantly, he resolved to temporarily forego further knowledge from Mio. Thank you, Mio. You have been of tremendous assistance. Unfortunately, time is against me. Next visit, I shall attempt to create something from my homeland for you. Before he could finish, Link's form dissipated before Mio. What are you going to give me? Asking so many questions would have been better than bringing them directly. Knowing time is short, why not convey the crucial parts? Yet Link could not hear her. Upon awakening, he felt a heaviness in his chest, shortness of breath. As if a great stone pressed upon him, rendering him disoriented. Firefox, I cannot breathe. Huh, it isn't that heavy. Reluctantly, it shuffled closer to Link. Soon, it twitched its nose, detecting a sudden fragrance of fruit in the room. The Firefox scanned its surroundings, ultimately realizing the scent emanated from Link's fruit pouch. Those are fruits I brought from the Pokémon Dream World. Suddenly recalling that he had yet to mention this to the spirits, he took the opportunity to explain the concept of the Pokémon Dream World. Although the Firefox and Waterwave Dolphin struggled to comprehend how the Alliance Dream could exist as a purely mental realm, they chose to believe their trainer's words. Subsequently, they patiently awaited their evening meal. Link glanced at the clock, noting that it was already 6 o'clock. Rising early, he washed up and tidied away the Star Peach fruits, best to save them for later, as he still had a considerable stock of Balfin from before. He intended to reserve these two for bolstering his abilities during the challenge at the Naz Gym. Previously, in a dream, he had inquired about the so-called primordial power of the Star Peach fruits with Mew. It turned out that this was merely figurative language. The fruits were rare and difficult to cultivate, leading to misconceptions. There would be no miraculous enhancement of abilities akin to consuming a divine elixir. Furthermore, even for a young Pokémon like the Firefox, which could not fully utilize the fruit's effects, consuming a whole fruit would not be harmful. The nutrition and energy would gradually take effect within its body. As for concerns about weight gain, Mew indicated that as long as Pokémon maintained their exercise regimen, even if they became plump like a treasure master, they could revert to their optimal state. Moreover, obesity and gigantism are two distinct concepts. The former results from insufficient exercise, while the latter symbolizes strength. All Pokémon possess the ability to shrink. Just as wild Pokémon instinctively diminish in size when nearing death to take refuge within a Pokéball, human Pokéballs were invented based on this principle. Mastering the skill of controlling one's size allows for seamless transitions between larger, more powerful forms and smaller, energy-efficient ones. Groudon, in battle mode, looms like a mountain. Yet in energy-saving mode, it measures only 35 meters. Those overlords, leaders, and treasure masters have demonstrated that the greater the size, the greater the strength. Mew believed that if Link's Firefox did indeed grow larger from overeating, he, as a trainer, should be pleased. Link rationally acknowledged Mew's perspective, yet emotionally struggled to accept the image of his fiery red fox transforming into a treasure master. Fortunately, Pokémon could voluntarily shrink, and he couldn't help but be grateful to Arceus for endowing them with such convenient abilities for narrative development at the dawn of creation. He pondered the possibility of finding someone to trade for secret seasoning when he returned later. With these thoughts, Link took his Pokémon outside for a stroll, allowing the Waterwave Dolphin, which had soaked in a tub overnight, to swim in the sea for a while. Have you thought about how to enable the Waterwave Dolphin to participate in battles on land? The Firefox inquired curiously. Of course, I can devise a method. But Link hesitated for a moment before explaining. It would require a high level of proficiency from you. You must master the secret power technique to create numerous trenches and pits in the arena. Then, in conjunction with the Waterwave Dolphin using surf, you would need to generate ample water to form a pool. This way, even a standard battlefield on land could be transformed into an environment where the Waterwave Dolphin could move freely. However, in reality, while there are no limits on the number of skills a Pokémon can learn, time, energy, and stamina are finite resources. Your own skills always hit their mark, while the opponent's skills invariably miss. Although there are no restrictions on the number of skill slots, from novice bug catchers to champions, the world struggles to execute protective moves, clear mist, provoke, drop black and white mists, and unleash a barrage of attacks including curses, shared demise songs, and piercing techniques. One's own side can indeed enable a sprite to master a myriad of skills, regardless of the opponent's actions, always possessing fully refined techniques and powerful moves to counter any challenge. Such a scenario is not entirely implausible, but it necessitates a rather formidable enhancement. However, Link's simulator, while impressive, produces effects solely directed towards him as a trainer, which complicates matters significantly. He cannot enter the fray himself. Therefore, both he and his Firefox must make difficult choices regarding moves and strategies. In Chapter 30, the evolution of the fox results in a rabbit. In the future, Link and his Pokémon will have ample time to broaden their skill repertoire, but for now, he must establish clear objectives and strategies, focusing on a singular path of mastery. His devised plan consists of conquering 8 gyms within 40 days, defeating the lava and ocean teams in 3 months, successfully navigating the Celestial Conference in 6 months, and within a year, emerging as the new champion of the Hoenn region. He then intends to retire at lightning speed to travel to other regions. This may sound absurd, yet considering that in the neighboring Kanto region, contemporaries of his have achieved feats such as single-handedly defeating Brock with 4 badges, disbanding Team Rocket with 8 badges, capturing Zapdos and Articuno prior to the league, and subsequently defeating the Elite Four and capturing Mutwo within a year, his goals seem rather modest. If he fails to meet them, so be it. There is no shame in that. However, to realize his ambitions, stagnation is not an option. After concluding his walk, Link prepared breakfast for his Pokémon. Imparting the training techniques he learned from Mew to both the Fire Fox and the Water Dolphin, and then commenced today's simulation. He would no longer rely on others or digital beasts. From this moment on, Link would place his trust solely in himself and his partner, Pokémon. Restart. After a period of training, a tacit understanding developed between you and Pokémon. When faced with the proposal from Haku Takuma for everyone to split up in search of Senior Aoi, you paid it no mind. Instead, exploring the school building together with Pokémon. A wild Batamon appeared. But now it was the challenger. The battle of digital beasts is a contest of data. And you effortlessly resolved it with Killing Stone without even needing to evolve to the growth stage. Not long after, while exploring the school building, you heard a melancholic melody emanating from the piano classroom on the second floor. Concurrently, the simulator emitted corresponding sound effects. Link pondered. Wasn't this the main menu background music of the simulator, devoid of the violin accompaniment? The background music and the melody from the piano classroom were identical, clearly hinting at something. You feel a peculiar sensation and decide to investigate the piano classroom, which you had previously overlooked during earlier simulations. As you approach the piano classroom, you notice the door was ensnared, unable to be opened from this side. The prelude of the melody concluded, giving way to the ethereal and sacred voice of a girl. Stars twinkled in the sky, celestial radiance of many stars. Throughout the ages, warmth remains undiminished. As I gaze upon the world, the resonant echoes of the spirits linger, leaving all else in emptiness. Thoughts of the leaves come to mind, as they too ponder. Suddenly, the voice of Takuma resonates from the piano classroom, seemingly transmitted through a hidden passage. Perhaps your timing is not fortuitous. It would be wise to wait until we convene to inquire about the entrance here. Let us return next week. At this moment, a spark of inspiration ignites within Link's mind. Indeed, one can glean the past from the future. In the next cycle, he could proactively take measures to prevent Senior Aoi from being captured by the Spider Beast. Should the opportunity arise, he muses, perhaps he could allow Rio to be captured instead of Aoi, as the former serves little purpose alongside the Gunny Beast. He could unhesitatingly sacrifice Rio to secure time for training with the Poké Beast and to help others adjust their mindsets. Though such thoughts may seem callous, Link believes that releasing Rio, a source of negative energy that burdens the team, would ultimately benefit everyone, as long as the kind-hearted Senior Aoi remains resolute. The Labramon will evolve into a formidable ally. Once reunited, the group devises a strategy, deciding that the Poké Beast will draw the attention of the Chief Spider Beast, while the others focus on defeating the remaining foes before assisting. With this in mind, Link asserts that he could directly eliminate the Chief Spider Beast himself, leaving behind an aura of confidence. "You're so cool," Rin exclaims with a smile, though it sounds as if he is boasting. Takuma agrees wholeheartedly, advising Link to act in concert with the others. The group once again traverses the tunnel to the gymnasium, executing their plan flawlessly, including the full commitment of Link and the Poké Beast. For reasons unknown, your mindset has subtly shifted since your arrival in this world. You no longer instinctively reject everything, nor do you succumb to despair from repeated deaths and failures. You profoundly realize that, in this realm where it seems all has vanished, you are not alone. Though it may not be exceptionally powerful, the Poké Beast is ever by your side, quietly supporting and protecting you. In this strange world, our meeting is indeed a serendipitous encounter, a destined partnership. Power, I command you to manifest. You resolve to place your unwavering trust in the Poké Beast. Now evolved into a Volpamon before battle, the Poké Beast senses your commanding spirit. Isn't the tone of this narration somewhat off? It's nothing. I was merely reflecting on how fortuitous it is to meet you in this world. The Fire Fox shares this sentiment. However, Link's interruption of its training was a misstep. It was deeply engrossed in its meditation. Digital beasts are a reflection of human spirit and soul, intertwined in a shared destiny. And their evolution mirrors the transformations of humanity itself. Feeling your passionate emotions and unwavering will, the data of the Fox Beast surged immensely. What in this world can withstand such fervor? What in this world can resist it? Fox Beast, evolve. Witnessing his avatar in the simulator finally connect with the Fox Beast, Link couldn't help but clench his fists in anticipation. Indeed, in that unfamiliar realm, only the Poké Beast was worthy of trust. As the saying goes, with agile movements amidst adversaries, the waxing and waning moon is elusive, a mysterious aura envelopes. And the moonlit water bullets induce slumber, tears of arrows, and icy projectiles, descending with a swift kick that reveals its might. Is it the nine-tailed Fox Beast? No, the light of evolution shone forth, transforming the Fox Beast into the Rex Beast. Link, how could the Fox Beast evolve into a rabbit instead of a nine-tailed fox or a yokai beast? Rex Beast, a mature humanoid data species Digimon, possessing astonishing leaping abilities and agile movements to toy with opponents. Like the moon's phases, it embodies a perplexing character, often evoking an air of mystery. Absolute trust in its partner and the will to fight on, even in solitude, bestowed upon the Rex beast an ethereal, lofty power unbound by constraints. Behold as the evolved Rex beast leaps into the air, employing its lunar gloves to unleash moonlight bullets upon the remaining spider beasts, putting them all into a deep slumber. Accompanied by a graceful arc akin to a crescent moon, the moonlit flying kick descends from above. The powerful kick erupted in an explosion, silencing even the cries of despair as the once mighty spider beasts disintegrated into data fragments. Chapter 31. Healing Elixirs and Gym Challenges. After enduring 8 cycles, facing untimely demise and total defeat 8 times, Link finally discovered the correct simulation strategy. Abandoning all tactical considerations, he devoted himself entirely to trusting his partner and engaged in relentless combat. This method could mindlessly resolve encounters until the enemy reached the ultimate form. Success. You have successfully rescued Senior Aoi, allowing her reunion with Labramon. Though there were many words left unspoken, the night deepened, and everyone had grown quite weary. Thus, you departed the gym and spent your first night in this world together in the student activity room. Simulation concluded, earning 500 gold and 500 bits. Acquired the Beast Tamer skill, Determination. Determination. Your resolve enhances your abilities alongside your Digimon. Face yourself. Face the world. Due to achieving significant progress, you may randomly acquire one skill from your allied Digimon. The additional skill can be utilized by the Beast Tamer or equipped to your allied Digimon. Skill acquired. Healing Elixir. Healing Elixir. Capable of restoring the data of weakened Digimon to its optimal state. When used with water, it can transform into a sweet juice. Delectable enough to soothe the soul. Following the simulation, Link received an unexpected reward, as information regarding the beloved technique Healing Elixir of Labramon surfaced in his mind. This ability can be understood simply as a form of healing for the Digimon's data. Depending on the method of application, it can also manipulate the properties of liquids, rendering them into any beverage with healing effects, which can even benefit humans upon consumption. The efficacy is contingent upon the energy expended. While this world may lack Digimon, it stands to reason that humans, and likely spirits, can partake as well. This signifies that Link has acquired the capacity to harness his own vitality to concoct therapeutic potions. The sole consideration is to avoid the risk of the spirits developing an addiction to alcohol. Yet it appears that the elixir need not necessarily take the form of an alcoholic beverage. After careful deliberation, he chose not to have the spirits sample it immediately, opting instead to consult with Mew in the Pokémon Dream World later that night. If Mew endorses its safety, he would no longer need to worry about being stranded in the wilderness without access to a Pokémon Center for healing. In the subsequent 2 simulations, Link selected to resume from the interrupted memories, engaging in 2 exploratory endeavors to acquire various items. The group, benefiting from a moment of respite, resolved to first develop a base, gradually venturing outward for rescue. It seems that a considerable stretch of time will be dedicated to mere management. Concluding today as 3 simulations early, Link reviewed his gains, discovering that his bit count had reached 10,000, prompting him to decisively enhance his perceptual capabilities. While there were no significant changes in his awareness of the external world, the previously perplexing tactical arrangements in his mind became markedly clearer, even sparking new inspirations. He promptly summarized these insights and shared them with the Firefox and Waterwave Dolphin. Subsequently, until the Wind Rider reached the port of Canas City, Link diligently honed his mental fortitude. Canas City, a place where nature and science harmoniously intertwine, is situated in the western region of Hoenn and serves as the industrial hub overseen by the Devon Corporation. Until a few years ago, Devon was merely a modest company engaged in iron ore mining and steel refining. However, following the efforts of Zivich Hibiscus and the triumph of Zivich Daisuke as champion, Devon has recently transformed into a formidable industry leader rivaling the Sylph Company of Kanto, focusing on energy and products aimed at trainers and their Pokémon. Trainer tools. New types of Pokeballs, Pokémon Dreams, and fossil regeneration have reportedly led to the invention of the Pokémon Navigator, specifically designed for devices created by the Sylph Company. Indeed, in this era, mobile phones have yet to become commonplace. Only landlines and pagers exist as communication devices. The Pokémon devices and navigators invented by 2 companies indeed facilitate brief communication, yet their quality and user-friendliness leave much to be desired, rendering them destined for swift obsolescence. The business opportunities within this realm are more substantial than one might imagine. Regrettably, Link lacks the necessary funding to capitalize on them. Regardless, the industry closely related to trainers has fostered a favorable impression of the Hoenn Company among trainers throughout the Hoenn region, coupled with the celebrity effect of Champion Steven. Utilizing the props of this company has subtly become the new trend, overshadowing the Silver Company. With his own aspirations and plans, Link momentarily finds himself disinterested in the cultural aspects of this city. Upon disembarking, he directly leads his Pokémon to the Pokémon Center in Canas City. It appears that the Pokémon Centers in different cities possess their unique styles. Fennel, the Fire Fox, nodded, at the very least. This Pokémon Center lacked the scent of the sea, and the humidity was not as oppressive as that in Moss Deep Town. The most significant difference lay in the bustling atmosphere here, with trainers and a variety of Pokémon visible everywhere. Fennel, you don't recognize them? Allow me to introduce them one by one. Torchic, Mudkip, Trico, Drifloon, Shedinja, and Salamence. While introducing these Pokémon and their characteristics to the Fire Fox, Link made his way to the hall to complete his registration with Nurse Joy. The colorful festival will be held in 6 months, a timeline ample for him. Considering not every Pokémon is nurtured from its birth. After completing his registration, noticing that night had not yet fully fallen, he proceeded to the Canaz gym to apply for a challenge. The gym trainer on duty appeared youthful and, upon seeing Link's arrival, seemed somewhat disheartened. Goodness, do you not see the time? It's 7:40. In 20 minutes, we will be closing. Hello, I'm Kobayashi, the gym trainer. Given that it's getting late, let me register your appointment for tomorrow's challenge, shall we? Link responded with a polite and friendly smile. It's quite all right. 20 minutes is sufficient. I will conclude the battle swiftly. Upon hearing this, Kobayashi sighed inwardly but held no major objections, as a gym trainer's duty is to accept challenges. Furthermore, it would allow for credits at the trainer school. I am Link from Moss Deep Town, currently holding 8 badges, and I wish to challenge the gym leader, Cuckoo, to a high-stakes, 4-on-4 double battle. Is that so? Kobayashi inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Link's trainer card, which, clearly, indicated otherwise. Link interjected. Just write it that way. As a gym trainer, Kobayashi could not possibly acquiesce to this. Link's trainer card revealed that he was merely a novice trainer who had registered just 2 days prior and had yet to earn any badges from other regions. I'm terribly sorry, but as you have no records of competitions from other regions or any badges, you must first battle and win against me before you can opt for a high-level challenge. No problem, there should still be enough time. In the rematch of the gym version's second round at the gym, a forced double battle mode is implemented, with the gym leader's Pokémon and levels being optimized. During the initial encounter in the second round, the leader's Pokémon comprised of Geodude, level 32, Kabuto, level 35, Onix, level 35, and Bizel, level 37. The strength range of the principal characters in this narrative will fundamentally align with the game's parameters. Here, it is established that the levels during this second encounter represent the full capacity of a year after the main storyline, as well as the baseline for the official gym leader level. Chapter 32, The Great Adventure is about to commence from the CAF. With merely 20 minutes remaining before the Canaz City gym closes, Link, who has only been a trainer for 3 days, arrives to challenge. Mikage also acknowledges that there should still be time. Indeed, she intends to conclude this predictable battle immediately. Gym trainer, Mikage, steps forth to challenge. Go. Geodude, Bizel, Vulpix and Whalemare, prepare for combat. The arena of the Canaz gym is strewn with rocks, and as the battle begins, Whalemare, positioned on their half of the field, collapses to the ground. Vulpix swiftly harnesses Psychic to levitate its ally into the air, allowing Whalemare to swim in the air like a fish in a battle simulator. A water-type Pokémon. Mikage raises an eyebrow. The choice is indeed advantageous, but it is truly a pity to see a fish out of water. Use Rock Slide. She refrains from specifying which Pokémon should execute the move, as her resolve to finish swiftly has led her to plan for both Pokémon to unleash Rock Slide simultaneously, aiming for an effect akin to Rock Collapse to defeat the opponent. While it is true that water-type Pokémon have an advantage over rock types, how much could a fish out of water endure? Water Gun at Bizel, Link calmly commands. In response, the levitating Whalemare channels its energy to unleash a torrent of water, propelling itself towards the poised Bizel, using it as a springboard to leap higher into the air. With this single strike, Bizel is rendered incapable of battle. Mikage's pupils dilate in shock. Where is there a fish that can fly on land? Is it a dolphin or a jet plane? Seizing the opportunity, Geodude does not falter, unleashing a barrage of fist-sized rocks toward the nearby Whalemare. Psychic, Water Gun. However, Vulpix remains vigilant, directly employing Psychic to disrupt the rock slide launched by Geodude. Utilizing this moment, Whalemare, having adapted to aiming and shooting in midair, unleashes a water gun that precisely strikes Geodude, causing it to lose its battle capability immediately. Before even touching the ground, Link swiftly directs a Pokeball at Whalemare, recalling it into the sphere. Thus concludes this gym challenge of minimal difficulty. With the gym side possessing merely 2 Pokémon, Link glanced at his watch, registered, and hurried over. The battle concluded in a mere 2 minutes, leaving him ample time to complete the gym challenge before their closing hours. Very well, Miss Megawa, please summon Gym Leader Duan. Upon hearing this, the gym trainer's cheeks flushed, astonished at the prowess of the water-type dolphin. The battle difficulty for the Canaz gym, which bore no badges, was intended merely to familiarize novice trainers with type advantages, deploying Pokémon that were only slightly above level 10. I apologize, Xiaolin, but today is a weekday, and Gym Leader Duan is currently supervising evening study sessions at the trainer school. Could you possibly return tomorrow morning at 9? As she spoke, she withdrew her 2 defeated Pokémon and retrieve the rock badge from the badge box. However, before she could hand the badge to Link, the latter sighed regretfully upon learning of Duan's absence and departed the gym with his Pokémon. I apologize for the disturbance. I shall return to challenge you tomorrow morning. It seemed that even in haste, he could not indulge in Duan's warm hospitality just yet. Nonetheless, he had confirmed the strength of the water-type dolphin and its agility in rocky terrains, thereby increasing the tactical success rate for his upcoming gym challenge. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Link prepared a midnight snack for his two Pokémon to reward their efforts in battle, and subsequently, following the method provided by Mew, he brought the Fire Fox and the water-type dolphin into the Pokémon Dream World. Where's this place? Upon awakening, the Fire Fox discovered the water-type dolphin gliding through the air as if manipulated by its own psychic powers. The surroundings were vibrant and colorful, while it found itself perched upon its trainer's face. I can't breathe. The Fire Fox promptly leaped aside, realizing its sleeping position was less than ideal, having instinctively snuggled too closely to its trainer. Cough, cough. This is the Pokémon Dream World I mentioned to you, Link said, adjusting his clothes as he retrieved a friend's sketchpad from the shelf, displaying the drawings within to his two Pokémon. Look, this is you both. I can bring the Pokémon from the sketchpad into this realm as well. The Fire Fox and the water-type dolphin were in awe, particularly the latter, who relished the newfound ability to swim freely through the air, as if unbound by reality. Soon after, the trio ventured outside, watering the starfruit tree and plucking 3 fruits. 2 were divided between the Fire Fox and the water-type dolphin, while Link reserved the third to present to Mew. Time was of the essence, and Link promptly escorted his Pokémon to the main island. However, to his surprise, Mew was absent that day, leaving the CAF under the care of a rather unscrupulous individual. Xiaolin, Mew has an unexpected engagement today. Without its psychic abilities, we are in quite a predicament. Could you lend a hand at the CAF? I can certainly assist with delivering meals, but my time in the dream world is regrettably limited. Upon hearing this, the Wind Fairy waved her hand dismissively. There is no need for such extreme measures. All we require is a fire-type sprite to provide heat and a stronger sprite to assist with the transport. Was it merely Link's illusion? Or did the demands articulated by the Blackheart seem tailor-made for the Blaze Fox and the Aqua Dolphin? He nodded in agreement, accepting the task at hand. The Blackheart expressed profound gratitude before departing, as light and airy as a cloud. Thus, Link encouraged the Fire Fox and the Water Wave Dolphin to select some delectable treats, while he surveyed his surroundings, searching for and identifying suitable candidates. To his surprise, the sprites of the Dream Realm were, for the most part, far friendlier than he had anticipated. In no time, he had successfully recruited 2 sprites willing to assist him. A fire type with great strength, indeed. I believe I have fulfilled the Wind Fairy's commission. Upon hearing this, the customers fell into a contemplative silence, gazing at Link's chosen companions, eager to voice their critiques, yet rendered speechless by the sheer abundance of possible grievances. Meanwhile, Link, inspired by the Wind Fairy, pondered deeply. Although he himself could not hope to challenge the Dream Sky battle after numerous failures, what if he attempted to enlist the sprites frequenting the CF? Perhaps someone among them would be eager to test their limits. With sufficient manpower, even that fearsome Scyther would struggle to endure against the combined onslaught of sprites. With this thought, he rose promptly and introduced himself to the sprites, savoring their refreshments. Chapter 33, The Scyther's Desperate Battle, 40 participants. Greetings, everyone. I am Link, a trainer hailing from the town of Twilight Water. The Dream Realm is wondrous and enigmatic. The Rainbow Bridge occasionally transports us to incredible labyrinths or even more extraordinary locations. 2 days ago, I stumbled upon a peculiar space where enigmatic sounds shaped formidable sprites to challenge those who dared enter. It is referred to as the Dream Sky Battle, and it is said that victory there can grant a multitude of wishes. Those who achieve consecutive victories may even have the chance to encounter legendary beings of myth. Thus, I extend an invitation to all of you. If you seek strength, wish to challenge yourselves, desire to uncover the unknown, explore legends, witness the extraordinary, or fulfill your aspirations, please join my adventure team. Let us forge a community of destiny and together confront the formidable challenges left by mysterious entities. As Link invited the CAF patrons to partake in his quest to the so-called Dream Sky Battle, the Fire Fox and the Aqua Dolphin, who were eagerly awaiting their meals, found themselves intrigued. Was that mysterious challenge not sufficient with just the 2 of them? The Dream Sky Battle. Finally, someone was daring enough to confront it. Since he was a trainer, he should bring his own sprites to face the challenge. Previous champions had been utterly overwhelmed, and he appeared to be a novice. Surely, he would only be met with defeat. Every opponent within was said to surpass even the legendary sprites. What use would their participation be? What was there to fear? No matter how formidable the Scyther may be, it stands alone. A concerted assault should suffice, should it not? You are utterly oblivious to the immense strength possessed by the Pokémon within. Even if Ho-Oh were to arrive, it would be reduced to mere fodder. Is it truly as powerful as they say? Then I shall embark on a quest to ascertain its might. While most Pokémon show little interest in a place where defeat is inevitable, there are always a few audacious souls, undeterred by the prospect of failure, who charge headlong into adversity. After all, suffering injuries, or even facing death in the realm of dreams, is but a fleeting discomfort. The opportunity to encounter formidable adversaries and strive toward fulfilling one's ambitions is a rare chance that those who dwell in the mundane cannot easily come by. If defeat seems imminent and hope wanes, one can simply withdraw and disband the adventure team on the spot. Thus, approximately a quarter of an hour later, Link gathered a formidable assembly of 40 Pokémon at the CAF. In truth, he could have mustered a larger contingent, but he instinctively sensed that an increase in numbers would only amplify the intensity of the challenges they would face. In this modern age, who still engages in solitary duels like the legends of old, it is only natural for everyone to band together. After sharing a meal at the CAF, Link led the enthusiastic group to the very location where he had met his demise twice just 2 days prior. The area remained shrouded in mist, as if crafted expressly for the purpose of battle. Upon arrival, the brilliance of the cosmic wristband illuminated Link's waist once more, bestowing upon him a temporary treasure. In the air, the enigmatic voice resounded again. This was the venue for the dream battle, a realm where one could enhance their prowess at an astonishing rate while in slumber. Here, you would encounter a myriad of Pokémon and engage in high-stakes combat, earning rewards based on your victories. Let the dreamlike tournament commence. As soon as the words left his lips, the mist coalesced, forming a towering, 3-meter-tall embodiment of ferocity, the Forest King Scyther. Link, having anticipated this second encounter, seized the moment to hurl his treasure as it took shape. With his physical attributes bolstered to 12, he was no longer feeble. The treasure struck true the instant the Scyther gained the ability to act, delivering a precise blow. Though it appeared merely as a wisp of light, upon impact with the Scyther, it caused a momentary stiffness. Seizing the opportunity, the assembled Pokémon unleashed their most potent ranged attacks before the foe could drag them into close quarters, a strategy they had deliberated upon during their journey. A cacophony of moves collided, erupting into a dense cloud of smoke. Yet, before the fog could fully envelop the scene, Link and many Pokémon discerned that the Scyther had regained its agility prior to being struck. The situation was dire. Maintain pressure from the rear, Link urged urgently. However, in the next instant, a brown figure surged forward relentlessly towards the clearly outnumbered group. Link immediately tossed his treasure and commanded, use Thunder Wave and Rock Slide. To confront an adversary far superior to oneself, it is imperative to curtail its speed and agility. Yet, such tactical measures have long been recognized by the Scyther. Whether it be electromagnetic waves, rock blockade, or any other ranged assaults from fellow Pokémon aimed at its trajectory, none proved effective. This is solely due to the fact that emerging from the mist was merely its shadow clone. The true Scyther remained enshrouded within the smoke generated by the clash of moves, augmenting its abilities to their utmost limits with astonishing swiftness through agility, swords dance, and focus energy. Realizing this, the flying-type Pokémon unleashed clear smog. What materialized before them were dozens of identical shadow clones confined within a narrow space. At that moment, they all raised their rock axes, derisively pointing towards various members of the adventuring party, as if to declare, I alone shall assault you all. Immediately thereafter, a multitude of shadows surged forth, charging at different Pokémon. This was a dire predicament, Link thought, hastily instructing his Firefox to activate Miracle Eye. The latter's eyes shimmered with a rainbow hue. Ultimately, Shadow Clone was but an illusion, lacking substance, and from an energetic perspective, it exhibited a stark divergence from the true Pokémon. With a mere glance, the Firefox discerned that all the Scyther were but mere fakes. Above them, unbeknownst to them, the true Scyther had soared above the group, moving with such blinding speed that it was nearly indistinguishable, targeting the audacious Blaze Roar Tiger with critical hit. Observing this, Link, in a stroke of luck, hurled forth the Calamity Orb. Its radiant light unexpectedly struck true, momentarily immobilizing the rapidly descending Scyther. In response, the Blaze Roar Tiger scoffed coldly, seizing the opportunity to execute a backflip, entwining itself with the Scyther, and employing Hell Roll to crash them both to the ground. As the other Pokémon rushed forward to assist, the spinning Scyther scattered numerous semi-transparent rocks across the battlefield. Any Pokémon that came into contact with these rocks triggered violent explosions, resulting in a cacophony of detonations that reduced them to ashes. At the pinnacle of its ascent, the Scyther, leveraging its formidable strength, broke free from the Blaze Roar Tiger's grasp and cleaved it in two with a single strike of its rock axe. With the Scyther's descent, no Pokémon remained standing. Even Link and the onlooking Firefox and Waterwave Dolphin were tragically obliterated by the chain explosions caused by invisible rocks. The first challenge of the dream battle once again ended in failure, as the Scyther dissolved back into mist. Chapter 34. A 16-year-old novice trainer with 20 years of battle experience. In a fortuitous encounter with the Scyther, the overwhelming might of its rock axes proved insurmountable, rendering all efforts futile. Indeed, the numerical superiority was the reason for its ascendance as the king of the forest. It cannot be defeated. This is a true impossibility. In the end, the team that had assembled to challenge the Dream Sky battle ultimately disbanded. Although many Pokémon still yearned to continue the fight, Link's mental fortitude had waned to the point of exhaustion, rendering him unable to remain. Hence, both humans and Pokémon agreed to reconvene the following day at the Pokémon CAF, where they would strategize on how to defeat the Scyther. When Link awoke, the clock had already struck 6 in the early morning of the next day. The Firefox and Water Dolphin remained in slumber, their spiritual vigor far surpassing his own, likely still traversing the realm of dreams. From now on, he must endeavor to enhance this aspect of his abilities to practice moves and tactics with them in their sleep. As the enigmatic voice had proclaimed, the Pokémon Dream World was a realm where one could elevate their prowess at an astonishing pace, akin to cheating. Regrettably, Link had yet to reach the threshold necessary to exploit its benefits effectively, gently relocating the Firefox, which had nestled upon his face. He rose early to wash up and prepare breakfast for his Pokémon. Today's main dish was the Starfruit Puffin, a delicacy whose ever-changing and delightful flavors delighted both Link and his Pokémon endlessly. Nevertheless, he felt it was time to diversify their menu. Afterward, he intended to assist in the CAF's kitchen, as their pastries and coffee appeared to be quite popular among the Pokémon. Upon utilizing the utensils at the Pokémon Center to complete the Puffin, both Pokémon awoke. Noticing their trainer's early morning activity, they began to recount their efforts made after his departure the previous night. According to the Firefox, for reasons unknown, after Link's exit, the Dream Sky battle ceased to be accessible to the Pokémon, seemingly reserved for those who were chosen to challenge it. Consequently, it and the Water Dolphin returned to the main island CAF alongside other Pokémon, where they rested and conversed, learning about many renowned attractions within the Dream Realm. It was said that in addition to the Dream Sky battle, there existed a towering Fate Tower reaching a height of 100 stories. All Pokémon who entered the Fate Tower would, under the influence of an extraordinary power, revert to their weakest form, growing stronger with each successive challenge. This concept struck a familiar chord with Link, recalling the formidable dungeons from Explorers of Sky and Super Mystery Dungeon. He had not anticipated that such iconic towers from the Pokémon world would also reside within the Pokémon Dream World. If you are interested, you may also wish to give it a try. I shall awaken you in the morning, he remarked, though he held little hope. Wishing that the Firefox and Water Dolphin would not sulk for too long after tackling the notoriously challenging tower. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the Firefox suddenly leaped with excitement. In its exuberance, it miscalculated its jump and collided with the ceiling, nestling under the blanket in pain, nearly brought to tears. What are you playing at? Link inquired. The Firefox then extended its paw, gesturing animatedly for quite some time before finally managing to articulate the reason for its excitement. While taking a respite in the CAF to strategize, the Wind Fairy, having completed her tasks, sought to express her gratitude to Link for his prior assistance. However, as he was absent, she decided to enlist the help of a familiar mole to cultivate a new patch of land, generously providing them with seeds of a highly coveted secret seasoning that was popular in the CAF. These seeds have now been sown in the fields outside the cottage, and thanks to the unique properties of the Dream Realm, they will yield fresh spicy seasonings in just a week. As for the nature of this secret seasoning, Link pondered. It was uncertain how fiery it would truly be. After a moment of contemplation, he mused about making curry once the seasoning matured. Yet, he was left bewildered by how the mole managed to traverse the Rainbow Bridge. His mind remained clouded with confusion until the fairies finished their breakfast, leaving him no closer to an answer. Ultimately, Link resolved that during his next visit to the Dream Realm, he would certainly request the moles to reveal the lower halves they concealed beneath the soil. Fu, the Firefox, was somewhat exasperated. What was there to see? Nevertheless, it was eager to accompany its trainer inside. After a night of rigorous training, several of its techniques had significantly improved. At this rate, it would soon master offensive moves and stand independently. Although physical training within was futile, the efficiency of mental and skill-based exercises had greatly increased due to the ability to recover at any moment. Link affectionately ruffled the head of his spirited little fox, assuring it, "There's no need to rush. We will have plenty of opportunities to train in the future. For now, your main task is to enjoy yourself in the Dream Realm." A child should embody the essence of childhood. Constantly fixating on study rather than play is not a worthwhile pursuit. Speaking of training, Link had recently begun morning exercises, striving to enhance his physical attributes to a commendable level of 12. However, the improvement of physical capabilities could not be achieved overnight, even with points allocated. It merely augmented his innate talents. In the short term, he could not attain the superhuman physical prowess that was commonplace in this world. Time slipped away swiftly amidst eating, studying, and training, and soon it was 9 o'clock, the time agreed upon with the gym trainer, Mikue. Link arrived punctually at the Carnaz gym, where he found a diligent girl at the front desk, busily working on her assignments while earning credits. It was impressive that students from the trainer school began their internships so early. If given the choice, Would you prefer to sit in a classroom reading or engage in practical battles at the gym? Link would choose neither, having realized that self-study sufficed. Regardless, Mikue guided him through the registration process, leading him into the gym's interior, where he finally met the esteemed gym leader, Hoenn, renowned for her enthusiasm for rocks. Poised and composed, with a ribbon-like hairstyle and clad in pink tights, the exemplary young lady awaited him at the battle arena. From Migue's account, it was revealed that a new trainer had effortlessly defeated her and was eager to embark on a high-stakes challenge. Hoenn was intrigued by this audacious challenger. Hello, Kobayashi. I am Hoenn, the gym leader of the Kanaz gym. Engaging in Pokémon battles with more trainers allows me to learn immensely. I aspire to apply the knowledge gained at the Pokémon Trainer School in practical combat, which is why I became a gym leader. Could you share which Pokémon you intend to use and your battle strategy? It seemed that gym leaders enjoyed expressing their gym's characteristics and sentiments before the challenges, though it remained uncertain if this was a requirement from the league. Upon hearing her words, Link smiled politely and replied, "Greetings, I am Link from the Twilight Water Town. Although I am a novice trainer, I possess over 20 years of training and battling experience. In my view, you are the one who is being challenged. So, Hoenn, can you fulfill my expectations?" Chapter 35, The Battle. Gym Leader Hoenn. The Kanaz Gym Challenge, with the rock badge at stake, officially commenced. The format was a double battle, with each trainer allowed to utilize 4 Pokémon, and items were prohibited. A team was deemed defeated once all their Pokémon could no longer battle. Go, Onix and Noibat. Vulpix, Primarina, prepare for combat. Noticing that Link had deployed a fire and a water Pokémon, identical to the previous Knight's lineup, Hoenn frowned. Could it be that he possessed excellent breeding skills, yet lacked a comprehensive understanding of type advantages? Or did he believe that without Vulpix, Primarina would be rendered entirely ineffective? Otherwise, why would he insist on bringing Vulpix into the fray? Link, on the other hand, hoped that his opponents would not exhibit the same mastery of explosion as seen in the games, as that would complicate matters. Type advantages were crucial in battles, so he resolved to impart a lesson on the battling style of gym trainers. Noibat, use Stealth Rock, and Onix, unleash Roar on Primarina. One might wonder if he will also scatter Nails shortly. Link would never allow the gym challenger to treat him as a novice. As previously stated, he commanded, use Psychic, and give Noibat another go. In an instant, as Noibat concentrated the concealed rock-type energy into explosive orbs aimed at the opposing half of the field, a wave of psychic energy precisely swept over each bomb rock surrounding it. It is well known that the activation of Stealth Rock is contingent upon switching, akin to a sensor that detonates upon external force. At that moment, Vulpix's application of pressure through Psychic simulated this phenomenon. Typically, it would be impossible to discern these hidden rocks with such precision, but the energy angle provided by Miracle Eye allowed Vulpix to exhibit extraordinary accuracy. Thanks to the prior night's explosive encounter with their entire set of stealth rocks, Link found a solution he might not have considered without first-hand experience. As the ethereal energy of the rock-type Pokémon, known as Xiaobei, erupted in a spectacular explosion, a colossal crater formed around it, reminiscent of a battlefield ravaged by relentless artillery fire. Following this onslaught, Xiaobei's condition deteriorated significantly, while the diminutive Firefox unleashed an output that was strikingly disproportionate to its level. It dawned on Hoenn why the opponent would dispatch such a Firefox, clearly at a disadvantage. Yet, Xiaobei did not succumb to the chaos of the bombardment. Thus, the Water Wave Dolphin executed another try again. At that moment, the long-prepared roar from the Onix struck with precision, yet nothing transpired. Roar, leveraging the instinct of Pokémon shrinking in size, should have forced the affected opponent back into its Pokeball, rendering it temporarily incapacitated and necessitating a switch. However, this move bore no fruit. With only the Firefox and Water Wave Dolphin in her arsenal, there was no way to enforce a switch upon her. What a farce. Hoenn furrowed her brow, her breath quickening. Was this the implication that he intended to pit 2 Pokémon against her 4? Link nodded, affirming, I believe this is a reasonable tactic. He then commanded the Onix to try again. What do you think, Hoenn? Or do you now wish to rely on switching to alleviate the situation? At his words, Hoenn's pupils widened in surprise, feeling underestimated. Despite her formidable prowess and pride, rationality prevented her from succumbing to such blatant provocation, prompting her to analyze the current scenario. If no urgent rescue was administered, Xiaobei was already on the verge of being deemed incapable of battle, while the Onix, due to try again, was effectively rendered idle, vulnerable to an effortless elimination by the Water Wave Dolphin's water gun. Given this predicament, she decided, return, Xiaobei. Fossil armor, I entrust this to you. Just as Xiaobei was about to be struck by its own stealth rock once more, Hoenn opted for a switch. In high-stakes gym challenges, even a switch initiated by the gym leader does not constitute a Pokémon losing its fighting capability. However, to prevent both sides from excessively prolonging the battle with continuous switches, there exists a regulation. Both parties must wait 30 seconds before reselecting a switch. Moreover, Onix awaken. Use Dig to burrow underground and evade interference from the Water Wave Dolphin. Water gun. Duwan chose to employ Healing Roar. The Onyx, receiving guidance from its beloved trainer, regained clarity of mind and wondered how it had momentarily lost focus. It quickly dove into the earth, gliding gracefully through the solid soil as if it were water. Nevertheless, just before it could fully burrow, the water wave dolphin struck it with a water gun, dealing significant damage due to the quadruple effectiveness against its weak special defense. Meanwhile, the fossil armor sustained some damage from the lingering stealth rock left by Chow Bei on their side of the field. Upon witnessing the scene, Link couldn't help but muse on the arduous existence of the rock-type gym leader. Frequently excavating tunnels must indeed hinder the recovery post-battles, he thought. Fortunately, the relentless digging had rendered the soil beneath quite loose, allowing for a swift restoration to its original state. The battle resumed. The fossil shield, Firefox, and water wave dolphin stood poised on the surface, while the great rock snake burrowed below, seeking an opportune moment to strike. However, Link had anticipated such tactics and promptly commanded Firefox to unleash Psychic. The fox and dolphin harmoniously merged their energies, soaring into the air above the battlefield with the aid of Psychic. At this, Duwan finally grasped the situation. It was precisely because Firefox could elevate water wave dolphin into the air that it had been sent forth by the opponent. Yet, as a top-tier rock-type trainer, she would not overlook the possibilities of countering an aerial foe. Fossil shield, stir up a sandstorm, she declared. Water wave dolphin, once more. Again, it was once more. And again, once more. Frustrated, Duwan shouted, ignore it. The fossil shield tapped into the abundant rock-type energy within the Kanaz gym, activating it to a heightened state, transforming the environment into a sandstorm favorable for rock-type Pokémon. Though the trainer urged it to disregard the once more distractions, the fossil shield, not perceiving any fault in its actions, failed to exhibit the willpower to exempt itself and instead intensified the rock-type energy in the arena. The sandstorm, already capable of inflicting stings and scars, intensified further, almost echoing the cries of the atmosphere itself. It was only when Duwan, slightly overwhelmed, realized that under these circumstances, a stronger sandstorm would be advantageous, as Link's two Pokémon would soon falter, providing an opportunity to force the fossil shield into submission. Yet, amidst the tempestuous sandstorm, Firefox's Psychic managed to sustain a vacuum zone. Although fragile and precarious, it temporarily shielded them from the adverse effects of the weather. However, being still in its youth, it could not maintain this for long, and the vacuum zone was on the verge of collapse under the increasingly potent sandstorm. Chapter 36, Transformations and the Forces of Nature. Confronted with the escalating severity of the weather induced by the incessant sandstorm, Water Wave Dolphin found that it could not rely solely on Water Gun to defeat the resilient fossil shield from afar, thus incurring the risk of being assaulted by the great rock snake's underground tunneling once it landed. With only two Pokémon at his disposal for this confrontation, Link could not afford any unnecessary losses. Otherwise, Duwan could simply command her Pokémon to self-destruct for an effortless victory. Given this, it was time. Water Wave Dolphin, unleash that move. Upon hearing this, Firefox and Water Wave Dolphin exchanged a knowing glance and charged towards the surface, shielded by the psychic barrier. Duwan, invigorated, prepared to issue commands for the great rock snake, shrouded in darkness underground, to deliver a precise strike. Moments later, the Water Wave Dolphin, descending towards the Earth's surface, neither landed nor attacked the fossil helmet, but rather maintained its buoyancy close to the ground, emanating a powerful terrestrial energy. Could the Pop Dolphin also master Earth-type moves? Duwan felt perplexed, as it seemed impossible. Natural force. As the Water Wave Dolphin unleashed its move, Link's words echoed like the tolling of a death knell, causing Duwan's expression to change dramatically. This is bad. However, it was too late for her to react. The tip of the Water Wave Dolphin's tail lightly touched the ground, and an invisible ripple began to emanate outward from its center, brewing into an increasingly intense vibration, transforming into a seismic wave that shook the entire battlefield. Earthquake, a move permanently banned in the league. The air buzzed, and the earth trembled. The fossil helmet, which was weak to ground-type moves, found its sandstorm interrupted by this shockwave, while the giant rock snake deep underground writhed in agony. Duwan, who had been waiting for an opportunity, urgently shouted, "Giant rock snake, come out." Natural force is a rare move that can manipulate the external environment rather than relying solely on the user's ability, with effects determined by the surrounding environment, resulting in moves such as Swift Star on roads, Earthquake on sandy ground, Rock Slide on rocky terrain, Surf on the sea, and Leaf Blade in tall grass. Generally, within buildings, natural force typically manifests as the normal type Swift Star or Triple Attack. However, the abundant elemental energy within various gyms can lead to alterations in the moves produced by natural force. Although the Kanaz gym primarily focuses on rock types, its abundant ground type energy is closely intertwined with the rock type. As the fossil helmet repeatedly attempted to use Sandstorm amidst the interference of Try Again, the highly active ground type energy took precedence over the rock type, just as field effects, such as electric terrain, can overshadow the energy of the location. The result was dire. The frail fossil helmet was on the brink of collapse, while the giant rock snake, though physically robust, also suffered significant damage. Just emerging from the depths, Du-Wan's giant rock snake was already teetering, as if it could fall at any moment. Water gun. The nearly 10-meter-long giant rock snake crashed to the ground, becoming the first Pokémon in this battle to lose its fighting ability. Observing this, the fossil helmet secretly retrieved the persimmon fruit hidden beneath its shell, preparing to consume it for recovery, only to have it snatched away by the Firefox's psychic. Utilizing its psychic abilities to seize the moment and restore a significant amount of stamina for its opponent. After all, having just been born, maintaining psychic was quite exhausting. Come back, giant rock snake. Without wasting time awaiting the referee's verdict, Du-Wan promptly recalled her Pokémon that had already lost its fighting ability. However, the next decision regarding which Pokémon to deploy left her in a quandary. Chao Bei was in poor condition and weak, highly susceptible to being eliminated by the opponent's natural power, invoking Earthquake once again. On the other hand, though Geodude was in prime condition, it was the least trained among her Pokémon. A single Earthquake would spell disaster for it as well. How could she proceed? Even if Link's Popplio unleashed Surf, she would not be so passive, as the environmental conditions and the energy attributes within the Kanaz gym would limit the power of that move. But why was it specifically Earthquake? These thoughts lingered momentarily in her mind, but as a top student from the Pokémon Trainer school, Du-Wan quickly found a breakthrough strategy. Let us push a little harder. Chao Bei, use it again. Quickly, employ Magnet Rise. What? The intention behind deploying Chao Bei at this juncture was exceedingly transparent. It was merely a means to evade the threat of Earthquake. If she could use electric terrain, it would override the environmental effects, forcing Popplio's natural power to yield Thunderbolt instead of Earthquake. If that failed, she could resort to Thunder Wave to hinder her opponent's speed. And if all else failed, rely on Explosion to finish the battle. To Link, Du-Wan's strategy was as exposed as if she were stripped bare before him. Ultimately, Rock-type Pokémon possess formidable offensive capabilities, but their inherent sluggishness renders them severely disadvantaged in non-spatial scenarios. In such circumstances, Chao Bei's options were exceedingly limited. As an aside, the Firefox snatched the Persim Berry from Chao Bei using Psychic and delivered it into Popplio's mouth. Feeling as though her every move was being scrutinized, Du-Wan was increasingly engulfed by pressure. Her prior training seemed nearly futile in this moment. Left with no alternatives, she chose to believe that the bond between herself and her Pokémon could transcend use again. Fossil Armor, unleash Surf. Chao Bei, disregard everything else and unleash your full charge. Surf combined with Charge, both being indiscriminate area attacks, would allow the electric-type move to proliferate as the water spread. At the cost of sacrificing Fossil Armor, Chao Bei, unable to focus due to fatigue, would release its current, guided by its allies' water, accurately striking the Firefox and Popplio, who were at a disadvantage. With encouragement from her trainer, Fossil Armor immediately summoned its water energy to create a massive wave, riding the tide. And as the Pokémon Du-Wan had invested her utmost effort into, how could Chao Bei let its trainer down? With unwavering determination, Chao Bei resisted the use again that had put Du-Wan in such a tough spot, unleashing a remarkable electric shock. The currents surged upon the wave, manipulated by Fossil Armor, resembling a golden dragon, ferociously charging towards the two opposing Pokémon. It was a commendable effort, yet ultimately devoid of significance. Chapter 37. The rock type cannot exist without space, just as the Jewish people cannot exist without the barber. The Firefox as Psychic propelled the water wave dolphin skyward. Earlier, the Stealth Rock and Earthquake served as foreshadowing, rendering the fossil helmet incapable of combat due to damage inflicted by its ally's Thunderbolt during the pursuit. Thus, Du-Wan was left with only two Pokémon. It was only at this moment that the battle could be deemed evenly matched. However, owing to the Firefox's earlier provocation of the Stealth Rock explosion, the stamina of the northward nose was far from ample. Observing the situation, Du-Wan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from allowing northward nose to unleash explosion while the field was devoid of allies. The offensive capabilities of northward nose were rather meager. Should this explosion fail to vanquish the opponent, it would merely leave her weakest Pokémon, Golem, in a 1 versus 2 predicament. Regardless of the outcome, the fate of the battle remained uncertain. Now, I entrust you, Golem. Du-Wan summoned her final Pokémon. Due to the previous earthquake, all the stealth rocks on her half of the field had been triggered, ensuring that the subsequently switched-in Pokémon would not suffer any damage. Simultaneously, Golem was the most formidable attacker among her 4 Pokémon. Do not be deceived by the ability to fly. Golem would knock them down, while Northward Nose continued to Thunderbolt. Choosing not to use Thunder Wave was, of course, a precaution against a potential do it again, and besides, Golem, being a ground type, was immune to its ally's Thunderbolt. Now fully composed, Du-Wan was absolutely certain that if both sides remained grounded, Golem, with its dual rock and ground types, would undoubtedly be superior. Lin Ku, however, understood that the current situation was essentially a test of extreme cooperative attack capabilities. The moment one side lost a Pokémon, the ensuing battle would instantaneously collapse. Yet, in terms of offensive potential, his side held a significant advantage. This was not only due to the Water Wave Dolphin S-type advantage over the opponent, but also because Northward Nose possessed an inherent, substantial flaw. Professor Oak once poetically remarked, "The Northward Nose always points to true north, never faltering." This particular Pokémon, influenced by the magnetic field, could only orient itself towards true north, lacking the ability to turn, bend, for it had no waist, or look back, as it had no neck. In other words, its aiming capacity was severely restricted. It is worth mentioning that Lin Kuei's Challenger Zone was positioned to the north. Although Du Wan had concealed this critical flaw through the small privileges of the gym leader, before Lin Kuei, she was as exposed as if unclothed, failing to deceive him in the least. Long before the battle commenced, he had already informed the Fire Fox and Water Wave Dolphin of Northward Nose's weaknesses and the appropriate strategies to employ in such a predicament. Not having exploited this knowledge during the first half of the battle was all part of his preparation for this moment. A fortuitous opportunity presents itself. As the water jet is unleashed, the water dolphin swiftly propels itself forward, elegantly navigating past the mighty rock slide and the electrifying electro ball of its opponent. Yet, the culmination of this attack is not aimed at any creature, but rather at the outer edge behind the opponent's half, precisely behind the electro ball. Witnessing this, Du Wan's heart raced. She was taken aback that her adversary could identify the weakness of the electro ball without any apparent flaw on her part. Was it sheer luck or a clever strategy? It mattered little, for she had already trained extensively to exploit the weaknesses of the electro ball. Water gun. Once again, it is the unadorned yet effective water gun. Faced with an assault potent enough to incapacitate the electro ball, Du Wan instead bore a relaxed smile. Electro ball, now unleash Thunderbolt. The canine-type Pokémon possesses an acute sense of smell, while the fighter-type can discern weaknesses. However, her electro ball, embodying magnetism, could utilize electromagnetic levitation to further extend its electromagnetic reach, thereby gaining control over the entire battlefield and locking on to any opponent. At this moment, her electro ball had instinctively locked on to the water dolphin. No matter how it attempted to evade, it could not escape this impending strike. The overconfidence of Link, believing he had uncovered the electro ball's flaw and drawn the two Pokémon closer, was indeed his downfall. Nevertheless, Link remained composed, well prepared for such resistance. Mimic. From the very beginning, aside from Miracle Eye and Psybeam, the gluttonous Fire Fox finally revealed its other capabilities. It imitated the Water Dolphin's earlier nature power, transforming the abundant rock-type energy within the Kanaz gym into a colossal cascade of boulders, which surged toward both the rock and the electro ball. As Earthquake had exhausted a significant amount of ground-type energy, the subsequent nature power manifested as rock fall. Countless rocks plummeted down with thunderous force. The ferocious attack from behind caused the electro ball, still in the process of forming its thunderbolt, to instinctively shrink back, preventing it from delivering the devastating blow that would have surely affected the water dolphin. The ensuing water gun severely injured the already weakened electro ball, leaving it teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, this reckless assault came at a cost to Link. The Fire Fox, drained of energy, could no longer sustain Psybeam, and both it and the water dolphin fell to the ground. Seeing this, Du Wan felt a surge of determination, seizing the singular opportunity that had arisen throughout the battle. Rock Slide, commanded the rock, while the electro ball prepared for a self-destruct, in an effort to evade the opponent's onslaught and capitalize on the electro ball's vulnerability. The Fire Fox and Water Dolphin found themselves alarmingly close to their opponent. At such proximity, no defensive maneuver or alternative technique could possibly shield the electro ball from unleashing a self-destruct that expended all its energy. Not to mention, the distant rock would seal off the escape route with its rock slide. Victory was within reach. As Du Wan contemplated this, the concept of water jet emerged in her mind. The significance of her preemptive moves continued to grow. As a distinguished student of rock-type Pokémon, Du Wan's understanding of her own creatures, her tactical applications, and her ability to seize opportunities for counterattacks surpassed those of the average trainer. However, the absence of Trick Room ultimately hindered her rock-type Pokémon from executing her strategies, due to their inherent speed deficiencies. Although Link had yet to inquire with Mew about the principles of Trick Room in this reality, it was evident that the unreasonable pursuit of a rock-type lineup had caused Du Wan to miss her sole opportunity. A slight miscalculation led to a significant downfall. Both Nosepass and Rhydon could only watch helplessly as the water dolphin, carrying its fiery companion, narrowly escaped their combined assault. Nosepass was rendered unable to battle, while the Fire Fox and water dolphin consumed their citrus berries, regaining some vitality, and with their significantly enhanced abilities. They combined their psychic and water gun attacks to eliminate Du Wan's remaining Rhydon. Alas, it was time to rotate. Chapter 38, Rock Type, Gravity Type. The battle concluded swiftly, as Du Wan appeared to have lost the match in a daze. Doubles are structured this way, emphasizing offensive synergy over defensive coordination, the combined assaults of two Pokémon, shielding one another, are sufficient to breach most defenses. The priority of switching out decreased slightly, while the demands for lineup and tactical coherence surged. Based on these fundamental battle principles, it became clear why Du-1 had fallen short. Undoubtedly, she had underestimated her opponent. Employing the delayed strategy of spikes in a doubles match, her entire team of 4 Pokémon fought independently, lacking any form of interference or support, with Nosepass being a weak exception, and generally displayed inadequate speed and offensive power. The entire team suffered from slow speed, low special defense, and poor durability. If Steelix's ability were sheer force, Link might have deemed her efforts commendable, but clearly, that was not the case. Alternatively, she could have opted for a full-on offensive strategy, disregarding all caution. Truthfully, Link believed that even a single, well-trained Pikachu could overwhelm her 4 Pokémon with Grass Knot and Thunderbolt. Faced with such a lineup and tactics, he genuinely wished to pose a question. Do you truly believe you deserve to win? On what grounds do you consider yourself capable of victory? With such a composition, only sheer luck and extreme level superiority could secure a triumph over her opponent. The sudden defeat left Du-1, who viewed herself as a top-tier student, momentarily disoriented. Yet she quickly regained her composure. I lost, and there is no fault to be found. This is precisely how a trainer should engage in battle. Undeterred by her recent defeat of 2-4, she excitedly rushed to Link, her eyes sparkling as she grasped his hand. Shaolin, that battle taught me so much. I realize there is an abundance of knowledge regarding battles yet to be learned, which only deepens my fondness for them. It also makes me wish to understand you better. At her words, Link instinctively withdrew his hand while maintaining a polite smile. Was it not a bit eccentric for the people of this world to suffer such a crushing loss and yet, in the blink of an eye, transform into this exuberant demeanor? It was mere luck. My victory was hardly secure, as I nearly lost just moments ago. No, I can see that you not only understand your Pokémon, but also mine. Even though Link wielded a Water-type Pokémon, he refrained from employing moves like Water Gun against the Rock-type Onix, opting instead to continuously suppress and disrupt until he was absolutely certain of his strategy. It was only in the absence of available moves that he would resort to using natural power to execute Earthquake, while Water Jet counters Rock-type Pokémon. The physical defenses of Onix, Geodude, and Nosepass are remarkably robust, making it unlikely for the offensively weaker Popplio to defeat them even after several attempts. Thus, he relied on Try Again to create opportunities, delivering damage through the special move Water Gun. The choice to transform natural power into the physical attack Earthquake was strategic, as it effectively countered Kabutops and Onix, inflicting greater damage to the subterranean Onix. The young Fennekin, appearing as if it had not undergone much training, perhaps having just been born, managed to disrupt Stealth Rock with its Psyshock move and even inexplicably pilfered 2 Lumberries from the opposing Pokémon. In a final flourish, it prepared ahead of time, harnessing the greater energy of the environment to unleash Rock Slide. Had Fennekin's Rock Slide not exceeded the power typical for its level, causing Nosepass to hesitate, the outcome of a showdown between Popplio and Geodude following a self-destruct move would have been uncertain. However, had the situation not been obstructed, Water Jet would have targeted the hole left by Onix's dig. Link had long since formulated the equation for victory, yet he never anticipated Du-1 would underestimate him to the extent of laying down spikes at the outset. Moreover, the Water-type Pokémon's disregard for Onix's roar caught both sides off guard. You're too kind. My understanding of Rock-type Pokémon is merely theoretical. Nevertheless, I genuinely believe there is room for optimization in your lineup and tactics. Not wishing to dampen Du-1's enthusiasm, he refrained from being overly critical and merely suggested some essential details to consider when battling with Rock-type Pokémon. Since we are discussing slow Pokémon, Stealth Rock and Trick Room are indeed strategies you must contemplate. As far as I know, the Meteor Falls on the northern side of Kanaz City is home to both Soul Rock and Lunatone, which possess rock and psychic attributes, undoubtedly enhancing your team composition. Otherwise, how will you contend with physically defensive grass and steel types? Moreover, the Beldum from the Hoenn region is also exceptional. Its steel typing compensates for the weaknesses of rock types, and its move pool is significantly deeper than that of the average Pokémon. If you have a penchant for spike-based tactics, why not consider the rock and poison-type Glimera from the Paldea region? Additionally, since your Chow baby demonstrates such aptitude in electric types, why not experiment with a Thunderstone to harness electric energy? Leveraging the properties of electromagnetic conversion to diversify your strategies, Chow baby can evolve into Da Xiao baby using the Thunderstone, a discovery that Dr. Yamanashi will likely publish in the next 3 years. Although Link claims limited knowledge in the subject, he spoke eloquently when discussing the deficiencies in Du-1's strategy. Partly due to the overwhelming complexity of Du-1's team, and partly due to his extensive experience from countless battles before his journey, Link had valuable insights to share. While he may not be proficient in using rock-type Pokémon, he certainly understands how to counter them. By the end of the conversation, even the knowledgeable and erudite Du-1 had to concede that she appeared almost illiterate in comparison to Link. However, if Link were to actually engage in battle, it wouldn't take long for his lack of practical experience to become evident. Regardless, victory is victory. After an extensive discussion on Pokémon, tactics, and strategies for double battles, Duan entrusted him with the Rock Badge and the TM for Rock Slide. Had it not been for the receptionist, Megawei Jiang, mentioning a seemingly young boy with white hair who had consecutively defeated the gym trainers to challenge the gym leader, Duan might have continued their conversation well into the night. Upon hearing Megawei Jiang's message, Link immediately recognized the identity of that individual, Xiaoyu. One wonders whether he is the child of Qianli or Dr. Yamanashi in this timeline. The trainers in the Pokémon world inherently possess a gravity-like quality. Duan in Emerald Rebattle, I am truly delighted to see you again. I am Duan, the gym leader of this establishment. I believe we can relish many more exhilarating battles like our last encounter. I am eager to witness how much stronger we have both become. Let us begin. Before the World Championship battles, what kind of Pokémon do you use? And what methods do you employ in battle? Could you share with me? Quarterfinals. Engaging in Pokémon battles with numerous trainers allows me to learn a great deal. Semifinals. I intend to apply the knowledge I acquired at trainer school in these battles. What kind of Pokémon do you use? And what methods do you employ in battle? Could you share with me? Finals. Defeat in the World Championship. It seems there is still a plethora of knowledge to acquire, and I shall also participate in the tournament. Might I request you to be my adversary at that time? Undoubtedly, you embody the quintessential trainer, a paragon of excellence in battle. Your championship title is indeed well-deserved. I yearn to understand you better. Master Bao, the beauty of rocks is no less remarkable than that of gemstones or stars. Yet, you exude a brilliance that rivals them all, and that is your fervor. A passion that burns like a raging fire is an essential trait for every Pokémon trainer. Even a single Pokémon battle reveals a trainer's preferences. I appreciate battles that unfold as I anticipate, but what I cherish even more are contests where victory cannot be determined solely by knowledge, and the outcome remains unpredictable. The intensity of this heat seems capable of melting even stone. Chapter 39. I apologize. I will return it to you. My sincerest apologies. But it appears I must take my leave. Kobayashi, do you possess a Pokémon Navigator? Let us exchange numbers and arrange another battle when time permits. Upon hearing this, Link scratched his head. I do not have one. I am currently engaged in a budget journey through Hoenn, challenging various gyms. However, no worries. Once you have optimized your lineup and strategy, we can battle again. Duan, deep in thought, gifted Link a spare Navigator, green, from the Kanaz gym. The Devon Corporation is located in Kanaz City, and with champion Zavuchi Daigo at the helm, many of the latest trainer tools are promptly provided to each gym. The Pokémon Navigator boasts 3 primary functions. 1. Real-time display of the Hoenn map and one's location via satellite positioning. 2. Connection to the trainer management system for real-time monitoring of the trainer's Pokémon status, medals, and ribbons. 3. Registration of information from other navigators, enabling remote communication. It is akin to a mobile phone, albeit neither portable nor convenient, with functionalities that are rather limited, merely introduced to counter the Pokémon gear. As Link previously remarked, such devices will likely be rendered obsolete by the emergence of smartphones in just a few years, although the POC-TCH still holds potential for expansion. Having received such a precious gift, Link did not rush to depart. Instead, he chose to stay and observe Xiaoyu's gym challenge. In contrast to him, Xiaoyu opted for a 3-on-3 singles match, deploying a forest lizard evolved from a Trico. One can only say that she truly lives up to being the child of the gym leader and doctor. It took her only a brief time to cultivate her Pokémon to the stage of evolution at the very first gym. The agility and special attack of the forest lizard showcased remarkable advantages during the challenge against Duan, effortlessly defeating her Geodude and severely wounding her Onix. Following Onix's move Dig, she promptly chose to switch and sent out a Wingull that knew Rain Dance. The battle arena, hastily repaired by the staff, soon fell into a mire, and Onix, unable to perceive its opponent or sense vibrations underground, was compelled to return to the surface. Remaining underground would result in a penalty for a passive match. The attributes of the long-winged gull possess a distinct advantage. However, its size pales in comparison to that of the formidable Onix. Upon returning to the battlefield, Onix swiftly capitalized on its considerable size and moderate speed to consistently employ Rock Tomb, thereby restricting the movements of the long-winged gull. Just as Duan commanded Onix to seize the opportunity for a rock slide, Xiaoyu anticipated this maneuver and expertly utilized Quick Return, allowing the long-winged gull to evade the opponent's assault while still in the midst of its rotation. Immediately, she dispatched the forest lizard, who, taking advantage of Onix's inability to burrow in time, surged forward with Thunderbolt, executing a grass knot that decisively incapacitated the opponent. In a final gambit, the North Nose attempted a desperate thunder strike, leveraging the rainy weather to ensure its success. However, this seemingly certain blow was effortlessly countered by the forest lizard, which exploited the opening and delivered a critical leaf blade, concluding the battle. Duan was thoroughly impressed, despite not utilizing her full strength or primary Pokémon. Xiaoyu's prowess had sufficiently demonstrated her solid foundational skills as a trainer. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that she was, in fact, the child of the renowned Orange Blossom Gym leader, Qianli. After Xiao Yu's match, Link quietly departed from the Canaz Gym. The opponent's performance had indeed been remarkable, not only for their awareness of the significance of weather, but also for their Pokémon's mastery of Quick Return and Leaf Blade. It is evident that while novice trainers may lack skill, the seasoned gym leaders and exceptionally gifted individuals continue to inspire hope. Link eagerly anticipated a battle with Xiao Yu, yet prudently decided to postpone it, as it would be somewhat undignified to engage in a battle of such disparity. Firefox, Waterwave Dolphin. We owe our victory to your diligent efforts. However, we must remain vigilant in our pursuit of improvement, he mused. Next up is you, Vine Tree. Fu. It's time for you to shine at the upcoming gym. Link found himself at a loss for words, as he would inevitably choose the highest difficulty level when challenging Vine Tree and all subsequent gym leaders. It was clear that throughout this journey, they would perpetually face a disadvantage in terms of level. To be precise, Link would be overwhelmed by both the gym leader's superior levels and training, and the number of techniques mastered by his Pokémon would pale in comparison to those of their adversaries. His knowledge and tactics, coupled with his Pokémon's innate talent and dedication, would be indispensable. Ultimately, it would be their collective spirit that would carry them through. Just as he prepared to embark towards the battle town, he heard the sound of the door opening behind him. Xiao Yu, with the rock badge in hand and the forest lizard by her side, emerged joyfully, their camaraderie evident as they walked shoulder to shoulder. Noticing someone at the entrance, the forest lizard suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, crossing its arms and striking a pose with a branch in its mouth. Impressive, forest lizard, truly impressive. Link stifled a laugh, but the scene was undeniably amusing. At that moment, an urgent voice called out from behind, "Stop! Quick, stop!" The two trainers and their Pokémon turned to see several individuals clad in Lava Team uniforms sprinting northward with remarkable speed, carrying briefcases. Behind him trailed a breathless youth, swaying unsteadily after merely a few steps, resembling a research laborer confined to the laboratory for an entire day. An employee of Devon Corporation? Robbery in broad daylight. Team Magma has become increasingly outrageous. We must contact Junsha. It would be troublesome if they acquired any dangerous trainer apparatus. The onlookers quickly grasped the situation. Observing this, Link sighed inwardly. His time was running short, and he must race against the clock. Xiao Yu, evidently a meddlesome spirit, could not stand idly by upon witnessing the robbery of the Devon employee. You are too frail to pursue them. Allow me to retrieve the items. Without waiting for the employee's consent, Xiao Yu promptly returned his forest lizard to its Pokeball and dashed off with a speed that surpassed the world record for the 100-meter dash. Link, who initially intended to be helpful, was left utterly perplexed. How could he possibly keep up? Wasn't it true that only superhumans were qualified to partake in the main storyline? Yet humanity's essence lies in its mastery of tools. I promise I will return it. Seizing the moment while the crowd was engrossed in the spectacle, Link randomly selected a fortunate bicycle, mounted it, placed his Firefox in the basket, and accelerated in pursuit. He was inspired by the spirit of Uncle Long, watching over him. It was only after the youth who had audaciously stolen the bicycle vanished from sight that the crowd dispersed. Those who needed to report the incident, to apprehend Team Magma, did so, while others, to report the bike thief, also made their calls. Xiao Yu, age, 12, gender male, height, 152 centimeters, weight, 44 kilograms. Height and weight are based on the average values for 12-year-old males in December 2012. Ruby and Sapphire setting. Should a girl be chosen as the protagonist, he will assume a supporting role. Male, 12 years old. He is the son of Dr. Otamaki, assisting his father in research. He appears during the protagonist's journey, determining outcomes through Pokémon battles. He possesses a cheerful disposition and tends to meddle in affairs. Yet he is also quite easygoing. He harbors a slight sense of rivalry towards the protagonist, though it is not hostile. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire setting. He is somewhat straightforward and struggles with articulation, a trait that adults find endearing. He exhibits fewer unpleasant or self-conscious characteristics than in the original work. He conveys a minimal degree of concern for the protagonist only in rare moments during the climax and conclusion. Chapter 40. The Clue of the Shiny Cacturn. Name, Link. Gender, 16, yes male. Why steal someone else's bicycle? It was a loan. I saw Team Magma taking items from the Devon employee and wanted to help retrieve them. However, I couldn't keep pace even on the bicycle. In mere moments, both Team Magma and Xiao Yu vanished from Link's sight. Why did the bicycle break down? I cannot fathom why a wild Electrike suddenly sprang forth and attacked me with Volt Tackle. I was fortunately lifted out of harm's way by my Firefox using Psychic. But alas, the bicycle was left in disrepair. At the Canaz City Police Station, Junsha sighed in exasperation, remarking that one must gauge their strength when attempting to do good deeds. I could see your heart racing as if it would leap from your chest. Fear not. Nurse Joy at the Pokémon Center will attend to the bicycle's repairs. When you leave, be sure to apologize to Xiao Yao. If there are no troubles to stir, there is no need to waste precious police resources. Stepping out of the station with familiarity, Link spotted the fortunate bystander who had lent him the bicycle. A girl named Xiaotian with her sturdy torcheek. "I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting," he said. The girl, adorned with a red ribbon, waved it off, unconcerned by his clumsiness. "No worries. By the way, did you really see that boy from Team Magma leave with Xiaoyu?" Link nodded and recounted the entire tale. Concerned for Xiaoyu, Xiaoyao bid him farewell and, after recalling her torcheek, headed northward. Watching her swift departure, Link felt a pang of nostalgia. He contemplated returning to challenge the seemingly human, yet essentially Pokémon-like super trainers of Hoenn once his strength, agility, and endurance all reached 15. With the evening drawing near, it was too late to book a ticket to Battle Town. Acknowledging his physical shortcomings, Link pondered ways to compensate, deciding to capture a Houndour and evolve it into a Houndoom. However, he sought not the ordinary breed, but rather the subspecies that once thrived in the lush regions of Hoenn. The wash-green Houndour had not faced extinction over time. One accompanied Shaylee from Sinnoh, who had gifted it to Xiao Chun. This subspecies possessed the fire and rock typing, with abilities such as Intimidate, Flash Fire, and Thick Fat, boasting explosive power, capable of both offense and defense. In the future, it could even overcome the debilitating weakness to water types through terrestrialization. Most importantly, it was incredibly swift. It was said that a Houndoom could cover a distance of 10,000 kilometers in a single day, reaching speeds exceeding 4,167 kilometers per hour. What does that signify? Faster than a high-speed train. Though it is said that a team without Charizard is doomed to a life of failure. The current turmoil in Kanto and Hoenn raises the question, why must I persist in this relentless struggle? Hearing this, the Firefox looked at her trainer with confusion, as if to inquire whether they were not going to challenge the gym. Let us put that on hold for now. I lack the time for such a venture in Unova. Upon reflection, he realized there was no need for haste. Assembling a formidable team was of greater importance. The Firefox seemed indifferent, even suggesting that waiting for its own growth before returning to challenge the fighting gym might be a better strategy. With this clarity, Link felt as though he had shed a heavy burden, as if the sky had opened wide before him, illuminating his path forward. The city of Kanaz was adorned with the vibrant hues of crimson, emerald, and the lush foliage of 3 divine warriors. In the region of Hoenn, May and Dawn stood by, ready for action. After all, relinquishing control would not result in calamity. Why exert oneself so fervently? It was not a matter of neglecting the main storyline, but rather a struggle to keep pace, in a literal sense. Thus, they decided to return to the Pokémon Center. With a fox by his side, Link strolled leisurely back to the center, shedding the urgency that had once plagued them. He reveled in the harmonious coexistence of Kanaz city and nature, observing the interactions between others and their Pokémon amid the warm glow of countless lights. It was only then that Link felt truly alive. Forgetting the past, the present, and the future, he realized that the inhabitants of the Pokémon world had their own lives and did not need to revolve around the protagonists, May and Dawn. The formidable gym battles would eventually need to be faced, but not at this moment. Thus, Link ambled along with his fiery fox, playing and snacking until nightfall brought them back to their dormitory. After attending to his evening routine, he ventured into the realm of Pokémon dreams with his companions. The tranquility and serenity of the dream world remained unaltered. The secret seasoning he had planted the night before had already begun to sprout, while the traces of the mole's activity had vanished without a trace. What lay beneath the soil for the moles? What truth did the enigmatic Mimikyu conceal that could instill fear? Was the figure beneath the garb of the plush doll truly human? Were Huluch's belts tattoos, or merely adornments? Link was filled with curiosity. The fiery fox and the water-type dolphin listened intently to his musings, their own interest piqued. Perhaps their earlier boredom confined within the Pokeball had led to their eagerness. The water dolphin began to circle around Link, playfully nudging the fire fox and delightfully soaring through the air with the little fox. It seemed to prefer gliding in the air over swimming in the ocean. I have heard of a Pokemon called Gyarados, which, despite being aquatic, can fly through the air. Perhaps you could learn such a skill as well. At this, the water dolphin blinked and gently touched its trainer, deciding to try it out once they ventured outside. When they arrived at a CAF, they discovered that several Pokémon from the Axe Mantis Elite team had already gathered. Following a previous setback, many members had changed, yet numerous curious Pokémon were eager to engage with formidable opponents. However, Link had other matters to attend to first. Mew, good evening. Tonight, you have returned to assist at the CAF. I need your help to identify the move healing wine. After ordering a few cups of plain water, he utilized his Pokémon training skills to overwrite the information of those cups. Was that all? Mew took a sip, perplexed. So sweet. What has this water transformed into? The drinks included Coca-Cola, while the others were egg soup, century egg and lean meat porridge, broth, and a flavor reminiscent of emergency syrup. The latter few did not sound much like beverages. Mew chuckled as it sampled each one, finding them rather agreeable, though they seemed ill-suited for the CAF. After all, it is a CAF rather than a restaurant. In truth, Link had initially wished to manifest additional earthly delicacies and toys, yet his spiritual energy fell short, leading to repeated failures. However, from Dream's perspective, despite its own remarkably feeble spiritual capacity, the rate of growth observed was exceptionally rare among humans. Moreover, the water, influenced by you, now possessed healing properties. Acquiring super abilities after merely a few days of training is indeed impressive. A subtle smile graced Link's face. His growth rate was undeniably swift, yet humans likely cannot master such skills, can they? Well, since you believe it to be effective for healing, I shall trust in its use. Link shook his head, opting not to correct Dream's misconception, and instead inquired about the whereabouts of the shiny Rockruff. Addressing the matter at hand, although he merely sought to tempt fate, to his surprise, Dream actually knew the location of the shiny Rockruff. How could the descendants of the Island King be extinct? The world tree of beginnings, Farnus, the Crown Mountains, and the Harsh Mountains still exist. Chapter 41. The Fire Meowths overtaking on the curve. The Rockruff of the Shiny region is one of the 10 Pokémon blessed by Arceus, a descendant of the Island King, dwelling near Fire-Blowing Island. Such Pokémon, holding special significance in the Pokémon world, naturally see their bloodlines continue to this day. When the ancient Sinnoh people departed, they took a portion of them to other regions, and upon returning to Shiny, they constructed a lava battlefield at the then Azure Coast, approximately in the current Harsh Mountain area, earning the affection of the Pearl Clan. As a connoisseur of Pokémon lore, Mew's revelations confirmed Link's suspicions, yet also brought unexpected intelligence. The World Tree of Beginnings and Farnus? Were those not the locations featured in the Lucario and the Mystery of Mew film? One is in the Kanto region, the other in the Hoenn region. Yet both are not particularly welcoming to outsiders, particularly humans. This piqued Link's curiosity about whether Mew was indeed the same one from the Lucario film. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, Mew performed a backflip in midair using its psychic powers. I do not reside in either of those places, so I cannot provide you with any convenience. Those who can enter the realm of dreams are trustworthy individuals, and it would not be amiss for me to introduce the Pokémon required for your team. However, Mew lives alone on a small island to the south, wielding minimal influence in the outside world and unable to offer any substantial assistance. Yet, with this level of guidance, Link felt no further need for help. He resolved to immediately book a ferry ticket to the Harsh Mountains in the Sinnoh region upon awakening, to seek out the companion he had long awaited. After finishing the beheaded meal provided by the CAF, the newly regrouped team of Scyther once more returned to the battleground of Dream's endless challenges under Link's leadership, accompanied by the familiar opening line of the enigmatic voice. The battle against the Scyther resumed. After numerous cycles of defeat, the team had begun to discern a portion of Scyther's action patterns. When the elves converge, they opt for high-speed movement, followed by Shadow Clone and Aerial Ace to create chaos before systematically eliminating their foes. When faced with the threat of collective damage, they conjure an immense barrier of rock block around themselves, within which they continuously unleash Tailwind, Swords Dance, and Rock Slide. When incapacitated, they resort to unleashing a barrage of astonishingly powerful stealth rocks. After sustaining a certain level of damage, they enter a frenzied state, releasing a tempest of sandstorms so potent that even the slightest abrasive contact can annihilate all in a brief span, rendering their elusive forms utterly untraceable. As they approach death, they withstand any damage with Endure before retaliating with Double Edge, retreating to a distance to unleash a cataclysmic destructive ray akin to a curry stick, instigating an explosion of nuclear proportions that leads to mutual annihilation. They are formidable, outrageous, and undefeated by any number of skills, rendering even Shadow Sneak, Perish Song, and Destiny Bond ineffective. Due to the insurmountable disparity in levels, nearly every change in strategy proves futile against them, leaving only the basic damage-dealing moves to chip away at their health. Thus far, the maximum damage inflicted by the assault team was achieved by exploiting 3 moments of carelessness, triggering stealth rocks preemptively with the Scyther's own moves against itself. The entire night was a relentless cycle of defeats, pushing both humans and Pokémon to the brink of despair. Were it not for Link's rapid mental fortitude growth, they might have faced complete annihilation by the night's midpoint. How could they possibly overcome this foe? Link found himself questioning his existence. Was this truly an opponent they could conquer at their current stage? Yet amidst the repeated defeats, he subtly observed that the Pokémon, including his own 2 companions, were experiencing growth in strength and battle experience. This enhancement was a metamorphosis of spirit, will, and experience, though it did not manifest in their physical forms. Perhaps it could exert a gradual influence? This realization made Link, who initially intended to halt the team's efforts to discuss a strategy for a sacrificial retreat to ensure passage, hesitate. How should one weigh the transformation of spirit against mere victory, which might yield rewards such as experience points? Enough for today. They were growing numb from the incessant losses, and it was best to return to the CF for respite. Following the 10th collective defeat of the night, he noted the Pokémon's growing fatigue and called a halt to their endeavors, despite the lingering fervor of some battle-hungry spirits. Did they each possess a compelling reason to grow stronger in reality? Perhaps for their species, for their trainer, or to fulfill a specific purpose? Link was uncertain. But a balance of work and rest was essential. Without humans, the Dream Sky-S battles could not commence. And the weary Pokémon had no choice but to return to the CAF on the main island. Welcome back. It appears you have faced yet another overwhelming defeat. Mew smiled as he observed the elves, having Snorlax push over an entire cart of snacks. There were originally only 50 levels, and it was not something that could be resolved in just a day or two. Even if one felt anxious, it would be of no avail. Nevertheless, the constant failures left both him and the elves feeling somewhat disheartened. Link gazed at the surface of his latte, where an EV floated, while he sought to heal his own heart. The time he could remain here was dwindling to a mere sliver. Suddenly, the blazing Roar Tiger, who had participated in the challenging battles for 2 consecutive days, approached his table. You've barely lasted half an hour. You ought to train more. I've heard that a normal human can endure here for an hour. Link could only smile wryly. He was of a different species entirely from those superhumans. He then looked at the Roar Tiger, uncertain of its intentions. I heard from the Firefox yesterday that your ideal team includes a blazing Roar Tiger. The latter patted his shoulder, adding, moreover, we've devised numerous strategies specifically targeting us. You have quite the discerning eye. Taken aback, Link turned to the Firefox, which wore an expression that seemed to implore him to praise it. He discreetly gave it a thumbs up beneath the table, touched that his Pokémon thought of him even in its slumber. Don't celebrate too soon. I have my own trainer. The blazing Roar Tiger evidently had no intention of joining Link's team. However, I can recommend my successor, on the condition that you ensure that little Fire Meow participates in the Dream Sky Clash and becomes at least as formidable as I am. You need not worry. My aspiration is to surpass the legendary champion in battles. As long as my Pokémon are willing, I shall assist them in reaching the limits of my capabilities. Pokémon are remarkably perceptive, able to discern whether a human's words contain deceit. Upon understanding Link's true intentions, the blazing Roar Tiger felt reassured and promptly invited him to the Dream Realm at the same time the following day to take one of its kin, a Fire Meow eager to leave Alola and explore broader horizons. Chapter 42. The Aspirations of Meow. To be well fed. Suddenly, the Fire Meow, which was poised to join the team, made a surprise appearance, filling Link with joy, only for him to awaken and find himself staring at a fluffy tail. Although he longed to embrace such an intelligent and considerate Firefox, the Pokémon were still in slumber, so he quietly left the room. For breakfast, he drew inspiration from the meals at the Pokémon Center and prepared a Blackheart fluffy cheeseburger. However, as he plated his creation, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease regarding its appearance. Perhaps it's merely an illusion. The presentation was inconsequential. What mattered was the sentiment behind it. Indeed, the sentiment. Returning to his room and noting that the Pokémon were still resting, he decided to peruse the books provided by the Pokémon Center while practicing mental fortitude using the methods suggested by Rayquaza. Perhaps due to an enhancement in some attribute of perception or intellect, he exhibited a remarkable rate of growth in this domain. It is also possible that he possesses an unexpected talent, and before long, he may awaken a true superpower. At that juncture, acquiring the ability of telepathy would allow him to communicate tactical strategies with his sprites without uttering a word during battles, rendering both offensive and defensive maneuvers unexpectedly effective. The simulator continued to yield bits and coins steadily. However, the narrative had stalled at the exploration phase, leaving him uncertain of how long it would take to advance further. With the ability of his Pock Beast to evolve into Rex Beast, reverting would result in transforming into the nearly powerless Moonlight Beast. He began to grasp the intricacies of the digital monster's web-like evolutionary structure, discovering that even the initial digital beasts could reflect the spirit of the beast tamer, thus morphing into different varieties. Regardless, the efficiency of accruing bits and the rate of setbacks had improved. His accumulated points over the past 3 days had elevated his perception points to 14. It seemed he could now more readily sense the emotional fluctuations of others, significantly enhancing his empathic abilities. The requirement to advance from 14 to 15 points was no longer an increment of 1 0 as before, but rather a leap of 2 zeros, necessitating a staggering 1 million bits for further enhancement. Such an expense. Engaging in battles with digital beasts to earn bits for upgrades. Could this be the fabled mining? Linka shivered at his own corny joke. Shortly thereafter, the Firefox and the Waterwave Dolphin awakened. Good morning. Did you visit any fascinating places last night? He served the 2 sprites their black-hearted burgers and accompanied them with some counterfeit Moo Moo fresh milk, using healing wine to enhance the meal. Unable to afford the genuine article at 500 a bottle, he settled for plain water, confident that the essential nutrients had been provided by the star peach fruit. Fufu. The Firefox and Waterwave Dolphin displayed hearty appetites, munching away while sharing tales of what transpired after he departed the previous evening. They had not ventured elsewhere but remained in the CAF, conversing with other sprites and absorbing a wealth of knowledge about the world, having previously drifted aimlessly in the ocean upon birth. It turned out that humans could also execute techniques and even cultivate formidable superpowers. Rumor had it that some superhumans surpassed their own sprites in prowess, possessing the ability to transform living humans into dolls, a curious urban legend among sprites. Humans must merely be a special kind of sprite, Lin commused, pondering this notion. Perhaps that was why Junsha and Miss Joy bore such a striking resemblance. Upon hearing his observation, the Firefox realized that both Junsha from Mushue Town and Joy from Kanas City were indeed remarkably similar, despite sprites perceiving humans as somewhat uniform. The degree of their likeness was indeed uncanny. Yet, it seemed that humans did not emerge from eggs, leading to a breakfast filled with discussions on the disparities between humans and sprites. After tidying up the dishes, Link intended to book a ticket to the harsh Mount Stark, only to discover that the environment of Fire-Blowing Island was far more arduous than he had imagined. Located to the northeast of the Sinnoh region, Fire-Blowing Island is characterized by dense forests, unpredictable cliffs, steep mountain paths, and rampant sandstorms, making it a true test of endurance for Pokémon trainers. In recent years, some human settlements have developed here, yet the island still retains its inhospitable atmosphere, teeming with Pokémon that are significantly stronger than those found in more ordinary locales. Elite Four members, champions, and trainers from around the world frequently visit Fire-Blowing Island for vacation and specialized training. Such a challenging place is ill-suited for an ordinary trainer like him, even if he ventured there. Traversing the battle zone and survival zone to reach the depths of Mount Stark would be a formidable challenge. The shiny Cacturn awaited him there, but the distance loomed before Link like an insurmountable chasm. However, compared to the ancient Tree of Beginnings, the enigmatic Farnas, or the majestic Crown Mountain of the Kanto region, Fire-Blowing Island was arguably the safest of all. At the very least, it could be considered a tourist destination. Should he head to Northward Village first? Perhaps not. As the saying goes, where their essay will, their essay way. He would take it one step at a time, even if it meant spending half a year on Fire-Blowing Island. Such hardships clearly could not deter his pursuit of an ideal team. Upon learning that Fire-Blowing Island did not require a national Pokédex for entry, but merely a ticket, Link promptly booked his passage, abandoning his gym challenges to embark on his journey to the Sinnoh region. The distance between the two regions was relatively short. It would take just 3 days to reach Snowpoint City, followed by a one-day transfer to Fire-Blowing Island. During his time on the ship, Link did not squander the opportunity. That very night, before tackling the challenges ahead, he encountered the Blaziken he had met the previous night in the CAF of the Pokémon Dream World. Upon arriving at the CAF, Link and his Pokémon were beckoned to a corner by the Blaziken. "Little Link, you're here. This is the Fire Meow I mentioned last night. You can call it Fuzai." Upon hearing Blaziken's introduction, the seemingly socially anxious Fire Meow let out a soft meow. "You are my trainer?" it asked, sitting upright at the table, scrutinizing the individual rumored to have the potential to take it out of Alola, appearing somewhat unimpressed. It turned out it was not merely socially anxious, it was indeed shy. "If I were the champion, why would I choose you? New trainers are perfectly matched with beginner Pokémon. We can grow together to become the strongest." Yet, Link pivoted the conversation. "Of course, Pokémon also have the freedom to choose their trainers. Fuzai, you may express some requests, and I shall see if I can fulfill them." Fuzai nodded, pleased with the notion of equality between trainer and Pokémon. "Then let me ask you, will I be able to eat my fill while following you? I don't mean just in the dream world, but in the real world, every meal." The Firefox and Water Dolphin exchanged sympathetic glances, wondering how starved the little one must be. Was its simple aspiration in life merely to have enough to eat? Chapter 43. The Dream Sphere of the Fiery Meowth. Upon hearing these words, Link instinctively cast a glance at the blazing Roar Tiger. What sort of existence did this fiery Meowth lead? Ahem, our Alola is a quaint locale, rich in resources yet rife with fierce competition. Over the years, the rapidly advancing human population has encroached upon the living space of Pokémon, resulting in various forms of conflict. Link scratched his head, realizing why Professor Kukui sought to introduce the League, aiming to unveil Alola to the world. There were deeper reasons at play. Clearly, it stemmed from an overabundance of their kind. This was a fundamental survival necessity. How could they compete for resources without a robust population? Link hesitated, pondering the implications. With an excess of life that cannot be sustained, one must distribute them far and wide. "What are you doing, delivering eggs?" Nevertheless, he solemnly gazed into the eyes of the fiery Meowth and declared, "Fuzai, I assure you, from this moment forth, as long as I have a morsel to eat, you shall never know hunger." "Very well, I acknowledge you as my trainer. Those who break their promises must swallow salt and sink into the sea." Little did he expect that the fiery Meowth, which he would only encounter later in Alola, had forged an extraordinary bond with him within the realm of the Pokémon Dream. In this ethereal world, crafted from the collective dreams of Unova, numerous peculiarities exist. One of these is the ability for Pokémon to traverse physical space and join their human companions. After yet another night of collective defeat, Link bid farewell to the assault team, returning to the CAF to rest. He allowed his fiery fox and water dolphin to remain, while he proceeded along the Rainbow Bridge solely with the fiery Meowth. Moments later, a solid floating island emerged before them, showcasing a towering, hollow tree. This was the Dream Tree, standing at the very edge of the Pokémon dream world, a place where the barrier between dreams and reality was shattered. Are you prepared, Fuzai? It's still not too late to turn back. Link sought the Meowth's confirmation. Once they stepped into the hollow of the tree, there would be no turning back. While it could be argued that returning was still feasible, the journey back to the Alola region would indeed be a cumbersome endeavor. I have made up my mind. The fiery Meowth scoffed, asserting that a man never regretted his choices. Upon hearing this, Link retrieved the starfruit he had meticulously prepared and, accompanied by the fiery Meowth, delved into the tree hollow of the Dream Tree. The pair buried the fruit within the soil. The starfruit sprouted at a visibly rapid pace, blossoming into a tree of light. The tree continued to grow, eventually bearing a single, round fruit that radiated with a spectrum of colors. Seeing the fruit ripen, Link plucked it from the branch. In the next instant, a brilliant light erupted. The dazzling glow compelled him to shut his eyes. When he reopened them, he discovered that he had awakened. In his hand was no longer the fruit, but a Pokeball, entirely green, adorned with deep red, sky blue, pink, pale green, and bright yellow star-shaped patterns. This dream ball differs from my recollection, Link murmured, pondering whether various fruits from different trees might transform into distinct styles of Pokeballs. If that were the case, he would no longer need to switch Pokeballs for Fuzai. After all, it would be rather peculiar for a blazing roar tiger to be contained within a pink dream ball. Shaking his head to dismiss such thoughts, he released Fuzai from its Pokeball. A feline creature with ebony stripes and crimson whiskers emerged, resembling a firefox in form, yet appearing considerably lighter. This was Fuzai, who should have been in the Alola region but had been drawn to this Pokeball by the Dreaming Tree's influence. Just awakened, Fuzai blinked its eyes wide open, curiously surveying its surroundings, seemingly intrigued by its sudden spatial transition. It then circled the room, sniffing and exploring, ultimately gazing at its trainer with a hint of disdain. Its expression seemed to convey, "Is this place not rather cramped? Moreover, why do I feel a jolt? Is the outside accommodation truly so poor? We must endure this for 2 days aboard the ship to Sinnoh." After a brief pause, Link added, "The ship offers a buffet, and Pokémon under level 10 can eat to their heart's content for free." Upon hearing this, Fuzai's excitement was palpable, as if its very temperature had risen. Having experienced a fire incident before, Link quickly cautioned himself, "Stay calm. If something gets burnt, not only would there be no buffet, but I would also have to pay for the damages." Fuzai, the Fire Cat Pokémon, always maintained a composed demeanor, living independently and not displaying emotions on its face. Earning its trust would require considerable time. In stark contrast to the canine-like Fire Fox, Fuzai resembled Earth's cats, independent, possessing a strong territorial instinct, and necessitating a trainer with a sense of boundaries. While real cats exhibit such traits due to lower intelligence, the Fuzai of this world preferred a lifestyle of freedom, unbound by constraints. In simpler terms, it would not relinquish its attempts to perch atop its trainer's head before indulging in a hearty meal at the restaurant. We should first register Fuzai for a health check at the ship's Pokémon Center. It could be quite troublesome if someone misjudged us as stowaways. With that, Link stealthily dressed and, accompanied by Fuzai, made his way to the Pokémon Center on the ship for a brief examination. Species, Fuzai. Nickname, Fuzai. Trainer, Link. Gender, male. Type, fire. Level, 23. Ability, intimidate. Health, remarkable. Attack, very good. Defense, excellent. Special attack, perhaps lacking. The cat possesses certain remarkable abilities. It is rare to conduct a health check, and upon awakening, both the Fire Fox and the Water Wave Dolphin were assessed by Link. The Fire Fox's level has risen to 5, while the Water Wave Dolphin's level has unfortunately decreased to 24. More perplexingly, the individual values of the Water Wave Dolphin have also diminished. Its attack and special attack may be lacking, and the remaining 4 rather mediocre attributes have likewise declined. Even the staff at the Pokémon Center on the ship were intrigued. After repeated assessments yielded consistent results, they concluded that the discrepancy must stem from an error in the testing at the Pokémon Center in Twilight Town. Chapter 44, The Elite Four's Alu, Youth Edition. Training is akin to rowing upstream. Without progress, one regresses. In reality, levels can diminish, and individual values can plummet, perhaps in the distant future. As he and his Pokémon reach the twilight of their years, nay, their middle age, so too will their primary attributes wane with the passage of time. Talent may be buried. Battles may inflict wounds, and intense training may leave lingering injuries akin to those suffered by Olympic athletes. The proficiency in skills that are seldom utilized will decline. Mastering numerous techniques without specialization bears little significance. Do you not see? Even the once mighty king of Galar, who galloped through the land, shall, with the passage of time, lose faith and consequently lose strength. After all, Pokémon are living beings. It took Link a while to accept this reality, though he did not find it particularly troubling. No matter how much they may decline, even to the point of negative values, he is determined to nurture the Pokémon he has chosen until the very end, refusing to abandon them due to their perceived inadequacies. Perhaps I should begin to focus on your health management from this day forth. In the dining hall of the Wind Rider, Link identified his second aspiration, aside from surpassing the champion, to become an exceptional breeder, ensuring that his Pokémon do not leave him for absurd reasons. He does not wish to repeat the mistakes made by Adilk. Suddenly, as Fortune indulged in a lavish feast at the Pokémon buffet, it felt a shiver, sensing someone observing it. Turning around, it discovered that its trainer was scrutinizing its belly and the food before it with an assessing gaze. Meow? What are you staring at? I am observing how much you have eaten to plan your subsequent exercise regimen. Fortune immediately began to question its existence. After all, should not one relax and enjoy a comfortable nap after a meal? Exercise? That was something to be done before dining, while competing with other Pokémon for food. The young Fire Meow could not help but doubt the wisdom of having traveled across the ocean to serve an unfamiliar human trainer. Do not look at me like that. As the old adage goes, one cannot simply consume without exertion, nor practice without sustenance. Without training, how can one possibly grow stronger? Meow, let us train. As long as meals are provided. The fiery tabby cat remains uncertain whether Link has truly honed its abilities. In fact, the latter shares the same sentiment. While combat experience can be supplemented through the dream skies, endless battles, the methodology of training remains a conundrum. He does not believe that merely running to enhance stamina or practicing moves for proficiency would suffice. Previously, the manual provided at the Pokémon Center mentioned the importance of tailoring training according to the Pokémon's personality. Ultimately, he conceived a dual-purpose strategy to have the Firefox execute the relatively weaker move Swift from various angles to attack the fiery tabby cat. This would allow the former to refine its control over moves, while the latter would enhance its physical agility and reflexes. As for the water-wave dolphin, it would swim in the sea alongside the ship, as constant movement is the secret to the firm flesh of fish, though dolphins are not fish. They could later consider increasing water pressure and swimming in rapids. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days later, trainers from all corners of the world braved the waves to arrive in the Sinnoh region. Snowpoint City, a winter wonderland shimmering with frost. Trees and buildings were blanketed in a thick layer of snow, transforming the city into a silvery realm. The gym was located in the heart of the city, with the Snowpoint Temple nestled deep within. The disparity in climate between the warm, rainy Hoenn and the chilly Sinnoh was stark. Snowpoint City, perpetually covered in snow, made many trainers from Hoenn, who were clad in light clothing, feel distinctly uncomfortable. However, tomorrow, as they set sail for Fire Island, the climate would shift to one of unbearable heat. The Sinnoh region, mysterious and profound, is replete with diverse and unique environments, marked by the majestic crown mountains that stretch from north to south, dividing the western and eastern parts of the region into entirely different ecologies and climates. As soon as they disembarked, the Fire Fox, nestled on Link's shoulder, instinctively curled up, exhaling wisps of white vapor laced with flecks of fire. If it felt uncomfortable, it could always rest in its Pokeball. Mufufu. The Fire Fox shook its head. It preferred to lounge on its trainer. Pokémon exhibit a fledgling attachment in their youth, perceiving the first creature they encounter after birth as kin, remaining closely bonded to that entity. Yet, Link felt that this might become rather awkward when the Fire Fox evolved into a nine-tailed fox. One step at a time, he decided. The water-wave dolphin and the fiery tabby cat were quite accustomed to staying inside their balls while outside. Link had booked a ticket to Fire Island, but the next voyage was in 2 days, leaving him to seek refuge at the Snowpoint City Pokémon Center, adhering to the principle of having come this far. He also applied for a challenge at the Snowpoint Gym for the following day. However, before that, he faced another formidable dilemma: poverty. We are out of money. Link summoned his Pokémon, regretfully announcing, "Thus, we must earn our keep on this journey." Meow? How can it be that upon becoming a trainer, one finds oneself devoid of funds? Will we still be able to eat? The Firefox pondered, recalling that Miss June Shaw from Mosui Town had bestowed upon them some resources previously. However, the expenses for tickets from Mosui Town to Kanaz City, from Kanaz City to Xiefeng City, and from Xiefeng City to Blazing Fire Island, along with the entry fee to the battle zone, amounted to over 40,000. In reality, conquering gyms yielded no monetary reward, and with the daily expenditures, Link's finances had dwindled to nothing. Nevertheless, there was no need for concern. The Star Peach fruit and the Pokémon Center's provision of complimentary lodging would ensure that they would not go hungry. The lack of funds, however, meant that they would miss out on the services typically afforded to tourists in the battle zone. Upon hearing that their trainer, despite being penniless, could still meet basic survival needs, Fire Meow and the other Pokémon felt a sense of relief. Yet, it must be acknowledged that departing from Blazing Fire Island without funds was simply not feasible. Driven by necessity, Link promptly headed to the Pokémon Center to register, logging into the trainer job-seeking system provided by the center. In a short while, he found a suitable position. Job, battle training. Initiator, Alu. Time, anytime. Payment, 6,840 yuan per day. Requirements, proficient in fire-type Pokémon and trainers. Content, bug Pokémon are the best. However, I need to acclimate them to other types of moves before the tournament, and I must better understand the characteristics of Fire-type Pokémon. I seek the assistance of Fire-type trainers from Xiefeng City to help me in my training. Lu, the Bug-type specialist. Could it be that this individual is destined to become one of the Elite Four? Lu, 19 years old, during the Platinum era, currently ranked 15-16. Takes pride in having spent more time with Bug Pokémon than anyone else. He believes in their strength and elegance, aspiring to embody such qualities himself. Chapter 45. The badge shines, yet battles await. The strength of the Elite Four and the champion varies, and the depths of this matter are profound. Those who understand comprehend, while those who do not would find it incomprehensible. In the future, the Sinnoh region will indeed boast an Elite Four member specializing in bug types, Lu. Presently, this green-haired youth clad in a short-sleeved shirt amidst the snow scrutinizes Link, along with his Fire Meow and Fire Fox, with skepticism. Good morning, I am Lu, the one who sought assistance at the Pokémon Center. The request stated to find a trainer specializing in Fire-type Pokémon, but this, bringing along two seemingly weak Fire-type Pokémon for this application seems somewhat excessive, does it not? The hunting butterfly perched on Lu's shoulder shared this sentiment, believing it could easily defeat both of Link's Pokémon with a single silver wind. Link had long anticipated being underestimated, yet he confidently declared, "Do not be too quick to dismiss me. I dare say there exists no one more proficient in Fire-type Pokémon within the entire Snowpeak City. If you have doubts, allow me to enlighten you with a discourse on the common techniques associated with fire types." Before Lu could express any thoughts, Link proceeded to enumerate the fire-type skills he was well-versed in. From the transformation techniques of Will-O-Wisp to Sunny Day, physical moves such as Flame Charge to Blaze Kick, and special attacks ranging from Flame Vortex to Inferno, Link systematically elucidated the characteristics, power, energy consumption, and unique effects of each fire-type move. Lu felt his mind swirling as he struggled to keep pace, his thoughts nearly overflowing with information, even causing the hunting of the Butterfree to become a dizzying endeavor. Stop! 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 He instinctively exclaimed, clutching his head. You truly are a professional fire-type trainer, so I must ask you to guide me in my specialized training. With the job effortlessly secured, Link cast a pleased glance at the Fire Fox, and then inquired curiously, "That is agreeable, but before we proceed, could you share your reasons for choosing the bug type?" Frankly speaking, as a rational trainer, one should not select the bug type as their primary specialization. Bug-type Pokémon are generally perceived as weak, and their moves lack vigor. Offensively, they are vulnerable to 7 types: Poison, Flying, Fighting, Fire, Ghost, Steel, and Fairy. Defensively, they face threats from Flying, Fire, and Rock types. With such an abundance of weaknesses, the few resistances they possess, Ground, Fighting, and Grass, offer little solace against their vulnerabilities. To my knowledge, the League provides beginner Pokémon for children at the age of 10 without charge. Why not choose a stronger Pokémon? Though it may seem somewhat impolite to question a bug-type trainer in such a manner, Lu, having faced numerous inquiries, remained unfazed. In truth, this question was rather superficial and presumptuous. The reason why beginner Pokémon are distributed by the League does not negate the allure of being a bug catcher. After all, bug catchers are undeniably charming. Even the origin of a certain globally renowned game is derived from the founder's experiences of capturing insects and exchanging them with friends. Those beginner Pokémon are indeed excellent, yet not everyone requires them. Link hesitated. Could it be that you are referring to that game? Lu, with a proud expression, affirmed, "Indeed, it is my summer vacation." Link did not perceive this game as being renowned to such an extent. After all, this world also had its own version of Sony. When I was younger, I dreamt of becoming an adult. The 16-year-old Lu wistfully remarked, in my eagerness to grow up. I would wrap myself in a blanket, resembling a cocoon, hoping that upon waking, I might transform into an extraordinary butterfly Pokémon. For Lu, the metamorphosis of bug-type Pokémon from the weak to the magnificent represented a struggle against nature, a miracle that never ceased to captivate. For this reason, he firmly believes that bug-type Pokémon are the finest, and he will forever cherish the emotions and enthusiasm he felt as a child watching them blossom into their true selves. While Pokémon such as Charizard, Kingdra, Lizardon, or perhaps Tyranitar and Garchomp may possess great strength, who decreed that everyone must favor them. The most unique specimen among the commonly overlooked bug-type Pokémon is, after all, a rarity in its own right. Cultivating a seemingly weak Pokémon that one adores to the point of overcoming formidable foes embodies the true essence of a trainer. Link can somewhat comprehend Au's perspective. The Pokémon he favors are not exclusively the most popular in battles, yet he simply cannot nurture them all at present. Affection is an inherently irrational sentiment. The formation of the Sunny Day team stemmed from the fact that many of his beloved Pokémon could thrive under such conditions. I understand now, so let me share with you the common fire-type Pokémon of the Sinnoh region, along with their characteristics, strengths, traits, and weaknesses. With 20 years of experience as a trainer, the unparalleled strategist in the realm of Pokémon, Hoenn, commenced his lesson on fire types. During this period, the Holy Plan, nestled in his pocket, once again radiated, illuminating the knowledge badge. The Pokémon not currently engaged in battle noticed this brilliance, particularly the Firefox, which felt a profound sense of familiarity and closeness emanating from the light, as if the energy within it was being amplified. It earnestly focused and reflected, recalling that it had experienced similar sensations on several occasions, the first upon its birth, the second during a battle against the Duskull on the Wind Rider, and the third when it transformed nature power into rock slide at the Canal of Gym. In total, it had sensed this phenomenon over a dozen times, predominantly when its trainer was engaged in intense contemplation. What's the matter, Fufu? Link noticed the Firefox's surprise and followed its gaze towards his pocket. What on earth is glowing? It then dawned on him that upon his arrival, he had obtained a first-generation Digivice, the device known as the Holy Plan. Just a moment. I have something urgent. The screen of the Holy Plan displayed a sky blue knowledge badge, the surrounding text shimmering with the same hue. Who activates badges outside of battles? Link mused, bemused. Could this device even bestow metaphysical enhancements to Pokémon during combat? Do you feel anything? Fufu. It feels like my mind is incredibly agile. At the same time, there's an inexhaustible energy within me. Meow. The fire meow showed no particular sensation, exuding an aura of innocence. Link, sensing a vague intuition, turned to the somewhat bewildered Au. Learning continuously can be exhausting. How about a battle to invigorate our minds? Sounds great. Although it may be a bit late to say so now, the exchange of glances between trainers serves as a signal to initiate battle. When it comes to combat, Alu firmly believes that his bug-type Pokémon reigns supreme. Very well, let us engage in a double battle with 64 participants, each trainer selecting 4 Pokémon from their roster of 6, with defeat declared upon the complete incapacitation of all combatants. Chapter 46. Link's Pokémon is incapacitated. At present, Alu is not yet the future gym leader or Elite Four member, yet he possesses the prowess to compete in the league tournament, having collected 8 badges. Strategy, tactics, and knowledge can indeed sway the outcome, but they cannot rival the sheer numerical superiority of a powerhouse. Undoubtedly, absolute level dominance remains the most significant factor in achieving victory, a truth that all members of the Bug-type Assault team have come to understand deeply. Fortunately, this battle is not merely for triumph, but rather to test whether the Sacred Plan and Knowledge Badge indeed enhance Pokémon as Link anticipates. Go, Venomoth. Hunt down the Beautifly. Vulpix, Litten, prepare for battle. Upon witnessing Link deploy 2 Fire-type Pokémon, Alu's expression turned peculiar, for he could not fathom how these 2 creatures could possibly be the challengers that had previously conquered 8 gyms under his guidance. Why are you looking at me like that? Link revealed a friendly smile, adding, to be honest, my Vulpix was just born a week ago. Alu found himself at a loss for words. Who is truly training whom here? Link chose not to respond further, fearing that the conversation might lead to him owing Alu something. He regarded the 2 Pokémon sent forth by his opponent, recalling snippets of information about them. Beautifly, a special attacker of bug-flying type with the abilities Swarm and Rivalry, adept at using its mouthparts as weapons. Venomoth, a bug-poison type with the abilities Shield, Dust, and Compound Eyes, whose toxic powder should be approached with caution, albeit lacking in potency. Simultaneously, he glanced at the Sacred Plan in his hands. As expected, the badges upon it flickered with a faint glow during his contemplations. What determines this phenomenon? Is it the level of cognitive engagement, or perhaps curiosity and a thirst for knowledge? What could it be? Alu's attention was drawn to the item held by his opponent. A pure crystal, perhaps. As he spoke, Link tightened his grip on the Sacred Plan, attempting to convey his strength and thoughts to the Vulpix before him. The latter flicked its tail, sensing a resonance of purpose with its trainer, and a myriad of strategies tailored to counter the characteristics of the opponent's Pokémon flooded its mind. Noticing the rapid depletion of its energy, Link became convinced of his hypothesis. Thus, he called out a move that did not belong to Vulpix. Super Extreme Blaze Bomb. In that instant, Vulpix and its trainer shared an unspoken understanding, unleashing its most potent fire-type move, Flame. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. The once modest Firefox, capable of emitting only a few sporadic bursts of flames, underwent a remarkable transformation, conjuring a fireball of such immense diameter that it surpassed the height of 3 adults combined. With a resounding mufu, upon the completion of its technique, the Firefox wielded its psychic powers to hurl this colossal fireball towards the poison powder moth and the hunting butterfly. Faced with an attack so fearsome it was almost beyond comprehension, Alu hastily commanded his Pokémon to respond. Poison powder moth, hunting butterfly, deploy string trap. The 2 Pokémon immediately unleashed strands of silk as resilient as steel, weaving a vast network before them. The explosive fireball crashed into this web, resulting in a detonation that nearly engulfed the entire battlefield in chaos. Ninyam, the fire-spotted Meow, startled, let out a cry that lacked its usual fervor. Alu quickly realized that this maneuver could not be directly confronted. They should have ascended beyond the blast radius from the outset. Moments later, as the flames and smoke dissipated, The intense heat melted all the accumulated snow on the battlefield and its surroundings, leaving the frail poison powder moth and hunting butterfly visibly injured. Meanwhile, Link and the fire fox lay prostrate on the ground, incapacitated. Xiaolin. Lu was bewildered. How could the trainer be down as well? With the opposing trainer rendered unable to battle, did this mean he was the victor? This was unprecedented. Regardless, this double battle came to an abrupt conclusion due to unforeseen circumstances. After a considerable time had passed, Link awoke to find himself reclining on a sofa, the fire fox affectionately licking his face, while the sky outside had transitioned to dusk. How long have I been asleep? He mused, gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling. 3 days. Came Lu's response from the desk, where he sat quietly reading. Link's expression darkened. Did that mean his ticket to the Fire Island was wasted? Yet, Lu couldn't help but chuckle. Actually, it was only half a day. Miss Joy mentioned that you and the Fire Fox merely exhausted your stamina. So I let you rest at my house. A sigh of relief escaped Link's lips. I hadn't anticipated that such a move would deplete all my energy and that of the Fire Fox. Clearly, I need to practice more. He then lamented over his blunders and the need for demonstration, along with the costs associated with showcasing powerful fire-type moves. Although Lu struggled to grasp the details, he understood that the peculiar device with a liquid crystal screen in Link's possession played a significant role. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, what is pure crystal? It is an energy crystal originating from the Alola region, the homeland of this fire-spotted Meow. It allows trainers to transmit their fighting spirit, energy, and stamina to their Pokémon, enabling them to unleash moves with power and effects that surpass ordinary techniques. Against such a move, even Protect or String Trap can be effortlessly torn apart. If encountered, one should evade it whenever possible. Much like the techniques Protect and Invisibility Rock, which no longer fall under the realm of rule-based skills. It is evident that in the tangible world, moves cannot possess the effects of guaranteed hit or invulnerability. However, as Link, who has personally wielded the super ultimate explosive flame bomb, can attest, under conditions of equal strength between opponents, this technique can undoubtedly serve as a decisive factor in securing victory. Of course, the cost is substantial. Presently, he and his Fire Fox are unable to fully execute this move, resulting in both of them collapsing from exhaustion after reaching their limits. At this moment, Link resembles someone who, after enduring 3 days and nights of relentless toil, is forced to sprint 1,000 meters. Should anyone request physical labor from him now, he would be inclined to succumb to fatigue right before their eyes. However, one must wonder, how quintessentially elvish. While Link is on the verge of complete exhaustion, the Fire Fox has already bounced back, displaying an exuberance that surpasses its usual demeanor, leaping about with vivacity. The Fire Meow, perplexed, gazes at its trainer, unable to fathom when the latter obtained the pure crystal from its father, and what the item in Link's possession could possibly be. Fukuzai. The pure crystal merely serves as a medium for the energy emanating from Necrozma. Regardless of who employs the move, the essence remains the same. The trainer infuses their own strength and emotions into their Pokémon. Similar items sourced from elsewhere may also suffice. Indeed, if the power and emotion are sufficiently potent, one can even execute moves without the pure crystal. However, these are merely speculations on Link's part. He shall wait until tonight to inquire about the true nature of the Dream Realm from you. Chapter 47, Battle. Gym Leader Xiaosong. Whether or not it qualifies as a move, Link harbors doubts that he can truly harness its potential without boosting his constitution to at least 15 or higher. Subsequently, he lent the holy plan to Lu, curious to see if the latter could utilize it. To his astonishment, the badge that had shone brightly in his hands dimmed to a darkness deeper than that of the black body upon reaching Lu's grasp. It can be preliminarily concluded that this item is bound to him, being a product of the simulator. After all, the question of how to enhance his constitution remains a pressing one. Yet, within the simulator's shop, he discovered a series of equipment that offers 2 attributes, akin to the learning crystal, and intends to save money to gradually acquire a complete set for strategic rotation based on necessity. After a sufficient rest, Link, having further validated his prowess as a fire-type trainer, resumed his teachings. By the end of the day, he had successfully earned over 6,000 coins. Even though the purchasing power of Poc Yen in this world is roughly equivalent to that of Japanese yen, it still amounts to over 300. In the future, he can take on more such side jobs whenever time permits. Later, Lu even invited him to visit the harsh mountains of Fire Island in a couple of days to witness the powerful wild fire-type Pokémon firsthand. Thus concluded a busy and exhilarating day, with tonight's assault team facing utter annihilation. During his rest, Link sought confirmation from his Pokémon regarding the move's information, which indeed validated his suspicions. He also learned that should his psychic abilities progress, he would not entirely deplete his stamina. The hierarchy of priority among emotions, energy, mental strength, and physical stamina is arranged in descending order. The motivation to diligently cultivate one's extraordinary abilities has increased once more. After challenging the Snow Peak Gym, an urgent training session will ensue. Even the fiery fox is eager to unleash that astonishing move from yesterday that left the fire meow in awe. Early that day, a person and a fox trudged through the pristine white snow to the Snow Peak Gym, where Link presented his rock badge from the Hoenn region as proof of his prowess, thereby initiating a challenge against the gym leader. Interestingly, the gym leader, the 13-year-old Xiaosong, shares a resemblance with Duan and is also a student from the trainer school. Adorned in a vibrant blue and white uniform, she exudes vitality and enthusiasm, earning her the moniker of Diamond Stardust. She sounds like a disciple of some golden Sagittarius saint from the zodiac. Are you challenging me, Xiaosong? Excellent. I have been waiting for a worthy opponent. But do not underestimate me. I am equally spirited and formidable, whether it be Pokémon battles, fashion, or love. One must always approach everything with fervor. With that declaration, she summoned, "Go, Snow Shovel." Link responded, "Fire Meow, prepare for battle." Indeed, this marked Link's inaugural single battle since the Sinnoh region does not favor double battles as the Hoenn region does, lacking gym challenges that provide such formats. Single battles, unlike the intricacies of double battles that emphasize synergy, require a focus on defense, rotation, and the ability to anticipate and counter the opponent's moves. In a one-on-one scenario, the individual prowess of each Pokémon becomes paramount, making it difficult to rely on the tactical maneuvers typical of double battles. Consequently, Link refrained from challenging the gym leader's full roster, as his current skills were insufficient to confront all 6 of her primary Pokémon. As each Pokémon took the stage, the Snow Shovel emerged from its Pokeball and instinctively harnessed the abundant cold energy within the gym, causing delicate snowflakes to descend upon the arena. In such snowy conditions, the defensive capabilities of Ice-type Pokémon are enhanced, and even the ice rock adorning the Snow Shovel's neck appeared more formidable. Is she initiating the weather right off the bat? Link mused, taken aback by Xiaosong's competence as a trainer, which surpassed that of Duan, who was a year her senior. Meow? Fire Meow scoffed. Despite being a male cat, it usually maintained a softer tone, but at that moment, it exuded an aggressive aura, intimidating its opponent. Link opted not to translate the specifics of what was said. His curiosity piqued by how the classic strategies from the game would manifest in reality. Shovel. The Snow Shovel's strength was not overwhelmingly superior to that of Fire Meow. As a grass-ice type, it was somewhat intimidated by the opponent's fervent presence, despite the unexpected fortitude of the Blizzard King. The relationship between the Blizzard King and Snow Shovel was rather complex, embodying the quintessence of the grass and ice type's weaknesses. Slow and fragile, capable of summoning the weather but unable to deal significant damage, it could not withstand a single fire-type attack. Do not fear. Snow Shovel, unleash your spirit. Release White Mist. The Snowball Pokémon is indeed exceedingly fragile. The inability for the gym leader to switch out exacerbates this critical flaw. However, by invoking Mist to obscure its form, it can launch a surprise attack on the opponent's fire-type Pokémon using Water Pulse. Clapping Ambush, Link stated calmly. Upon hearing this, the Fire Meow let out a characteristic meow, mimicking the action of unleashing flames at the Snowball Pokémon. The latter, instinctively interrupting the casting of Mist, attempted to evade, only to realize that the opponent had not released any flames at all. In reality, the move Clapping Ambush is a rule-based skill that even Arceus would be forced to endure a slap, effectively immobilizing it for a turn, and it causes no damage whatsoever. Rather than being a true move, it resembles a technique derived from a form of wrestling known as Cat Trick. This explains why most feline Pokémon in the game can master Clapping Ambush. In a wrestling match, when both opponents are intensely focused on each other, one party will initiate a movement to capture the other's attention while clapping in front of them, thereby distracting their focus, leading to erroneous judgments or even a momentary state of paralysis. This tactic exploits the biological freeze response encountered during unexpected situations, with individuals possessing lesser psychological resilience being more susceptible to its effects. In other words, the essence of Clapping Ambush is essentially a feint. However, when executed in reality, it often appears stiff when articulated by a trainer, frequently losing its effectiveness. Even powerful Pokémon can be trained to achieve complete immunity to it. The outcome was somewhat better than anticipated, yet Link furrowed his brow. The Fire Meow's execution of Clapping Ambush, enhanced by its Intimidate ability and type, indeed proved effective. Nonetheless, it should ideally integrate the innate battle instincts of the Pokémon, relying on intuition rather than requiring cues from the trainer. This also implies that Clapping Ambush would often be directly countered by opponents, rendering it an unreliable skill that cannot be depended upon as a tactical resource. At times, its execution could inadvertently afford the opponent an opportunity to counterattack. Instead of opting for the theoretically optimal, yet reaction-inducing Flame Fong, Link directed the Fire Meow to unleash the less powerful but quicker fire. Without needing further instruction from the trainer, the Fire Meow instinctively emitted a laser-like stream of fire, striking true at the opponent who had been deceived by the feint. The Snowball Pokémon succumbed to its injuries. The referee coldly announced the verdict, as if this scene had become a familiar occurrence. Chapter 48. false accusations, and the repercussions of turn-based realism. The Ice type, which competes for the title of the weakest type alongside Bug, is characterized as such. Ice is resistant to fire, water, ice, and steel, but vulnerable to fighting, fire, rock, and steel. Notably, nearly any random encounter can deliver double or even quadruple damage to ice types when a secondary type is involved, leading to the rapid demise of the already fragile ice-type Pokémon. However, the ice type's weaknesses to flying, ground, grass, and dragon, attributes that are quite prevalent, have resulted in a peculiar phenomenon. Everyone yearns for ice-type moves, yet few desire the ice type itself. To some extent, the psychic type experiences a similar plight, albeit its skill pool compensates for this deficiency. Nevertheless, Snowy, you have performed admirably. Though you merely summoned the weather, Xiaosong remains undaunted, as if she has personally eliminated her opponent and continues the battle. Now, it is up to you, Sneasel. Generally speaking, the first Pokémon a gym leader sends out is often utilized to gauge the opponent's capabilities. Upon confirming Link's exceptional prowess with his Fire Meowth, Xiaosong promptly dispatched Sneasel as a worthy counterpart. With a dual typing of Dark and Ice, and the ability Pickpocket, Sneasel boasts unparalleled speed and physical attack within the Ice category, proving effective in any environment. Sneasel, unleash Icy Wind, she commanded. Sneasel, upon entering the fray, adopted a strategy akin to Link's, first harnessing the frigid energy of the battlefield to release a chilling gust that not only inflicted damage, but also diminished the opponent's agility. Enveloped in the biting cold, Fire Meowth retaliated with a fierce roar, unleashing a torrent of Dark-type energy that somewhat undermined Sneasel's spirit and offensive momentum. Moreover, it instinctively activated its innate ability to shrink when in peril, transforming into a beam of red light that darted back to its trainer's Pokeball. Link, observing this, pondered the insight. The essence of taunt lay not in mere words, but in the psychological disturbance inflicted upon the opponent by the Dark-type energy. Much like its aggressive counterpart, Roar, many sound-based moves possess properties of penetration and enhancement, as well as weakening effects. Taking a brief respite to warm up, Link then summoned another powerful ally, Wave Dolphin. Employing Charming Voice, a dolphin emerged from the Pokeball, landing in the snow. Although the terrain was not rocky, it was still rather uncomfortable. Upon its debut, it immediately showcased its vocal prowess, demonstrating the expansive range of Wave Dolphin. However, to Sneasel's ears, the sound was akin to a cacophony, inflicting considerable damage both physically and mentally. Xiaosong frowned at this development. The efficacy of this move on Sneasel was unexpected. In a time when the fairy type remains largely unrecognized, moves like Kiss of the Angel and Charming Voice are predominantly regarded as normal type. How could a normal type move prove so effective? Even at a distance, it could inflict such suffering upon Sneasel? The answer lies in the fact that the fairy type counters the dark type, while the water type offers resistance against Sneasel's ice type moves, which it is unlikely to use freeze-dry. Link, a trainer with 2 decades of experience, would not falter on such a straightforward defensive maneuver, despite the occasional setbacks imposed by Navi challengers. In any case, he urged Wave Dolphin to continue with Charming Voice, while preparing to create distance with Water Gun as the foe approached. Upon hearing the words, Xiaosong's expression darkened, clearly unable to maintain the calm demeanor of his opponent. Do not be afraid. We shall employ False Accusation. This malevolent attribute alteration move, akin to Once More, is capable of disrupting the opponent's psyche, rendering them incapable of executing the same move consecutively. Seizing this lifeline, Nuila focused intently on releasing the disruptive dark energy amidst the mental assault. Unfortunately, at that very moment, the Water Wave Dolphin and Link, having gained significant insight from their previous battles, both opted for the same move. Once more, Xiaosong was taken aback. But there was no time for regret. Unaware of the impending consequence, Nuila fell victim to the attack, instinctively unleashing the same move repeatedly to ensure the opponent genuinely experienced the effects of false accusation. Meanwhile, the Water Wave Dolphin pressed the advantage, continuing to torment its adversary from afar with Charming Voice. Wake up quickly. In the heat of the gym challenge, unable to switch out, Xiaosong was frantic, his tightly clenched fists seemingly connecting his spirit with Nuila's, transmitting his fervor to the ensnared Pokémon. It became evident that the power of the mind often plays a pivotal role in Pokémon battles. Although in-game, Once More could control an opponent for 3 rounds, it had only managed to disrupt Nuila for less than 3 seconds. In that fleeting moment, the trainer and Pokémon were in perfect sync, forcibly dispelling and immunizing against the Water Wave Dolphin's interference. Charging forward with Hell Spike, Nuila, undeterred by the disruption, rallied its spirit and surged towards the Water Wave Dolphin, positioned at the far end of Link's half. If this strike connected, the opponent would be unable to use sound-based moves again. Return, Water Wave Dolphin. However, just as it approached its adversary, Link calmly exercised his authority as a trainer to switch out. Surely, you didn't think I would let a dolphin engage in close combat? Given that moves like Taunt would not yet trigger a switch, though it might in the future, Link began to silently time the moment in his mind. The Pokémon entering the fray was naturally the Fire Meowth, having warmed up in its Pokeball. Meow? Nuila, caught unawares by the sudden appearance of its Fire-type opponent, felt a tremor of apprehension. What is there to fear? Xiaosong shouted boldly. Unleash your spirit with Surf. Taunt. Link mused, bewildered by how his opponent seemed to blindly select moves that countered his strategy. Hellspike and Surf were not that common, were they? Even if Pokémon in the real world could learn more than 4 moves, it felt rather peculiar. As he grappled with confusion, Xiaosong on the opposite side was struggling to maintain composure, overwhelmed by the effects of Intimidate and back-to-back taunts, leaving Nuila unable to switch out and in considerable distress. Waterwave Dolphin, once more. The same Pokémon and the same move re-emerged, this time boldly challenging the poised Surf of the Psyduck with a straightforward once more. Initially weakened, the Psyduck's summoned waves and striking power were significantly diminished, while the water-type Wave Dolphin floated effortlessly amidst the watery chaos. Ironically, the more anxious Psyduck became, the greater the mental fissures it displayed, compelling it to unleash an even mightier wave once again. Charming voice. Link repeated the same technique, akin to an emotionless recording device. Species, Firefox. Nickname, Trainer, Link. Gender, female. Type, Fire. Level, 5. Ability, Blaze. HP, perhaps insufficient. Attack power, perhaps insufficient. Defense, average. Special attack, exceptional. Special defense, remarkable. Speed, very good. Moves, Scratch, Tail Whip, Fire Psychic, Hypnosis, Miracle Eye, Natural Power, Mysterious Guard, High Speed Star, Mimic, Fraud, Rain Dance. Chapter 49, The Glacial Heart Badge? Encountering such a formidable opponent was indeed remarkable. Perhaps this reflected the true state of Xiaosong's heart at present. As the Wave Dolphin seized opportunities with charming voice, the Psyduck ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming mental strain during the surf, losing its ability to continue fighting. In this 3-on-3 gym challenge, having already lost 2 Pokémon, her situation was dire. Xiaolin, your Pokémon are truly impressive. Now I must reveal my true abilities. Go. Macerana, a blue-bodied, peach-headed yoga monkey was deployed by Xiaosong as her last hope. How could the final mainstay of the Ice-type gym be a fighting and psychic-type Pokémon? Link mused, pondering whether this yoga monkey could even learn Ice-type moves. Macerana used Thunder Punch. Knowing Link's penchant for once more, Xiaosong decided to forego enhancements and transformations while the Wave Dolphin was present, directly relying on type advantage to unleash Thunder Punch. Her Macerana had diligently honed its spirit in the frigid expanse, augmenting its physical prowess through psychic abilities, enabling its frail body to achieve several times its combat strength with a single blow capable of incapacitating its opponent. Instead of engaging, the Wave Dolphin utilized Water Jet to maintain distance, fully aware of the physical pain inflicted by Macerana's moves. Link was determined not to allow the Wave Dolphin to enter close combat. Observing the dolphin retreating with a spray of water as it neared, Macerana attempted to leap into the air to pursue, but the latter, adhering to its trainer's instructions, adjusted the water spray direction to continue evading the battle. Xiaosong, observing this, felt a twinge of frustration. It seemed her opponent was resolute in avoiding close combat. Though Macerana's physical attacks were formidable, distance remained its greatest limitation. Thus, she swiftly altered her mindset. If that is the case, let us resolve it with Psychic Shock. This technique manifests tangible psychic waves to assault the opponent, inflicting physical damage through a specialized strike. Upon hearing this, Link furrowed his brows, realizing that the Water Wave Dolphin found itself at a disadvantage, yet at that moment, he could not afford to switch tactics and could only press onward with determination. Force of nature. The delicate snowflakes descending from the snow-capped monster had yet to dissipate, and the overwhelming icy energy permeating the environment of Snow Peak City and the Snow Peak Gym was nearly overflowing, rendering it the perfect moment to employ that maneuver. Confronted with the razor-sharp psychic waves honed through rigorous yoga training by Hoenn, the Water Wave Dolphin created distance and immediately harnessed the natural forces of its surroundings. The astonishingly frigid energy in the environment underwent a transformation under the influence of the technique, morphing into the ice-type blizzard. The arena, along with the pristine white snow of the snow-capped monster, erupted into a tempest of swirling snowflakes, howling and crashing toward Hoenn. However, the psychic energy forged into waves sliced through the blizzard like a keen blade, striking the Water Wave Dolphin, which had yet to reach the ground. It felt an immense force bearing down upon it, akin to the pressure of the deep sea, and was instantly grievously injured, losing its combat capability on the spot. Yet Hoenn was not faring much better. Its psychic penetration had not shattered the blizzard, and the once friendly snowfall transformed into a torrent of snow that violently collided with it, encasing it in a robust layer of frost. Had it not endured years of survival on mere berries in blizzard conditions, this blow would have similarly incapacitated it. Come back and rest, Water Wave Dolphin. Noticing that the opponent had been frozen by the blizzard, Link promptly recalled his injured combatant, who had secured victory. To win. Fire Meow use. Just as he intended to summon Fire Meow for a decisive Shadow Claw to exploit the opponent's weakness, he heard Xiaosong's voice rise with determination. Now's the time. Psychic Shock. A mere freeze merely confined the body. How could it possibly obstruct the superpowers cultivated through mental training? While inwardly lamenting the futility of the frozen condition in reality, Link chose not to alter his strategy. Shadow Claw. Meow. So fierce. It was true that freezing could not hinder many special moves. Yet the frost still interfered with the fluidity and potency of those techniques. The newly introduced status of freezing from Alpaca led to a halving of special move effectiveness and inflicted 116 damage each turn, causing Mashoki's Psychic Shock to falter just a moment too late. Fire Meow's Shadow Claw penetrated the icy barrier like a specter, striking Machoke once more after the Water Wave Dolphin, rendering it incapable of battle. With all three Pokémon on the gym leader's side incapacitated, the referee declared Link, the challenger, victorious. Remarkable. I extend my respect to you, yet I can't shake the feeling that you lack a certain ferocity. After the battle concluded, the defeated Xiaosong excitedly approached Link, exclaiming, I can sense your trust in your Pokémon. With that in mind, you must encourage them from behind during battles. By the way, I have something you simply cannot refuse. As she spoke, Xiaosong produced the Glacier Badge, resembling a snow peak, along with a TM that recorded the move Avalanche, both of which she bestowed upon Link, the victor. Link initially intended to offer a few polite words commending her skill, but his expression shifted upon receiving the Glacier Badge. He recalled the transformation that occurred when he touched the rock badge from the ocean team aboard that cruise ship. Fire Meow, you were indispensable in this battle alongside Water Wave Dolphin, so you shall accept this badge, he declared, lifting Fire Meow into his arms. The Pokémon, not particularly fond of being held, reluctantly accepted this moment in light of the badge's significance. Honor is never excessive, he mused. Meanwhile, Firefox observed with a piercing gaze. It didn't he even participate? Link chuckled as he affectionately ruffled the fur of the little fox, thinking to himself that one-on-one battles were not its forte. Xiaosong's tone carried a subtle nuance, a blend of intimidation and throwing down the gauntlet, suggesting that they would need to train their mental fortitude to withstand such distractions in the future. Is immunity even permissible? Link pondered silently, considering whether the trait of mental fortitude could be cultivated so easily. This trait only immunized against fear and intimidation, while throwing down the gauntlet seemed to fall outside its scope. Nonetheless, he was genuinely curious whether all Pokémon in this real world could develop illegal moves and traits not recorded in their in-game data through sheer effort. Keep it up. Xiaosong, I have high hopes for you, he encouraged. Yes, let us have another battle next time we meet. Thus, the challenge at the Glacier Gym came to an end. Link returned to the Pokémon Center with his Pokémon, entrusting Water Wave Dolphin and Fire Meow to Nurse Joy. After their treatment, as he re-entered his room, he received the Glacier Badge from Fire Meow's mouth. As expected, the physical badge resonated once more with the divine plan, shattering in a burst of light and transforming into a red heart badge. The badge reflected in the eyes of both human and Pokémon, soon merging into the divine plan, disappearing without a trace. Wait, where's my badge? Does this mean I have to battle each gym twice from now on? Species, Water Wave Dolphin. Nickname, Water Wave Dolphin. Trainer, Link. Gender, male. Type, water. Level, 24. Ability, Water Veil. HP, perhaps insufficient. Attack, perhaps insufficient. Defense, perhaps insufficient. Special attack, perhaps insufficient. Special defense, perhaps insufficient. Speed, perhaps insufficient. Moves, Water Gun, Water Pulse, Secret Power, Nature Power, Sonic Boom, Assist, Encore, Charm, Leech Kiss, Play Nice, Acrobatics. Mist. Chapter 50. Link. The curator takes the lead in researching illicit characteristics, so I shall not hold back. After all, there is no difficulty. I shall practice twice, considering it a training session for the curator of the Alliance. Moreover, the data of the badges has already been stored in the trainer card and the internal records of the Alliance, rendering the physical badges mere souvenirs. Link glanced at the balance of over 7,000 that had returned safely, no longer troubled by financial concerns. After communicating the training regimen with his Pokémon, he seized the opportunity to engage in rigorous mental training. Based on his analysis over this period, he concluded that intelligence correlates with psychic abilities, while perception relates to aura. With the learning crystal, his intelligence, logic, and computation had reached 14, far exceeding the average level of humanity in this world, which explained why he could witness results with just a brief period of training. He pondered whether elevating his intelligence to 20 would allow him to attain the talent of Nasi. As Link meditated and trained following the techniques provided by the King of the Leaf, his Pokémon diligently practiced in the training grounds. Thanks to the trainer's 2 decades of battle experience, each Pokémon had its own training strategy. Apart from continuously honing the efficiency, conversion, and control of energy through natural power and swift stars, they could not afford to neglect the practice of techniques. The foremost priority lay in mastering variable techniques such as hypnosis, try again, and taunt. The numerous experiences of being immune to attacks made Link realize that in this world, variable techniques not only involved accuracy, but also pertained to mental offense and defense. After devising intricate schemes and strategies, the modified techniques could be easily unraveled by mere words from the opponent's Pokémon, which led Link to ponder the notion of abandoning variable techniques altogether. However, relinquishing variable techniques would mean voluntarily diminishing his tactical options, a decision that was far from wise. Given the pragmatic circumstances, Link delineated the roles of the Pokémon within his team. Specializing in one area, exploiting strengths against weaknesses, was the optimal choice for a novice. In brief, Pokémon such as the Water Wave Dolphin and the Fire Meow would focus solely on offense, while the exceptionally talented Firefox would specialize in transformation and support. In the future, when Link becomes as formidable as his Pokémon, if that is indeed possible, he, as the inevitable participating trainer, would assume the roles of disruption and support. Considering the functional distribution within the team, it became evident what the Pokémon needed to practice. The Firefox's primary focus should be mastering the Water Wave Dolphin's try again, utilizing its remarkable mental prowess and energy control to complicate the opponent's evasion of variable techniques. Conversely, the Water Wave Dolphin needed to learn the Fire Meow's taunt. While it might not fully grasp the essence, the key lay in learning to actively trigger the Pokémon's inherent ability to shrink and seamlessly integrate it into Water Jet, thus developing a rotational technique like Quick Return. Quick Return, a Water-type move, allows for a rapid retreat after an attack, facilitating a swift exchange with a backup Pokémon. This technique is derived from the Bug-type move Rapid Return, as well as the Electric-type special move Volt Switch. Link has long harbored the suspicion that this move could indeed spawn a version for every type. However, its actual implementation would undoubtedly lead to a tumultuous upheaval in the competitive battleground. Yet, now that Suing, the gym leader, has begun contemplating the introduction of the inner focus ability for the Yoga Monkey to immunize it against taunt, one cannot blame Link for proactively developing various moves that have long been withheld from broader use. Moves like Cold Space, Cold Sunny Day, Substitute, Wish, Tail Swap, and Chemical Exchange should all be brought forth. Moreover, exclusive moves such as Icy Gaze, Psycho Break, and Waterfall cannot be overlooked. Given that the mystical fire of the Fiery Fox and Dark Pulse of Zoroark have been disseminated to other fairy types, or Lunala, and the taunt of the mischievous panda has been allocated to Roar Tiger and other creatures, it seems only reasonable for Link to permit the Fire Meow to learn Outrage. One could say that dreams encompass all possibilities, yet they remain merely dreams. The immediate concern, however, is to ensure that Fire Meow swiftly masters moves of its own or Bug-type moves. This way, Water Wave Dolphin's Water Return and Fire Meow's Bug Return can create a synergy, allowing for an attack rotation that undermines the conventional 30-second switch interval. However, Meow, Niam, Mifa. Link lifted his eyelids, turning his gaze toward the Fire Meow, which had begun vocalizing in a higher pitch. With his translation capabilities, he discerned that these sounds lacked any significant meaning and were merely vocal exercises. It was evident that his Fire Meow, aside from its appetite and fierce demeanor in battle, was also somewhat conscious of its image during non-combat situations. But could such a young tomcat already possess an idol-like awareness? Link furrowed his brow, sensing that matters were more intricate than they appeared. Was it possible that the creature was practicing some form of move? He suddenly realized that his Fire Meow had indeed mastered numerous sound-based moves, including Cry, Roar, and Taunt. Could it be that it was rehearsing Loud Roar on its own? Nana. As he listened, even the Firefox and Water Wave Dolphin joined in, seemingly competing to showcase their vocal prowess. Fire Meow's voice abruptly ceased as it turned alertly towards its two companions, confusion evident in its eyes. What were you two learning? Link pondered, realizing that Fire Meow was not merely playing, but was indeed practicing Loud Roar, was it not? Meow? At this, Fire Meow's eyes lit up, and it nodded in satisfaction. The trainer understood well. Indeed, it was practicing Loud Roar. During its two appearances in the battle against Suing, its primary focus had been on intimidate and taunt to weaken its opponent, only to finally secure victory with Shadow Claw after severely damaging Marshtomp. This was essentially capitalizing on the efforts of Water Wave Dolphin. Such tactics, primarily reliant on interference, are not suited to its nature. Only the weak strain their minds to achieve victory through strategy, while the strong assert dominance on the battlefield. Thus, rather than resorting to mere threats or tactical retreats, it yearns to master the art of a resounding roar. Why ponder so much? Winning is all that matters, and it has yet to make its appearance today. Water Wave Dolphin wholeheartedly agrees with the sentiments of Fire Pattern Meow, nodding emphatically. Indeed, victory alone is not the ultimate goal. It is the manner of winning that truly counts. In other words, Water Wave Dolphin aspires to turn the tide of battle and support the crumbling edifice. They both desire overwhelming strength or flair over mere tactical victories. Is this how you both truly feel? Link, contemplating this notion, realizes that not only the trainer's perspective matters, but also the thoughts of the Pokémon, which reflects the importance of tailored training approaches. I understand now. Henceforth, I shall consider your preferences and devise a strategy that better suits you. Type: Fire Pattern Meow. Nickname: Fuzai. Trainer: Link. Gender: Male. Attribute: Fire. Level: 23. Ability: Intimidate. Health: Exceptional. Attack power: Very good. Defense: Outstanding. Special attack: Perhaps lacking. Special defense: Average. Speed: Quite good. Moves: Scratch, Growl, Roar, Flame Fong, Fire Tongue, Lick, Shadow Claw, Bite, Taunt, Throw Down Threats, Double Kick, Body Slam. Awakening Power: Fighting. Chapter 51. A genius simulator that prefers to update the professional system rather than reassess its world positioning. How shall Fire Pattern Meow achieve offensive output? The Blaze Roar Tiger, although affectionately dubbed the Tiger God of the Universe by players, derives its tactical value not from output, but rather from its remarkable durability and robust skill set to create disruption. It is an elite Pokémon akin to the Paralympic champion Speed Dog, boasting formidable functionality. While its output is impressive, it remains secondary. If likened to roles in a game, the Roar Tiger fits the profile of a tanky warrior-style top lane, equipped with teleportation and possessing certain initiation attributes. It is not that pure output is unfeasible, rather, a tanky build proves to be more cost-effective. Nonetheless, Link chooses to respect the Pokémon's wishes and nurture it towards an economically inclined versatile top lane build. After all, he is determined to surpass the champion and attain legendary status, striving for perfection in his endeavors. On this note, after rigorous training, he has successfully awakened his superpower talent. According to the distant teachings of Leguan Wang, the superpower Link has acquired through training is termed Original Force, a skill once mastered by humans known as psychokinetics approximately 10 millennia ago. This extraordinary individual possesses the remarkable ability to transform their body into a living conduit of natural energy, thereby harnessing the elemental forces of nature and executing powers akin to those of mythical spirits. In general, the prowess exhibited by humans pales in comparison to that of these ethereal beings. However, they surpass them in terms of technique. Take, for instance, the three elemental forces mastered by Link. 1. Basic water telekinesis, the ability to create, purify, and manipulate water to a degree equivalent to the normal exertion of an individual with a physique matching their strength. 2. Frost Surge, the capacity to conjure icy torrents of water that strike the target with force. 3. Telekinetic Healer, the power to heal living beings, with an overload capacity of 1. The clarity of these effects can be attributed to Link's simulator. Upon realizing that his training and superhuman abilities had led him to the role of a telekinetic, the simulator unexpectedly underwent an urgent update to include a profession system, capable of displaying his personal information. Yet, despite this, Link found himself perplexed as to why the simulator would hastily implement a profession system rather than acknowledge that he was not, in fact, residing in a digital monster world. Was it possible that an alpaca was mocking him? This notion flickered briefly in his mind before being swiftly suppressed. Impossible, absolutely impossible. After all, this was the creator of the Pokémon world, a veritable utopia. How could such a deity engage in such triviality? It must surely be the simulator's doing. Thus, he turned his attention to the newly updated profession system. Name: Link. Race: Human. Gender: Male. Age: 16. Attribute: Psychic Water. Strength: Agility. Constitution: 121212. Intelligence: Perception. Charisma: 1221412. Profession: Telekinetic 1. Overload: 09. Elemental Forces: Basic Water Telekinesis. N.A. Frost Surge. N.A. Telekinetic Healer. N.A. This encapsulates his basic situation. With the assistance of the King of the Forest, Link successfully assumed the role of a retrogressive superhuman, telekinetic. Though the nature of his attributes and abilities presented a subtle conundrum. Not to mention, why had a trainer focused on sunny weather, such as himself, inexplicably acquired the ability to control water? The effects of Telekinetic Healer also coincided with the simulator's randomly generated healing elixir. What was this? A man destined to become a healer? Sigh. If he must be a healer, so be it. He would consider himself chosen by the evergreen forest to be bestowed with this power. Fufu. Nearby, the fox spirit, lost in meditation, sensed the conflicting emotions of the trainer. Fufu, I have also learned a technique. Allow me to demonstrate, Link exclaimed, as he gently grasped the little fox. Focusing intently, he transformed the elemental water energy of nature into a life-nurturing force and invoked the power of Telekinetic Healer. As the trainer diligently demonstrated his abilities, the fire fox faintly sensed a trace of vitality coursing through its body, attempting to mend its wounds and activate its self-healing capabilities. However, the effect could only be described as a meager imitation of true healing, far inferior to the healing wave of a Chansey. It conveyed its feelings honestly to the trainer, who awkwardly scratched his head and fell into silence. Exercising psychic abilities requires intelligence, while utilizing them demands physical strength. As Link employed Psychic Healer to treat the Fire Fox, he could distinctly feel his own energy depleting at an alarming rate, with the overload value rising to 19. If his predictions were correct, once the overload value reached 99, he would be rendered unconscious due to exhaustion. Not only was the efficacy of the evergreen power diminished, but the side effect of potential fainting from frequent use was similarly troubling. Link glanced at the gold coins he had accumulated over the past week, along with the price of the physical energy crystal in the simulator's shop, which was just within his reach. After some deliberation, considering that he was set to embark on a journey to Fire Island the following day, any enhancement in combat and logistical capabilities was essential. Thus, he decided to invest in the crystal that would provide a 2 boost to his physical attributes, raising them to 14 points. At last, his health could be deemed comparable to that of an ordinary adolescent in this world. How about now? Link inquired as he once again employed Psychic Healer on the Fire Fox. The power of the treatment was now nearly half that of Chansey S, and 4 times that of the healing wine. Satisfied with the outcome, Link anticipated that once he accumulated another 20,000 bits to elevate his physical points to 14, he would be considered a competent healer, alleviating any worries about the Pokémon's recovery even in the great outdoors. Under the moonlight, Link repeatedly experimented with water burst against the backdrop of falling snow, concluding that his maximum output could be likened to that of a water gun. Meanwhile, basic water psychic allowed him to create a cubic shape with a side length of approximately half a meter, maintaining its form as aquatic dolphins frolicked within. Perhaps my psychic abilities were awakened to care for Pokémon, Link mused, recalling the wish he had made to Leafeon days prior, to train his psychic powers to assist the Fire Fox, bringing a knowing smile to his face. Indeed, a trainer preoccupied with such thoughts would find themselves in a rather absurd predicament. Healing, support, communication, water creation, and fire starting were the true necessities of his journey. At the very least, he had a water gun at his disposal to prevent wildfires, which could serve a practical purpose. Feeling relieved, he rose to gather the materials, as it was time to prepare dinner for his Pokémon. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the dormitory, accompanied by a somewhat familiar voice. "Xiaolin, it's me, Ilu." Since they had previously agreed to travel to Fire Island together, Ilu had learned of his temporary residence and sought him out. "Guess what news I have? Senior Julan is also heading to Fire Island for a vacation tomorrow." Julan. Link halted, nearly dropping the fruit in his hand. Aliu spoke of the champion of Sinnoh, a direct descendant of the ancient Sinnoh people from the town of Shinin, referring to the esteemed archaeologist Aunt Julan, perhaps? Chapter 52, Fire-Blowing Island. Ah, Julan. On the ship bound for Fire-Blowing Island, Link found himself reflecting on the serendipitous nature of this journey. Although he had previously envisioned encountering those he admired from the original narrative in real life, he was far from prepared to meet the champion. Unless it was a rental battle, winning against Julan was an impossible feat at this moment. Speaking of which, the battle frontier is also located on Fire-Blowing Island, correct? Indeed, the battle frontier of the Sinnoh region resides within the battle special zone of Fire-Blowing Island, frequently attracting trainers from around the globe to visit and challenge it. However, only a scarce few have managed to dominate it thus far. In fact, the battle frontier was one of Aliu's destinations for this trip. Rental Pokémon battles at the battle factory, battle roulette with random environmental effects, battle stages for consecutive fights, battle castles featuring exploration and puzzle elements, and battle towers that challenge trainers to their limits. These 5 battle facilities constitute the primary revenue streams of the Fire-Blowing Island Battle Special Zone, and they are revered as sacred grounds by countless trainers. Of course, they follow closely behind the Championship League's challenge. I see. Gazing at the ever-approaching Fire-Blowing Island, Link pondered the possibility of visiting the battle factory to test his mettle as a trainer. A loss would signify the need for further refinement, while a victory could yield valuable items for nurturing his Pokémon. "Xiaolin, are you also preparing to partake in this experience?" Aliu's eyes brightened, as it provided an opportunity for a team challenge. "I intend to challenge the battle factory, so I won't have the chance to join you." "The battle factory?" At this, Aliu leaned back in disbelief. "You mean that facility, which the vast majority of trainers deem utterly reliant on luck to draw Pokémon and requires continuous victories? The ultimate and frustratingly poor battle facilities?" After this, Aliu fell silent, seemingly struggling with his thoughts, but ultimately saying nothing. Link discerned from the look in Aliu's eyes that he had a refined taste, akin to the illustrious king of the Crimson Stone, although he had added subjective embellishments. This was essentially Aliu's sentiment. "What's wrong with random battles?" Link inquired. "It's not that there's anything wrong. But don't you feel that a battle mode where one cannot deploy their own Pokémon lacks any true significance?" To Aliu, the essence of battling lay in the mutual trust between partners. If the Pokémon deployed were merely random creatures received moments ago from staff, how could trust exist between them? How could one entrust their victory to another? Thus, many trainers regarded the battle factory as a venue primarily designed for casual tourists or less experienced trainers to experience battles. the seemingly arbitrary rules governing the battle factory, which boasts a completion record of fewer than 10 participants, evoke a sense of behind-the-scenes manipulation. Compounding this impression is the fact that the factory's chief employs legendary Pokémon, including the 3 legendary birds, the 3 legendary beasts, and even the iconic red and blue water, among others. Many esteemed trainers are left feeling a sense of disdain. However, it is reasonable to assume that the opponent's circumstances mirror one's own. A couple of defeats may be attributed to mere luck, yet a persistent pattern of failure suggests a lack of skill. Link, on the other hand, remains unperturbed by the rental battle mode. In fact, a winning streak presents a distinct advantage. Each battle allows for a substitution of 1 Pokémon from the opponent's team with 1 from one's own, enabling the trainer to inch closer to an ideal lineup with enough victories. Furthermore, the Pokémon themselves possess their own will. Initially, there may be a lack of mutual trust, but as victories accumulate, trust, confidence, and emotional bonds are forged in the process. In other words, a skilled trainer enjoys a considerable edge in rental battles. Once luck is eliminated through successive victories, the ultimate contest rests upon the trainer's knowledge, strategies, and affinity with their Pokémon. One must not dwell on crushing victories while attributing failures to luck or the inadequacy of one's Pokémon in overpowering the opponent. Trainers must enhance their capabilities in all aspects, for any weakness can become a fatal flaw. Does that seem reasonable? Ailu pondered momentarily, soon persuaded by Link's insights, recognizing the hidden significance and evaluative nature of the rental battle mode. Yet, he quickly scratched his head in frustration and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Upon reflection, my knowledge is woefully insufficient. If it weren't for bug-type Pokémon, I would struggle to command effectively. By setting aside prejudice and examining the battle factory, one may come to realize their shortcomings as a trainer. Fu, the Firefox, patted Ailu on the shoulder, encouraging him to practice and learn more. Keep at it, young one. Link smiled silently. His earlier words did not absolve them of any potential manipulation within the randomness. Youthful naivety clung to him. Where can one find a merchant devoid of underhanded practices? Even testing challengers with legendary Pokémon seems a tad excessive. As time swiftly passed, the two arrived at the battle zone on Fire Island by evening. This zone is divided into 3 distinct areas. The combat area, home to the battle frontier. The habitat area, where formidable wild Pokémon reside. And the scenic area, a gathering of renowned figures from around the world. However, straying from the designated paths could lead one into the more perilous wilds, further testing the limits of both trainer and Pokémon. Heading northward, they would eventually reach the harsh mountains, known for their extreme physical and mental challenges. The legendary Pokémon, Sidon, lies sealed within the depths of a shrine in the volcanic town. Ailu's objective for this journey is to challenge several battle facilities and then venture north to engage in combat with powerful fire-type wild Pokémon. Meanwhile, Link, preoccupied with thoughts of the Houndoom, felt disinterested in battling and reluctantly parted ways with Ailu for the time being. Indeed, Fireblow Island is quite warm. With the company of the sprites, I strolled along the sandy shores, where the evening breeze caressed us, and the bubbles emitted by the mighty crab sprites shimmered with splendid colors under the setting sun. Approximately 150 years ago, during the era of the great development of Shichue, this place was a sanctuary for the Pearl tribe, devoted to the island king, the Wind Speed Dog. Time has transformed this land into a special zone for battles and tourism, evoking a deep sense of nostalgia. I often ponder the fates of those familiar figures from the Shichue era. Did that individual, who traversed from the future only to lose their memories, ever return to their own time? Perhaps the alpacas are even more mischievous than he imagined. In seeking the descendants of those former champions, it might prove far easier than wandering aimlessly. Nevertheless, having arrived, let us embark on the grand mission of searching for the legendary Shichue Catadog. Naturally, inquiries regarding the sprites should be directed to the sprites themselves. The battle rules at the combat factory dictate that challengers cannot use their own Pokémon. Prior to the commencement of a battle, they must deposit their Pokémon. At the start of each challenge, players are randomly assigned 6 Pokémon from which they must select 3 to accompany them in the competition. The first chosen Pokémon is designated as the lead and cannot be altered throughout the challenge. Each round consists of 7 matches. After each battle, all accompanying Pokémon will be restored, and any used items will reappear. Subsequently, the staff will provide players with information about the opposing team. Finally, there is one opportunity to exchange one of their Pokémon with one from the opposing team. Chapter 53, Clues and the Combat Factory's Advanced Technology. Every path taken leaves a trace. The Shichue Catadog has resided on Fireblow Island for over a millennium. How could it possibly leave no information among the local sprites? Therefore, Link was prepared from the outset to seek the assistance of the native sprites in his quest for the legendary Catadog. Yet, as the sun dipped lower, the mighty crabs quietly expelled bubbles, disregarding the inquiries of humans. They appeared indifferent to the outside world, seemingly unconcerned even when someone tapped a twig against one of their heads. With tourists frequently visiting the outskirts of the battle zone to feed these relatively harmless sprites, They had likely grown accustomed to such interactions. Nevertheless, Link did not relent. He retrieved a star peach fruit treasure block he had crafted earlier from his backpack. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, and the once still mighty crabs, who had been observing the sunset, immediately gathered around. "Ah, so you are also food enthusiasts?" he mused, tossing the star peach to the crabs in succession while attempting to inquire once more. "May I ask yet?" Before he could finish, the smallest of the mighty crabs extended its pincers towards him, nudging his empty left hand. A handshake? Uncertain, Link tentatively extended his hand to grasp the crab's claw. In the next moment, the large claw crab abruptly retracted, leaving its formidable claw in Link's hand. What a sight! Neither humans nor the fairies had ever witnessed such a phenomenon. Link found himself in possession of an unexpected gift, staring in bewilderment at the claw, which measured nearly half a meter in length and was a decimeter in width. He was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to comment on the absurdity of this biological mechanism, nor could he fathom how the large claw crab had evolved such an ability. Well, I accept this," he mused. "You can take this for a snack." He offered a few energy cubes to the diminutive crab, completely forgetting to inquire about the whereabouts of the cat-eye dog, and left the crab group with the claw in hand. Upon reflection, it became apparent that it was quite rare for such coastal-dwelling sprites as the large claw crabs to encounter cat-eye dogs. They would likely need to seek out fire-type sprites residing near the harsh mountains or flying avian sprites instead. Thus, they stored the claw away and proceeded north along the path to the Battle Zone's park. In the vicinity, they occasionally spotted fierce sparrows, hairstyled birds, and the gentleman moth fluttering about, igniting Link's anticipation for the avian sprite social circles and information networks. Link retrieved an energy cube to employ his previous tactic, utilizing the simulator's translation feature to decipher the emotions embedded within the sprite's calls, initiating conversations with the local sprites surrounding the park. To his surprise, the outcome was more fruitful than he had anticipated. After receiving a generous tip in the form of energy cubes, a wild hairstyled bird disclosed its past experiences while patrolling its territory over the fiery island. It indeed had encountered cat-eye dogs, once spotting a group in the western region of the harsh mountains, and another time observing someone caring for them within the scenic area. In a villa southwest of the scenic area, a human with an equally sharp hairstyle was said to be breeding many of these cat-eye dogs, even larger windspeed dogs. However, the bird had little interest in these two types of sprites, merely recalling their general appearance due to the impressive hairstyles, lacking further detailed information. "Thank you, Mook Eagle. Your assistance is greatly appreciated." Although Link was puzzled as to why Mook Eagle was so preoccupied with hairstyles, the matter at hand had become much simpler. The objective was now crystal clear: head towards the scenic area or the western side of the harsh mountains. By the way, could that sharply coiffed human be a descendant of the Diamond family? Perhaps Shaylee had not even been born yet. The Fire Fox did not comprehend. "It's nothing. Don't overthink it. Just consider it a journey," Link replied, shaking his head and choosing not to dwell further on the affairs of North and the others, focusing instead on the cat-eye dogs. Regrettably, the scenic area exists as a resort for those in need, frequented by renowned academics, battle luminaries, and top coordination trainers. If he hoped to enter legitimately and confidently propose to exchange information about the cat-eye dogs, he would likely need to prove himself as an exceptional trainer. To embark on this endeavor, one must possess a sufficient level of renown, and the Battle Factory, where one can challenge using rented Pokémon, presents itself as the optimal choice. After much deliberation, Link found himself once again at the battle frontier. Upon his return, dusk had settled, and the Battle Factory was no longer open to the public, necessitating an overnight stay at the Pokémon Center. Another evening passed in vain, and by dawn, he had completed his morning routine, prepared breakfast, and engaged in some exercise, all in anticipation of submitting his application as soon as the battle facilities opened. Perhaps due to the lack of participants, the staff swiftly processed Link's information. "Very well, Mr. Link, your application has been accepted. Would you like to store any of your Pokémon?" Upon hearing this, Link shook his head. "No thank you. I only have 3 with me, and I will not exceed the allowed limit during the process." The staff nodded and began to diligently announce the rules of the Battle Factory. "Please confirm the rules set forth by the factory head, Mr. Lamo. Challengers in the Battle Factory must select 3 Pokémon from a random pool of 6 for rental battles. The order of the first Pokémon cannot be changed, and each round consists of 7 matches. At the conclusion of each round, challengers may select 1 Pokémon from the opposing team to exchange with one of their own. Each battle's Pokémon will have their health and status restored post-match." As Link listened, he suddenly sensed something amiss. "Wait, what do you mean by restored?" The staff explained. "In the Battle Factory, all Pokémon are products of technological simulation, which allows us to ensure that each Pokémon's level, individual values, and training are all adjusted to the same standard. It would be an enormous undertaking to train hundreds or thousands of Pokémon to such a comparable level. And who could guarantee the accuracy of the data produced by the instruments? Therefore, computer simulation is the sole option." Link quickly clarified his thoughts. Indeed, reality is not a game. and it is implausible to train so many perfectly standardized level 50 Pokémon. He had previously engaged in a lengthy conversation with Alu based on the game's stereotypes, only to discover that they were not even on the same wavelength. However, the advanced technology of this world continued to catch him off guard. One could only imagine a future where humans might even simulate phenomena such as Delta Stream using technology. I understand. Is there anything else I should be aware of? Generally, that covers it. Additionally, to prevent loopholes and enhance computational speed, the simulated Pokémon in the Battle Factory are limited to 4 moves each, and their abilities are fixed. During battle, each turn will proceed according to the recorded order. Wait, Link paused momentarily. Turn-based? Only 4 moves? If you want to discuss this, I'm wide awake now. Chapter 54. Hey, what kind of leftover Dragonite can kindergarten kids choose? If the battle were to mirror reality completely, Link might falter due to his unfamiliarity with the authentic combat environment, having just traversed into this world. However, in a turn-based combat scenario, the Battle Factory awaits. Your king has returned. Now, please select 3 Pokémon from the 6 randomly generated by the system. The lead Pokémon cannot be swapped at will, so choose wisely. As soon as the words left his lips, the screen before Link illuminated with 6 random Pokémon. 1. Gloom, Grass. Ability. Leaf Guard. Item. Leftovers. Moves. Reflect. Light Screen. Leech Seed. Protect. 2. Ditto. Normal. Ability. Imposter. Item. Evolutionary Stone. Moves. Recover. Ice Beam. Substitute. Thunderbolt. 3. Letaba. Bug Flying. Ability. Iron Fist. Item. King's Rock. Moves. Mach Punch. Tailwind. Drain Punch. Comet Punch. 4. Magikarp. Water. Ability. Swift Swim. Item. Berries. Moves. Bounce. Splash. Struggle. 5. Pelipper. Water Flying. Ability. Drizzle. Item. Assault Vest. Moves. Hurricane. U-Turn. Ice Beam. Tailwind. 6. Swanna. Water. Ability. Torrent. Item. Life Orb. Moves. Belly Drum. Yawn. Protect. Waterfall. Upon reviewing the randomly generated options, Link instinctively rubbed his eyes and looked again. Indeed, those were the selections bestowed upon him. Was this the power of randomness? He yearned to return to yesterday and apologized to Alu, expressing regret for his naive attempts to redeem himself in the Battle Factory without any prior knowledge. After careful deliberation, he chose Ditto, Pelipper, and Gloom as his team. The lead Ditto, equipped with the Evolutionary Stone, possesses remarkable durability. Although Gloom's configuration is somewhat acceptable, Link felt compelled to apologize to it as well. With its impressive endurance bolstered by Recover and the combination of Ice Beam and Thunderbolt for both control and damage output, Ditto's imposter ability, when activated under slower conditions, is a reliable means of amplifying damage, while Swanna could utilize the combination of Yawn and Protect to reduce opponents to low health, followed by Belly Drum and Waterfall for a forced 1-for-1 exchange. Link ultimately opted against it. The strategy seemed rather simplistic. Surely, an astute opponent would recognize the significance of selecting Pokémon like Rattata and Swanna merely for a 1-for-1 trade. Thus, he settled on Gloom, realizing he had limited options remaining. As for the final choice, Pelipper with its Drizzle ability seemed promising. One could only hope for the opportunity to form a rain team in the future. I have made my selections. Link stretched his shoulders, gently patting the small fox on his shoulder, took a sip of his cocoa-flavored healing elixir, and informed the staff to commence the battle. The Battle Factory operates in rounds of 7 battles, with no interruptions or breaks allowed. A defeat results in the nullification of all prior records. He must maintain his focus and analytical prowess, striving for consecutive victories until the very end. However, due to constraints of length, I shall only recount the first and last match. Before long, the staff had matched Link with his opponent, a kindergarten child, seemingly no taller than Link's knee, accompanied by a parent as they entered the simulated arena. Thankfully, this time the adversary was not the parent, but rather the 5 or 6-year-old child. A sense of relief washed over Link. After all, what formidable Pokémon could a kindergarten child possibly choose? Surely, they would select the cutest and most adorable one available. In the inaugural battle of the Battle Factory, the opponent sent forth a Dragonite. Go, Dragonite! With a startled flick of her tail. Even the Vulpix was taken aback upon seeing the Pokémon that had been dispatched. A Dragonite. How utterly unpredictable. Link mused. Under equal conditions, the speed of the multiform Pokémon was no match for that of Dragonite. While Link pondered whether this Dragonite favored physical or special attacks, he witnessed the kindergarten child commanding Dragonite to unleash the Dragon-type move Dragon Tail. In a swift flurry, Dragonite unleashed 5 consecutive scales, each striking the multiform Pokémon with pinpoint accuracy. Simultaneously, Dragonite's physical defense plummeted while its speed soared. In the blink of an eye, the multiform Pokémon's health dwindled to approximately 50%. Link's expression darkened. Was there truly a loaded dice item in this world? With a sigh, he realized the fate of the multiform Pokémon was sealed. His choice was undoubtedly the 4 times super effective Ice Beam, yet under the protection of scales. This move inflicted merely a modest amount of damage. However, in the next instant, Link's vision sharpened. He noticed that the kindergarten child's Dragonite had regained a sliver of health. A leftovers item. Recognizing this, he grasped a glimmer of hope. This implied that should the opponent opt for Dragon Tail again, rather than a powerful move of a type advantageous against his Pokémon, it was unlikely to strike 5 times, thereby securing victory over his multiform Pokémon. In this round, Link's choice remained Ice Beam. But what would the opponent select? Just then, Dragonite vanished from view. Disappeared? It was Quick Attack. Perhaps spurred by parental guidance, the young student, recognizing the significant drop in their defense, did not repeat the previous Dragon Tail to further enhance its already formidable speed, but instead attempted a preemptive strike to eliminate the multiform Pokémon. Yet, upon witnessing the opponent's choice, Link understood that the child had already lost. In truth, unless the Dragonite possessed a powerful fighting-type move, the only feasible route to victory would be to gamble on achieving 5 successful hits with Dragon Tail. As it turned out, his assumption was correct. This time, Dragonite inflicted merely about 20% damage, leaving the multiform Pokémon with a mere 20% of its health remaining. However, the potency of the latter's Frost Beam remains undiminished. The Ice Blue Beam strikes the Dragonite with precision, and the once formidable Pokémon succumbs to its inherent vulnerabilities. Having lost the protection of Multiscale, Link exhales a sigh of relief, albeit a fleeting one. The Porygon-Z can be deemed the strongest member of his team, yet its current vitality leaves much to be desired. Should the opponent be fortunate enough to unleash another swift and powerful contender, Link could find himself in dire straits. Go, Pikachu! A wave of hope washes over him. It is indeed Pikachu, a potential savior. Yet, Link dares not underestimate the adversary. If this Pikachu possesses an Electroweb and wields Volt Tackle, it could easily vanquish his Porygon-Z. With such considerations in mind, Link decisively opts for a defensive strategy. Chapter 55, Julan, the legendary trainer? What can Pikachu accomplish? Unless Link inadvertently selects Swanna, Pikachu would be rendered ineffective. The formidable Cacturne that entered the fray bravely endured a fake out, but its vitality quickly rebounded through leftovers. Following this, with the dual barriers erected and seeds sown, Pikachu found its offensive capabilities nullified, forced to retreat under the guidance of its trainers. Gengar, step forth. The opponent's lineup is undeniably charming, yet their prowess is somewhat outrageous. However, having deduced Pikachu's incapacity for damage, Link simultaneously switches in Porygon-Z after establishing his defenses. Although the opponent is a mere child, they did not replicate Ash's blunder of utilizing a ghost type against a normal type. Rather, they opted for Sludge Bomb to anticipate Link's Cacturne switch. Nevertheless, Link places his faith in Porygon-Z's resilience, confidently executing Recover. Ultimately, Gengar's strike merely reduces Porygon-Z to a sliver of health, which is promptly restored. This signifies that unless Gengar lands 2 critical hits in succession, it will never overcome Porygon-Z. At this juncture, the battle loses all suspense, culminating in Link's triumph as Porygon-Z and Cacturne sequentially defeat Dragonite, Gengar, and Pikachu. Xiao, was the battle entertaining? It was absolutely thrilling. I aspire to become a Pokémon trainer too. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, witnessing the harmonious interaction of the family across from him instills within Link a peculiar sentiment of having won the battle, yet lost at life. Fortunately, the heartfelt congratulations from his Fire Fox swiftly remind him that he is not devoid of all. The contest had not drained him significantly. Thus, he seizes the moment to pet the little fox and chooses to persevere. That morning, the visitors at the battle factory finally recalled the terror that had once dominated them, along with the humiliation endured by a 12-year-old child who traveled for a year to become a champion. These sentiments were solely encapsulated in Link's musings. In a scenic area, within Julan's villa, a life-size Snorlax plush radiating sunlight serves as a backdrop. A golden-haired girl clad in pink pajamas languidly yawns, gazing at the champion diligently grooming his Pokémon. The young girl exuded a somewhat ominous and heavy aura, rendering her appearance rather perilous. Gardevoir, a figure who ought to embody the pioneering intellect of the battle castle, found herself burdened by an enormous power that was not matched by her mental fortitude. Her combative spirit, when faced with the intense emotional fluctuations during battles, often led her to lose control of her extraordinary abilities, resulting in unimaginable devastation. Such a scenario was intolerable for a lady who aspired to grace in combat. Consequently, the responsibility of innovation fell upon her butler, Shyran. However, the trainers of late have grown increasingly inept. Even those who managed to reach the final stages delivered battles so mundane that they could almost induce slumber. It seems your perspective as a mere observer has become rather tiresome. Shyran astutely pointed out the underlying issue. Upon hearing this, Gardevoir stretched languidly, acknowledging her own desire to engage in battle, yet lamenting the rarity of opponents capable of maintaining composure when her emotions surged, leading her to instinctively unleash her powers in double battles against her Pokémon. Except for the champion before her. Even when Gardevoir revealed her true self, The invincible champion of the Sinnoh region could effortlessly secure victory in a 1-against-2 scenario. This thought prompted her to unveil her genuine intent for visiting the villa to see Shyran. Shall we have a battle? Despite her relentless efforts thus far yielding no victory over Shyran, resulting in repeated meltdowns, she cherished the exquisite and graceful moments that battles provided. Darling. Shyran turned to the girl, arms crossed. You are currently prohibited by your parents from battling. Do not take it lightly and engage carelessly. The burden of your powers running amok is substantial for both your body and mind. I'm not necessarily bound to lose to you, Gardevoir retorted. But upon facing rejection once more, she slumped dejectedly upon a Snorlax pillow, her last vestiges of dignified grace evaporating. Speaking of intriguing trainers, Shyran had mentioned an interesting occurrence at noon. It was said that a trainer named Link had emerged at the battle factory, achieving an unprecedented streak of victories since the very first match this morning, often defeating opponents with just 1 or 2 Pokémon. In most instances, throughout a single battle, he adeptly utilized defensive strategies, rotations, variations, and restorative moves, managing to maintain the fighting capability of all his Pokémon. Remarkably, despite merely selecting Pokémon at random from the options provided by the computer, he managed to dominate the competition, securing 3 consecutive wins with effortless ease and claiming the silver commemorative emblem. Observing his formidability, it seemed likely he would continue his winning streak into the afternoon. However, from the 5th round onward, his opponents would no longer be mere mortals, but rather creations of the factory's chief, with their Pokémon increasingly showcasing late-blooming potential. The teams would shift from a completely random selection to a randomized choice from a preset roster of 33 singles, presenting visitors with formidable challenges in every battle they faced. This situation will persist until the opponent achieves a consecutive victory of 48 matches. In the 49th and final battle, the factory chief, Nemu, will dispatch a formidable team composed entirely of legendary Pokémon to thwart the challengers. Theoretically, the probability of success in such a crude battle factory format is virtually zero. A turn-based system with 4 randomly selected moves fails to emulate even a tenth of an authentic battle. What significance do victories or defeats hold? What experience can one truly gain? It is a waste of time. A trainer of such remarkable prowess should engage in the battle castle rather than the battle factory with Julan. Noticing Julan's prolonged silence, Gardevoir lifted her gaze, only to find her friend, who had been grooming Lucario, had unknowingly ceased her actions and appeared lost in thought. After a considerable pause, Julan finally regained her composure. You mean to say that person is named Link, and he is an exceptionally skilled trainer? Gardevoir detected a hint of excitement in her tone. Did Sherlon mention what Pokémon the boy possesses? Does he carry a sword sheath known as the Master Sword? The butler did not provide such details. At least he did not specify that the individual is a boy. Do you know him? Gardevoir observed Julan with keen interest, sensing the subtle shift in her demeanor and emotions. Typically, the only matters that could suddenly pique her interest were either formidable adversaries or ancient legends. What category does this individual fall into? Stop guessing. Julan exchanged a knowing glance with Lucario, and together they began to tidy up their equipment and belongings. I merely encountered this name in ancient texts. Once, a boy descended from the heavens wielding a singular sword sheath traversed the lush lands, utilizing water to envelop the Master Sword's surface, engaging in battle with Pokémon using unparalleled prowess and swordsmanship, and he reportedly vanquished numerous leaders and kings. It is said he was also an extraordinary psychic. That must be a fabrication. Even third-rate novelists would concoct such tales. Gardevoir asserted confidently. Consider it. If a psychic like me cannot achieve such feats, how could anyone else? Writing simulated battles is utterly trivial. Hence, I shall skip the confrontation with Nemu in this chapter. Gardevoir. Platinum setting. The young lady versus the master of the castle. Name: Gardevoir Dendrobium. Gender: female. Age: 17 years, approximately 14 in Pokémon Birth Secrets. Height: 160 centimeters. First-person perspective, not utilized in-game. Second-person perspective, not utilized in-game. As a Pokémon trainer, her prowess is commendable, and she yearns to indulge in battles. However, her excitement often leads her to lose herself, occasionally resulting in panic, which has prompted her parents to prohibit her from battling in the presence of others. Incidentally, her parents are currently traveling the world and are not at home. This may be the reason for her habitual reticence in social interactions, as she often exhibits a cold demeanor. Despite her advancing age, she occasionally reveals a somewhat juvenile side, displaying moments of warmth. The setting is starkly defined in black and white. Name: Gardevoir. Gender: female. Age: approximately 25 years. Height: 160 centimeters. She was the former owner of the Battle Castle. In the Sinnoh region, she was still quite young. Her telekinetic abilities would occasionally spiral out of control in moments of excitement, leading her parents to prohibit her from engaging in Pokémon battles in front of others. However, as she matured, she gained mastery over her emotions and her powers. To enhance her prowess as a trainer, she ventured alone to the Unova region for training. ultimately rising to become one of the Unova Elite Four. Chapter 56, Points and Item Redemption. I am the Factory Chief, Leek, and I shall not be outdone in knowledge. As I anticipated, you have indeed arrived, igniting my excitement. Let us commence. According to my calculations, your chances of victory stand at 0. How can this be? However, if we factor in critical hits, there remains a glimmer of hope. Can you truly perceive this? Your strength has surpassed my calculations. The outcome of the battle diverged from my analysis. Yet regardless of victory or defeat, new insights can be gleaned, and refining my data will render me even stronger. When Tulip and Gardevoir arrived at the scene, they discovered that Link's battle against the Factory Chief had concluded. Ultimately, he triumphed over Leek's Zapdos, Articuno, and Moltres using a team comprised of Swanna, Swampert, and Tyranitar. Frankly, compared to the often erratic and unpredictable maneuvers of the tourists who occasionally fell victim to his strategies, the final 4 rounds of battle were exceedingly straightforward. Unless the team was at a significant disadvantage, Link could effortlessly deduce the optimal moves derived from Leek's incessant calculations, dragging the battle into the realm of his expertise in reading and counter-reading his opponent's strategies. Leek's prowess in this domain was even inferior to that of an average person. After the battle concluded, Link couldn't help but reflect on the experience. Some assert that if one can grasp all information, they can predict the future with absolute certainty. Yet, in truth, mortals are forever incapable of omniscience. Much like the randomness that permeates nature, emotions and thoughts will invariably influence one's reasoning. Mathematics alone cannot secure victory in battles. If simulated battles are this complex, how much more intricate must reality be, with its myriad layers? The Battle Factory is indeed fascinating, but Link likely will not return in the future. With that, he cradled his Finnegan and departed from the simulation arena, seeking staff to claim the golden commemorative badge awarded for achieving a winning streak of 49 battles, along with the battle points earned through the Battle Frontier, which could be redeemed for various trainer items such as TMs and berries. Thus, with a surge of excitement from acquiring a substantial amount of points, he rushed to the factory hall to peruse the redemption list. Regrettably, it seems that in reality, there are no such artifacts as leftover food scarves. Nor do we know if there exist master craftsmen in the realm of fairies who could fashion these incomprehensible tools that defy the principles of our world. However, items such as stones capable of amplifying weather effects, single-use energy-boosting gems, and nutrients specifically designed to enhance the abilities of certain Pokémon types do indeed exist. Gazing at the dazzling array of exchange options, Link couldn't help but contemplate staying in the Battle Frontier for a month, exchanging for one of each. After all, these items come at a cost. Yet, considering that truly irreplaceable treasures are absent from the exchange list, and that the Pokémon Dream World produces enough to meet his daily needs and even generate some income, there seemed little reason to squander time here. Primarily, engaging in the Battle Factory would not provide his Firefox and its companions with any training. His exploration backpack, nutritional supplements, firestones, red cards, universal umbrellas, power bracers, force training devices, and the skill machines for surf, clear smog, and quick return were all accounted for. Peering into the cavernous interior of his exploration backpack, which appeared rather empty, Link, concerned that he might succumb to the allure of the Battle Factory, hurriedly departed with his Firefox. Upon exiting the battle facility, the afternoon sun still shining, he promptly booked a ticket to the scenic area with his freshly earned battle honors and waited with his numerous Pokémon. Enjoying snacks at the park's edge, the Wave Dolphin, placed in the water tank, joyfully engaged with the force training device, attaching it to the water ring at the tip of its tail, relishing the effects of the item. Although the size of the training device is adjustable, its primary mechanism functions by limiting the Pokémon's power through some form of technology, thereby amplifying their exertion to achieve the desired training effect. Otherwise, how could Pokémon like the Sword and Shield, Grimer, or Poplio possibly utilize such a tool? The Wave Dolphin was quite satisfied with this arrangement. Since leaving the ocean of Moonlit Town, it had not felt the pressure of seawater and had instead experienced discomfort. With this device, even when surrounded by air or freshwater, its sensations were reminiscent of those in the deep sea. There is a saying that one can overdo things, and even training must be approached with moderation, Link sighed. Yet, to be honest, he had no knowledge of aquatic-type Pokémon. Perhaps he should seek the counsel of an expert. Speaking of which, this force training device seems to be an alternative use of the restraining devices seen in the anime. But the age-old question remains, which came first? The chicken or the egg? Click. The Fire Meow boldly snatched the power bracer, only to be promptly reclaimed by Link. Allow me to put this on you, he said, fastening it around the Fire Meow's neck. Fortunately, it had a stretchable feature, otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge to secure. The Fire Meow wore an expression of disdain, moving awkwardly, as if its agility had been severely compromised by several debuffs. The thought of its fur being flattened by this contraption made it feel as if green caterpillars were crawling on its body. The universal model is such that if it does not suit you, then so be it. Link could certainly empathize with the feline's fastidiousness. Perhaps when you evolve into a blazing roar tiger, You might wear it as a wristband on your arm. Upon hearing this, the fire mew turned its head away in a huff. Meow? Essentially, that was the gist of it. The fire fox, amused for quite some time, rummaged through her backpack only to realize she possessed nothing of the sort, raising her head in confusion. Huh, you don't need it. That firestone is not intended for you. What you require at present is not merely an enhancement of special attack strength, but rather an expansion of your skill pool and proficiency. Noticing the fire fox's slight despondency, Link continued, once you have learned the necessary moves, that red card will be exclusively yours. This item can identify the attack of a move and instantly release a special energy that forces the attacker to shrink, compelling a switch. However, your psychic abilities allow you to deftly manipulate objects, enabling you to stealthily conceal this red card on your opponent or in a specific location on the battlefield as a trap to trigger. It resembles the psychic traps that the long-tailed firefox can set in Pokémon Punch. Thus, a mere red card in your hands could extend its utility to facilitate your own switch or to compel your opponent's switch, employing a variety of tactics according to the situation. The firefox nodded, then shook her head repeatedly, appearing somewhat perplexed. In any case, this red card is quite formidable, isn't it? Although it may not compare to the escape button or the retreat backpack before the development of those two items. The red card was indeed a remarkable carrying item. Chapter 57. The Search for Shimmering Cattle Dog. Where could the Shimmering Cattle Dog be? On the southwestern side of the scenic area, Link had become utterly lost among the numerous villas, unable to discern the specific differences between them or any traces of the cattle dog's presence. Even when the fire fox soared into the air using telekinesis and circled around, she still did not spot the pointed-headed canine creature. Instead, she encountered several golden ducks and an unusually gigantic Magikarp, presumably due to some strange diet. Link recalled that in the game, one could fish for a level 100 Magikarp in the scenic area, and there existed a dominant Magikarp in the Journey's animation. Could there truly be a Magikarp in reality that had grown to several meters long? He found this notion immensely intriguing, but decided to ponder it later. Considering the essence of the scenic area as a resort, many villas remained unoccupied for most of the year. Thus, the information provided by the feathered informant might already be outdated. Did he truly have to venture into the harsh mountains? Link contemplated, realizing that entrusting life and death to luck and Ailu's prowess was perilously reckless. It was not that he doubted Ailu's character. A trainer devoted to bug types was likely not a bad person. The issue lay in his complete lack of faith in Ailu's capabilities. Had the other party been proficient in any type other than bug, he would have considered accompanying them. But given that it was bug type, he hesitated. As I observed your furtive movements, it appears you have lost your way. Suddenly, a languid yet haughty voice emerged from behind me. I turned to behold three figures that seemed to have materialized from thin air. One was a golden-haired young lady, approximately 1.60 meters tall, adorned in a charming dress. The second was a young man in a uniform, holding a pocket watch, whose hairstyle bore a striking resemblance to that of a hawk. And the third was an elegant, statuesque woman in a sleek black gown. In an instant, I recognized their identities: Gadria, the steward Sherlon, and the champion Julan. The firefox, Fu, expressed a perplexed demeanor, sensing an extraordinary power emanating from the humans before it, one that surpassed its own, akin to a cannon poised to unleash its might at any moment. However, it seemed that the individuals struggled to harness this formidable energy, resulting in a palpable tension as they endeavored to suppress their emotions. I suppose I have lost my way while in pursuit of the elf, I acknowledged, paying little heed to their identities as I seized this rare opportunity. Have you encountered a type of canine with a pointed head, long fur, and a coat that has become hard and sharp, mingled with volcanic rock? Perhaps it resembles this. As I spoke, I retrieved a hand-drawn depiction from my backpack, illustrating the cartoonish visage of the canine in question. The trio fell into a momentary silence, their familiarity with my sudden approach and the peculiar canine intriguing yet unsettling. After a brief pause, Julan seemed to recognize the likeness of the canine. Have you seen this type of creature before? I nodded affirmatively. Julan, however, waited expectantly for further elaboration. Yet I remained silent. She wished to delve deeper, but I bore no resemblance to the legendary trainers chronicled in ancient texts, nor did I possess the fabled sword sheath. Gadria was even more convinced that I could not possibly be that legendary figure, although she could sense that I was indeed a superpowered individual. The intensity of my abilities was laughably feeble, even weaker than that of a newly birthed artificial cell egg. Yet, she furrowed her brow and gazed intently at me, subtly discerning that my mental fortitude was starkly different from her own volatile emotions. If one were to encapsulate Gadria's feelings in a single word, it would be abundance. Stable and enduring, fragile yet resilient, reminiscent of the vitality found within the ocean, the earth, and the flora, it imparted a sense of comfort and reassurance. I am aware of a villa where the canine you described is kept. Would you care to accompany me to see it? Certainly, I responded eagerly, my mind brimming with thoughts of the canine. Although Sherlon was puzzled by Gadria's unprecedented enthusiasm, she dutifully led the way. Before long, The four of us arrived at Julon's villa. While it was referred to as Julon's, it was not entirely accurate, as the champion and scholar were rather indifferent to such matters. Thus, her villas around the world were, in fact, Gadria's private possessions. Consequently, this abode was typically managed by the steward Sherlon, the individual with the sharply styled hair, as described by the hawk. As soon as Link stepped through the door, he was greeted by a multitude of elves hailing from various corners of the world. Among them were the Galarian Ponyta, the Drakazalt, the Metagross, the Bronzong, the Mimikyu, the Zorua, the Sawsbuck, and a few of the special shiny Herdier that he had long been enamored with. The fiery fox perched on his shoulder peeked out, revealing that this was indeed the unique Herdier Link had been yearning for. Its long fur nearly obscured its eyes, giving it a somewhat dazed appearance. Soon, he noticed that each Herdier sported a distinct hairstyle. Some resembled sea urchins, others took on the visage of a butler, and one with flowing locks revealed half of its right eye, reminiscent of a golden-haired elder sister. These were the legendary Herdier, having adapted to the frigid climate of the Sinnoh region due to geographical differences, and they indeed appeared quite lively. Finally, having pursued the primary damage dealers of his envisioned team, Link cast a satisfied glance at the seemingly intrigued Gardevoir. "Greetings, I am Link from the town of Celestic. I have always held a fondness for these Herdier. Might you enlighten me about their habitats and clans?" "These Herdier do not belong to me," Gardevoir replied with a smile, turning her gaze towards Tsubaki. The latter sighed and began to inquire about how Link had learned of such extraordinary Herdier. "I heard it from the elders," Link explained. "It is said that 150 years ago, during what was known as the era of Shiny and Sinnoh, the ancient descendants of Sinnoh returning from around the world discovered two factions among the local populace, the Pearl Clan and the Diamond Clan. They revered an entity known as the Sinnoh Great One, yet conflicts arose due to differing beliefs regarding this deity. They simultaneously worshipped extraordinary Pokémon that held historical significance, such as the Forest King, the Mountain Queen, the Cave King, and the Snowfield King, along with the Island King of Fire Island, which is the evolved form of these unique Herdier, known as the Fast Houndoom." Upon hearing this, Link's words corroborated what Tsubaki had previously encountered in ancient texts. In fact, these Herdier were the very Pokémon she had captured while investigating Fire Island after reading about them in historical documents. However, the records from that era were incomplete, and she had long been troubled by the fragmented nature of the literature, which had led to the loss of many regional specialties and Pokémon in Sinnoh. Since the other party also shared a love for Pokémon and that historical period, Chapter 58, worries unfolded. Ultimately, Tsubaki consented to gift Link a shiny Herdier, but with a stipulation: he was to meticulously document the ancient tales he had heard from the elderly, contributing to her archaeological endeavors. Link readily accepted this condition, resolving to compile all information irrelevant to history. The writing continued late into the night. At last, he completed his task. In his guest room, after a long day of labor, he set down his pen and struggled to rise, stretching languidly. By this time, the moon had ascended to its zenith, and Link gazed toward the distant, hazy peaks of the Tian Crown Mountains, feeling as if a weight had finally been lifted from his heart. Having traversed nearly 2 weeks in the present, he has been fervently racing against time. And now he is on the verge of assembling the previously determined roster of 46 from Mushy Town. It is uncertain whether to label himself as excessively earnest or simply impatient. In this moment of respite, he finally has the opportunity to ponder his next steps. Yet he finds himself at a loss as to what to pursue. Should he truly venture north to bring along the enigmatic Pudding? His affection for the sprite intertwines with the hope that Pudding can break free from the shadows of the past and embrace a new life, alongside the embarrassment of potentially exploiting foresight for the sake of advantage and friendship. These three sentiments clash within him, leaving him unsure of how to proceed. Yearning is perhaps the most distant emotion from comprehension. Does he truly understand Pudding, or is he merely projecting his own desires onto her like a chestnut? Sprites, after all, are not mere data or commodities. In the past, Link would have dismissed such trivialities, believing that as long as the outcome was favorable, nothing else mattered. However, after continuously receiving kindness in this world, he feels compelled to become someone worthy of such goodwill. The result is that Link himself is uncertain whether his assistance to Pudding and King Rain is driven more by genuine kindness or mixed with other sentiments. To speak candidly, he indeed anticipates the joining of these two first and second-tier gods. Who could resist the allure of Thornvine Staff, Star Shatter, and Snow Spear? In this realm, first-tier gods wield a significant advantage over ordinary sprites, making battles akin to a low-dimensional assault, so effortless that directing them feels almost trivial. Winning by mindlessly repeating the same skill is a remarkable convenience. While Link holds a genuine passion for tactics and the aesthetics of rock, paper, scissors, and coordinated defense, it is the numbers that ultimately justify one's reign, inspired by the Scythe Mantis. Alas, it is quite the conundrum. The fire-patterned Meow glanced at its trainer before returning to slumber. The Fire Fox, perched on the desk, cast a worried gaze in his direction, filled with concern. "I am not truly troubled. I simply do not know what to do," which leaves my mind in disarray. Taking time to sort through his thoughts during leisure is indeed crucial. He turned to the fire fox and asked, "What about you? It has been 2 weeks since your birth. Have you discovered what you wish to pursue?" Upon hearing this, the fire fox tilted its head, deep in contemplation. After a moment of intense thought, it finally reacted. With a spirited foe, it stood, shook its body and tail, and leaped towards the windowsill. Using its psychic powers to glide gracefully through the air, soaring straight out the window. Upon landing, the fire fox dashed off in a particular direction without even lifting its head. Link, intrigued, climbed onto the windowsill to observe below, noting the height was merely 4 stories, and jumped down without hesitation. Utilizing its psychic abilities to slow his descent, he landed steadily on the ground. Yet, before he could revel in his rapidly enhancing physique, the fire pattern meow descended from above, landing on his shoulders with its front paws, nearly causing him to topple to the ground. "I recall you were sleeping soundly just moments ago. It seems you are quite sensitive to your surroundings." The fiery feline paid him little heed, instead directing its gaze towards the departing fire fox. "Let us proceed and investigate," said Link, as he and the cat followed the trail. Arriving at a garden behind the villa where numerous Pokémon were housed. Beneath the silvery moonlight, the elegantly attired Gardevoir indulged in pastries within a pavilion, while Chiran stood beside her, frowning in the direction of Link's presence. The fire fox, however, approached, drawn specifically to the desserts on the table. It seemed to interpret the trainer's inquiry about future aspirations as a short-term plan. "Have you documented all the folklore you are aware of?" Upon noticing Link's sudden arrival, Gardevoir instructed Chiran to prepare the necessary tools for him whenever her emotions wavered. The red tea made from the budding leaves of the sandalwood forest in the Kalos region during the summer would invariably soothe her spirit, except on occasions when she lost battles to Julien. Having just completed his writing, Link found the task of systematically recording his thoughts more arduous than he had anticipated. "Oh," Gardevoir appeared rather disinterested. A silence fell between them, broken only by the evening breeze, the gentle lapping of waves, and the sound of Pokémon relishing their late-night feast. Observing the awkwardness of the situation, Chiran sighed, recognizing that it was his duty as the butler to ease the atmosphere. "You possess psychic abilities, do you not?" Yet before he could articulate his thoughts, Gardevoir abruptly steered the conversation. "Your psychic powers must not have spiraled out of control, correct? What accounts for their remarkable stability? Is it due to their inherent weakness?" Link took a moment to acclimate to her mode of interaction. Regardless of the origin of one's powers, whether formidable or feeble, they ultimately must be governed by the mind. Only with a heart as tranquil as a still pond can one truly master their psychic abilities. Such wisdom had been imparted in the remote teachings by the esteemed king of the ribbons. It undoubtedly held considerable authority. "A heart as tranquil as a still pond," Gardevoir softly echoed, pondering if this meant to cultivate an unperturbed demeanor devoid of emotional fluctuations. Sensing her uncertainty, Link elaborated. "This does not imply transforming into an emotionless being. Rather, it suggests that flowing water cannot reflect any visage. Only still water can form a mirror, allowing one to humbly and candidly embrace all experiences. In other words, you must confront everything within yourself, be it gain or loss, destruction or praise, commendation or derision, joy or sorrow, with an open and serene heart. There is nothing that should be beyond acceptance, for it is these myriad experiences that perfect you." Though he spoke with conviction, Link himself struggled to embody such ideals. Else he would not be tormented by his own desires. Gardevoir nodded, seemingly grasping the essence of his words, her demeanor suggesting a willingness to delve further into the discussion. However, Link had other matters to attend to and could not linger. The fire fox, having just emerged into the world a fortnight prior, required rest. "Thank you for your red tea and pastries," he said, cradling the fire fox in his arms as he departed the garden with the fiery feline in tow. Next, it was time to join the assault team in their challenge against the Scyther. Certainly, a complete annihilation is inevitable. Chapter 59. Do you not wish to witness it with your own eyes? In the face of such sieges, annihilation has become a familiar occurrence. Now, Link is even capable of deploying his treasured artifacts amidst life-threatening situations, with his accuracy significantly enhanced. Each successful strike with these artifacts brings considerable staggering to the Cleaver Mantis. Yet it regains immunity after each recovery, preventing him from achieving the infinite control typical in games. Perhaps the pivotal factor in whether they can reach the end of this siege hinges on Link's ability to continuously and precisely launch his treasured artifacts at the Cleaver Mantis at the right moment. The following morning, upon awakening early, he intended to wash up and prepare breakfast as usual, only to discover that the butler, Sherlon, had already taken care of everything. "I seem to have not seen any other staff. Do you manage this vast villa all by yourself?" "Of course, for I am the perfect and poised butler." "Then, can you stop time?" Sherlon paused for a moment, realizing that managing such a large villa alone does not indeed allow for the suspension of time. In truth, there are also psychic Pokémon assisting him in his duties. It is said that in the distant Galar region, There exists a type of psychic Pokémon known as the Butler Pokémon, born to be the quintessential steward. If time permitted, he would genuinely wish to invite one to alleviate his workload. The Butler Pokémon, indeed. Link pondered on how such creatures are natural aides, capable of drawing strength from the positive emotions of others. The existence of psychic Pokémon in reality is truly astonishing. Could it be that the trait of the Monarch of Radiance, acquiring power through faith, is also rooted in psychic abilities? Just as other Pokémon can draw vitality from their trainer's emotions and will? Or perhaps the deceased three treasures might be resurrected for some reason. Good morning, Sherlon, Shaolin. Just as he marveled at the wondrous nature of Pokémon, Julan and the sleepily blinking Jidelia entered the living room. Good morning, I have transcribed the legends I know. While speaking, he handed the prepared notes to Julan. These contain accounts of the Pearl Team, the Diamond Team, various battlefields, 10 types of kings blessed in legends who challenged the Sinnoh region, their evolution methods, as well as 2 distinct faiths of the Sinnoh deities, and potential locations of certain tablets. Upon seeing this, Julan was so engrossed in the revelations that she neglected her meal. Is there still no recollection of any information regarding that elderly figure? Link shrugged. It cannot be helped. Travel is filled with serendipitous encounters. Moreover, I must clarify that these are merely tales. You should understand the distinction between stories and reality, correct? Who knows how much deviation exists in the information he possesses in reality? Julan shook her head, acknowledging that receiving such a wealth of information exceeded her expectations. And she could later corroborate it with the literature. Although this is not a matter concerning the Verdant region, I happen to have a legend related to Verdant as well. Link once again retrieved a page from his bag. It is said that there exists a peculiar moon bear in the northern village. Having traversed the seas from the distant Shichui region many moons ago, surviving against the harshest of environments, and has managed to thrive until this day. Such is the legend surrounding the murderous bear. The northern village, you say? Julan took the page and perused the details concerning the moon bear, including its cartoonish representation and potential habitats. If this notebook were merely a compilation of stories and folklore, it would be far too intricate, detailed enough that a brief investigation could yield immediate results. No, she decided, she would set off right after the meal. In fact, there was another entry. Link once more delved into his backpack and produced several pages. Intrigued by the abundance of surprises, Julan glanced at him, yet after a long pause, Link offered no explanation. Puzzled, she accepted the notes from his hands and discovered they chronicled a legend related to ghosts in the northern village. It is said that long ago, a foreign man and a mischievous sprite journeyed across the seas to the northern village, only to be regarded as outsiders by the local populace, who barred them from entering the village. Witnessing this, the local artisans crafted 4 exquisite masks for them, enabling them to blend into the crowd during the festival. However, the masks were so beautifully made that their fame spread far and wide, attracting the envy of others. Consequently, sprites crossed the seas to steal the masks. Just as the foreign man returned to his dwelling, he encountered the thieves and bravely resisted, ultimately leaving behind a single mask. The vengeful spirits, upon witnessing this scene, stormed into the village donned in the mask, unleashing their fury upon the thieves. Thus, the villagers beheld the malevolent spirits rampaging through the village, while 3 brave sprites courageously stepped forward, ultimately sacrificing themselves to drive away the evil spirits. In the aftermath, the villagers honored the sprites with a grand burial, affectionately referring to them as treasured companions, and erected statues to commemorate these guardians of the village. It is said that to this day, eerie and fearsome sounds echo throughout the ghostly mountains of the northern village. Once again, a tale rich in detail and shrouded in mystery. Julan, who has devoted over a decade to the study of history and legends, had indeed heard of the northern village's lore, yet her knowledge was limited to the latter half of the story. Shaolin, could it be that the malevolent spirits still dwell in the ghostly mountains of the northern village? Perhaps. The stark contrast to the widely held narrative ignited Julan's curiosity, and she could no longer remain seated. She resolved to ride her fierce Gyarados straight to the ghostly mountains of the northern village. Noticing her rival and dear friend in a state of fervent obsession, Jidelia quickly interjected, Julan, the ghosts have existed for hundreds of years. Is now truly the time to act? Realizing her oversight, Julan suddenly recalled her promise to Link from the previous day. She still needed to gift him a cardi dog from the Blazing Island. Seeing this, Gardevoir felt increasingly speechless. What she was referring to was breakfast. The matter regarding the corgi was not urgent. Given the rare opportunity, Link would surely take his time to select a corgi that suited him best. Thus, Julan could only return to her seat under Gardevoir's complaining gaze, her eyes continuously drifting towards Link's backpack. She had an instinctive feeling that he had left behind other notes. Indeed, there were more legends to uncover. Link paused for a moment before continuing to rummage through his notes like Doraemon. However, this tale originated from the distant Galar region, a story about a sprite known as the God of Abundance. Before he could elaborate further, Julan interjected, Shaolin, do you not wish to witness the veracity of those legends with your own eyes? Chapter 60, You truly delight me, my canine friend. Of course, Link wished to witness the various legends. Given the chance, he aspired to complete the entire Pokédex. Yet, what ability did he possess to achieve this? Moreover, ever since that fateful night when the Phoenix King from Bauka, drawn by curiosity, joined an assault team and was subsequently overwhelmed by the rock axe of a praying mantis, he realized that ordinary Pokémon might not necessarily triumph over legendary ones. The wilderness was far too perilous for a novice trainer like him, and he held little interest in those ethereal legends. It was unnecessary to place his Pokémon in jeopardy for them. Zhulan, however, held a different perspective. When he had previously hesitated to share the legend concerning the evil spirit, it was evident that Link was reluctant to divulge it. The tale of the God of Abundance was one she had scrutinized for quite some time before he finally produced it. If she was not mistaken, he likely intended to wait until he possessed sufficient strength to explore it himself. She completely understood this sentiment. It was the desire to witness firsthand those legends buried by the passage of time, unwilling to relinquish the opportunity to another. With this thought, Zhulan suddenly felt less urgent. It matters not, Shaolin. After all, Bai Shangxiang is not too far away. If you are willing to temporarily serve as my assistant, I shall take you along when we fly there together. Sounds good. The chance to ride with a champion was not one that came to everyone. Otherwise, he would have to find odd jobs to earn enough money to buy a ticket back to Xiefeng City. After breakfast, Link took his Pokémon to the courtyard. The water dolphins, along with other aquatic-type Pokémon housed in the pond, had adapted well to their surroundings. The camaraderie among them was evident, as they had even learned Water Ring from Milotic, enabling them to manipulate the water flow for aerial movement. Unfortunately, the innate talent of the Poplio was primarily focused on physical attack, resulting in a notably sluggish learning pace for evolving techniques. Then let us see who learns faster. Once I master Water Ring, I can also assist you in creating currents in the air. With that, Link extended his right hand, conjuring a water cube taller than himself. It maintained its stability while continuously extending upwards into a rectangular prism. Now, he could sustain the water S form for approximately 3 minutes while remaining focused. Any longer would lead to overexertion, resulting in unconsciousness. However, how to seamlessly integrate the psychic healer, whom he prefers to call the life droplet, remains a complete mystery. The fish leaped. Upon witnessing the enormous water column created by humans, the spirits in the pond joyfully dove into it, swimming with carefree delight. Yet, they soon discovered that the water was cool and slightly sweet, even possessing a hint of healing properties. It was the healing elixir. Link had infused the healing elixir into the water. However, the movements of the aquatic spirits disrupted the flow he was controlling, compelling him to focus more intently on maintaining its form. Before long, the water column began to tremble precariously, on the verge of collapsing. Faye, the firefox, seized control of the water with her psychic power, shaping it into a perfect sphere that floated gracefully in midair. After a moment, she divided it into numerous spheres of varying sizes, corresponding to the dimensions of the different aquatic spirits, which spun and leaped in the air, refracting mesmerizing streams of light. Regarding the inquiry posed by her trainer the previous night about her aspirations, the firefox had formulated a more profound ambition. It was not merely a plan to prepare delightful snacks, but rather a long-term goal. The firefox yearned to participate in the grand contest, collaborating with her trainer to showcase a dazzling performance that could not be accomplished by a single Pokémon alone. The grand contest, what a splendid idea. Link wholeheartedly supported the firefox's independent will. Though the contest involved battles, it primarily emphasized elegance, allowing proficiency in energy and techniques to compensate for any shortcomings in level and experience. The firefox nodded eagerly, having considered this very aspect when choosing the grand contest as her objective. Those opponents appeared all too weak. She could discern their energetic flaws and vulnerabilities even with her eyes closed. Link was somewhat skeptical. Did the Miracle Eye truly possess such capabilities? Should he also learn it to better perceive opponents' weaknesses and issue more precise, effective commands? Perhaps upon returning to Hoenn, they could enroll and simultaneously dominate the grand contest while challenging gyms. Faye, the water wave dolphin, blinked, intrigued by the performance of water and fire. It too harbored a slight interest in the grand contest and pondered whether such competitions featured a doubles mode. Meow, the spotted cat, was unimpressed, lying on the ground and intently watching the fish soaring in the air, occasionally attempting to leap and swat them down with its paws. However, thus far, it had not succeeded even once. After all, the psychic-controlled water spheres could change direction at any moment, while the leaping spotted cat could only perform aerial flips. Unable to significantly alter its trajectory, it pondered whether it should try propelling itself like the water wave dolphin's water jet using fire for thrust. The outcome of such an endeavor remained uncertain. After ensuring the safety of her aquatic companions, the firefox returned the fish spirits and all the water to the pond. Mr. Kobayashi, I have brought the herdier over. Unbeknownst to him, the butler, Sherlon, had quietly approached from behind. Miss Zhulan mentioned that you may select a Kaddagu willing to accompany you. Upon hearing this, The fiery Meow cast a dubious glance at the group of Caddigu. Were these truly the cherished Pokémon of trainers? They appeared rather unremarkable. As Link turned to look, he beheld 5 Caddigu, each with distinct hairstyles, all feigning modesty while sitting upright with cheerful expressions. These creatures hailed from the most secluded depths of Fire-Blowing Island, a Caddigu population that had remained isolated from the outside world for years. Initially entrusted to Junsa for a period of socialization training to familiarize them with the broader world, they had all been dismissed due to lacking the heart of justice trait. Nonetheless, the qualities of these neatly arranged Caddigu could rival those of professional police dogs, capable of responding to any trainer's commands with ease. With satisfaction, Link approached the group of Caddigu and introduced himself earnestly. "Greetings, I am Link, a novice trainer aspiring to join the Sunny team." "Woof," one of the Caddigu responded, showcasing their training. "My short-term goal is to collect all badges within 3 months to qualify for the league tournament, triumph in the upcoming Caillou Conference, and a year from now, challenge the Hoenn League to surpass the champion. If any of you are willing to engage in battles and training, and aspire to one day conquer the champions of Hoenn, Sinnoh, and beyond, then join my team as we strive toward this goal." Upon hearing Link's ambition to defeat Julan, the Caddigu exchanged glances. Well aware of the formidable prowess of that trainer, could they truly overcome her? Yet, after a brief moment, one Caddigu, sporting a hairstyle akin to Julan's, stepped forward from the group. It yearned for more than mundane exercises in the villa. It was time to embark on a journey with a trainer, striving relentlessly toward that Earth Dragon goal. "I welcome your challenge anytime, little Link, but now we must set off to the Northern Village." Chapter 61. The cats are like this. The Northern Village region is characterized by towering mountains, situated in a remote mountainous area. Most able-bodied individuals have sought work in Sinnoh, leaving behind a populace residing at the mountain's base, thriving on agriculture, local specialties, and the breathtaking natural scenery that fuels their economy. That noon, Julan and Link arrived at the verdant town of Northern Village aboard a sharp-toothed land shark and a Pocky Kiss. It turned out that aerial maneuver is unaffected by air currents. How impressive Pocky Kiss truly is. Once they landed, Link surveyed his surroundings and noted a significant disparity between the Northern Village and the impressions left by Juzi. The area was replete with the essence of newly developed rural life since the reform. This was due to the secret technique enabling a synergy between humans and Pokémon, utilizing the energy of moves to provide a protective barrier against the turbulence of flight. It was Julan's first visit to Northern Village, and she found it indeed to be a place of natural tranquility and stunning beauty. Considering the peril posed by the formidable bear, she had no intention of allowing the novice trainer to intervene in the matter. Instead, she suggested that he take this opportunity to explore the renowned attractions of North SH, to encounter the local people, creatures, and the breathtaking scenery. Following this, Julan arranged a time for their reunion and set off to investigate the myths and historical legends of the North SH region on her own. However, Link felt a tinge of concern regarding Julan's ability to handle the formidable HU alone. In the game, its level corresponded to that of a first-tier deity, standing at a daunting 70, which he presumed was merely a gameplay mechanic. After all, she was a champion. Perhaps trust was warranted. Thus, he promptly shifted his mindset to that of a sightseeing tourist, releasing all of his Pokémon except for the Waterwave Dolphin. With the Fire Fox, Fire Meow, and the Canine, he was still quite distant from the goal of a Sunny team. Yet he was beginning to resemble a Fire-type trainer, wasn't he? More like a life winner boasting both cats and dogs. Having previously lacked the opportunity, he finally introduced the Canine to the other team members. The cheerful Canine's eyes lit up, and it promptly approached the Fire Fox and Fire Meow, sniffing around as if to familiarize itself with their scents. However, in the Pokémon world, dogs did not engage in social interactions through scent like they did on Earth. They communicated directly through language. Observing the Canine's friendly demeanor, the previously aloof Fire Meow felt a sudden surge of annoyance and emitted a warning growl. In response, the Canine barked defiantly. Just as Link was about to intervene to ease the tension within the team, the two adversaries, a cat and a dog, suddenly retracted their hostility, as if the previous moment of impending conflict had never occurred. Meow? Fire Meow acknowledged the Canine's courage and strength, deeming it worthy to be its teammate. However, as the Canine cheerfully approached to lick its fur, it received an unexpected slap. Meowka. Acknowledgement was one matter, but becoming too close was quite another. Why was this dog's head so hard? Fire Meow thought it imperative to establish boundaries, to proceed gradually, encroaching upon its territory little by little, and most importantly, to maintain a mutual understanding. Link patted the Canine's sturdy head, imparting his experiences of dealing with Fire Meow. Fire Meow. "Oh, you trainer. I initially thought our relationship was quite pleasant, yet it seems you harbor intentions of encroachment. A cat's territory is not to be violated." Fumo. Fire Fox, however, was indifferent to such matters, finding Fire Meow's tendency to harbor unspoken thoughts while maintaining distance to be exceedingly peculiar. Upon hearing this, the Canine joyfully trotted over to Fire Fox. This only served to further irritate Fire Meow, which glared at it with a deadly stare. Woof! What a troublesome teammate. The water wave dolphin, confined within its pockball, silently observed this scene, utterly delighted as it could perceive emotions through ultrasonic waves. Very well, let us take a stroll. The waterfall at the confluence in the eastern direction along the northbound street from the southern edge of the town is one of the 6 selected attractions of the northbound region, and it provides a refreshing respite for the dolphins. Speaking of which, it is quite remarkable that the majority of fish species in this world, despite dolphins not being fish, are capable of thriving in both salty and fresh waters. Reflecting on a time before smartphones offered navigation, Link activated the device gifted by Cuckoo, only to find that the map displayed was limited to the Fengyuan area. To avoid becoming hopelessly lost like Ash, who spent countless days wandering astray, Link departed from the village office and, after a brief 10-minute walk, arrived at the town's sole convenience store. The proprietor, Granny Tauza, appeared surprisingly youthful, with a peach-shaped ornament prominently displayed on the shelf. "Madam, may I have a map of the northbound region?" Link asked, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the unique ornament. "This peach-shaped decoration is quite distinctive. I believe I have only seen it here. Is it a specialty of the northbound region?" "Oh, that? It's just a decoration that has been here for as long as anyone can remember, eventually dubbed the Eternal Peach. It's nothing of great significance." "Ah, I see. In that case, I shall purchase some apples as the local specialty." Link took the map, not lingering a moment longer, and departed with his companions. At this moment, the inhabitants of Northbound were unaware that this very peach was the nefarious catalyst behind the tragic events of the legend of the Baobang. Peach Demon, a Pokémon of the poison type, possesses the ability known as Toxic Puppet. Its peach-like shell serves as a reservoir of potent toxins, and the toxic chains it crafts can awaken the deepest desires and potentials within those who consume them, enabling it to manipulate others through these confections. Long ago, in a distant place, there lived an elderly couple who, childless, cherished the timid Peach Demon as if it were their own offspring. In a bid to receive even more affection, the Peach Demon concocted exquisitely delectable treats from its poison for the couple, inadvertently igniting their insatiable greed. Their desires swelled uncontrollably, and the Peach Demon, ever obedient to their whims, received boundless love in return. However, one fateful day, the couple heard tales of a foreign man adorned with a magnificent mask embedded with jewels, which rekindled their greed. Thus, the Peach Demon resolutely embarked on a journey, accompanied by its loyal companion, the well-trained Jiuzian dog, and the future-seeing Yuanzing monkey, alongside the pheromone-wielding Jishiji. These Pokémon, later referred to as the 3 Baobangs, were dispatched to seize the coveted mask. Yet, before the Peach Demon could revel in its success, an enraged spirit descended from the mountains and crashed the festival, systematically annihilating the 3 Baobangs and the Peach Demon itself in a series of attribute-defying confrontations. Despite this, the Peach Demon never relinquished hope, still yearning for resurrection and the chance to reclaim the mask to fulfill the couple's desires for love. This is but the first half of the tale that Link withheld from Julan. He had no desire to embark on a side quest that could lead to an encounter with a champion-level adversary. The champion's melody is indeed enchanting, but it is best saved for a future visit to Linglan Island. At this moment, the resurrection of the malevolent spirit, Tao Dailang, is still many years away, and there is no urgency to vanquish it once more. Yesterday's extensive updates left me utterly exhausted. Chapter 62, The Reappearance of the Ghost. Departing from the verdant town of Tsuiching, an expansive vista of rice paddies unfolds before the eyes. The lengthy road to Sinnoh is marked only by a solitary bus stop at its terminus, with a bus arriving merely every 3 days. Despite the game's portrayal of travel as effortless, in reality, Link has trudged for half an hour yet remains at the village's tiered water fields. How I wish for the presence of Gileliton. However, at present, Pippa has yet to be born, and it seems that the exploration of Zone 0 and the research on the crystallized pearl are far from complete. Who knows when the opportunity to become a spelunker and delve into Zone 0 to unravel the mysteries of the crystallized pearl, the time machine, and the wishing machine will arise. Fortunately, the Catadog has joined the team, and he has already exchanged for a Firestone. Once he reaches a city with a Pokémon Center and conducts a physical test to confirm its readiness, he can evolve it into a Rapidash. At last, I have arrived by the water's edge. After half an hour, Link reaches the riverbank of the rice fields and releases the water wave dolphin into its depths. This water wave dolphin is also a member of his team. The Catadog immediately wags its tail and approaches the water's edge to familiarize itself with the scent of its companion, who, in a stark contrast to the troublesome Fire Meow, touches the dog affectionately. The temperament of his Pokémon is commendable, and the integration of the new teammate has proven to be far easier than anticipated. Although the beginner Pokémon, Police Dog, and Lifeguard either failed to qualify or were dismissed, they signify that these 4 types possess relatively stable personalities. Well suited to his theoretical knowledge, yet lacking practical experience as a novice. As humans and Pokémon frolic and explore, Each encounter with a new Pokémon is accompanied by the trainer's explanations of their attributes and characteristics, ensuring that his Pokémon gain a fundamental understanding of various opponents. Among them are the round silk spider, dragonfly, whooper, sandshrew, bugcatcher, cute fly, mosquito tadpole, lobster soldier, and Tylo. Due to its geographical proximity to Kanto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh, the wilderness of the northward village is home to these familiar names. However, there are many Pokémon that Link cannot recognize. After all, it is hardly plausible in reality for an ecosystem to consist of merely a handful of Pokémon as depicted in the game. Just as Link is mentally cataloging each unfamiliar Pokémon, he suddenly overhears a conversation among nearby farmers. Have you heard? Last night, the fields of the Jinju family were haunted again. Indeed, I went to check this morning and found a large section of the turnip field missing. I heard it was caused by a ghost emitting an eerie glow. It must be that inherently malevolent spirit from legend. Let us go to the treasure square tonight and offer our tributes. Could the resurrection of the Sanbao Band be connected to the villagers' worship over the centuries? Listening to the farmers' idle chatter, Link found himself intrigued by the phenomenon in Beishang Village, where the fallen spirits of Pokémon could be resurrected. The malevolent entity had undoubtedly slain Sanbao and Teodaling. Yet how could they return to life through their remains? Did this imply that other deceased spirits could also be revived? Was there a parallel between this and the case of Rayquaza, who derived power from the faith of others? In Link's recollection, such fantastical elements were seldom present in the Pokémon world. The phenomenon of crystallization, perhaps due to a surge in intelligence, suddenly prompted a cascade of thoughts in his mind. At the highest peak of Beishang Village lies a pool known as the Crystal Pool, which has long been infused with crystals from an unknown origin. It is said that when people gaze into its waters, they can see the apparitions of those who have passed away, although it may sound like a concoction of heavy metals or excessive inorganic salts. The water quality of the crystal pool is remarkably pristine. The waters cascading down from the mountains are a vital source for the villagers. Through the ages, the people and Pokémon of Beishang Village have relied on the spring water originating from this pool. The energy of crystallization in Beishang is so potent that it allows local Pokémon to spontaneously undergo a phenomenon that theoretically could only occur in the Paldea region. Considering the portrayals in both games and the anime Horizon, which indicate that the crystal pool acts as a genuine wishing well, as evidenced by Liko summoning her great-grandmother within its depths, Link could hardly dismiss the notion that the villagers' centuries of faith, influenced by the power of crystallization, had manifested their wishes, leading to Sanbao's successful resurrection. It was utterly absurd. Shaking his head, Link decided that the current information was insufficient. He would contemplate this further once he gained a deeper understanding of crystallization and the Raku elements. However, the striking resemblance between the names of the Paldea region and Perugia, as well as Dialga, was too close to ignore. It raised suspicions about whether the ancient Sinnoh people who had ventured into Paldea were hinting at something for future generations. As noon approached, Link and his Pokémon prepared lunch by the riverside, with the addition of Firebark Meow and Cat-Eye Dog to their ranks. The demand for daily care and sustenance among the Pokémon surged, were it not for the fields cultivated by the moles in the Dream Realm, and his recent endeavor in planting energy-rich starfruit, which mitigated his largest expenses. He would have found himself struggling to afford daily meals. Once Firebark Meow and Cat-Eye Dog evolved, it would indeed be a delightful dilemma. The 5,000 coins he possessed would not last long. He would need to find time to work or compete for prizes. Just as he pondered where to conserve resources, Cat-Eye Dog excitedly approached him, gently tugging at his pant leg and ankle. Did you perhaps inherit the lineage of a shepherd dog? Link followed Cat-Eye Dog's gaze and noticed a pot nearby, emanating a rich and tantalizing aroma that was almost tear-inducing. The fiery fox, the blazing meow, the wave-dancing dolphin, and even the wild spirits that seemed to emerge from nowhere all gathered around the pot. While the eager tails of the standing Yubo, the wolf dog, and the little lobster soldiers rushed forward, only to be quickly deterred by the intimidating presence of the blazing meow. Anticipating such a scenario, I had prepared curry for more than 10 people. Come, indulge in my culinary skills. Woof! Is curry rice really a demonstration of culinary prowess? The sumptuous and exquisite dishes provided by the butler, Sherlon, in the villa are true culinary art, aren't they? Compared to simply assembling ingredients into a sandwich, curry over rice is certainly a more complex culinary endeavor. As he spoke, Link approached the pot. The aroma grew increasingly intense, enveloping his eyes and skin with a tantalizing heat. He could hardly contain his excitement as he lifted the lid. A fiery crimson light shot upward, and an explosion of fragrance enveloped both humans and spirits alike. The secret seasoning. Indeed, Link had added the secret seasoning. Chapter 63, The Waiting Snorlax. The secret seasoning was a peculiar spice brought back by a long-ago explorer who ventured deep into Zone Zero. Eventually, it spread throughout the energy nodes of the entire Paldea region, intertwined with the crystalline energy of the earth, and became the domain of powerful wild spirits. The spicy seasoning obtained from baokai enhances metabolism and significantly improves circulatory function. With ample sweating, any toxins are expelled from the body. The curry, simmered with spicy seasoning and abundant berries, paired with the local apples of the northern region, creates an unbeatable combination of exquisite ingredients and fiery curry sauce. Truly a golden pairing. Let me consult the camping instructions. Different Pokémon require varying amounts of curry. Gigantic Pokémon, or those in need of nutrition during growth, typically possess astonishing appetites, while petite Pokémon, who are already well-nourished, require merely a spoonful of curry. Based on the camping guidelines regarding the nutritional needs of various sizes and evolutionary stages, Link carefully allocated the explosively spicy and nutritious curry, ensuring that each wild spirit received at least a small spoonful. Watching the spirits eagerly savor the curry, their eyes closed and breaths steaming as if they might breathe fire, and indeed, a few did, while they continued with tear-filled eyes seeking approval, brought immense satisfaction to Link. Setting aside the mere reliance on the innate qualities and flavors of the ingredients, the true essence of a chef lies in the ability to create dishes that are both delightful and nourishing. This was undoubtedly curry worthy of a Charizard. Generally, when consuming chili, capsaicin binds to pain receptors in the mouth, producing a sensation of pain. The brain interprets this as an injury, thus releasing a certain amount of endorphins and dopamine to alleviate the discomfort and induce pleasure. This is a human defense mechanism. However, the spiciness of the secret seasoning seems to stem not from capsaicin, but from a healthier substance, allowing various spirits, including humans, to experience a similar sensation of spiciness. This may defy the laws of science, yet it is undeniably Pokémon. Just as Link was about to sit down for a meal after a busy day, he overheard the water wave dolphin expressing dissatisfaction with the portion of curry before him, yearning for a larger serving. However, considering its size, a single spoonful would seem more appropriate. Overeating could lead to digestive troubles and adversely affect its health. Upon hearing this, the water wave dolphin shook its head vigorously, asserting that the exertion of swimming with its forced exercise equipment had left it famished, necessitating a hearty portion. Very well, I shall gradually increase your serving, Link replied. Thus, he watched as the water wave dolphin devoured spoonful after spoonful, only appearing satiated after the 8th serving. It turned out that creatures dwelling in water, due to their constant movement, had a heightened nutritional requirement. Having completed his tasks, Link commenced his meal, quickly finding himself enraptured by the tantalizing interplay of fiery spice and distinct fruity aroma, all masked beneath a layer of apple. Meanwhile, as he and the array of Pokémon relished their lunch, contentedly reclining on the grass for a brief respite, a sizable, rotund silhouette of deep blue slithered through the underbrush, pausing with each step. Amidst their chatter and feasting, it stealthily crept closer to Link's half-pot of curry, erroneously overcooked for the evening. Rustling, stealthy, canine mischief. The comfortably sunbathing spotted Meow, having just satisfied its appetite, sensed something amiss. Instinctively, it turned its head toward the source of the noise, only to behold a diminutive Snorlax, standing about a meter tall, furtively inching toward the large pot. Meow? It exclaimed in a sharp tone, as if unleashing a wave of sound that instantly alerted both the Pokémon and Link to the disturbance by the pot's edge. Realizing the precarious situation, the small Snorlax surged forward with an unexpectedly swift motion, darting toward the pot brimming with curry. Forgive me, I shall return it, was the essence of Link's thought. Would it even be the pot that returned? In an instant, the Houndoom and Spotted Meow sprang into action, pursuing the thief. Despite the Snorlax's surprising speed, for its kind, it could not evade the relentless chase of the cat and dog duo, who ultimately caught up with it. However, as Houndoom and Spotted Meow collided with the creature, the latter's form momentarily blurred. In an astonishing display, the small Snorlax split in two, utilizing the move Substitute to strike back at its pursuers, though they swiftly tore through the decoy. That brief moment allowed the real Snorlax to tilt its head back and inhale the contents of the pot in a whirlwind of gluttony. Link wished to intervene, but from the moment of discovery to the frantic chase and the voracious consumption of curry transpired within mere seconds. By the time he and the other Pokémon reacted, it was far too late. Burp. Having swallowed half a pot of curry in one gulp, the Snorlax's face was now smeared with the remnants of its feast. Yet, being a creature with a rather prolonged reflex arc, it remained blissfully unaware of what it had just consumed. Silence enveloped both humans and elves, as they regarded the gluttonous Snorlax, who had stealthily devoured all the curry, with eyes reflecting admiration, fear, mockery, and astonishment. Moments later, when Snorlax realized the enormity of its recent indulgence, it was already too late. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed as Snorlax, under the scrutiny of all, learned and unleashed flamethrower. Almost immediately, the curry that had slipped into its eyes produced a sound more grating than a cry. The overwhelming impact triggered its self-defense mechanism, causing it to activate amnesia. Yet, even this could not resolve the predicament, leading Snorlax to self-destruct in plain view of everyone. With Snorlax incapacitated, Victory was claimed by trainer Link. You were too hasty. If you had only asked, I would have shared, Link thought, gazing at the shattered pot left in the wake of Snorlax's impulsive explosion. Initially, he had contemplated honing his skills in battling alongside Pokémon, but it now seemed that using spicy ingredients as bait for the Pokémon might yield better results. With a soft sound, the cunning fire Meow, sensing the impending disaster, gracefully retreated from the explosion's vicinity and casually dragged away the incapacitated Houndour by its tail. After tending to Houndour's injuries, Link, accompanied by the Fire Fox, approached the crater created by the explosion. At that moment, the now-conscious Snorlax, hearing footsteps, quickly rose from its slumped position, its head bowed in guilt as it presented the mangled pot. Thank you for the hospitality. The curry was delightful. And here is your pot back. Is this a return? Link mused, now fully aware of the sentiment that had once stirred within Xiaoyao. Having consumed his curry and destroyed his pot, Snorlax would repay this debt with its own body. With a throw of the Pokeball, the capture was successful. Chapter 64. Is this the Sunny Day team? Snorlax, the gluttonous Pokémon of ordinary type, must consume food equivalent to its own weight daily, possessing a notably robust stomach. Link held a fondness for Snorlax, evident from the Snorlax pajamas he wore upon his arrival in this world. However, it dawned upon him, as he successfully captured the curry-thieving Snorlax, that he might not be able to afford its sustenance. The Snorlax was indeed a true gourmand, requiring a daily intake equivalent to its weight. This particular one was an insatiable eater, often overindulging due to its agile and cunning nature, significantly larger than its typical kin. It's for a darker blue rather than the usual light blue or navy. Instinctively, Link deduced that its ability must be gluttony, driving it to go to great lengths for food, even neglecting its own well-being. Released from its Pokeball, the Snorlax appeared to regain some spirit, yet it still bore an expression of self-reproach. However, the water wave dolphin reminded Link that the little Snorlax was not truly aware of its misdeeds. Rather, it was merely reluctant to face punishment. One could surmise that it had likely been expelled from the village for pilfering food in the past. Alas, what fault lies in a child yearning to be sated? Link pondered for a moment, deciding to conduct an experiment with this small Snorlax. Little Snorlax, I am Link, a traveling trainer. While I harbor some curiosity regarding your capabilities, I am uncertain if I can adequately nourish you. Therefore, I propose an experiment to ascertain whether you require a daily intake of food equivalent to your body weight, or if meeting your nutritional needs suffices. The Fire Fox discerned the trainer's intentions. The energy contained in Star Peaches far surpassed that of ordinary berries such as blue citrus. They often found themselves unable to consume more than one or two. Should they manage to satiate the little Snorlax with a few Star Peaches, they would be relieved from the burden of foraging for sustenance during their journey. Link nodded in agreement. If he could nourish it, he would keep it, but if not, he could always entrust it to Bamboo Orchid or the professors. Despite his fondness for Snorlax, this particular specimen was likely a future testament to his prowess at the Ghost Festival, a cunning, oversized individual of unique coloration. Forcing it to endure undue burdens would serve only to inflict mutual suffering. Once he became a champion, with stable housing and income, he would not only be able to care for one little Snorlax, but an entire box of them. With determination, the Snorlax nodded, though it comprehended little beyond the notion that it might be fed. Thus, Link retrieved 3 Star Peaches from his backpack, their value surpassing that of an equivalent weight in ordinary sustenance. The feeding commenced. The first peach vanished without the Snorlax even chewing. The second was savored a touch longer, as the Snorlax relished its delightful flavor. By the third peach, its pace of consumption slowed, seemingly savoring the indescribable taste of the Star Peach. Are you full? Link inquired, only to be met with a shake of the head. The Fire Fox suddenly felt it a waste to feed such limited fruits to the Snorlax. Contemplating, Link produced 2 more peaches to continue the feeding. Upon reaching the 4th peach, the Snorlax took a full minute to finish it. Link pressed on with the 5th. This time, the Snorlax consumed half of the peach before appearing unable to eat more. Stealthily, it glanced at Link, attempting to conceal the remaining half beneath its fur. Surely, half a peach is not worth hiding, is it, Foo-Foo? With a flicker of psychic energy, the Fire Fox retrieved the peach the Snorlax attempted to stash. Ultimately, the peach was devoured by the awakening Houndoom. 4.5 peaches, truly an impressive appetite. Link and the sprites were awestruck, promptly inquiring whether the little Snorlax was already satiated. However, observing the latter's posture, reclining on the grass while rubbing its belly, it was evident to all that it had clearly overindulged. Surprisingly, after a moment's hesitation, the little Snorlax declared that after a brief rest, it could indeed consume a bit more. I could provide you with several 100 pounds of bamboo, and you would manage to munch through it all day, Link chuckled, inadvertently revealing his plan should he confirm that the little Snorlax must indeed devour several 100 pounds. Abandoning its care? Impossible. This was a Snorlax, after all. While it lacked strength, its cuteness was undeniable. Thus, the 5th sprite officially joined his Sunny team. Yet, it was quite apparent to anyone that this quintet was less than optimal. A Sunny team, indeed. Lacking a weather setter, absent of any form of synergy. It comprised 3 fire types, 1 water type, and 1 normal type. Initially, a double battle team had been meticulously planned, yet merely 10 days later, Link's Sunny team had evolved into a configuration even he struggled to comprehend. During the team-building welcome of their new companion, Link pondered continuously, seeking a sprite that could decisively restore the team back to its original Sunny configuration. Ideally, it would be a sprite that was simple to acquire, easily found even in Northward Village. Link racked his brains, recalling that Northward Village was teeming with tadpoles, and that Ninetales could be spotted along the Dance Mountain Trail. The latter, in reality, was a more fitting weather setter than Colossal. The Crystal Pool was surrounded by habitats of Flab B, while Jengar and Litwick could be found in Ghost Mountain and Hell Valley. Of course, the Milotic in the Crystal Pool and the nearby Crystal Fish could not be overlooked, nor could the Night Thief Fire Lizard near the Fawn Cave. The Little Soldiers of Fujiwara and the Mini in the Eternal Forest also held immense potential. Upon further reflection, the Fire Fox could initiate Sunny Day, while the Red Card and Trick offered diverse exit strategies, making it a competent weather setter. The speed of the Wind Speed Dog under sunnier conditions was promising, and the Water Wave Dolphin performed remarkably well in rainy weather. The physical defense Roaring Tiger and special defense Snorlax, aside from their synergies, could still ensure substantial output within a transitional and spatial framework. It would be delightful if the Bewitching Palm could join the team. Switching masks according to circumstances could alter the team's focus. If Snorlax were to act as a cheerleader from the sidelines while Lunala took the stage, it might even collaborate with the Wind Speed Dog to conjure a sandstorm. However, after thoroughly contemplating the balance of the team, Link quickly recognized a more pressing issue than merely having a misaligned Sunny team. The output types were excessively homogeneous. The Dolphin Knight relied on physical attacks, the Roaring Tiger was also physical, and Snorlax too was physical. If Bewitching Palm were to join, it would still contribute physical output. The only special attacker in the entire lineup was the Fire Fox's final evolution, the Fiery Red Fox, while the Wind Speed Dog, though capable of special attacks, would be squandering its potential. Special attack was the correct choice for a Sunny team, indeed. Chapter 65. Just because one has thick fur, it does not imply one possesses a fur coat. When it comes to common special attack-oriented fire-type Pokémon, one cannot overlook the formidable Houndoom, which has long been at odds with the Swift Arcanine. Should one be fortunate enough to acquire its evolutionary stone, the enhancement bestowed by solar power ranks among the finest within the realm of fire-type Pokémon. With the 6th member of his team confirmed, Link felt a sense of clarity. As noon had already passed, he continued onward with his Pokémon along the riverbank, arriving at the confluence of rivers before sunset. This picturesque locale marks the junction of 2 rivers flowing from the direction of Ghost Mountain, where intertwining waterways and cascading waterfalls create a breathtaking scene, complemented by a nearly semicircular rainbow glistening under the sun. However, Link was still quite distant from the waterfall, noticing the intricate and turbulent river obstructing his path. Without a nimble Pokémon like Golduck or one capable of surfing, reaching the waterfall would prove challenging. It seemed that this would be the end of their expedition for now, and they would have to wait for another opportunity to explore. With this resolution, it was time to eat. Upon hearing the word food, the Snorlax instantly perked up. Where do you store all your energy? Gather some firewood for me. Consider it a warm-up before our meal. The Snorlax nodded vigorously and dashed off like the wind. As it departed, the fiery fox emitted a puzzled sound while gazing at its retreating figure. Just as the trainer pondered the Snorlax's energy whereabouts, the fiery fox activated Miracle Eye, attempting to observe the flow of its energy. To its astonishment, it discovered something quite peculiar. The sustenance consumed by the Snorlax was not entirely retained within its body. A small portion dissipated instead. What? Does that mean it's both full and hungry? Link found this revelation perplexing and was bewildered by the findings of Miracle Eye. I always assumed that the Snorlax's voracious appetite was to accumulate energy for its evolution into a Snorlax. Meow? The fiery feline nodded thoughtfully. If whatever it consumes merely dissipates, it would be wiser to feed it substantial, delicious fare. At least the pleasure of eating would linger longer. Fuh! The fiery fox shook its head repeatedly, continuing to explain animatedly. From its perspective on energy, it observed that the Snorlax's emitted energy flowed into the earth, invigorating the surrounding soil, vegetation, and trees. The canine companion, evidently perplexed, questioned how the Snorlax, not being a ground or grass-type Pokémon, could enhance the vitality of the earth. Is it a cycle of ecology? Link contemplated. Drawing connections to nature, the berries consumed by Pokémon are often excreted far away, where they take root and sprout, while the buzzing bees assist in pollinating plants as they gather nectar. Nature and life collaborate to sustain one another. In this intricate web, the Snorlax plays a significant role in the ecosystem. It possesses the ability to harness moves such as nature's gift, recycle, and treasure gathering, showcasing a certain potential in its utilization of natural energy. Rather than merely adept at employing natural energy, it embodies a component of the ecosystem's restorative capacity, especially the technique of recycling, which can even restore consumed fruit to its original state. Snorlax's Gigantamax form exemplifies this idea, as it embodies an entire ecosystem. Perhaps the true talent of little Snorlax and Snorlax lies in agriculture. The gluttonous little Snorlax paired with the matured fruit beetles form an exquisite duo. Unfortunately, Link is not particularly interested in farming, though he finds ranching somewhat appealing. Before long, little Snorlax returned with collected wood, and Link had nearly finished preparing the ingredients for their meal. One cannot expect too much in the wild, so tonight's dinner would once again be curry rice. While eating and chatting with the fairies, Link shared tales of the Pokémon dream world with Rockruff and little Snorlax. Before beginning to outline training strategies for the two newly joined Pokémon, Rockruff, if I am not mistaken, your ability should be thick fat, correct? Woof. Rockruff tilted its head in confusion, unsure of what an ability is. Realizing this era lacks a refined concept of Pokémon abilities, Link slapped his forehead. Aside from the most commonly known or those bred in bulk by the League, trainers' understanding of Pokémon abilities is rather limited. What exactly are abilities? Upon reflection, it seems that abilities are merely a summary of characteristics observed in the same species. Terms like stench, solid, levitate, illuminate, gluttony, static, and heavy metal, many so-called abilities are rather arbitrary, much like the ludicrous descriptions in the Pokédex, which some individuals concocted without basis. Link became aware of a blind spot specifically relevant to traversers. In reality, abilities are not nearly as absolute as they are in games. For instance, during their earlier battle against Cuckoo, apart from the solid, magnet pull, and sand force abilities, could it not have been given a unique guiding ability? Oh, now it makes sense why little Bounsweet suggested that Marshadao train its mental strength. Sigh, what a shame. He couldn't help but chuckle at himself. I realize now that I may not understand you as well as I thought. How about we take this opportunity to introduce our preferences, characteristics, abilities, and skills? Phew. The Firefox was the first to express her preference. Trainer, I am truly touched. What about outside of me? The Firefox pondered for a moment. Perhaps things that are fun and beautiful, as well as little branches that emit the fragrance of fruit. Upon hearing this, little Snorlax immediately produced the firewood he had collected to offer to the Firefox. But the latter clearly could neither consume it nor store it in her tail, as this firewood had surpassed the category of mere twigs. Aside from that, the Firefox's characteristics aligned with what Link had come to understand. Her exceptional insight and precision led him to suspect that his little fox's ability might actually be magician rather than blaze. Immediately, the amiable Katy dog stepped forward, embodying both courage and optimism, inspired by the formidable dragon it had encountered on a fateful day, dreaming of the moment it might surpass that powerful being. As for its so-called attributes, possessing a keen sense of smell, thick fur, a sturdy head, and a robust constitution, do these truly qualify as characteristics? To my knowledge, Katy Dog is known to possess 4 distinct traits: intimidate, flame body, justified heart, and hard head. Let us test each one in turn. Ultimately, after a series of evaluations, Link regrettably came to the conclusion that this Katy Dog, having evolved thicker fur due to the harsh and frigid environment of its habitat, did not possess the fur coat ability. This was to be expected. After a considerable period of testing, he ascertained that the Katy Dog's trait was, in fact, the remarkable resistance to recoil moves provided by its hard head. Chapter 66. The Misfortune of Little Snorlax. Following the discussions during dinner, both humans and Pokémon gained a better understanding of one another, and Link meticulously arranged battle roles and training plans for the two newly joined Pokémon. Unfortunately, the little Snorlax had a tendency to be easily distracted, often diverting its attention to other Pokémon even during training, as if endlessly curious about everything surrounding it. In truth, it was instinctively assessing the atmosphere of this new family to determine whether it might escape under the cover of night. However, the little Snorlax could sense Link's affection and the relaxed ambience of the entire team, suggesting that it would likely face little hardship in the future. After all, it had only ever feasted during the annual Demon Festival, and if following a human meant ample food, a bit of hardship was truly inconsequential. By the way, speaking of the Demon Festival, the little Snorlax recalled something. It promptly roused Link, who was preparing to sleep. What is it, Katy? It turned out that the little Snorlax had buried numerous berries in the paradisiacal wasteland, intending to unearth them all before embarking on its journey with humans. Those are the berries you pilfered during the Demon Festival each year, aren't they? Upon seeing the little Snorlax nod vigorously, Link affectionately ruffled its head, saying, I suspect you Haven Tea checked on those berries in quite some time, and you've likely forgotten where you hid them, Haven Tea you? After all this time, they must have matured into berry trees by now. Did I? It pondered, scratching its head. Upon reflection, it seemed that it had never visited them at all. Despite its efforts to recall, it could not remember the locations where it had buried the berries. The harsh reality struck like a bolt from the blue, and the little Snorlax belatedly realized that it should have consumed them rather than buried them. Link remarked, no wonder your reflexes are so slow, they only rate a 5. He noted that, as he interacted with more Pokémon recently, He recognized that the speed stat in reality does not solely pertain to movement speed. Rather, it encompasses a combination of movement, reaction, and attack speed, aligning more closely with agility and flexibility. A slow speed does not necessarily imply a sluggish movement rate. On the contrary, once the little Snorlax gets going, it can move quite swiftly, though its reactions and agility are lacking, often leading it to bump into trees or overshoot its intended path. Moreover, the words uttered by the trainer require a modicum of time for gradual comprehension. Should one attribute this leisurely pace to a calm demeanor or to an inherent sluggishness in reaction? What remains indisputable is that if Link could foresee the future and issue commands to the Snorlax in advance, the creature would exhibit far greater agility with the ample response time afforded to it. Lacking sufficient time, and with the Fire Fox yet to master the Trick Room, it naturally fell to Link, the trainer, to compensate through his diligent efforts. Reflecting on this, he seized the opportunity to affectionately rub the Snorlax's head. An act that was not merely figurative. Link truly managed to extract a layer of oil. How could I have forgotten the reason for my prolonged stay in the Windward area? Fufu, lend a hand. Let us give the Snorlax a bath. Just a bath. No bath, no bath. I might be bitten by the aquatic Pokémon. Upon hearing this, the Snorlax attempted to flee, only to be encircled by the Fire Fox, the Fiery Meow, and the Herdier. These exquisitely scent-sensitive Pokémon had long harbored grievances against the Snorlax. The odor was simply overwhelming. The Snorlax, accustomed to a life spent rolling in the dirt, was encrusted with clumps of mud, gravel, small stones, and remnants of rotting berries it had stashed away. Were it not for the remarkable resilience of the inhabitants of this world, it would undoubtedly be a veritable source of contamination. Thus, every time the Snorlax encountered water, the Magikarp within would inevitably come to nibble at it, leading to the misconception that water equated to being bitten by fish. Realizing it was ensnared in a triangular formation formed by the Fire Fox, the Fiery Meow, and the Herdier, the Snorlax was instantly filled with panic, retracting its previous sentiment. The atmosphere within this group was anything but relaxed. It was truly terrifying. Just unwilling to succumb to despair, the Snorlax resolved to retaliate, charging directly at the seemingly frail and weak Fiery Meow, launching a lick in an attempt to incapacitate it and break through the defenses. The cleanliness-loving Fiery Meow, upon witnessing this, became instantly agitated, forgetting to modulate its voice in its haste, and leapt back while delivering a fierce retort. The Snorlax recoiled. Thus, it redirected its charge toward the Herdier, which had previously been knocked off its feet and should be considerably weakened. Faced with this walking garbage bin, even the brave Herdier could not conceal a glimmer of panic in its eyes. It simply could not bring itself to attack. Just as the Herdier steeled itself to envelop the Snorlax in flames and charge, an idea struck it, and it expelled a swirling inferno that ensnared the Snorlax. The trainer's assertion was utterly misguided. Special attack moves were indeed beneficial for it. Just surrounded by flames on all sides, the Snorlax found its movements severely restricted. Although its thick layer of fat and sluggish reflexes kept it from feeling the heat acutely, the trainer's ominous presence lingered in its mind. Driven to desperation, the Snorlax unleashed a powerful psychic force, forcibly tearing a gap through the fiery vortex and bursting forth into freedom. In that direction lay the Fiery Fox's domain. Is taking a bath truly such an arduous task? I never suggested boiling water to scald you for a meal. Link was equally perplexed by how the small Snorlax had inexplicably lost control over such a trivial matter. First, it was necessary to induce sleep, allowing for a calmer discourse thereafter. The Fiery Fox, in alignment with this intention, promptly utilized hypnosis on the drowsy Snorlax, who had been languishing since evening after its meal. The creature's pace slowed, its eyelids began to droop. However, this was not a viable solution. Snorlax's willpower was in a constant struggle, fearing it would be devoured if it succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Snorlax, and in a moment of desperation, it unleashed the move Instant Amnesia. Forgetting the hypnosis cast upon it by the Fiery Fox, it regained its vigor, significantly enhancing its defenses against special attacks. Yet, as Snorlax surveyed its surroundings, it pondered. Why had it sought to flee? It yearned to continue sleeping. Seizing the opportunity, the Fiery Fox executed another hypnosis, lulling Snorlax into a sweet slumber. Seeing that Snorlax had finally drifted off, Link breathed a sigh of relief. Bathing it was proving to be more laborious than grooming the Fiery Meow. At last, tranquility had returned, and it was time for him, as its trainer, to shine. With that, Link invoked the foundational psychic force basic water psychic power, conjuring a stream of water that enveloped Snorlax, leaving only its nostrils exposed. He then manipulated the water, cleansing Snorlax with gentle strokes, and before long, it was considerably cleaner. This technique even eliminated the need for drying, as Link could effortlessly separate the water from Snorlax's fur, allowing it to dry swiftly. Truly, psychic powers are remarkably convenient. Perhaps I shall take a moment to wash myself as well. Chapter 67, The Legend of the Crescent Moon. That night, apart from the watchful water dolphins, Both new and veteran Pokémon entered the realm of dreams. Arcanine reveled in the joy of befriending a myriad of Pokémon, while Snorlax was utterly captivated by the delightful offerings of food, so much so that it dashed forward and tumbled off the Sky Island. Had it not been for the fiery fox's timely use of telekinesis to rescue it, this new adventure might have ended tragically before it truly began. Once more, Link recognized a vulnerability within his team. None possessed the ability to fly. Truly, a solar-powered Charizard would perfectly fulfill all of his needs. In the future, once he procured a Fire Stone, he would certainly endeavor to raise one. Yet before that, becoming a champion within a year meant that Link's margin for error was exceedingly narrow. He could not rely on mere luck to find a Fire Stone. He must gather all the core members of his team within a month, allowing sufficient time to nurture them. Time spent mining for stones was an extravagance he could not afford. Another night of total defeat. The following morning, after breakfast, Link returned to the village office with the sprites, along the way hearing whispers among farmers about a ghost that turned out to be a small, semi-transparent, crystallized Snorlax. This wild crystalline Pokémon had emerged from its habitat near a node of crystalline energy, having consumed an abundance of single-attribute crystals, thereby transforming into its crystalline form. The villagers, when discussing the crystalline ghost Snorlax, seemed to overlook the ghostly crystalline crown atop its head. Such a conspicuous sign should not have been missed. Could it be that in reality, Pokémon do not develop a crown upon crystallization? With this question lingering in his mind, Link pondered whether he could invite Julian to join him in a crystalline pit to validate his hypothesis, and subsequently met with her at the village office. Xiaolin, have you really captured a Snorlax in just a day? Julian remarked, intrigued as she noted the large Snorlax accompanying him. A Snorlax reaching over a meter in height was indeed a rarity. Its fluffy, deep blue fur appeared delightful. And one could only imagine that once it evolved into a full-grown Snorlax, it would be large enough for an entire team of Pokémon to recline on its soft, warm belly. Setting aside the discussion of battle prowess, Xiaolin had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Take good care of it. I assure you, this Snorlax will not disappoint. Not only did Link find a significant boon, but Julian also gathered tales from the villagers about the infamous killer bear. According to a craftsman named Shuezhong, the history of the killer bear was long-standing, said to have crossed oceans from the Hashizui region to Baishanxiang ages ago. It was both cruel and cunning, appearing only on fog-laden nights to attack villagers. The markings upon its head foretold of a blood moon, and its solitary eye seemed capable of piercing through fog and darkness, emanating a crimson glow. Its towering, resilient form was impervious to all attacks, capable of shattering the earth with a single strike. Thus, for generations, tales of the foggy night killer bear served as a warning to children, deterring them from wandering into the perilous eternal forest. If the moon bear itself was regarded as a deity worshipped by ancient Sinnoh people, this creature was undoubtedly a malevolent spirit. Legends persisted in the verdant town that offering the elderly or children to the eternal forest could quell the wrath of the killer bear. While the truth of these tales remained uncertain, Julian believed that the moon bear referred to by Link, known as Hoenn, likely resided within the eternal forest as he described. Had this moon bear truly taken lives? Link sighed inwardly, recalling the perilous times of the Hashizui era, where even venturing outdoors could lead to death. How could one know without investigating? Julian, however, regarded such legends with skepticism. Her studies of mythology and history had exposed her to many such narratives. In times of famine, the elderly were sent away to limit the population. During wars, raids occurred in the off-seasons, and in periods of development. The relentless encroachment upon Pokémon habitats was but a series of unfortunate choices dictated by the limitations of the era. If the tale of Link were to align more closely with reality, could the legend of the malevolent spirits not be similarly true? History serves as a mirror, from which we glean wisdom to avoid the follies of our predecessors. After a prolonged contemplation, Link resolved, then lead the way. I possess the ability to comprehend the language of the fairies and can engage in dialogue with them. Upon hearing this, Julian paused momentarily, taken aback by the unexpected versatility of this young trainer. Have you mastered the power of aura? She inquired. Not at all. Perhaps it is more akin to a gift from the forest, he replied. Julian pondered this. She had heard of such abilities before. Although her Lucario and Togekiss could also communicate effectively with trainers, it posed little inconvenience for her as a champion to accompany a novice trainer. Upon learning the location of the Eternal Forest, Link and Julian journeyed on their Togekiss and Garchomp, arriving at the northeastern basin of the North Up village. A river flowed from the western native area of North Up, forming a small lake. This place, now regarded as a forbidden zone by the inhabitants of North Up, has remained largely untouched throughout history, preserving an exceptionally primal environment, with the resident Pokémon here surpassing those in other regions of North Up. The vastness of the Eternal Forest, with its dense trees, made aerial reconnaissance impractical. Thus, Link suggested consulting the local Pokémon. At that moment, Julian suddenly realized that Link's visit was undoubtedly prompted by information gleaned from the flying-type Pokémon regarding the whereabouts of the elusive Cacturne. However, this time, His communication skills would not be necessary. Come forth, Lucario, she commanded. Lucario, the aura Pokémon of the steel type, possesses the remarkable ability to sense the aura emitted by all beings and comprehend human language. With rigorous training, it can even discern the emotions of others and detect entities up to 1 kilometer away. Julon's Lucario had honed its skills on Iron Island, making it an extraordinary master of aura compared to its peers. Not only could it perceive entities within a kilometer, but it could also grasp a general sense of things within 3 kilometers, losing precision only beyond 5 kilometers due to distance. Upon emerging from its Pokeball, Lucario quickly grasped the request from its trainer and immediately expanded its consciousness, releasing a potent aura in all directions. Link attempted to emulate this technique, but to no avail. Moments later, Lucario nodded, having sensed 2 remarkably powerful energy sources in the Northwest Lake, seemingly engaged in combat. To avoid alarming them, the duo refrained from flying directly to the lake and instead made their way through the forest below. Link was astonished to discover that even with his attributes raised to 14, he could not match Julon's agility and speed. Incredible. Is this the prowess of a Super Sinnoh trainer? He marveled. She even had the presence of mind to caution him. Be careful. The forest is riddled with traps laid by unknown hands, and there may be others lurking here. I suspect these mischievous little spirits from the Eternal Forest are up to their usual antics. They thrive on such pranks. Chapter 68. The elves forgotten by history in the lakes of the Eternal Forest. Battles that have been waged countless times over the century once again erupted. On one side stood a towering brown bear, 3 meters tall, adorned with a blood moon pattern upon its forehead. On the other, a massive striped base, measuring about 1 meter in length, lurking in the depths of the water. The moonlit bear, Hoenn, faced off against the savage base, with its distinctive white stripes. The two, both inhabitants of the Eternal Forest, harbored a deep-seated animosity, engaging in combat almost every time they crossed paths. Today was no exception. As the Hoenn bear approached the lakeshore to quench its thirst, a frozen beam entwined with tidal vortex shot forth from beneath the water's surface. Anticipating the attack, the base let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a dark sound wave that shattered the water and ice, surging toward the source of the assault. Such exchanges had long become routine for both adversaries. The imminent clash between fish and bear attracted a multitude of elves residing in the forest. During such encounters, even the notoriously domineering long-haired trolls of the Eternal Forest dared not reveal themselves before these 2 exceptionally fierce beings, lest they incur the wrath of a combined assault. Just as the battle reached its zenith, 2 humans finally arrived, witnessing the fierce struggle at the heart of the conflict. At a mere glance, Julon immediately recognized the species of the colossal Hoenn bear, realizing it to be the evolved form of the circle bear, which had lost its evolutionary capabilities due to changes in the vast wetland environment. The creature battling it was the anomalous savage base. Julon's understanding of this particular elf was rather limited. She only knew that the savage base possessed a fierce temperament filled with aggression. Yet its flavor and flesh were of exquisite quality. She speculated that it was not merely an anomaly, but rather a special variant of the savage base, nearing extinction due to its unique spawning method. The ghost tail base of the Washki region was its evolved form, albeit nearly extinct due to its peculiar evolution. What? At this revelation, even Julon, who typically exuded confidence, elegance, and composure, momentarily lost her poise. The white-striped savage base inhabited the frigid depths of the sea, returning collectively to the rivers of their birth to spawn. Their journey home was fraught with peril. The schools of savage base swam upstream, only to perish in droves due to the harsh conditions, their souls filled with resentment becoming one with the living, ultimately evolving into the ghostly entity known as the ghost tail base. At this juncture, Link pointed toward the white savage base. As it engaged in combat, its pale form burst forth with raging black flames, directing this infernal blaze toward the Hoenn bear, which was enveloped in a shield formed by the manipulation of Earth's power. The white-striped savage base did not possess fire-based techniques. The dark flames were not genuine fire, but rather an anomalous energy of ghostly attributes, seemingly imbued with a consciousness of its own. If I am not mistaken, those flames are the collective souls of the white-striped savage base that have perished in this basin of Beishang Township for centuries. Unable to return to the rivers of their birth for spawning, their resentment has lingered, endowing the white-striped savage base with the ability to manipulate ghostly energy even before evolution. However, this remains merely a conjecture. Link's speculation is grounded in his understanding of the Pokédex, yet he cannot ascertain the true nature of reality. Upon hearing this, Julon could no longer remain passive. These 2 Pokémon are rarer than legendary ones, and any loss resulting from their conflict must be averted. Should the white-striped savage base face extinction, it would spell disaster for humans, Pokémon, and the scholarly community alike. Lucario, Garchomp, I entrust this to you. Without further ado, the 2 Pokémon instinctively attuned to their trainer's intent. Garchomp darted towards the savage base at supersonic speed, while Lucario approached the Moon Bear with an unperceivable swiftness. The arrival of these unexpected visitors alarmed the two Pokémon, who redirected their aggression towards the intruders that failed to read the atmosphere. However, they soon realized that these two Pokémon far surpassed them, existing on an entirely different echelon compared to the local Pokémon of the Eternal Forest. In mere moments, Garchomp and Lucario subdued the two creatures, forcibly mediating their conflict. Witnessing the sudden appearance of Pokémon even mightier than the two dominant forces of the Eternal Forest, the onlooking Pokémon, who had planned to wait until the combatants grew weary to seize water, promptly retreated from this contentious place. The subdued Savage Base and Moon Bear, however, remained defiant, attempting to break free repeatedly, but the disparity in strength between wild Pokémon and those trained to the limits was insurmountable. Xiaolin, the rest is up to you. Me? Link was perplexed. The battle was over, so what else was there to do? Just throw the Pokeball. Observing his bewildered expression, Xiaolin clarified. Can't you communicate with Pokémon? Now is the time to express our intentions. Link pondered, faintly grasping the champion's implication. He then approached the riverbank, gazing at the subdued Savage Base. As a human neared, the fiery soul instinctively attacked, but was dispersed by the Bakis behind. Hello. I am Link, and this is my senior, Xiaolin. Please believe we harbor no ill intentions. The Savage Base glared at the human with evident distrust. If this was to be deemed harmless, it had just been playing with the Moon Bear moments ago. The truth is, we are striving to make the Savage Base great once more, to facilitate their reproduction and bolster their population to avert extinction. Therefore, we hope to take you back to the rivers of your birth for spawning. I do not know whether you are male or female, but it matters not. Should you be at this juncture, Link covered the large ears of the fire fox, deeming the forthcoming words unsuitable for its ears. The creature awkwardly shook its head, feeling an overwhelming itch. If you are male, we could summon a multitude of Ditto to transform into female fish for your fertilization. If you are female, we could gather a host of male fish to create a reverse harem for you. Nearby, Zhu Lan's expression darkened. What on earth are you talking about? While it is indeed one of the correct methods to conserve endangered species, the way it emerged from your lips sounds rather peculiar. Therefore, I surmise you have been trapped here, unable to escape. Why not simply tell me your birthplace so that the champion lady from there can escort you? BAS. Hearing such incredible notions from a human, the barbaric base glimmered with a hint of hope. For a century, the unfulfilled wishes and resentments of numerous barbaric base on the brink of death had left it devoid of expectations. Could it possibly realize its dreams with the assistance of this human before it? Contemplating this, it confided in Link, I wish to return home. In the northern expanse of the Ghost Horn Gorge, within the Ghostly Face group, there exists a level 77 Spectre Tail base. It is indeed remarkable that this species has not yet gone extinct during the Purple Era. Chapter 69, Milotic, a sad barrier lies between us. All life encounters other lives, giving birth to new phenomena. However, there are times when one may stray from the intended path, drifting into erroneous tributaries that lead to utter failure and subsequent despair. Such occurrences are indeed lamentable. Yet, had it not been for this particular barbaric base inadvertently swimming into this basin and becoming ensnared for a century, perhaps even the last remnants of the white-striped barbaric base would have perished along the upstream journey, leading to the extinction of the entire species. Who can truly discern whether such circumstances are a blessing or a curse? Regardless, this barbaric base awaited the opportunity for transformation. I wish to return home. After conveying the collective longing of its kin, the white-striped barbaric base revealed a more troubling matter. It had lost all sense of its birthplace, retaining only a vague impression of the lake. Link paused momentarily, adding, I suspect it is Lake Wisdom. Firstly, barbaric base inhabit cold waters, and secondly, there should be reports indicating that the waters of Lake Wisdom contain elements of seawater. Located in the high-altitude northernmost region of the Sinnoh area, Lake Wisdom has been discovered to have seawater mingling within it. Yet human scholars have yet to ascertain whether this phenomenon is due to geological shifts or the work of fairies. Supposing there once existed a species that lived in seawater but would migrate to Lake Wisdom for spawning, which has since become extinct in history, it could potentially elucidate the mystery of the seawater in Lake Wisdom. Simultaneously, he mused that the white-striped barbaric base likely has not gone extinct. Surely, there must be individuals that have adapted to new environments and spawned new populations hidden in some corner of the world. Otherwise, how could wild barbaric base exist in the future Purple Era, and how could trainers from the Ghostly Face group possess Spectre Tail base? Regarding Link's speculation, Xiaolin found it difficult to draw a conclusion and sighed inwardly, marveling at the profound knowledge of this novice trainer. She directed her gaze towards the direction of the Hecate Bear. Lucario had completed the preliminary negotiations, only to discover that this peculiar moon bear seemed to suffer from a form of post-traumatic stress disorder, bearing severe psychological scars that rendered it nearly incapable of normal communication with humans or Pokémon. The situation of this moon bear was even more troubling than I had anticipated. Xiaolin, I intend to take it immediately to the Yamanashi Research Institute to seek expert psychological treatment. You can temporarily handle the matter of returning the barbaric base to its birthplace." Upon hearing this, Link had yet to respond, but the barbaric base clearly had its objections. It preferred to accompany the more formidable individual. The Pokémon perched on the boy's shoulder appeared rather weak. Could it truly be of assistance? Link had no objections to the plan. At this moment, he remained unaware of the daunting nature of the task at hand. However, Zhulan, when you pass through Shinsa Town, why not stop by the Wise Lake to release it there? Zhulan shook her head. We have yet to determine its true homeland. How could we simply leave it at Wise Lake? BAS. No, it wants to go with the sister. It can sense the enchanting presence of a water-type Pokémon on her. Lucario, Link, he cast a sympathetic glance at the barbaric base. Zhulan, both your Milotic and Dugong belong to the Water Group 1, while you belong to Water Group 2. The two of you cannot breed. However, having been underestimated to such an extent, he refused to let it slide. How about this? I will battle you. If you cannot defeat me, then there will be nothing more to discuss. The barbaric base hesitated for a long while before begrudgingly agreeing to this arrangement. In the meantime, Zhulan had already recalled the incapacitated Hecata bear into its Pokeball, and she would serve as the referee for this battle. The barbaric base was released back into the water by the Sharpedo. Fire Meow, prepare for battle. Meow. The Fire Meow sprang forward, immediately using Intimidate against its opponent. The barbaric base, situated in the water, disdainfully unleashed a water gun. After hastily dodging this attack, Fire Meow instinctively glanced back at its trainer. Meow, that fish is 3 times my size. I can't possibly swallow it. Stop looking around and throw down a challenge. Fire Meow immediately launched a Dark-type energy attack while retreating into its Pokeball. This time, it acquiesced to its trainer's strategy, acknowledging that it indeed needed to weaken the opponent further. Wave Dolphin, prepare for battle. The fish leapt into the water, and the Wave Dolphin blinked at the rare fish-type Pokémon across from it. Both the Wave Dolphin and the barbaric base belonged to Water Group 2. It was uncertain whether the opponent was male or female. This thought barely registered in Link's mind before he commanded, Nature's Power. The natural energy harbored within the northern native zone and the confines of the eternal forest was particularly resilient, rendering this move more potent than ever before. Towering waves, under the mastery of the Water Wave Dolphin, crashed against its adversary, while the ferocious base decisively submerged to mitigate the force of the attack. Observing this, the Water Wave Dolphin also descended, having found land-based opponents to be quite challenging. The underwater realm was where its prowess truly flourished. However, Link furrowed his brow. Realizing the vast disparity in strength between the Water Wave Dolphin and its opponent, it was nearly impossible to triumph in a direct confrontation. Instead, he devised a strategy to employ Water Jet for guerrilla tactics, seeking opportunities to weaken the foe with Try Again and Ultrasound. The primal nature of battles between physical attack-oriented Pokémon unfolded as both the ferocious base and the Water Wave Dolphin plunged beneath the surface. Moments later, columns of water erupted, explosions of dark flames ignited, and icy shards formed from chilling energy erupted in a relentless display. Merely witnessing the aftermath of the Water Wave Dolphin evading its opponent's strikes on the water's surface offered a glimpse into the perilous underwater environment. Link became acutely aware of another shortcoming. In such unique combat scenarios, mere eyesight could not suffice. He needed to master the art of utilizing psychic abilities to perceive objects or read the wave guidance that connects him to the world. At that moment, he discovered that his sacred plan had undergone an unexpected transformation. Perhaps it was the Water Wave Dolphin's desire to assist the endangered ferocious base in returning home that resonated with its trainer, causing the heart-shaped badge in Link's hand to radiate a brilliant light. Nearby, Lucario instinctively gazed at the heart-emblazoned machine. Noticing a tremendous energy flowing from the trainer into the depths below, where the Water Wave Dolphin battled the ferocious base. The experiences gained from continuous combat under the trainer's guidance and alongside the Scyther allowed the Water Wave Dolphin to maintain its composure, seizing a fleeting opportunity to execute Water Jet and leap from the water's surface. The ferocious base followed closely, wielding flames to propel a torrent of water that collided with its opponent, now rendered immobile and vulnerable after losing the advantage of its moves. The Water Wave Dolphin wore a cunning smile, channeling all its energy into a try again directed at the ferocious base. The latter, lacking mental fortitude and guidance, was momentarily disrupted by the combined attack of Trainer and Pokémon, inadvertently launching another Water Jet after sending the Water Wave Dolphin flying. However, ahead lay the thicket and land. The Water Wave Dolphin may have lost its fighting capability first, yet through its combat intelligence, it had lured the ferocious base onto dry land. In a moment of realization, as the ferocious base emerged from its daze and dispelled the try-again state, it became too late to use Water Jet to return to the water. Link had already summoned the eager Herdier with a single flame vortex. The ferocious base was engulfed in flames, but it retaliated by summoning Whirlpool, extinguishing the fire and conjuring a towering water spout 5 meters high. soaring through the air with the spirits of 294 of its kin. The water wave dolphin, cradled in its trainer's arms for healing, felt a surge of hope upon witnessing the spectacle. It turns out that the aquatic attribute Pokémon can also manifest in such terrestrial forms. Woof. However, the Katy dog found itself in a more precarious position, severely restrained by its opposing attributes, leading it to concentrate intently to avert any unforeseen mishaps. It proved to be even more formidable than I had anticipated. With utmost caution, it unleashed its full power in a display of Will-O-Wisp. Nodding resolutely, Katy dog infused all its strength into the Will-O-Wisp, releasing over a dozen flickering flames towards its foe. Simultaneously, the contemptuous barbaric base unleashed a water cannon even thicker than that of the speedy Houndoom. Return. Just before the water cannon pierced through the Will-O-Wisp, saturating all of Katy dog's evasion routes, a crimson light enveloped it, drawing it back into its Pokeball. Though the waves surged, they failed to inflict any damage upon Link. On the other hand, the shimmering flames, upon direct impact from the water cannon, astonishingly remained alight, scattering in all directions. Guided by the currents of the water vortex, those flames, as if endowed with a sentient spirit, autonomously surged towards the barbaric base. Seemingly unfazed by the flame's trajectory, Link dispatched a new Pokémon. I'll leave it to you, little Snorlax. Just Snorlax. Use Belly Drum, followed by Thunder Punch, and then seize the opportunity to self-destruct. This is a noble sacrifice. When commanding Snorlax in battle, one cannot afford to wait until the necessity arises. Clarity of command must precede action. Little Snorlax nodded firmly, showing no displeasure at the order to self-destruct. After all, it had long since lost consciousness when the pain truly set in, to harm the humans who fed it. Prepared grand feasts, and brought it to a realm of dreams filled with indulgence. One must first traverse over its fallen form. The energy and fat accumulated over time were precisely for this moment. As the barbaric base evaded the Will-O-Wisp, it remained relentlessly pursued, while little Snorlax summoned its utmost strength. With electricity coursing through its right arm, it keenly focused on the opponent's silhouette, and with a thunderous stomp, it charged forth like a golden cannonball. When had the reigning tyrant of the permanent forest ever endured such indignity? Faced with an adversary hurtling directly towards it, the combative barbaric base ceased to waste time dodging the Will-O-Wisp that had coalesced within the tidal vortex. Gritting its teeth through the pain of burns, it summoned every ounce of strength, embodying the spirit of leaping over the Dragon Gate with a fierce determination to swim against the current. Over the centuries, the wrath of hundreds of barbaric base who had perished in this basin fueled its resolve, a resentment for being lost in a dead end, forever unable to return home. Mingled with sorrow for the lives that never came to be, all past grievances transformed into a driving force, propelling the barbaric base to charge forth with the might of a tsunami against its foe. The pitch-black wave collided violently with the golden lightning, as the disparity in strength leveled the playing field between harsh words, burns, and belly drum. The confrontation between the two parties evolved into a contest of perseverance and willpower. Nevertheless, the disparity in their levels remained insurmountable. The ferocious barbaric base, akin to a formidable beast, proved too mighty for the little Snorlax, who, despite exerting every ounce of strength, could not prevail. Yet, in a bid to safeguard its livelihood and the trainer it cherished more than family, as well as to maintain the sanctity of its resting place, the Snorlax braced itself against the onslaught, firmly grasping the opponent's fin to prevent being hurled away by the force of the impact. In a moment of desperation, it swiftly consumed a starfruit it had kept on hand for emergencies. This was immediately followed by a total release of its remaining energy in a self-destructive explosion. The violent detonation shattered trees, obliterated the ground, and stirred up a whirlwind of dust and debris. Concerned for the Snorlax's well-being, Link rushed into the cloud of smoke, and with the assistance of his Firefox's psychic abilities to clear the rubble, he located both combatants. The Snorlax had lost its fighting capability, and the barbaric base had also sustained significant damage. Upon seeing a human emerge, the injured barbaric base, with the aid of its spirit, struggled to rise and hover in the air, preparing to unleash its final desperate assault. As per usual, Fum took advantage of the barbaric base's weakened state. With a well-timed hypnosis, the still defiant yet unaware creature succumbed to slumber. Sleep, of course, signified the loss of its fighting ability. Seizing the moment, Link tossed a Pokeball, then disregarded the captured red and white sphere, focusing instead on lifting the Snorlax out of the deep pit with the help of his psychic powers. Pokémon are inherently innocent beings, capable of sensing human emotions and intentions. Though Link had only known the Snorlax for a day, it had already placed its complete trust in him. Observing Link utilizing his extraordinary abilities to heal the Snorlax, Julan felt a profound satisfaction with his skills. Only those who genuinely love Pokémon can create a safe haven in such a short time. It is such trainers who can elevate themselves to the level of champions. Offering her, who found the invincibility somewhat tedious, a flicker of challenge. The Snorlax's endearing qualities were evident, Yet the barbaric Basie also demonstrated great effort. It seemed to be a creature filled with rage, unsure of whom to direct its fury towards. Link gazed towards the northwest, pondering what prevented the barbaric Basie from escaping this basin, a place where even individuals capable of brief flight could not easily swim upstream to the sea. If it were merely a waterfall formed by the terrain, it should not have been impossible to ascend. Perhaps such inquiries could wait until the barbaric Basie awoke. Despite the fact that the verdant town had yet to establish even a Pokémon Center, the two flew back to the village to tend to and care for their Pokémon at the town hall. However, upon arrival, Julon promptly set aside the legend of the evil spirit and urgently departed with the Hecate bear towards the Sinnoh region, leaving Link to journey to Lake Wisdom once his Pokémon had recovered. Link was eager to express his gratitude to Miss Champion for her trust and confidence in him. A mere passerby, however, could it be that he was a destitute individual, with savings of less than 5,000, continuously dwindling? Unable even to afford a ticket for the sea voyage, waiting indefinitely due to certain circumstances was hardly a viable solution. The veil ceremony would not take place until the end of June, making it exceedingly difficult to uncover any traces of the enigmatic Pokémon, a fact evidenced by Yuli's repeated ventures into the perilous cave, deemed forbidden, without encountering the elusive creature even once. With a mindset of taking one step at a time, he spent a night at the village office, contemplating how to leave for the northern region. Stalling in his battle writing left him in a state of limbo. He had fully assembled 6 Pokémon and would not be recruiting any new ones, apart from the enigmatic Pokémon during the June Veil ceremony, before the conclusion of the first cycle. Chapter 71, Lake Wisdom. As a trainer who had mastered Surf, it was only fitting that these water-type Pokémon should learn it as well. The following morning, after another night of defeat, Link decided to attempt a rotation of surfing with himself, Wave Dolphin, and Savage Base to reach the Sinnoh region. Yet, neither Wave Dolphin nor Savage Base favored this notion, ultimately forcing him, as the trainer, to abandon the idea. Reluctantly, he took on odd jobs while training, and 2 days later boarded a long-distance bus to the metropolis, subsequently taking a boat to the coastal city of Snow Peak, the closest to Lake Wisdom. On the 18th day of his journey in this world, Link revisited this city, shimmering with ice. Foregoing the pursuit of gems, he reveled in the leisurely pleasure of exploration. Purchasing an Ice Guardian crystal from the system shop, he temporarily gained resistance to the cold and conducted a health check for his Pokémon at the Pokémon Center, where he learned about the general conditions of 3 new Pokémon. It was no wonder that the Pokémon cared for by the impeccable and dashing butler, Shyran, were impressive. The capabilities of his Cadtig were remarkable, with a well-balanced skill set and a level reaching an impressive 30 in the league's database. Link was quite satisfied with this data and planned to evolve it using a Firestone once he gained a deeper understanding of the Caddig species, aiming for a level of 36 before the transformation. On the other hand, the Savage Base, which frequently relied on its underwater advantages to battle against the Moon Bear, exhibited even greater prowess. Unfortunately, it differed significantly from the red and blue striped Savage Base, and the league's database contained only this singular entry. Ultimately, the Pokémon Center could only ascertain its gender as male, suggesting the league would need to prepare a considerable number of Ditto to restore the white-striped Savage Base to greatness. With a sufficient understanding of his 6 Pokémon, Link promptly departed from the western side of Snow Peak with Firefox and Caddig, taking a train to the shores of Lake Wisdom, north of Route 217. It remained uncertain whether the legendary tragedy of Lake Wisdom would indeed transpire in this world. Thus, it became clear why the white-striped Savage Base had become extinct in modern times at Lake Wisdom. It was only through Link's first-hand exploration that he discovered the once magnificent Lake Wisdom, which had flowed into the sea, had, over the years, transformed into an inland lake nestled high in the mountains. Upon departing from the western side of Snow Peak City, one was greeted by the sight of pristine white snow and towering cliffs. Without the option of traveling by train along the newly constructed railway, a collaborative endeavor between humans and elves, one would have to rely on climbing techniques or personal effort to ascend the steep mountain paths, reaching Lake Wisdom situated on the opposite side of the cliffs. Whether approaching from the western water vein city or the southern crown mountain, it was an insurmountable task for the wild barbaric base, adept only at leaping rather than flying, to venture in droves to Lake Wisdom. Why the unwavering desire to return to one's birthplace, Link could not fathom. After a short while, the train arrived at the shores of Lake Wisdom. Stepping outside with the elves, Link finally beheld the enchanting lake surrounded by mountains in early spring. This lake, the homeland of the legendary Pokémon Mesprit, was said to fly about, imparting wisdom to those seeking solutions to their problems. Initially, the Sinnoh region was born from an egg of nothingness, vanquishing the giants that emerged from fragments, thus creating the world. Every Pokémon born thereafter was endowed with a fragment of the power of the tablets, and many still regard this as a misguided notion. From ancient times to the present, the cosmos has been regarded as the realm, while the four corners and the heights were deemed the universe. Time and space, and the material world subsequently came into existence, followed by wisdom, emotion, and will. the mental realm cognizant of the physical. After an indeterminate passage of time, the abundant natural energy coalesced into Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza, shaping the ancient continent. The ensuing battles between land and sea saw legendary giants dragging the continents, forming land masses and oceans akin to those we know today. An extensive stretch of time followed, during which Pokémon known as mythical began to appear in the world, gradually evolving into the various species we see today, such as Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle. In my hometown, there exists a legend. By the shores of Lake Wisdom, reflecting the snowy mountains and flowing clouds, Link introduced the legends of the mythical Pokémon residing in the 3 lakes of the Sinnoh region. This narrative aligns with the official documentation that outlines the formation of the Pokémon world, yet its authenticity remains uncertain. Numerous legends concerning the creation of the Pokémon world abound, perhaps each version merely a whimsical tale spun by Llama. Fennekin appeared contemplative, seeking commonalities between itself and Mew. If all Pokémon descended from dreams, then how ancient is the essence of dreams? Link shrugged, pondering who could definitively answer such a question. Perhaps Mew has maintained a childlike age and spirit throughout the ages. Woof. Rockruff was particularly enamored with the part of the legend where its ancestors were blessed and challenged all of Sinnoh alongside humans, a thought that stirred a passionate fervor within. However, the wild base, descendants of the 10 sprites, showed no interest whatsoever. Long before Link expressed that this was a bad idea, it had already eagerly departed from the shore, swimming deep into the depths of Wise Lake. After approximately 10 minutes, when the indifferent Snorlax returned, clutching firewood and an assortment of berries it had scavenged, and began to ignite a fire alongside the fire Meow, the wild base, having traversed the entirety of Wise Lake, finally made its return. Its tone was somewhat dejected, and the flames composed of its gathered spirit appeared significantly dimmer. Although the cold environment provided it with a sense of comfort, it was not its homeland. Was it truly not? Link fell into contemplation. Yet he was not an encyclopedia of living creatures. He could not recall every sprite's habitat. He could only remember the most common and representative ones, such as Wise Lake and the everlasting forest where the wild base dwelled. If this was not the place, then where could it possibly be? He rummaged through his backpack, retrieving a map of the Sinnoh region, meticulously inspecting each river and lake from top to bottom, without any references or clues. Searching one by one would be akin to seeking a needle in a haystack. Oh, do you recall the colors of the shellless sea slug or the sea slug beast near the place of your origin? The colors of these sprites are variable, influenced by their habitat and the pigments in their food. If he could ascertain the color of the sea slug beast from the wild base's homeland, he could narrow the location down to either the east or west of Crown Mountain. Upon hearing this, the wild base pondered deeply, repeatedly confirming with the spirits around it. Eventually recalling the blue color of the sea slug beast it had seen long ago while drifting downstream. This was the hue of the sea slug beast located in the East Sea. Fire Fox, 510. Water Wave Dolphin, 2423. Fire Meow, 2324. Species, Houndoom, Shiny. Nickname, Wong Chan. Trainer, Link. Gender, male. Type, Fire Rock. Level, 30. Ability, Hard Head. Vitality, quite good. Attack power, quite good. Defense, perhaps lacking. Special attack knowledge, quite good. Special defense spirit, average. Speed agility, perhaps lacking. Moves, Takedown, Revenge, Hidden Power, Glare, Howl, Assist, Morning Sun, Charge Beam, Flame Wheel, Fire Fong, Flame Vortex, Will-O-Wisp, Bite. Spike Cannon, Head Smash, Stealth Rock, Thunder Fong, Psychic Fangs, Horn Leech, Sandstorm. Chapter 72, The Rocky Road Home, and Stepping Up to Become an Idol. The journey of the wild base back to its homeland was destined to be fraught with challenges. Upon returning from Wise Lake, Link busied himself with part-time work while researching, marking every river and lake, large and small, in the Sinnoh region that currently harbored or might have once harbored the East Sea slug beast upon his map. Ultimately, he acquired an exceptionally intricate map of the Sinnoh East Sea waterways. With a stroke of good fortune, it could be resolved within 3 to 5 days. However, should luck fail him, the possibility loomed that the feral base had misremembered their colors, originating not from Sinnoh but from the West Sea, entering through the East Sea, rendering the entire map futile in yielding any results. This task was far more daunting than one could ever imagine. Moreover, the gravest concern was that Link lacked both the time and the financial resources to undertake it. As circumstances shifted, if things continued on this trajectory, not only would they struggle to locate the wild base's home, but their very survival would be jeopardized. The appetite of the little Snorlax increased steadily with its growth, and it could not subsist solely on berries. Even feeding it a diet of rice, flour, and vegetables incurred considerable expenses. To thrive in the human realm, the essentials of life and the means to procure them were indispensable. Even though the League's welfare policies were exorbitantly generous, they did not extend to the point where an individual without a stable income could sustain 6 Pokémon, one of which was a glutton. Thus, it was imperative to consider earning a living base while claiming indifference. had already survived for over a century and was not particularly bothered by the prospect of waiting an additional 3 to 5 months. However, if this task proved to be an unbearable burden for Link, entrusting it to that capable young lady with a powerful water-type Pokémon was a viable alternative. Rest assured, I have promised to escort you home, and that commitment shall be honored. A minor inconvenience would not suffice to abandon one's pledge. Given my line of work and your capabilities, participating in competitions presents a lucrative avenue while simultaneously honing skills. Yet, constantly traversing various locations for competitions would preclude the time necessary for locating the wild base's homeland. Therefore, after careful consideration, I believe that engaging in the contest spectaculars is an excellent idea. The contest spectaculars offer only honor, devoid of monetary rewards. However, showcasing sufficient prowess could lead to opportunities for advertisements, endorsements, autographs, and a plethora of economic engagements. Most importantly, there is ample time between each contest spectacular, allowing Link sufficient personal time to attend to his affairs. Battling in gyms, collecting badges, training Pokémon, competing, searching for origins, assisting with peculiar tasks, rescuing the crowned king, and dedicating a day each month to the battle factory for financial gain. With 11 months remaining until his milestone goal of becoming a champion, a well-structured plan could harmoniously balance every aspect. After hearing the trainer's strategy, the Pokémon expressed little dissent. The water dolphin was inherently sociable and eager to assist, while the fiery Meow sought sustenance, strength, and an unbreakable bond with its trainer. The Arcanine thrived on challenges and relished social interactions, and the little Snorlax, though somewhat mischievous, was content as long as its needs for food and rest were met. To be candid, the wild base felt somewhat overwhelmed looking at the Sinnoh waterways map marked by Link. Drifting along with the current seemed rather appealing. The ethereal tail-finned fish is exceptionally combative, yet the pre-evolutionary white-striped savage base exhibits remarkable gentleness. It has resolutely decided to partner with its trainer for a lifetime. Given the current economic turmoil, it has chosen to step forward and become an idol to salvage the family's finances. The dazzling contest is indeed a realm of beauty, and to excel in it, one must master the energy of their moves to the extent of wielding it with effortless precision. Thanks to the mechanism of glamour points, even weaker Pokémon, albeit at a disadvantage, can triumph over stronger opponents by skillfully diminishing their glamour points through proficient moves. Meow? Glamour? Not that frivolous beauty pageant? Upon hearing the trainer's explanation, the fiery Meow felt a flicker of intrigue. Link paused for a moment. A vivid image of the blazing tiger wrestling with opponents on the dazzling contest stage flashed through his mind. He instinctively shook his head to dispel the thought and added, "The dazzling contest consists of 2 segments, appearance evaluation and glamorous battles. The appearance score is determined by 6 factors: handsomeness, strength, beauty, intelligence, cuteness, and the finesse of moves. In the glamorous battles, the objective is to defeat opponents or deplete their glamour points while maintaining elegance and beauty. Showcasing the Pokémon's inherent charm is the essence of the dazzling contest, and the level of their training is paramount. Charm does not equate to mere looks. Being handsome or strong is equally significant. Upon reflection, could it be that the blazing tiger is even more suited for the dazzling contest than initially perceived? Meow? The fiery Meow appeared nonchalant, yet secretly resolved to hone its move proficiency in private. The current state of the puppy was indeed not ideal. But once it evolved into the swift hound, even standing still and letting out a roar would surely diminish the opponent's glamour points. Link held great confidence in the swift hound's appearance, as it was certified by the Pokédex. According to ancient records, its gallant form racing across the plains has captivated many hearts. Its majestic roar exudes authority, compelling anyone who hears it to kneel involuntarily. Despite its large size, it can deftly feign actions to toy with adversaries, moving as if in a dance. Regardless, delivering a powerful double-edged headbutt to swiftly defeat an opponent would render concerns about glamour irrelevant. Power is the most primal form of elegance. Now, before we set sail to Kana City, let us practice the foundational energy control techniques, namely the use of water gun and fire. Just a warm-up? You only need to cheer from the sidelines. The dazzling contest is still a bit premature for you. Upon hearing this, the little Snorlax promptly retrieved 2 small twigs from its backpack and began to wave them about. These were acquired by Link in Newwater Town, and after the exchange, he entrusted them to the little Snorlax. Compared to hiding berries under its arms or on its body, the backpack can accommodate more snacks and miscellaneous items. Initially, the focus is on accuracy. Subsequently, I shall create water dummies at a distance, and you are required to strike them using the most fundamental techniques. With an extraordinary display of water manipulation, Link conjured water dummies at intervals of 5, 10, and 20 meters as targets. Just then, amidst the encouraging cheers of the petite Snorlax, the Pokémon commenced their rudimentary precision training. Species, Snorlax. Nickname, Snore. Trainer, Link. Gender, male. Type, normal. Level, 25. Ability, gluttony. Health, exceptional. Attack power, average. Defense, perhaps lacking. Special attack, quite good. Special defense, average. Speed, remarkable. Moves, body slam. Self-destruct, transform, recycle, belly drum, charge, bite, lick, confusion, thunder punch, fire punch, flamethrower, hydro pump, instant amnesia. Badges, cunning badge. Colossal badge, Chapter 73, Professor Otamaki and the Pokédex. Kana City, a bustling harbor where humans, Pokémon, and nature engage in harmonious communication, lies at the heart of several coastal cities in the Hoenn region. Historically a commercial nucleus, Kana City remains vibrant with vessels constantly coming and going. Despite facing competition from Ziji City and Mizujing City, it continues to thrive as a commercial port and a favored tourist destination. Sunshine, waves, beaches, and bikinis. Visitors from across the nation and even the globe converge here, creating a picturesque tableau of summer and coastal life, where people and Pokémon coalesce with the shoreline. After sightseeing with his Pokémon and decisively overcoming all trainers who dared to challenge him, Link sought respite at the Pokémon Center, only to serendipitously encounter the young girl Xiaoyao, whose bicycle had previously suffered an electric mishap caused by a Meowth. "Shaolin, are you traveling too?" she inquired. At her side, her robust combustion had clearly grown in strength since its evolution 2 weeks prior, exuding an aura of resilience akin to that of a seasoned warrior. Meanwhile, the Meowth at her feet playfully stuck out its tongue, appearing oddly familiar. "Indeed, we are likely to meet at the colorful conference this year. By the way, this Meowth." Xiaoyao nodded, affectionately lifting the Meowth in her arms. "This is the one that zapped my bicycle. A Meowth capable of using Thunderbolt is indeed rare." Xiaoyao, while collecting data for her Pokédex, had conveniently captured it upon their encounter. However, upon scanning it with the Pokédex, she discovered that it possessed not only Thunderbolt, but also moves like Blizzard, Shadow Ball, and Water Pulse. One might instinctively suspect it to be a Pokémon abandoned by its trainer, which had then attacked Link, a trainer accompanied by Pokémon. Yet, after a thorough inquiry by Xiaoyao, it became evident that this Meowth was merely a wild Pokémon. The ability to execute a myriad of techniques is largely attributed to the trait known as normal skin. This so-called normal skin is a skill that enables the simulation of energy from various elemental attributes through normal-type energy, resulting in all moves performed by the Pokémon transforming into normal-type moves. In this context, for the Pokémon Espurr, the different energy-releasing moves essentially differ only in output power and special effects, without generating corresponding elemental characteristics. "It sounds quite fitting for a dazzling contest," Link remarked. Xiaoyao wholeheartedly agreed, as she was indeed planning to enroll in the dazzling contest scheduled for the following day. After all, collecting badges and completing the Pokédex were not urgent matters. She had spent quite some time honing her abilities with the gym leader Fujiki in the battle town before taking the boat here. Speaking of the Pokédex, Xiaoyao instinctively glanced at the Firefox perched on Link's shoulder and the Houndour beside him. "Xiaolin, may I use the Pokédex to collect data on your Pokémon? This Firefox is from Kalos, right? But you don't seem to be from Kalos yourself. And what about this sharply headed Houndour?" Once the topic of Pokémon arose, Xiaoyao opened up, leaving Link momentarily at a loss as to which question to address first. Thus, the two made their way to the dazzling contest venue, exchanging experiences and knowledge related to Pokémon along the way. Upon receiving their participation certificates and completing the registration for the dazzling contest, Xiaoyao learned that Link was currently searching for the homeland of an endangered Pokémon. That is quite a challenge. Moreover, the homeland of the white-striped barbaric base may not necessarily be in the Johto, Hoenn, or Sinnoh regions. Aren't there also the Fire region, Almia region, and the Pokémon Island Sanctuary nearby? Link's expression suddenly darkened, as he realized he had indeed overlooked these regions. Upon reflection, he recognized that there were also the Orange Archipelago, 7 islands, and other scattered areas to consider. His task of locating the barbaric base's homeland had just become significantly more daunting. This truly felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. Noticing Link's sudden change in demeanor, Xiaoyao pondered for a moment before coming up with a brilliant idea. She then took him to the Pokémon Center and used the center's visual phone to contact Dr. Otamaki, who was far away in Mabuki Town. "Xiaoyao, how have you been lately?" "Dad, you're talking through your stomach." The somewhat middle-aged, slightly overweight Dr. Otamaki quickly adjusted his position to focus on his round face. "Ahem. I was just showcasing my weight loss results, thanks to the efforts of the Sandshrew and the Houndour." At that moment, Dr. Otamaki noticed the presence of a male beside his daughter and became instantly alert. "Is there something going on?" "Xiaolin, this is my father, Dr. Otamaki. His research focuses on the habitats and distribution of Pokémon, and he might be able to assist you with the barbaric base issue." Xiaoyao then briefly introduced Link and explained his mission to help locate the homeland of the endangered Pokémon for breeding and conservation purposes to prevent its extinction. Upon learning of this matter, Dr. Otamaki grew considerably more serious and promptly requested to release the barbaric base for his observation. Thus, the large fish, enveloped in dark flames and floating in midair, instantly captured his attention. The significance of the barbaric base is monumental. Allow me to lend a hand. As a scholar specializing in the habitat and distribution of Pokémon, Dr. Otamaki undeniably possesses far greater expertise in this realm than Link. According to your accounts, the white-striped barbaric base historically inhabited the frigid waters surrounding Sinnoh, ascending upstream during their spawning season. However, the temperatures in several nearby regions have fluctuated over the past century. You must correlate this century of climatic changes to identify the relatively colder waters from over 100 years ago. The Sinnoh region is indeed characterized by its overall chill. Yet the Kanto, Seven Islands, Fiori, and Almia regions also contain cold waters. As for Hoenn, while its climate is undoubtedly diverse, it leans more towards a subtropical nature, with little to no suitable habitats for the white-striped barbaric base. Based on this characteristic of the barbaric base, Dr. Otamaki intends to significantly streamline Link's waterway map. This does not imply that the excluded water bodies should be disregarded. Rather, the order of on-site investigations will now follow a new priority. Thank you. This assistance is immensely beneficial. Link reevaluated his Sinnoh waterway map alongside the climatic data presented by Dr. Otamaki on the computer, and a new route began to form in his mind. Such assistance is hardly substantial. Alas, conveying more specific details over the phone is utterly inadequate. Dr. Otamaki scratched his head in frustration, suddenly formulating a plan. Kobayashi, you should make your way to Mabuki Town as soon as possible. I must organize some materials for you that will undoubtedly expedite your quest to locate the homeland of the barbaric base. Moreover, Dr. Otamaki possesses a third Pokédex, which he can conveniently provide for real-time observation of Pokémon distributions, while simultaneously facilitating remote communication with the Research Institute to exchange intelligence. Dr. Otamaki, age, 35, gender, male, height, 180 centimeters, weight, quite hefty, robust, yet slimmer than a mountaineer. Ruby and Sapphire setting, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire unchanged, a Pokémon researcher based in Mabuki Town. Aged 35. His research focuses on the distribution of Pokémon, as well as the meteorological and geological aspects of the Hoenn region. He is considerate in nature, but, much like Chisato, his obsession with Pokémon occasionally leads him to neglect familial obligations. He has been a close friend of Chisato since their student days. In his youth, Dr. Otamaki exhibited a profound intellectual curiosity regarding Pokémon ecology, ultimately choosing the path of Pokémon research, i.e., becoming a Pokémon professor upon graduation. His name is derived from the Japanese horticultural plant known as the Torikabuto, historically cultivated in Japan. Chapter 74. A Gift from a Friend? I am a mage. Originally, Link intended to visit Dr. Otamaki, but it seems he must expedite his plans. Before doing so, however, he must first diligently continue his operations. Speaking of which, Xiao Yao, from where do you acquire the funds for your travels? Naturally, they are accumulated coins saved over time. The mystery has been unraveled. Link's financial constraints stem from his circumstances, reminiscent of a certain bat of Padia, as his parents are no longer in this world, while the counterparts of others remain alive, possibly even unmarried. Nevertheless, Link empathizes with Xiao Yao, a mere 12 years of age, who ventures out to assist her parents. It is no small feat, as there are numerous challenges during travel that money cannot resolve. As an adult, he naturally cannot allow himself to be surpassed by a child. Thus he resolved to diligently practice before the grand competition. Every aspiring coordinator has pondered the question, what constitutes true elegance? During this period, Link, having elevated his physical attributes to 14 and combined them with his crystals to reach 16 points, gazed at the cherished object in his hand, which alternated between solid ice and ethereal flowing water, and subtly began to grasp his own answer. Over the past few days, he and his fiery fox had saturated their foundational training, and it was time to develop their illicit skills akin to crafting a work of art. For a true trainer, everything is inevitable. Even traits and skills can be illicit. It is not uncommon for two coordinators, by the end of their battle, to have outsiders unable to utter the names of their moves. Alright, Fiery Fox, today we shall practice a move known as Flame Guardian, Cardidog, and Fire Mew. You two should also strive to master it. The three fire-type Pokémon sat in unison, though Fire Mew noticeably maintained a certain distance from the two, drawing closer together. The so-called Flame Guardian is a technique that causes one's fur to become more resilient than alloy, with a rapid increase in temperature, allowing the user to withstand contact attacks from opponents while inflicting damage and burns in return. This technique exploits the resilience of fur and the fire-type Pokémon's tolerance to high temperatures, making it a skill that only a select few Pokémon can master, proving particularly effective against those employing physical or contact moves. It is an advanced version of Guard, previously an exclusive move of the paradoxical Void Flame before Link's time. However, with his understanding, this move may well be accessible to other Pokémon in a couple of generations. After hearing the trainer's explanation of Flame Guardian, the three little Pokémon endeavored to comprehend the move, believing it to possess a certain feasibility, particularly Cardidog, with its sturdy and fire-resistant physique. felt little discomfort even when engulfed in flames. Overall, this move seems to be the exclusive domain of fire-type, fluffy Pokémon with high physical endurance. Firemew felt that even if it were to learn the move, it would hold little utility, as the Blazing Roar Tiger is not as fluffy as the Speed Dog. As for the Fiery Fox, while it may be fluffy, its endurance is decidedly lacking, rendering the premise of countering an error. Indeed, that is the case. Thus, Flame Guardian is a move with a learning scope so narrow that only a handful of Fire-type Pokémon can master it. However, if we were to reverse our thinking, how might we achieve this through alternative means? The essence of Flame Guard lies in its ability to protect while inflicting burns upon contact with the opponent. While the superheated and resilient fur can achieve this, one might wonder why explosive reaction armor cannot. Naturally, the Pokémon are oblivious to the technical jargon that Link employs. Terms such as reaction armor, detonation prevention, chain reactions, and hollow honeycomb structures seem foreign to them. Thus, as a trainer, it is imperative for Link to personally demonstrate the technique to his Pokémon. Now, I shall showcase this skill. You three, unleash the weakest fire attack upon me. The two canine Pokémon looked on in astonishment, while the fiery Meowth promptly released a flickering fire at its trainer. The close-range attack was swifter than anticipated, before Link could react. The move struck him. However, this skill inflicted no damage. At the very moment the fire made contact, the water energy he had set upon his skin was activated. With a resounding bang, a small explosion erupted outward, neutralizing the feeble fire. By establishing an energy that would explode outward upon contact, while simultaneously executing guard, Link was able to harness the explosive energy flow generated during the blast to counter, slice, and disrupt incoming energy, thereby enhancing the effectiveness of guard. The three Pokémon seemed to grasp the principle and nuances of this move. Now, increase the power, Link urged. The Meowth intensified its fire attack, resulting in a more violent explosion, which was once again thwarted by Link's guard. The Meowth unleashed its full potential, sending forth a torrential downpour of flames that culminated in successive explosions before Link. Though, after a moment, its fire ultimately shattered the peculiar explosive reaction of guard. It afforded Link the precious time needed to evade the assault. Humans are quite fragile. I did not intend for you to exert such force. If equated to Pokémon, Link would only be around level 5. With half of his base stats allocated to special defense, Meowth expressed its disbelief. How could it possibly fail to incapacitate a trainer whose physical prowess resembled that of a 10-year-old child? Was this reality or merely a dream? This technique is straightforward. With ample practice, it can be mastered. Moreover, there exists a variant application. With that, Link conjured a water sphere and cast it upon the ground. Meowth, touch this. Just as the Meowth approached, it realized something, wisely releasing a fire attack. Upon contact with the water sphere, it detonated, extinguishing the flames while splattering water across the vicinity. This technique resembles the use of line trap, spikes, or stealth rock, creating an unstable flame that erupts upon the opponent's contact. It may prove challenging to learn, but with the assistance of a fire fox utilizing telekinesis, it becomes remarkably simple. If trainers could also wield moves, it would be exceedingly easy for them to inspire their Pokémon through empathetic examples, rather than relying on dry imaginings. Thus, both the Vulpix and the Litten, as well as the Rockruff, effortlessly grasped their trainer's intentions, developing their unique applications based on their thoughts and characteristics. Meanwhile, Vulpix chose to remain, collaborating with its trainer to explore certain clandestine techniques that could be deemed as signature moves. Time hurried along, and soon the dawn of the following day arrived, the day of the dazzling competition at Kai's venue. It was nearly time to resume the duel updates. Chapter 75, The Talented and Trembling Young Girl. Thanks to the active participation of Master Coordinator Macaulay, the dazzling competition has become immensely popular in the Hoenn region. During the very first round of appearance evaluations alone, over 300 coordinators participated, leaving one to wonder where such a multitude of coordinators had come from. After all, coordinators are not required to possess a trainer card. Merely obtaining a participation certificate for the dazzling competition suffices to claim that title, making it indeed more common than trainers. However, Link believed this also reflects a pursuit of spiritual fulfillment during peaceful times, as it allows all who possess Pokémon to engage in this activity with minimal barriers to entry. Yet, when the number of registered contestants exceeds 64, an additional preliminary round is introduced, designated as Round 0. This means that before the official commencement of the first round, numerous contestants will be divided into groups to undergo pre-evaluation in the designated arenas, judged by the appearance, sheen, and proficiency of their Pokémon's moves. As Link gazed at the throngs of people surrounding the venue, Vulpix, experiencing such lively scenes for the very first time, felt a tinge of nervousness. Instinctively clinging tightly to her trainer's neck, even wrapping her tail around him, Link felt a wave of warmth and itchiness, as if ants were crawling on him. Thus, he cradled Vulpix in his arms, offering reassurance. There is no need to be anxious. The audience does not care as much as you think. In fact, they may not even know who you are. Once you step off the stage, they will swiftly forget that a Vulpix ever graced the venue. Opening her eyes to look at the audience, the bustling crowd appeared to her like mere refuse, insignificant and trivial. Let us not instill such a mindset in the little fox. Just as Link was providing psychological support to his Vulpix, Xiao Yao's voice suddenly broke in, accompanied by a playful slap on his shoulder. You should help it recognize the audience's role correctly, rather than encouraging it to completely ignore or even scorn them. Link shrugged. He felt this was merely a matter of semantics. Ultimately, today the audience may favor Vulpix, tomorrow they may prefer Milotic, and the day after that. They could be enamored with Pikachu. They are like fickle reeds, forever drawn to the dazzling figures upon the stage, leaving no impression of the backdrop. Unless, of course, that backdrop is named Yuluin. In competitive events, prowess reigns supreme, and the same applies to grand tournaments. The Firefox has no need to concern itself with currying favor from the audience. While this notion seems somewhat reasonable, there is an inexplicable oddity to it. Xiao Yao did not dwell excessively on this matter. Instead, she shared a piece of intriguing news she had fortuitously learned. Previously, Xiao Yu, who had been training in the stone cave of Wudo Town with a certain trainer, had also arrived in Canas City by boat to register and participate in this splendid tournament. However, this matter was of little relevance to Link. What Xiao Yao truly wished to convey was that the niece of Master Coordinator Macaulay was also participating in the grand event. Oh, are you referring to Liukia? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao paused momentarily, astonished at how familiar Link seemed with Liukia, as he responded almost instantaneously to her mention of the name. Could it be that? Shaolin, are you a fan of Liukia? No, I find her ethereal demeanor rather unappealing. Perhaps it was more accurate to say he held little interest in people, preferring the company of Pokémon instead. Nevertheless, the mere thought that Liukia might represent a world line reminiscent of the remastered versions of Ruby and Sapphire, a realm where the original fat-headed fish could not soar and deities clashed, left Link feeling akin to a beleaguered office worker burdened by 3 jobs. Please no? He has no desire to be embroiled in divine conflicts. The lava and ocean teams must be challenged with intensity. Is that so? Xiao Yao expressed skepticism, noting that Liukia had only recently debuted, yet had already captivated the entirety of Hoenn, becoming an idol for countless youths in the region. She had released theme songs and albums, and was even fervently revered by her fans as the Princess Liu. Such extravagance. I personally prefer someone more intellectually grounded, like Duan, in terms of companionship. Indeed, Duan exuded a sense of steadiness, as Xiao Yao, who had already challenged the Canas gym, wholeheartedly agreed. Speaking of Duan, Link suddenly recalled that he had neglected to inform her that the Crystal Pool in Beishang Township was home to the Crystal Pokémon. He promptly sent her a message via his navigator. Shortly thereafter, he received her reply. Shaolin, thank you. I found out that Beishang Township hosts a masked festival at the end of June each year, during which the trainer school will also have a holiday. I plan to organize a summer camp for the school there. He had little interest in the summer camp, hoping that Du Wan and her companions would not encounter the 2 extreme environmental organizations that often stirred trouble. Just then, Link noticed an eruption of thunderous applause from the stage, accompanied by exuberant cheers of dreamy miracle. I love you, Princess Liu. The girl in blue. You've worked hard today? Without needing to ask, it was evident that Liukia had taken the stage. Additionally, Liukia was only 13 this year. So Miss Junsha, the representative of Canas City, should keep a close eye on that fan proclaiming their affection for her. He and the Firefox instinctively turned their attention to her performance, contemplating whether they could glean some insights. Before them, the young girl commanded a Pokémon known as the small green cotton bird, aptly named Xiao Qingqing. Merely from its appearance, demeanor, plumage, musculature, and sheen, the state of this fletchling is utterly impeccable. One can easily discern that its trainer must have devoted countless hours to meticulously refining its diet, carefully orchestrating its exercises and physique, and diligently grooming its intricate feathers. This fletchling, a product of the coordinator's unwavering dedication, captivates the hearts of both the audience and judges the moment it makes its entrance. Following this, a harmonious singing performance in tandem with its trainer sends its fans into a frenzy. Truly, it shines. In the backstage area, Shia instinctively remarks that it resembles a born stage performer. Even Link must concede that at present, his cultivation techniques cannot compare to those of an expert like Ryukia. It is indeed a sobering realization that securing the first prize in the grand contest to earn a profit is no trivial feat. Wait a moment. In the anime, Ash and Shia encounter opponents of little merit, yet here he finds himself facing formidable adversaries. Link instinctively glances at Shia, identifying the source of this predicament. How fortuitous that he has coincidentally crossed paths with Shia and Shia in the same competition. If memory serves, the previous champion was Nanami Okido, a professional breeder. Masu's, an assistant to Professor Okido, whom he seems unable to surpass. Contemplating this, he musters encouragement for his destined encounter with challenging foes. Let us dazzle them with the ultimate technique we have developed. Species, barbaric base. Nickname, Fishmeat. Trainer, Link. Gender, Male. Type, water. Level, 40. Ability, adaptability. Stamina, trained. Attack power, trained. Defense, average. Special attack, remarkable. Special defense, average. Speed, average. Moves, water gun, water jet, waterfall. Hydro pump, rain dance, bite, struggle, fearful countenance, psychic, psychic fangs, meditate, ice wind, snowy landscape, shadow ball, strange wind, grave sweep. Chapter 76. A move appears in the skill pool that cannot be utilized in ranked battles. The preliminary selection phase is rather straightforward. One merely needs to showcase the Pokémon's appearance and execute moves. As Link ascends to the stage with his Fennekin, he overhears comments such as how adorable. What a small Pokémon. It has been raised so well. Despite maintaining an impassive expression, he revels inwardly. This is his cherished Fennekin. Of course, it is adorable. With pride. Though the Fennekin, having only recently celebrated its 3rd week of life, may still lack in sheer power, the grand contest evaluates far more than mere strength. The judges, being professional breeders, can clearly perceive the Fennekin's joyful and healthy spirit, its confident and resolute gaze, evidently the favored companion of its trainer. The abundance and luster of the fur indicate that it is well nourished, adheres to a regular routine, and is free from ailments or injuries. However, this does not imply that the fire fox has not undergone training. On the contrary, it possesses no excess fat, with its legs, snout, and tail all appearing taut and powerful. Its ears, a primary focal point of energy, are particularly agile and robust. For a creature born less than a month ago, the judges deemed it appropriate to award the fire fox a score of 60. This does not suggest mere adequacy. The remaining 40 points hinge on the finesse and aesthetic appeal of its techniques. Upon receiving the judge's signal to commence its performance, Link nodded and began the singular opportunity before him. Fire fox, you smoke. Immediately, the creature exhibited clear indications of being unprepared for higher-level battles. This is a commonplace occurrence. Most coordination trainers possess few legitimate techniques. Yet, it must be noted that, barring instances of overwhelming opponents, coordination trainers typically resort to those fundamental moves even in formal contests. This is not an issue of regulations, but rather that the most commonly utilized techniques have been continually refined to optimize energy consumption, power, and additional effects. While illicit skills may possess beauty, they are not suitable for formal battles where efficacy is paramount. The most evident point is this: upon receiving the trainer's command, the fire fox concentrated intently for approximately 10 seconds before exhaling a concentrated burst of fire into the air. As the flames soared over 10 meters high, they erupted like smoke, dispersing into countless sparks. Such a display could naturally be achieved without extensive training. However, the direction in which these flames scattered revealed an underlying pattern, swiftly forming a smiling fire fox visage within a heart-shaped frame in midair. Moreover, moments later, the fire fox utilized psychic to gather these flames once more, transforming them into a larger, semi-ethereal version of itself. It then gracefully traversed the air above the audience, leaving behind a flurry of high-speed stars that diminished in power and morphed into heart shapes, cascading like snowflakes into the hands of the spectators, gradually melting away. This interactive demonstration captivated the audience below, igniting a fervor among the spectators. Even the judges overseeing the evaluation expressed particular satisfaction with this smoke technique. Ultimately, after discarding the highest and lowest scores, Link and the Fire Fox achieved an impressive total of 95 points. The reason it was not a perfect score was due to the excessively lengthy charge time of their move. Although the grand competition does not necessitate that Pokémon possess combat capabilities, practicality is an intrinsic aspect of elegance, and deductions in this regard are entirely justifiable. The Fire Fox resolved to strive for improvement, aiming to achieve the trainer's desire for a zero-frame initiation, so that such flamboyant techniques could be executed even in actual combat. After stepping down from the stage, Xiaoyu, who had previously met Link, happened to be right behind him. However, he seemed not to recognize Link, merely expressing excitement. This Fire Fox is remarkable. Yes, you too, keep it up. After that, their paths diverged once more. Although Link was quite curious about the progress his counterpart had made during the 2 weeks of special training in the Stone Cave, it was evident that the Fire Fox needed to rest momentarily to prepare for the upcoming formal assessment. The recent maneuver had demanded considerable stamina. The Fire Fox's endurance, much like its physical capabilities, was in dire need of enhancement. Yet, this was not something that could be hurried. Before addressing that, it was prudent to capitalize on strengths while mitigating weaknesses. The Fire Fox's advantages lay in its astonishing energy control and proficiency in techniques, which undoubtedly surpassed the capabilities of an average Pokémon of merely 1 month. Many Pokémon, even at the age of 1, might not achieve such feats. This was precisely the potential bestowed by psychic abilities. Perhaps the knowledge badge played a role as well. Since birth, the Fire Fox had been receiving guidance from adult Pokémon in the dream world nearly every night, and the experiences of pushing its limits in the dream battle continuum had significantly contributed to its mental growth. Psychic abilities are fundamentally rooted in the power of thought and spirit, and as the Fire Fox's psyche evolved through battles nearing its limits, the strength of its psychic powers would similarly increase. Upon reflection, it seemed that even if one were to face total annihilation in the dream battle continuum, it might still serve as a venue for cultivating effort values or awakening points. Xiaolin, that smoke from the Fire Fox was stunning. Even my Makok is envious. Upon arriving at the resting area, Xiaoyao, who had completed a preliminary assessment in another venue, approached with a celebratory pop of champagne. I attempted to have Makok use echoed voice, but it was unable to replicate the move entirely. Indeed, it appeared to be a composite technique formed from different moves. Perhaps Flame, Psybeam, and Swift? Link nodded in affirmation, correcting, "You guessed correctly, but you overlooked Reflect and Light Screen. Otherwise, spectators from different angles would not see the Fire Fox's face-on image." "Don't attack the audience," Xiaoyao exclaimed, taken aback by the apparent danger of the move. However, Link had confirmed the rules of the dazzling contest in advance. Non-damaging moves could, to some extent, enhance the atmosphere for the audience. Yet, simply casting Hypnosis or Light Screen to induce illusions for the audience was strictly prohibited, and even attempting it would result in a score of 0. Interestingly, the illusion trait of a Zoroark fell outside of such restrictions. In other words, a powerful Zoroark could be likened to a cheat code for nearly completing the game. Oh, hearing this, Xiaoyao pondered deeply, realizing that even if she understood the technique, she could not execute it. Makok was indeed not adept at such maneuvers. The only move that could possibly enhance the stage atmosphere would likely be Feather Dance. What suits a Pokémon best is indeed the finest choice, and there is no need for undue pressure. As the announcement of the conclusion of the preliminary round echoed through the airwaves, Link's score indeed secured him a position among the top 64. The light novel channel proved to be fiercely competitive, as he did not even advance to the third round of trials. Chapter 77, The Duel. Coordinator Shun. While other coordinators showcased their skills on stage, Link's small group rested in the backstage lounge, critiquing the performances of their peers. The fiery Meowth pondered that all the flamboyance was less practical than delivering a solid punch, had it been on stage. Its opponent would have been defeated before even launching an attack. The fiery dog found the performances entertaining, far more engaging than mere battles. The wave dolphin expressed a desire to take the stage as well, determined to master the moves Tidal Wave and Water Ring, while urging its trainer to expedite the development of its psychic abilities to match those of the fiery fox. The barbaric base lamented how, in just a few years, the relationship between humans and Pokémon had transformed from predator and prey to this peculiar dynamic, leaving it, an old relic, in deep contemplation. Link corrected it, asserting that the collaboration between humans and Pokémon had begun in prehistoric times, with creatures like the riding sheep and the fiery dog being among humanity's earliest companions. The little Carpei showed no interest in the performances on stage, adhering to the principle of seizing the opportunity to eat when possible. It was busily consuming the fruits and snacks prepared for the contestants. As for the fiery fox, it activated its miracle eye during every performance, meticulously observing the execution of moves, the nuances of energy manipulation, and the fatal flaws therein. Within a brief span of minutes, it had generated a comprehensive analysis and preparation for each formidable opponent. The techniques and characteristics such as Mind Eye, Pierce, Scent, and Miracle Eye held greater strategic value outside the game, enabling Pokémon to strike opponents they would otherwise miss. This principle hinged on observing from the perspective of energy, allowing for the identification of vulnerabilities in the opponent's moves. By discerning the flaws in moves and energy, it was possible to nullify techniques that had already taken shape by targeting their weak points. This exemplified the ultimate technique, sealing. In most cases, Pokémon could only seal moves they comprehended, yet with sufficient computational power, even unfamiliar techniques could be deciphered. However, the ease of articulation belied the difficulty of execution. Furthermore, many times, even if one could identify a flaw, the ability to nullify a move still depended on meeting certain thresholds, which became particularly evident when facing opponents of superior strength, such as an 80-level Scyther, benefiting from a wealth of battle experience. Link had deduced a chain of advantages in Pokémon battles. Stable counters Harmonious, Harmony counters Brute, Brute counters Dog, Dog counters Thief, Thief counters Stable, and Milk counters All. By utilizing Miracle Eye to penetrate the flaws of moves and subsequently seal those belonging to the canine category, he effectively countered with brute force. Thus, ever since Link and the Fiery Fox flawlessly completed the first round of appearance evaluations, he had been vigilantly observing whether any contenders possessed levels that would render them insurmountable adversaries. After a prolonged observation, I indeed discovered the two trainers, Xiaoyu and Xiaoyao. It remains a mystery what they have fed their Pokémon, or if they have employed some extraordinary means. Despite the fact that everyone received their Pokémon around the same time, within a mere span of 3 weeks, they have remarkably trained their forest lizard and robust chicken to levels that could be estimated around 20 to 30. Link, deep in contemplation, could not decipher the reason behind this phenomenon and ultimately attributed it to disparities in innate talent, not of the Pokémon, but of the trainers themselves. Alas, I am powerless in this regard. Just as he began to earnestly plan the management aspects of the simulator to expedite the storyline. The results of the first round of appearance evaluations were announced. The scores were as follows: Lee Yikia, 97, Gem Man, 95, Link, 95, Xiaoyu, 90, Xiaoshun, 88, and Xiaoyao, 88. Upon seeing the results, the Firefox nodded in agreement. The judges' scores closely mirrored its own internal assessment, with the highest scoring combinations exhibiting fewer flaws in their techniques. While the gorgeous competition may not demand high combat prowess, fulfilling all other criteria naturally leads to an enhancement in battle capabilities. Indeed, while not all that is splendid is powerful, all that is powerful possesses an inherent elegance. Before long, the large screen displayed the matchups for the quarterfinals. Link with Firefox against Xiaoshun with Poison Rose, and Gem Man with Hooli against Xiaoyao with Robust Chicken. While Xiaoyu would face Lee Yikia with the Qingtian Bird. What a peculiar arrangement of matchups. Link instinctively critiqued the randomness that had disrupted their fates as he and Firefox made their way to the stage of the gorgeous competition. His first opponent, Xiaoshun from LaRue City, appeared to be a remarkably self-assured boy with green hair. The Poison Rose he employed was completely countered by Firefox. Yet there lay the risk of being outmaneuvered by the peculiar tactics of the grass and poison attributes. As both trainers took their positions on the stage, the judges, including Joy from Kana City, host Vivian, and Mr. Sumizuka, president of the Pokémon Enthusiasts Club, began their commentary on the Pokémon. However, both Link and Xiaoshun paid little heed to the commentary from the audience. At the instant the referee signaled the commencement of the gorgeous battle, each trainer sent forth their Pokémon. Come forth, Poison Rose. Firefox, it shall be you. Despite the significant disadvantage in attributes, Xiaoshun confidently commanded, Magical Leaf. The Poison Rose's hands blossomed with red and blue buds, spinning gracefully like a dancer. A multitude of leaf-shaped energy, imbued with grass-type power, was unleashed in a barrage that obscured the sky, raining down upon its opponent. Meanwhile, Firefox remained unfazed by the dense onslaught, unleashing a barrage of fire energy in a starry display that met each leaf head-on. At that moment, the advantage of attributes was unmistakable. The starry barrage, having shattered the magical leaf, continued its relentless assault, now turning against the Poison Rose. With this clash of tactics, the elegance of Xiaoshun was reduced by 5 points. However, simultaneously, Link's elegance also diminished by approximately 2 points. It turned out that the magical leaves served not merely as an offensive tool, but also concealed a soothing aroma infused with tranquilizing properties, compelling both humans and spirits to relax. Wait a moment, that is not right. The host, Vivian, discovered that the Firefox was entirely unaffected. It was manipulating the air currents. The Firefox had heated the surrounding air with its fur, effectively dispersing the sweet aroma above the battlefield. This was the preparation Link had initiated upon realizing that his opponent was a grass-type spirit. In reality, employing dust and scent-based moves against a fire-type spirit was a grave error. By leveraging the elemental attributes and the unique traits of the spirits to counter hidden maneuvers, Xiaoshun's elegance was once again reduced by 5 points. But the onslaught was not yet over. Poison Rose. Use Life Droplet. Chapter 78. The Master of Counter Attributes, Xiaoyu. Can grass types also learn Life Droplet? Link suddenly began to doubt his ability to encounter an array of inexplicable combinations in the Grand Festival. As Poison Rose swirled gracefully, it was soon enveloped by a protective barrier of healing energy. The star-shaped barrage, having collided with magical leaves, found it exceedingly difficult to penetrate this shield. Despite being merely a restorative move, it compelled Xiaoshun to adopt a defensive stance, resulting in further deduction of points for Link. Yet, this tactic of using non-type moves without sustaining damage bore its consequences. The Firefox activated Miracle Eye, revealing the flaw in Life Droplet. It immediately altered the trajectory of the star-shaped barrage to concentrate its assault on Poison Rose, simultaneously relinquishing focus on High-Speed Star to break through Life Droplet and seal it away. Just as a multitude of projectiles was on the verge of being neutralized by the water barrier, Life Droplet suddenly shattered on its own accord. The barrage infused with fire-type energy pierced through the unexpectedly crumbling shield, delivering a devastating blow to Poison Rose. With just this single strike, it diminished the opponent's elegance by nearly half. The relentless onslaught from the tenacious opponent left Xiaoshun feeling cornered. This fast-paced battle was far removed from the elegant contests he was accustomed to. Rather than a display of grace, it resembled a formal Pokémon battle. Yet, he could not deny that the opponent's rapid-fire tactics retained an air of elegance and splendor. It was far too early to concede. Poison Rose used telekinesis. Just as Xiaoshun resolved to make a desperate counterattack, the Firefox's psychic abilities seized Poison Rose, flinging the unsteady opponent out of the arena. The elegant battle abruptly came to a halt. Although the Firefox had unleashed a torrent of moves, at first glance, It seemed that only high-speed star and telekinesis shattered the opponent's dreams of grandeur, with the hostess commentary struggling to keep pace with its speed of execution. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, continuously cheering for the performance of the Fire Fox. Link and the Fire Fox waved to the crowd before retreating to the contestants' lounge. How does it feel to have your first grand battle? The Fire Fox felt that the opponent was not particularly formidable. They could have played with greater ease. He couldn't help but chuckle, thinking that winning against a minor opponent was no different from defeating a mere Pikachu on the roadside. Then let us adjust our tactics according to the strength of our adversaries. If they are relatively weak, we shall play a little longer. However, Link instinctively glanced at the stage where the battle between Howley and the Power Chicken was causing cracks to form in the ground, realizing that their subsequent opponents would undoubtedly be of a much higher caliber. Wait a moment. He observed the splendid duel between Xiao Yao and Goman, suddenly noticing something was amiss with the latter's Power Chicken. Not only was its aura overwhelming, capable of lifting great weights, but its speed was also ghostly swift, leaving the opponent as Howley utterly unable to respond, rendering it a mere plaything with no opportunity to strike. Could this be the legendary Accelerated Turkey? Aren't the starter Pokémon only granted the abilities of Mighty Grass, Mighty Fire, and Mighty Water? Did Dr. Oda give his daughter a cheat? Well, that seems quite plausible. The first round of the grand battle concluded swiftly, leaving the final four as Link, Lucia, Xiaoyu, and Xiao Yao. Unfortunately for Link, luck was not on his side. He did not draw the weakest Lucia, but rather encountered Xiaoyu in the semifinals unexpectedly. Another fiery clash awaited. Yet the circumstances were vastly different. Upon seeing his opponent, he hastily arranged a tactical briefing for the Fire Fox. Our next adversary counters you. We must proceed with caution. Isn't the Forest Lizard a grass type? Type advantages do not dictate everything in battle. The Forest Lizard possesses remarkable speed, making it difficult to be caught by telekinesis. Its special attack is exceptionally high, adept at utilizing sharp moves to exploit vulnerabilities. If it closes in and finds an opening, the battle could swiftly conclude. While grass types in the game are often limited in moves, the Forest Lizard in reality can compensate for this deficiency with skill. If every strike lands as a critical hit, the grass type's piercing capability is only marginally affected, especially when considering maneuvers like infusing flying energy into Leaf Blade. Any Pokémon capable of executing Gigantamax flying charges unlikely to be feeble. The Fire Fox, having just felt a surge of pride, nodded seriously, acknowledging the strength of its opponent. The intermission soon came to an end, as Link and Xiaoyu approached the stage, commencing this splendid battle at the referee's signal. Go, Forest Lizard. Fire Fox, prepare for battle. The two Pokémon entered the arena. Upon realizing that its opponent was such a diminutive creature, the Forest Lizard could not help but feel a sense of disdain, pulling out a twig adorned with leaves to hold in its mouth. Cool. Forest Lizard. So cool. The fiery fox's gaze flickered, captivated by the delectable sight before it, contemplating whether to utilize its psychic power to procure it later. Forest Lizard, accelerate. In this splendid duel, Xiaoyu immediately instructed the sprite to exploit its inherent speed advantage. The already swift and agile Forest Lizard relaxed its body, further enhancing its velocity, and in the blink of an eye, it surged forward, covering a considerable portion of the battlefield. In this dazzling confrontation, allowing the Forest Lizard to close the distance posed a grave danger. Thus, the fiery fox recited a spell of fortune while employing Try Again to disrupt its opponent's choices. However, this once infallible technique, effective even against gym leaders for about 2 seconds, encountered an unprecedented obstacle. The Forest Lizard appeared utterly immune to Try Again, exhibiting no signs of influence. Instead, it seized the opportunity to use Shadow Clone, creating numerous afterimages to encircle the fiery fox. Yet, this misstep inadvertently afforded the latter a glimmer of opportunity. Under the effect of Miracle Eye, the fiery fox instantaneously discerned the true Forest Lizard amidst the myriad afterimages, launching Illusion Ray directly at the unsuspecting adversary. However, just as the attack was about to strike, the Forest Lizard deftly evaded, skillfully avoiding the onslaught while dramatically closing the gap. Leaf Blade. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu commanded the opposite type move. As the battle transitioned to close quarters, the swifter and more agile Forest Lizard held the advantage. Yet, upon receiving the command, the Forest Lizard's pupils dilated in surprise, losing its composure and failing to initiate an attack in time. The branch it had been clutching had inexplicably vanished. Panic. Forest Lizard. Panic. Realizing the branch's disappearance, the Forest Lizard was momentarily stunned, and the fiery fox seized this opportunity. Having approached from behind, it unleashed a powerful fire, while the fiery fox remaining in place erupted into a fierce blaze, akin to a bomb. Caught in this encirclement, the Forest Lizard, now devoid of its branch, no longer underestimated its opponent. It seemed to shed the weight of anxiety and entered the fray lightly armed, pushing its speed and reflexes beyond their limits. Chapter 79, A Splendid Reversal. Disappeared? The intense offense and defense left the audience and commentators breathless, and just as they pondered the forest lizard's whereabouts, it employed the same trick again, creating 4 shadow clones to disrupt the fiery fox while launching an attack. This time, lightning crackled on its leaf blade, infusing the energy of Thunder Punch into its assault. Which one is the real one? Under the scrutiny of Miracle Eye, these forest lizard forms were not mere clones. Each was a tangible, genuine entity. By discarding the branch to trigger light armor, the forest lizard had ingeniously created real afterimages purely through sheer speed. Even though each strike was akin to a mere scraping, the power unleashed after the 4th execution of Leaf Blade was undeniably formidable. Although the damage might be dispersed when targeting multiple opponents, rendering it less than maximum, it was more than adequate to confront an adversary overwhelmed by levels. The firefox was sliced into several pieces before it could even react, severed by 4 leaf blades. Wait, several pieces? Quickly dodge, Xiaoyu shouted urgently. Yet, it was too late. This firefox was but an illusion, a manifestation of the new technique Flame Trap that Link had derived from its Flame Guard yesterday. By using the charged flames as bait, it lured the opponent into an assault, catching them off guard and inflicting damage with a chance of burn. The moment it was attacked, the explosion had already been triggered. This ambush, cleverly set in the psychological blind spot, successfully ensnared the forest lizard, marking the first instance of damage in this splendid battle. Nevertheless, the forest lizard, with its reflexes 7 times swifter, managed to react in time, retreating with a quick defense before sustaining further harm. The damage from this flame trap was negligible and could hardly induce a burn. Acknowledging the unpredictable nature of their opponent's techniques, both Xiaoyu and the forest lizard had to exercise greater caution, meticulously searching for any signs of their adversary's movements. In such circumstances, Link could not remain hidden indefinitely, as it would incur a deduction in style points. Soon enough, the firefox would have to initiate an attack. They needed to maintain extraordinary focus, maximizing their efforts to avoid being struck by moves that countered their type. The firefox was indeed still present, yet the situation had turned dire. Link glanced at Xiaoyu's forest lizard, no matter how he analyzed it. The conclusion was inescapable. The firefox would be eliminated upon revealing itself. Instinctively, he raised his gaze to the rapidly diminishing style points of both sides, formulating a strategy in his mind. Trainer Shaolin had sent forth Trainer Shaolin. It was he who personally took to the field. Channeling basic water psychic power to its full extent, he produced a torrent of water at the cost of overloading. The concealed firefox seized control of the water through psychic power, directing it toward the still observing forest lizard. Split. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoyu furrowed her brow. Where did that water come from? It was one thing for a grass type like Poison Rose, but could a fire-type Pokémon also wield water-type moves? The leaf blade ruthlessly cleaved through the rushing water aimed at the forest lizard. However, water itself lacked any definitive shape, and in the next moment, it attempted to form a water sphere to ensnare the forest lizard within. Yet, this sluggish assault bore no effect on the nimble forest lizard, which leaped backward, evading the water manipulated by psychic power. Both Link and the firefox understood that such a mere tactic was insufficient to contend with an opponent of such agility. Therefore, the firefox boldly revealed itself. It turned out it had been lurking just a short distance from the trainer all along, employing some unknown technique to conceal its presence. The question arises, is this firefox genuine? Xiaoyu cannot help but hesitate. Yet, one cannot employ the same tactic a third time, can they? Should he resort to such a familiar strategy for the third time? Even if he harbors no objections, the judges would undoubtedly diminish Link's flamboyant score. Thus, he chooses to place his faith in the speed of the forest lizard. Go. Vacuum Wave. Having learned from previous experiences, the forest lizard refrains from engaging in close combat before confirming the firefox's identity. Instead, it gathers its determination and swings its leaf blade at supersonic speed, unleashing a series of shockwaves that break the sound barrier. The vacuum air blades sweep toward the firefox. But this maneuver appears to encompass the trainer within its attack range as well. Had it been Link from 3 weeks prior, he would have faced certain demise. However, he has undergone a remarkable transformation, no longer the frail boy who could barely muster the strength to compete. Sensing the impending danger, he hastily retreats from the opponent's attack range. Meanwhile, the firefox continues to manipulate water with psychic, capturing its adversary while simultaneously elevating itself to evade the vacuum wave. A splendid opportunity. The forest lizard charges forth with all its might. Yet, in an instant, it is seized by an unexpected surge of powerful psychic, rendering it immobile. The flowing water quickly encircles the forest lizard, making this one of the most likely paths to victory. Even if the forest lizard's level is triple that of the firefox, it still requires breath. By focusing intently on the psychic control of water, the forest lizard could be rendered incapacitated by asphyxiation. What cunning tactics! Shaolin's firefox has managed to execute a third psychic while maintaining focus on 2 fronts. The host, Vivian, gasps in astonishment at the firefox's mental prowess. Su Muzo exclaims, I like this. Meanwhile, Joy discerns the underlying strategy. It is not as it seems. The Firefox previously concealed its form while using Future Sight, preemptively releasing an attack and luring the forest lizard into a trap, a truly unexpected tactic. Vivian realizes, I see now, Shaolin has significantly reduced Xiao Yu's flamboyant score, leaving the opponent in a precarious state. It appears the victor of this splendid battle has been determined. However, before her words can settle, the stage undergoes another transformation. The forest lizard invokes grassy terrain. In a moment of quick thinking, Xiao Yu commands the sprite to unleash a terrain-based move. The stage of the grand competition is soon awash in verdant grass, bestowing vitality upon both contestants. This move clearly cannot avert the damage caused by asphyxiation. Its true purpose lies in the subsequent maneuver, Giga Drain. The forest lizard's expression sharpens as it extends its palms and the suction cups on its feet, drawing in the surrounding moisture with all its might, channeling it through its leaf blade, tail, and the leaves atop its head to transfer the absorbed water to the grassy terrain. With each surge of suction, the water sphere encasing it begins to dissipate at a visibly rapid pace. In a dramatic turn of events, the stakes were perilously high as one side's remaining elegance points were entirely depleted, leading to a resounding victory through the mechanics of the elegant battle. Indeed, as the elegance points were on the verge of being annihilated, a brilliant blaze engulfed the entire stage. Chapter 80. Is it? No, it is. Link wholeheartedly agreed with the sentiment that elegant battles are a duet between trainers and their Pokémon. Thus, as a trainer, it was perfectly acceptable for him to personally intervene, was it not? Having caught a glimpse of the elegance meter beforehand, he realized that both sides were on the brink of collapse, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Link became aware of an overlooked strategy to secure victory despite level suppression, the move. After a week of transformation, 12142, he began to channel all his mental fortitude, physical stamina, and emotions through the badge to the Firefox at the moment it ensnared the forest lizard with a water sphere. The Firefox understood instantly, deciding to conclude the battle with a stunning finishing move. Oh my, the host, Vivian, was left agape by the forest lizard's astonishing maneuver. It had ingeniously utilized its grass-type body as a conduit to transfer moisture to the grassy terrain. I love this, exclaimed Sujimura. This is utterly remarkable. It is a perfect utilization of the grass-type Pokemon's characteristics. Look, Little Lin's elegance points have been instantly cleared. Before the words could settle, an unforeseen transformation occurred. As the water sphere dissolved at a visible pace, Link and the Firefox radiated with sparks, releasing them across the elegant battle stage, igniting the ever-growing grassy terrain that the forest lizard had blessed into a raging inferno. Flames soared, and fiery brilliance erupted. The petite form of the Firefox unleashed an unimaginable surge of fire-type energy, coalescing into a massive fireball with a radius of over 10 meters, resembling the blazing sun on the horizon. In the next instant, that colossal crimson fireball, under the Firefox's command, descended upon the stage. Super Ultimate Explosion Fireball. The sun descended from the sky, far exceeding the Firefox's move limit, engulfing the water sphere, the grass, and the entire elegant battle stage in a fiery embrace. After a brief moment, when the roar, explosion, and flames dissipated, both the Firefox and the forest lizard astonishingly remained standing. This seemingly unfathomable colossal fireball had not even left a dent in the elegant battle stage, perfectly aligning with the coordinator's style. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that this was a spectacle of sheer elegance. I love this, exclaimed Sujimura. As the elegant battle reached this point, neither trainer emerged victorious, yet their elegance points had been continuously diminished through rapid attacks, reversals, and unexpected strategies, with one side's elegance points ultimately reduced to 0. As Vivian elucidated, the audience directed their gaze towards the opulent screen displaying the grandeur values above the stage, noting that the figures were remarkably close, almost indistinguishable. Consequently, the staff magnified the images on the screen, revealing the victor of this semi-final match. Moments later, the screen showcased the images of Xiao Yu and the forest lizard. Xiao Yu clenched his fists in delight. Indeed, he was the champion. However, he soon realized that his grandeur value meter was completely empty, displaying a disheartening 0. The staff then enlarged the images of Link and the Firefox, showcasing their grandeur value meter. 25. Vivian joyfully announced, "It is he. The victor has emerged, Link and the Firefox." The ability to absorb water using the grassland technique was astonishing, nearly leading to defeat at the hands of the forest lizard, yet Link's superior skills prevailed. A sense of relief washed over Link as he swiftly lifted the little fox to restore its energy. Indeed, skill prevails. Amidst the judges' evaluations and the audience's cheers, Link and the fox returned to the backstage lounge. Xiao Yu remained, exhibiting no apparent disappointment, instead excitedly running up to him. "Xiaolin, you and the Firefox are both amazing. Let us battle again at the next grandeur competition." "Absolutely. I plan to participate in the event at Greenshade Town." As Link contemplated devising a strategy to counter the forest lizard's extraordinary speed next time, he instinctively inquired, "If I am not mistaken, This forest lizard should possess the lightweight ability, right? Aren't beginner Pokémon limited to common abilities? So, you're utilizing my gym leader father's advantage, are you? Xiaoyu scratched his head in response. No? The forest lizard only has one ability, overgrow. As for why its speed and reaction are so exceptional, it is not innate. Last week, after Xiaoyu assisted the employees of Devon Corporation in retrieving documents, he was entrusted by President Zivchi to deliver a message to Champion Steven in the stone cave of Marshalltown. Later, Steven took him to observe the murals in the cave while training Pokémon and mining stones. During that time, the forest lizard, equipped with a heavy item, trained its strength, and by the end of the training, not only did its strength improve, but its speed also seemed to have transcended certain limitations. Even outside of forest environments, the forest lizard could fully exhibit its speed and agility. I see, Link mused. Reflecting on the Pokédex entry of the forest lizard inhabits dense forests and is a master climber, capable of leaping between branches to approach its prey. It can gracefully navigate the limbs of towering trees, with well-developed thigh muscles providing astonishing explosive power and leaping ability. No matter how fast a Pokémon may be, it cannot catch the forest lizard in the woods. The so-called lightweight characteristic is not merely about carrying tools. Rather, it emphasizes the necessity for the forest lizard to master combat techniques beyond the confines of the woodland. In this light, it appears that the acceleration ability of Koyoko's sturdy chick was likely inspired by training alongside the vine. A living testament stands before us, affirming that characteristics can indeed be cultivated and acquired over time. As for the Firefox's dream characteristic, it seems that, in a certain sense, it activated the magician trait upon its very birth. Presently, the forest lizard is fixated on the Firefox, causing the mere 3-week-old creature to feel somewhat intimidated, instinctively climbing onto its trainer's shoulder. Speaking of which, did you take the forest lizard's twig? Perhaps you should return it. The Firefox, suddenly enlightened, retrieved a twig from its tail and, using psychic power, handed it over to the forest lizard. The latter, with a complex array of emotions, regarded the twig in its grasp but refrained from instinctively grasping it with its mouth, instead choosing to store it away. Link, how audacious. Why the disdain? Well, since we have some time to spare, let us observe the magnificent battle between Koyoko and Ryukiya. With a contemplative sigh, he accompanied the Firefox to watch, pondering how, having already employed a move, he would be utterly confounded in his next encounter with Koyoko. To his surprise, both he and Koyoko were astonished to learn that Koyoko had lost to Ryukiya's seemingly weak Swablu. Upon inquiry post-battle, it became evident that Koyoko's defeat was not without justification. Ryukiya's Swablu not only excelled in singing, acrobatics, and charming voice, but also had the ability to create mist to obscure its opponent's vision. Although Koyoko drew inspiration from Link's method of dispelling the sweet aroma, allowing the sturdy chick to clear the mist with its explosive energy, it was soon discovered that the opponent's Swablu had already soared into the air, utilizing Shadow Clone to buy time and continuously amplify the power of Echo. The result was that Koyoko had scarcely the opportunity to unleash its strength before succumbing. Alas, it seems imperative to devise strategies to confront aerial adversaries. Indeed, if not for the three-dimensional environment, the forest lizard's tactics would have been significantly hindered, preventing it from exerting its full potential. This is an unfortunate reality. Fortunately, both the fiery chicken and the lizard king possess remarkable agility and speed, which will, to some extent, allow them to contend with flying-type Pokémon when they eventually evolve to their final stages. Moreover, the sturdy chick can master rock-type skills such as Rock Slide, and if it could address its weaknesses in advance, this battle would not have proven so arduous. That said, Link recognizes that, as a trainer, he still has much to learn. Both Koyoko and you have already, with the assistance of Daigo and the Vine, enabled their newly acquired starter Pokémon to attain dual characteristics this month, while he himself lacks any clear direction. When it comes to training Pokémon that cannot yet participate in competitive battles, it is evident that there are always individuals beyond one's own capabilities, and realms beyond one's own comprehension. He has yet to fully comprehend how the forest lizard, under the command of Xiaoyu, executed the ultimate absorption to channel water to the green meadow. Without unraveling this mystery, he finds himself disinclined to participate in the competition. In truth, it was merely a moment of inspiration. He believed in the forest lizard's capabilities, and thus it achieved the seemingly impossible. Xiaoyu, pondering the curiosity of others, deduced the principle behind that technique after much contemplation. The forest lizard did not absorb the water, but rather guided it to the grassland with its own body. Of course, this feat is intrinsically linked to the lizard's unwavering effort, as it was the culmination of rigorous training and the trainer's trust that enabled it to conceive such an extreme approach in that fleeting moment. Upon hearing this, Link felt particularly exasperated. Was it really this inexplicable burst of whimsy and idealism that nearly cost him a glorious battle? He now understood how Ash had felt when facing opponents who relied on luck and opportunism to conjure their ingenious strategies. What a psychological ordeal this was. Ultimately, Link decided to add Xiao Yu and Xiao Yao as friends on his navigator, hoping to seize opportunities to battle them multiple times to acclimate himself to this almost incomprehensible style of competition, all in pursuit of reaching the pinnacle of being a trainer in the future. Before long, the final moments of respite were spent in contemplation by the trainers regarding the cultivation of their Pokémon. At last, the day had arrived for the climactic showdown of the Grand Tournament, featuring Link and his fiery fox against the immensely popular contestant, Liyuki, and her partner, Xiao Qingqing. Even before the competitors took the stage, Link could hear the audience erupting in waves of fervent cheers, reminiscent of the fervent fanatics on Earth in a previous life. The subtle similarities between Earth and the Pokémon world were notable, yet the coordinators in this realm were not akin to the modern crowd that struggled with basic Mandarin, stumbled over lines, and displayed a lack of emotion, merely reading in a monotonous tone. They were utterly inept except for their connections and capital, excelling only in inflating fees, evading taxes, and aiding in money laundering. Despite Link's belief that the fiery fox held an advantage over the cotton bird, he did not underestimate the descendants of the water tribe, who had yet to falter. As both coordinators took the stage, the audience's enthusiasm surged to new heights. Xiao Qingqing, star of the heavens. Liyuki, a wondrous dream. Yet, among the crowd, some prominent spectators chose to rally behind him. I love you, fiery fox. Quickly use your superpowers to hypnotize me. Link's emotions were complex. He felt it would have been better had there been no audience at all. Thus, he covered the fiery fox's ears, advising, do not heed the audience. Consider them mere distractions. Meanwhile, the fire-breathing meow within its Pokeball excitedly observed everything, its eyes shimmering with a desire for such raucous cheers. Once this grand tournament concluded, it would insist on discussing its own moment to shine with the trainer. As both parties took their positions, the final chapter of the grand tournament commenced. Shine brightly, Xiao Qingqing. Fiery fox, prepare for battle. As the fiery fox and the azure bird descended into the arena, even the spectator Lucia outside the venue began to revel in the excitement. It was showtime. The audience raised their support sticks in unison, and the azure bird immediately got into the zone, experiencing an enhancement in its special attack and a remarkable boost in defensive capabilities. Link remarked, what on earth is this? Regardless, he was unwilling to indulge his opponent's extravagant display of effort. The fiery fox began to chant towards the heavens, manipulating the atmospheric conditions within the stage's confines with its psychic abilities, causing the water particles suspended in the air to coalesce into a torrential downpour. Indeed, even a fire-type sprite could command the rain dance. Lucia, who was fervently trying to elevate the atmosphere, was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating such a turn of events. Rain was the bane of any singer. As the dense curtain of rain cascaded down, the azure bird's fluffy, cloud-like feathers became instantly drenched. Meanwhile, the fiery fox, assisted by its high temperature, formed a protective barrier on its surface that repelled the rain, continuously emitting a haze of steam around it. Although this was not an offensive move, Link's alteration of the environment swiftly diminished Lucia's flamboyance. Yet, Lucia, a true descendant of the water tribe, was well acquainted with water-type sprites and adeptly executed her own water-type moves. The soaked azure bird began to dance gracefully in the air, singing while invoking its mysterious guardian, which conjured an ethereal mist to shield it from the unexpected downpour. Simultaneously, the damp feathers were discarded like clouds, aimed at the fiery fox in an attempt to impede its speed. In mere moments, the azure bird had transformed, appearing renewed. Link inwardly scoffed at how many techniques his opponent had unleashed in such a brief interval, prompting the fiery fox to respond in kind. The versatile psychic intercepted the azure bird's feather dance, amalgamating the drenched feathers into a clump, which was then woven into a massive white net that descended upon the azure bird. Unfortunately, the latter's speed had increased drastically, allowing it to evade the net's grasp time and again, and instead, it launched an ice beam through the gaps towards the fiery fox. Chapter 82, Talent Scout Akita. Ice Beam. Link's eyes flickered as he established a quantum entanglement communication with his fiery fox in that fleeting moment. The fiery fox reshaped its feathers into an impenetrable wall, obstructing the opponent's attack and line of sight. As Lucia and the azure bird broke through the feather barrier, they discovered that the fiery fox had vanished, concealed by the illusion beam. Where could the opponent have gone? Before Lucia could react, the fiery fox reappeared beneath the azure bird, executing Ice Beam through mimicry. The protective mysterious guardian, which had shielded the azure bird from anomalies and disruptions, crumbled and dissipated upon contact with the beam, as though the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. In the next instant, the unerring frozen ray, retaining its full potency, struck the re-entering rain-soaked Swablu, encasing it in a block of ice. Lyra's elegance diminished sharply, yet there remained a glimmer of hope for redemption. The Swablu, trapped within its icy prison, turned it into a shield and unleashed charming voice and echoed voice as piercing counterattacks. However, such a degree of retaliation was well within Link's calculations. Victory was within reach. Hypnosis. The repeatedly successful hypnosis once again fulfilled its intended purpose, successfully putting the Swablu, which failed to impose a level advantage over the Fire Fox, into a deep slumber, silencing its melodic repertoire. Although Lyra's elegance still had some remnants, her Pokémon had lost its combat capability, rendering her unable to continue in the Grand Contest. Thus, the champion of the Grand Contest was declared, Link and the Fire Fox, whose strength and skill were incomparable to Lyra's. Initially stunned, the audience fell into silence, but soon erupted into even more fervent cheers than when they supported Lyra, triumphing against the odds, showcasing the essence of the Pokémon. And achieving victory through adept skill and strategy underscored the true spirit of the grand battle. The first Grand Contest of Link's life concluded successfully, with the Fire Fox receiving a ribbon medal as a reward. Though endorsements and advertisements based on this achievement had yet to materialize, Link decided to treat himself to a fine meal to commemorate this significant day. However, just as he stepped outside, he was intercepted by a portly man in tropical attire and sunglasses. "Hello there, young Link. I'm Ashida, a talent scout, professional agent, and developer, as well as a fan of you and the Fire Fox." Upon hearing this, the Fire Fox curiously peeked out, intrigued by its first admirer. The man fanned himself and remarked, "It's sweltering. I have air conditioning in my car. How about we discuss your battle in detail?" Ashida. The name struck a familiar chord with Link, as he quickly recalled the individual who developed the battle frontier in the Hoenn region in the Ruby and Sapphire versions. Sure. Link agreed without hesitation, joining Ashida in the car parked near the Grand Contest venue. During the ride, Ashida recounted a previous battle he witnessed in Canalave City between Link and Dawn. He expressed admiration for Link's remarkable feat of defeating Dawn's 4 powerful Pokémon using only a Fire Fox and a Poplio. Unfortunately, before Ashida could further engage with Link, he was taken back to the police station by Miss June Shaw of Canalave City, falling into a state of isolation. When Ashida eventually sought Link again, he discovered that they had just missed each other, as Link had already boarded a ship bound for the Sinnoh region. "Were you also at the Canalave gym during that time?" "Yes, but I was in the audience. You may not have noticed me." Link pondered for a moment, realizing that he had scarcely paid attention to the audience, as his thoughts were wholly consumed by the sprite before him, indifferent to the irrelevant bystanders. Just then, the temperature within the vehicle finally dropped due to the air conditioning, allowing Ashida to relax considerably. "However, I have been keeping an eye on you all along," he remarked, removing his glasses as if to scrutinize Link, whom he regarded as an exceptionally gifted novice trainer. As a talent scout, gathering information was of paramount importance. Upon recognizing Link's potential, Ashida promptly mobilized a team to investigate him, swiftly uncovering Link's effortless victory over the Snow Peak Gym's Xiaosong, followed shortly by his commanding triumph at the Battle Factory within a mere day. Although Link's whereabouts became increasingly erratic thereafter, fate soon brought them together at the venue of the Grand Festival. To prevent this talent from slipping through his fingers again, Ashida candidly expressed his intentions. "Shaolin, I have long aspired to elevate Pokémon battles into a highly professional competitive sport. Thus, I have established a battle development zone in the Kanto region and am currently seeking 7 pioneering minds for this venture." To date, Ashida had already identified 4 outstanding trainers: the Water Queen, the Pyramid Pharaoh, and the Palace Guardian. However, candidates for the Factory Head, Arena Master, Battle Tower Champion, and the Superstar of the Dome remained elusive. Yet, after witnessing Link's battle prowess, Ashida was resolute. "Shaolin, I wish to invite you to become a pioneering mind in the battle development zone and join me in elevating Pokémon battles to the pinnacle of competitive sports." "Sure," Link replied without hesitation. "Wait, don't rush into anything." Ashida began to elaborate on matters concerning salary, benefits, insurance, and other details, only to realize that the youth had agreed without uttering a single question. He had not even dangled the bait of legendary Pokémon information yet. Link considered how intriguing it was to engage in battles regularly. What could be so objectionable? "I mean, I agree, but I have a few conditions." Ashida listened intently. "Firstly, I have little interest in the Battle Factory. I am far more inclined toward the Battle Tower. The Battle Tower is where champions work after retirement, as noted in the Dan Emperor's biography. Secondly, my current abilities are insufficient for the role of a pioneering mind. I require over a year to become competent. Lastly, I am presently occupied with numerous tasks and responsibilities. Without assistance, I cannot fully commit to other endeavors." The quest to find the homeland of the savage fish Pokémon seemed interminable, and in pursuit of fulfilling its wishes, Link had utilized all available resources. The Battle Tower. Ashida contemplated, already having a suitable candidate in mind, someone capable of communicating with Pokémon on a profound level. In truth, the Battle Factory was also a possibility. Link pondered for a moment before adding, "However, I require exceptionally skilled programmers who can continuously refine the data and battle systems of those virtual sprites according to my specifications." Upon hearing this, Ashida's expression brightened instantly. "Certainly. Moreover, by selecting the Battle Factory, your only weakness as a novice trainer can be mitigated, allowing you to commence employment immediately, even remotely. Chapter 83. Rebirth as the leader of a factory in the Pokémon world. Once it was confirmed that Link had an interest in this area, Ashida swiftly elaborated on the various benefits and privileges associated with being the head of the Battle Development Zone. The salary was, of course, a given. He was a renowned developer in both the Kanto and Hoenn regions, deeply passionate about battles, and would never shortchange the trainers under his wing. The provisions related to Pokémon, such as food, berries, nutritional items, and held items, were abundant, with a monthly allocation provided free of charge, alongside significant discounts for internal personnel purchases. The availability of Pokeballs was equally comprehensive. Apart from the rare and special Pokeballs, both the Silver Company and Devon Corporation, as well as handcrafted berry balls, could be supplied. Furthermore, the Battle Development Zone employed a substantial number of professional breeders who could offer comprehensive care and services for trainers' Pokémon. There was even an annual opportunity for trainers to invite masters to provide intensive training for their Pokémon. In summary, anything a trainer might need, upon application and analysis deemed beneficial for battles, would be meticulously catered to by the Battle Development Zone, allowing them to focus solely on their battles. This applied equally to the battle factory leaders who utilized computers and projections for simulated battles. In addition to these offerings, the Battle Development Zone could provide intelligence on legendary Pokémon, aiding trainers in capturing or befriending them, provided that relevant information was available. Regarding Link's mention of the cold waters and the striped base, Ashida readily agreed. As he had just stated, as a talent scout, he was adept at gathering information through financial means. Is there truly such a delightful opportunity? After listening to Ashida's explanation, Link found himself somewhat skeptical. What benefit do you derive from this? Is it merely to advance the battle industry? Of course, it is driven by a passion for battles. Ashida replied confidently. He then added, perhaps you are unaware, but the popularity of industries associated with Pokémon battles far exceeds your imagination, yielding economic benefits, job creation, and technological advancements that are nearly unparalleled by any other field. It may appear as if I am spending money recklessly, but each component and step generates a continuous stream of profit, with the League also providing substantial support for relevant projects. However, my motivations extend beyond mere financial gain. I am someone who perfectly intertwines my passions with my career, making this endeavor more humane than many other related industries. Link could not help but internally marvel at the splendid environment that could only arise from a semi-utopian society. He expressed his gratitude once more to the alpaca for creating such a world. Well then, I have no further questions, he thought contentedly, relieved that he no longer had to worry about survival and transportation. However, Ashida mysteriously produced 2 handheld consoles and a data cable, stating, Shaolin, your achievements are indeed dazzling, but we must conduct a brief assessment before your employment commences. Upon receiving the handheld device thrust into his hands, Link felt an indescribable mix of emotions. Half an hour later, Ashida inquired, how did you battle? What does it mean to use Aura Sphere without targeting Snorlax during close combat? Was it not said that having a team composed entirely of the same type of Pokémon grants strength? Sighing, Ashida reflected, you will eventually be my superior. Is this truly the right approach? Shall I allow you to battle 4 against 3 instead? No, that won't be necessary. With repeated defeats, Ashida pressed his head against the car window, his reflection in the glass revealing a visage of despair. This half hour had only served to reaffirm that someone's capabilities in simulated battles were even more formidable than anticipated, devoid of any other significance. Taking a deep breath to recalibrate his mindset, Ashida intended to retrieve the contract and discuss it with Link in detail when he noticed a commotion outside the museum. Shaolin, haha, you better fasten your seatbelt. What? Phew. Before he could finish, Ashida accelerated the vehicle toward the Ocean Science Museum on the eastern side of the Grand Festival venue with astonishing speed. Fum. Link never expected that vehicles in the Pokémon world could also exhibit such high-speed movement. Moments later, the pair arrived at the museum, now surrounded by throngs of people, reporters, and Junsha. They learned that the Lava Team had forcibly entered and taken Director Namo hostage. Currently, the museum's entrance was barricaded by members of the Lava Team, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. Junsha and a Rapidash were inside, demanding the immediate release of the hostages. How strange. What could the Lava Team possibly want with the Ocean Museum? Ashida mused, rolling up the car window against the wave of heat, perplexed by their reckless actions. According to his records, both Akai and Mizuki were generally decent individuals, yet they had become increasingly radical in recent years, disregarding the order and laws of the League. Though he cherished the beautiful land of the Hoenn region, those 2 organizations had indeed gone too far. Link sighed, realizing that, while Akai and Mizuki's intentions were noble, their execution had gone awry, leaving them with a chance for redemption afterward. Yet, he pondered, why were they not imprisoned? The laws of the Pokémon world were indeed perplexing, as he recalled a certain movie where a pair of female thieves had caused the demise of a legendary Pokémon and nearly destroyed a city, only to end up with mere imprisonment. The sharp-eyed Fennekin suddenly stirred. Fu. He turned his gaze towards the sound and caught sight of several furtive figures. Although the overcoats they wore provided a degree of concealment, after being alerted by the Fire Fox, Link noticed the occasional glimpse of ocean-themed attire peeking from beneath their garments. What business did the Ocean Team have amidst the Lava Team's clandestine acquisition of submarine parts? Pondering this, he resolved to gather intelligence from the Ocean Team's perspective, intending to apply pressure on the two extremist environmental organizations. As for Yaida and the matter of the contract, that could wait until tonight. Having formulated a plan, he ensured his escape route was secure before promptly disembarking from the vehicle, scanning his surroundings for a telephone booth where he could transform, much like Dolphin Hero. "What's the matter, Shaolin?" Yaida inquired urgently as he rolled down the car window. "Is there something pressing that requires immediate attention? I spotted members of the Ocean Team and intend to infiltrate their ranks to ascertain their intentions. Meet me at the Pokémon Center tonight," he replied hurriedly before departing. In a secluded corner, he utilized the Fire Fox's illusion ray to complete his transformation. Upon re-emerging, the aspiring trainer, previously focused on the Sunny Team, had transformed into a trainer of the Rain Team, accompanied by a small Snorlax. 007, Flame Pine. Age, 34. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Gender, male. Ruby and Sapphire setting, leader of the Lava Team. Trainer type, Fire. Male, 34 years. Do not refer to him as boss. He must be addressed as leader. Though imbued with a strong sense of justice, his actions occasionally veer into morally questionable territory. His name is inspired by the Matsutake mushroom, a member of the dicotyledonous plant family. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire setting, leader of the Lava Team. Keywords: short stature, intellectual, clever, slender build, obsessive, tenacious disposition, cleanliness. Immaculate appearance, uniform hairstyle and attire, glasses. The original impression, aside from appearance, is not retained in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. Chapter 84, Fufu, Weave struck it rich. At the street corner, three individuals clad in blue team uniforms were covertly observing the situation at the Ocean Science Museum. As ideological adversaries to the Lava Team, the Ocean Team was particularly attuned to their rivals' movements. Upon hearing that the Lava Team intended to seize components utilizing a novel technology from the Devon Corporation, they had preemptively positioned themselves to ambush. Since the Lava Team seemed confident in their ability to escape the encirclement of onlookers and enthusiastic trainers, there must be someone set to assist them. Identifying and defeating that accomplice would nullify the Lava Team's scheme. A few weeks prior, their operation in Mosui Town had failed due to early warning given to the police by the Lava Team. This time, they were determined to ensure the adversaries tasted defeat. Approaching the trio stealthily using the Fire Fox's ability to distort light, Link was taken aback to discover that this was merely the first part of a two-part story. The two malevolent organizations exhibit a surprising level of civility, their opposing ideologies manifesting in the peculiar method of reporting their rivals' movements to Junsha. Indeed, had it not been for the interference of the police, that band of pirates would have undoubtedly met their demise, and their vessels would have fallen into our possession. Alas, it is the overly lenient tactics of the authorities that embolden those ruffians. Although the joint operation between Junsha and the international police successfully unearthed all smuggled goods and rescued the kidnapped passengers, a clash with the Oceanic Team allowed a small faction of pirates to escape. As for those apprehended by law enforcement, they faced no capital punishment. Instead, they were subjected to mere labor reform. Had the Oceanic Team been in charge of adjudicating these vile individuals who dared to insult the vast beauty of Hoenn seas, they would never have been granted the chance to disembark alive. Link, observing discreetly, overheard numerous accounts of the struggles faced by the Oceanic Team in their confrontations with pirates, particularly a legendary figure known as the Phantom Pirate. Yet, this organization, which professes to protect the resplendent seas, is not without its own transgressions, having engaged in smuggling and attacks on oil extraction equipment, albeit without harming elves or the environment, striving to minimize human casualties. Recently, the Oceanic Team has acquired ancient documents purportedly left behind by the Hoenn people thousands of years ago, rumored to be linked to certain legendary Pokémon capable of controlling Kyogre. They are presently attempting to unravel the mysteries contained within these texts. Regrettably, the ancient script has long been lost to time. Even with substantial financial incentives to scholars, none have succeeded in deciphering these legends recorded solely through dot matrices. Ancient documents recorded through dot matrices? Link suddenly recalled the announcement stone chamber located beneath the western waters of Mistral Town, as well as the myriad small island caves, desert ruins, and ancient tombs scattered throughout Hoenn. Setting aside the realities of the situation, at least within the context of the game's Sapphire version, one could trigger the switches within the announcement stone chamber by adjusting the order of the carried Pokémon, thereby initially lifting the seals of three toilets. Regice, Regirock, and Registeel. These three Pokémon were the legendary giants sealed by the ancient Hoenn people out of fear of their power. Could they truly control Kyogre, as claimed by the Oceanic Team? Link remained skeptical, believing they could at most provide humanity with a fleeting refuge amidst the chaos of land and sea battles. However, he had not anticipated that the Oceanic team, and perhaps even the Magma team, had set their sights on legendary Pokémon beyond just Groudon and Kyogre. After a moment's contemplation, he discerned that the exchange among these individuals had ceased to yield any valuable intelligence. New activity emerged from within the Oceanic Science Museum, likely a result of Xiao Yu or Xiao Yao repelling the Magma team's attempts to seize components. Therefore, he chose not to raise any alarm, quietly retracing his steps to reclaim his attire. The Oceanic team truly exemplifies benevolence. Even before I could infiltrate their ranks, they divulged all valuable intelligence. What a farcical assembly of amateur criminals, lacking discretion in their words. No wonder they are constantly reported to the police after being discovered by the Magma team. On his way back to the Pokémon Center, Link purchased the evening edition of the Hoenn TV newspaper and, as anticipated, discovered a section offering a substantial reward for scholars. If anyone could successfully translate certain ancient texts, Hoenn TV would bestow a generous sum of 5 million Poké as compensation. The weight of such a reward was indeed considerable. Even Link found himself tempted. Had he not fortuitously found employment, he might have considered pursuing the bounty. However, he was acutely aware that the funds from Team Ocean were not easily acquired, and one could easily find themselves forcibly taken to the notice chamber, facing a certain degree of peril. Unless Link could enlist Julan to secure the champion as his protector and enforcer, he would certainly refrain from pursuing it. For now, he decided to leave the matter in Team Ocean's hands, intending to revisit it once he had cultivated his Pokémon to champion-level prowess without reservations. While contemplating this, Link spotted Ashida, adorned in vibrant tropical attire, entering the Pokémon Center. Shaolin, I was worried about your safety, but it seems you are quicker than I anticipated. I have already learned what I wish to know. I cannot simply follow their lead. He relayed the general situation to Ashida, who found the rivalry between the two organizations both amusing and bewildering. It was said that Qi Yinsong and Shui Wudong had once belonged to the same organization and had some connection to the now-defunct Dazagen, suggesting a tacit understanding between former colleagues that limited the scale of their conflict. The two then deliberated over the contract's details within the Pokémon Center until evening, finally solidifying all of Link's job responsibilities and benefits, culminating in a short-term contract lasting only 1 year. At last, it is settled, Ashida exclaimed with satisfaction, holding the contract, eager to expedite the subsequent formalities. Before departing, he earnestly recommended, though the work location and mode are flexible, remaining connected within the Pokémon Center is rather inconvenient. I hope you can visit the Battle Factory soon, where you might also collaborate with the programmers on system iterations. Link nodded, planning to explore after visiting Dr. Xiaoxianjuan. To his surprise, the Battle Factory was located quite near to Mount Suki and Route Rhoda. Is the Battle Development Zone in Kanto situated in various locations? Indeed, this also serves to stimulate tourism, and given Kanto's vastness, land prices are remarkably affordable. With that, Ashida waved goodbye and drove off to an unknown destination. With his employment officially confirmed, Link, exhausted from an entire afternoon of negotiations, reclined on the sofa. Having transitioned to this world less than a month ago, without yet enrolling in university, he wondered whether Ashida would provide an internship certificate. Fufu, we are finally prosperous. Tonight, allow me to showcase my culinary skills and prepare a grand feast for you. Fugangbi, I haven't even begun cooking, and you should return home to rest. No, you must accompany me to the market to carry the bags. After all, each time they brought little Kirby to the market, they always managed to procure fresh and affordable leftovers. Wealth may be abundant, yet the virtues of diligence and frugality must never be forsaken. Chapter 85, Data from the Battle Factory. Aboard the ship heading to Kanas City, the waters of Fengyuan seem overwhelmingly abundant. It feels as though I have been traveling by boat throughout this month. On the evening following a sumptuous feast, Link set forth towards Weibai Town, only then realizing how much time he had spent on the journey. Indeed, a flying-type Pokémon would have been advantageous. The pinnacle of flight in this realm is undoubtedly the majestic Dragonite, yet alas, such a notion remains merely a dream. Let us return to the realm of reality. Awakening on a morning following yet another total defeat, Link perused the materials he had printed from the Pokémon Center's printer during dinner, illuminated by soft light. His role as a pioneer in the Battle Factory not only brought him wealth and myriad benefits, but also granted him access to a plethora of internal data within the Battle Expansion Zone. This included a vast array of Pokémon data, move information, and various insider insights obtained during the alliance with Aihida. It was thanks to this invaluable information that the programmers of the Battle Factory were able to craft simulations that mirrored reality. While ordinary trainers might dismiss this wealth of data, for Link, who urgently needed to transform the theoretical knowledge of his previous life into tangible advantages, these materials were indeed treasures beyond price. However, the data he had compiled thus far was merely related to his own Pokémon. It encompassed the basic information of trainers Fire Fox, Fire Meow, Houndour, Snorlax, Poplio, and Barbarcle from the Battle Expansion Zone database, alongside known moves they could master and the choices made by most trainers regarding these moves. Additionally, it included training suggestions, victory rates in battles, items held, though most often none were held, gender ratios, growth speed, and cycles, among other details. As for aspects unrelated to his Pokémon, the data also featured badge possession rates, choices of starter Pokémon, and the latest statistical results concerning abilities over the past 2 years. Thanks to this information, Link finally comprehended why the growth rates of Xiaoyu and Xiaoyao's Forest Lizard and Litten were astoundingly rapid. These starter Pokémon were all specifically provided for novice trainers and had undergone specialized training. These Pokémon hailed from well-resourced facilities, having been nurtured and selectively bred over many years, resulting in commendable individuals and eggs with stable temperaments. Unless under extraordinary circumstances, such as having been abandoned or belonging to inherently rebellious species, anyone could become a competent trainer with their assistance. Before meeting their trainers, they typically receive care from professional breeders for 3 months to half a year. Although their levels were deliberately slowed to around level 5, data sourced from the Alliance, all other aspects have been finely tuned to achieve optimal conditions, as long as they are paired with suitable trainers. These novice Pokémon, though not necessarily the starter trio, will transform their accumulated potential into formidable battle prowess at an astonishing rate, evolving into their final forms within a mere month to a year at most. It seems they are all underleveled. Link nodded, finding the League's approach quite reasonable. What difference does it make to send 10-year-old children on perilous adventures with only powerful Pokémon, risking their lives? In contrast to the typical novice trainers who receive their starter trio, Link's encounter with the Firefox felt almost fated. On the very night after his arrival in this world, he hatched a Firefox smuggled to the Hoenn region, and the next day, with Junsh's assistance, he completed the necessary procedures to receive the Firefox as his initial Pokémon. At first glance, it appeared that Link and Xiaoyao collected their starter trio around the same time, yet in reality, the Firefox was half a year late compared to the standard starters. Although this was of little consequence, as nurturing it from the ground up seemed preferable. Link perused the printed materials and discovered that the information regarding the Firefox in the Battle Frontier was a mere 3 pages long. Essentially, the Firefox originates from the Kalos region. Similarly, the data on the barbaric fish was limited to mere red and blue stripes, while the data on the Cutty dog only covered the common varieties. Only the information on the little Snorlax and Pop Dolphin was relatively detailed. After a moment of contemplation, he began to examine the details regarding the Pop Dolphin. During his visit to the Pokémon Center for Recovery yesterday, he noticed that the level of the Pop Dolphin had dropped back to 21, which struck him as odd. Even if Link lacked specialized strategies for training aquatic Pokémon, he had never neglected the exercise and nutrition of the Pop Dolphin, so why did it consistently lose individual values and levels? As he continued to sift through the information at hand, his expression grew increasingly grim, occasionally casting furtive glances at the Pop Dolphin, lifeless in its tank. Thanks to the Hoenn region, there were relatively many trainers who had raised Pop Dolphins. However, upon reviewing the data from the Battle Frontier regarding trainers who had captured Pop Dolphins in recent years, very few had managed to evolve them into Dolphin Knights. The proportion of trainers in the Hoenn League who had succeeded in evolving a Pop Dolphin into a Dolphin Knight was even less than 1%. Was it truly due to the inherent difficulty of the Dolphin Knight's evolution in reality, with very few individuals able to awaken the ancient genes? Or perhaps Link suddenly contemplated a daring possibility and stealthily approached the tank of the Pop Dolphin. The latter blinked, unsure of what the trainer wanted with it. "I'm here to check your health." The Pop Dolphin, excited, he then reached into the water, lifting the Pop Dolphin to inspect whether there was a heart-shaped pattern on its chest and abdomen. The evolution from Pop Dolphin to Dolphin Knight involved almost no visible changes, with the primary feature being the pattern on its chest. "You wouldn't have already evolved and disguised yourself as an ordinary creature, would you?" The Pop Dolphin, alert. However, upon lifting the dolphin for inspection, he discovered that its chest and abdomen bore no distinctive patterns. The silence was deafening. Indeed, if there were any signs to reveal, it was inconceivable that he, or even Joy, could overlook them. It seemed I had misunderstood. How curious that it would continue to regress. Link pondered in perplexity, repeatedly sifting through documents in search of any similar instances encountered by other trainers of the Pop Dolphins. Yet, despite his efforts, he found no relevant examples until dawn broke. Just as he contemplated seeking Dr. Tianwan's assistance for a professional assessment during his upcoming visit to Weibai Town, the water wave dolphin, encased within the tank, couldn't help but exhale in relief at the trainer's lack of findings. It was baffling how the topic of Dolphin Hero had suddenly arisen. Dolphin Hero represented the awakened state of the Pop Dolphin's ancient genes. When a companion faced peril, it would transform to enhance its strength. In its transformed state, Dolphin Hero possessed immense power, capable of effortlessly lifting a cruise ship with a single fin, and could swim at a speed of 50 knots to rescue drowning humans and Pokémon, embodying the hero of the sea. However, The singular drawback lay in the fact that this transformation, which transcended biological limits, imposed a significant burden on the body, with a sustainable duration of merely 3 minutes at most.